Task failures continued in succession. The system malfunctioned and was unreachable, and the diligent Su Juan was reluctantly forced to lie flat like a salted fish. In her boredom, she could only observe the gossip and dramas unfolding around her. Su Juan mused, "How delightful. The master of the Su family took a beautiful concubine, only to have someone else intervene. Oh, how scandalous." The Minister of Rites, nearing 70, still maintains a mistress outside. How disgraceful. In the twilight of life, one ought to preserve their reputation. The children of the Minister of Revenue are not even his biological offspring. So everyone was aware of this? Young Master Xie spends his days in revelry, attempting to conceal his own afflictions. How pitiful. Young Master Xie. Just as Su Juan thought this idle life was rather pleasant, she was horrified to discover that those around her had perked up their ears, as if they could hear her innermost thoughts. As Su Juan lamented, "Alas, this game is ruined again." Chapter 1. Restarted again. What? Another restart? In the candlelit bridal chamber, Su Juan, dressed in a green wedding gown, impatiently tore off her red veil. With a creak, the door swung open, and a guard wheeled in a wheelchair before retreating. In the wheelchair sat Song Qianfan, his demeanor guarded, his expression somber. Had he not been clad in wedding attire, he would hardly resemble a groom on his wedding day. "Why is this wretched system silent?" a delicate female voice echoed in Song Qianfan's mind. His expression was complex, lips pressed tightly together, yet he was not surprised that he could hear Su Juan's thoughts. This woman, by mere circumstance, was the daughter of a merchant, fortunate enough to catch the emperor's eye, and thus awarded to him as his consort, solely because she possessed a mystical artifact known as the system, which granted her foresight. The emperor, childless, sought to keep her under his control, hence the marriage. "No matter, it seems I shall be worn out before I am slain. This is truly an unbearable situation." Hearing this vexing voice, Song Qianfan approached Su Juan, his countenance darkening, and with a tone laced with cold authority, he warned, "I care not for your intentions. Once you enter the royal household, adhere to the rules. Our union shall be merely nominal. Do not covet what does not belong to you, lest you endanger your life." He coldly admonished her, for had she not intervened, he would have wed Lu Miaoqing, the daughter of the Minister of the Interior. Su Juan feigned shock, her face paling, her voice trembling. "I shall remember." Song Qianfan's expression softened slightly. This woman appeared somewhat obedient. Yet the next moment, Su Juan's thoughts erupted. "Has your head been kicked by a donkey? Who would ever desire you? A mere caricature. Does this royal household lack mirrors? Or did the heavens shield you from the truth when bestowing intellect upon the world? With such a large head, devoid of wisdom, you still fancy yourself worthy of Lu Miaoqing, while you ought to reflect on your own character. Do you truly believe that composing a few poems and essays qualifies you for admiration? She has long cherished her childhood companion, Lu Xian, an upright gentleman of commendable reputation. How could Lu Miaoqing possibly favor you?" Song Qianfan's expression darkened, his gaze icy, a murderous intent igniting within him. This audacious and presumptuous woman. How could the old emperor have chosen you among so many brothers and nephews, envisioning you as the crown prince? Hearing this, Song Qianfan momentarily faltered. Had the emperor truly favored him at first? At first? What did this mean? Could the emperor consider appointing another as crown prince? Who? It is a pity that your own lack of intellect is your downfall. Once again insulted, Song Qianfan's temples throbbed, his fingers clenched tightly beneath his wedding robes, suppressing the urge to strangle the woman before him. With a cold laugh, he extended a chilling finger to grasp Su Juan's chin. "I care not for your abilities. Should you bring trouble to the royal household, I shall have you imprisoned in the palace and subjected to due punishment." Su Juan bore the pain on her chin, thinking, "If I had any abilities, I would have dismembered you long ago." Song Qianfan scoffed. This marriage offered him no advantages, for he had originally intended to wed Lu Miaoqing. However, the emperor's decree could not be disregarded. Moreover, possessing knowledge of Su Juan's thoughts could serve him well, and keeping her within the household was advantageous for his schemes. Yet it was perilous. He must not allow her to engage too closely with the emperor, lest excessive information be divulged, jeopardizing his own position. With this in mind, Song Qianfan released his grip, causing Su Juan to lose her balance and tumble from the side of the bed. He cast a disdainful glance at Su Juan before exiting the room. At that moment, Suan remained blissfully unaware that her innermost musings had been fully heard. Rolling her eyes, she rose from the floor, discarded her cumbersome garments, dusted herself off, and flopped onto the bed, yawning, unconcerned about being caught in such an undignified posture. She understood that throughout the night, no one would attend to her, for Song Qianfan had commanded that this new consort be given a stern warning. She could not fathom how such a foolish man had the audacity to believe he could ascend the dragon throne, nor could she comprehend how he had caught the old emperor's attention, ultimately succumbing to treachery and rebellion, leading to chaos throughout the realm. The reason she was so well informed was that this marked the third time Suan had restarted. She had traversed from the modern world after perishing from overwork, binding herself to a system called Savior. If she completed the tasks assigned by the system to save this dynasty, she would be resurrected in her original body and return to her former life. Moreover, she would be rewarded with a property in the city center. A house. Who could refuse such an offer? She had toiled tirelessly, not for anything less than a sanctuary of her own. This was akin to someone offering a pillow when all she desired was sleep. Initially, she believed the task straightforward, as the aging emperor had no heirs, leading to considerable unrest among factions plotting rebellion. If she could eliminate those with treasonous intentions, the emperor could then select a suitable successor. In her first attempt, she lurked in the shadows, assisting the emperor in eliminating those with treacherous designs among the royal clans. The emperor subsequently named Song Qianfan, the heir of the Duke of Jing, as the crown prince. However, after the emperor passed away, Song Qianfan ascended the throne, listened to sycophants, executed many loyal ministers, and enacted policies that harmed the common folk, earning him the wrath of the populace as a tyrant. As external forces seized the opportunity to invade, the dynasty crumbled under internal strife, leading to her failure. In the second restart, the system encountered some malfunctions, but she had acquired some experience, rendering the impact minimal. She entered the palace, remaining by the emperor's side to protect him while eliminating treasonous elements, intending to dissuade him from naming Song Qianfan as his successor. However, she was instead married off to the Duke of Jing. Before long, the emperor altered his decision, seeking to appoint the Duke of Han's heir as the crown prince. Song Qianfan rebelled, murdering the Han heir and his entire family, landing himself in prison, and she too was implicated as a conspirator. With the emperor deceased and no successor, the royal clans quarreled, and the ministers harbored ulterior motives, leading to chaos once more, resulting in another failure for her. In the wake of her third restart, despite not having entered the palace, she found herself unexpectedly bestowed with a marriage proposal. Yet, the system inexplicably malfunctioned, rendering her unable to make contact. Chapter 2. Song Qianfan is utterly incompetent. Su Juan's confidence was utterly shattered. No matter how hard she tried, she could not alter the chaotic outcome that loomed over the world. At this moment, she had lost all her initial vigor, lying in bed like a despondent fish, feeling as though returning home was a distant dream. Whatever she thought, let it be as it may. The system has already perished, so being a fish out of water isn't so bad. At least I won't have to work overtime and will not suffer from hunger or thirst. She mused that perhaps she could save some money, secretly flee, and hide away in the deep mountains, living a life akin to that of ancient hermits, free and untroubled. What difference did it make where one lived? Surely, this was more appealing than toiling daily over tasks, constantly worrying for one's life? The following morning, Su Juan accepted a teacup from a maid to present tea to her mother-in-law, the Princess of Jing. Your daughter-in-law pays her respects to mother. The Princess of Jing smiled warmly, observing Su Juan, who appeared well-behaved and sensible. She accepted the teacup, took a sip, and beckoned Su Juan to sit beside her. Did you sleep well last night? Su Juan smiled shyly, lowering her gaze and feigning modesty, replying to mother, your daughter-in-law slept exceedingly well. The Princess of Jing felt satisfied. Although this marriage had been thrust upon the Jing Wangfu by the emperor, at least this daughter-in-law seemed obedient and pleasant, not inferior in appearance to Lu Miaoqing. Were you tired last night? The Princess of Jing inquired with a smile. Su Juan bashfully shook her head. Your daughter-in-law is not tired. What could be tiring? Song Qianfan is utterly incompetent. What is there to be weary about? The Princess of Jing was momentarily struck dumb, her gaze fixed on her daughter-in-law, who remained silent and obediently gazing back at her. What? My son is incompetent. The princess's grip on Su Juan's hand stiffened, and in the next moment, a puzzled Su Juan called out, "Mother? What is the matter with Mother? Could it be that she knows father is hiding his private savings under the couch in the study and plans to sneak out for drinks tonight, thus rendering her in a foul mood?" The princess's face darkened. Her husband often claimed to be discussing matters with colleagues in the evenings, yet returned home reeking of alcohol. Whenever questioned, he would say it was his colleagues treating him, a story too implausible to dismiss. Her husband had few good relations in court. Where could all these colleagues be coming from? It must be that he was hoarding money to indulge in drinks while fabricating tales of colleagues treating him. Seething with suppressed anger, the Princess of Jing reminded Su Juan several times to be cautious today, to speak less and act less, so as to avoid making mistakes. Su Juan committed all of this to memory, softly replying, "Your daughter-in-law will certainly speak less." She was inherently introverted and never enjoyed speaking. The Princess of Jing felt a warmth in her cheeks from being so directly praised, smiling. "This child, I liked you at first sight. You are so earnest." Having said that, she hurried to the study of Jing Wang, where, indeed, she discovered her husband's hidden stash of private savings underneath the couch. At this moment, Su Juan and Song Qianfan entered the palace to pay their respects. Upon encountering the emperor, Jing Wang was also present. Su Juan discreetly raised her head, stealing a glance. Previously preoccupied with formalities, she had not scrutinized these familiar figures closely. Now, upon careful observation, she noted the old emperor and Jing Wang bore a striking resemblance, both possessing outstanding features and demeanor. It is said that in his youth, the old emperor captivated countless maidens in the capital. Many young women eagerly entered the palace for a mere glimpse of him. The emperor's gaze fell upon Su Juan. Narrowing his eyes, how could a mere mortal gaze so directly upon the visage of the sovereign? "Lady of the air, step forward." The emperor sat upon his dragon throne, straightening his back slightly, permitting her to approach, for he was a wise ruler indeed. Jing Wang remained unperturbed. Song Qianfan shot a glance at Su Juan, a cold smirk forming within flatterer. Su Juan obediently advanced, and as she drew closer, she scrutinized the emperor more closely, internally sighing, "What a pity he is already in his 60s. Not only does he have wrinkles, but he also has white hair." The emperor's smile gradually faded. Jing Wang remained stoic, while Song Qianfan felt a chill pass through him. Su Juan, unable to conceal her thoughts, was truly courting her own downfall. At such an advanced age, how could he still have the energy to select new concubines? That favored beauty, Su Marin, is only in her early teens. Can he still manage such pursuits at his age? In comparison, Jing Wang still appears youthful, showing no signs of aging whatsoever. The emperor's temple throbbed with tension. This heir's wife truly lacked decorum. Meeting the emperor's gaze, Jing Wang bent slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The revelation that Su Juan possessed a divine ability to discern the world's affairs had been made at the old matriarch of the Xing'an family's 70th birthday banquet months prior, where the emperor had whimsically taken note. Su Juan was a close friend of the Xing'an marquis's daughter and naturally attended the banquet. That was when Su Juan first let slip her inner thoughts, revealing to the emperor the corruption among his own attendants who abused their positions for personal gain, leading to the discovery of several embezzlers and substantial sums of money involved. Since then, she had continuously exposed various secrets, yet under the emperor's discretion, no one dared to confront her. In recent months, they had discerned some patterns. It seemed that only those of noble lineage or with connections to the Imperial family or those related by blood to Su Juan could hear her thoughts, while commoners, palace maids, eunuchs, and guards were utterly oblivious. For years, the emperor had delayed naming a successor, and with age weighing upon him, many had begun to harbor ulterior motives. He sought to utilize Su Juan to discern the true nature of his loyal ministers, thus marrying her into the Jing Wangfu to serve as his eyes and ears. He held great trust in this younger brother, believing he harbored no treasonous intentions. Yet, in recent months, he had not seen Su Juan reveal any significant information. The emperor's brow furrowed, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. This woman pried into the private affairs of others, a potential source of endless trouble that could not be allowed to remain. Perceptive as he was, Song Qianfan sensed the emperor's growing hostility. Though aged, the emperor's willingness to heed counsel and promote the talented showed he was a ruler genuinely invested in the realm and the welfare of the people. The Emperor's lips curled slightly, his brow arching while prying into the private matters of others was indeed inappropriate. This heir's wife was oblivious to the fact that others could hear her inner musings, which could be understood. It would be detrimental to his reputation as a wise ruler to execute her based on this. Alas, he is old, with failing eyesight, unable to discern clearly, and has taken a liking to someone so foolish, potentially leading to chaos in the realm. How could he possibly favor a fool? The emperor paused, pondering the notion of establishing a crown prince. He was currently evaluating several candidates among the royal family, yet had not reached a final decision. Who could this fool be that Suan spoke of? Why had she ceased her revelations? Song Qianfan's expression darkened, his heart racing heavily with trepidation. He knew well that the fool Suan referred to was none other than himself. His palms were clammy with sweat, fearful that Suan might divulge more, while simultaneously finding the absurdity of it all. How could naming him as the crown prince lead to chaos? Chapter 3. The thoughtful wife. Sensing a subtle shift in the atmosphere, Suan quietly surveyed her surroundings, noting the solemn expressions on the faces of those present. Why is everyone so quiet? The mood is rather grave, she pondered. They all seem rather displeased. Could it be due to the calamity in the north? Recalling the recent events, she thought of the flooding in the south, which had claimed countless lives, submerging fields and shops, and leading to a severe outbreak of disease in the aftermath. Alas, the plight of those disaster victims is truly pitiful. The food they desperately await is soon to be seized by those ruthless bandits at Black Dog Mountain. Without the rations and relief funds, these unfortunate souls may starve to death. The Emperor and Prince Jing's expressions changed instantly. Disaster relief provisions were a matter of grave importance, directly affecting the lives of many commoners. Seizing the opportunity, Song Qianfan shifted the topic. Your Majesty, we have yet to pay our respects to Her Majesty, the Empress. The Emperor nodded, permitting the two to leave. Song Qianfan sighed in relief, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Once Suan had departed, the Emperor swiftly drafted an edict, commanding the general to lead troops to Black Dog Mountain to eradicate the bandits, accompanied by a convoy to escort the relief food and funds. His brow furrowed in indecision. While it was beneficial for the heir's wife to be perceptive to worldly affairs, it also posed the risk of her unintentionally revealing secrets, including those of the Emperor himself. However, had it not been for her, how many more commoners would have suffered at the hands of the bandits? Moreover, he found himself increasingly concerned about the identity of the fool Suan had mentioned, the one he had designated as the crown prince, whose actions had led to chaos in the realm. After much contemplation, the emperor stroked his beard and ultimately decided to keep Suan close. As long as her presence served the interests of the state, what did the rest matter? He prided himself on being a wise ruler and could not engage in the treachery of a tyrant. Prince Jing cautiously observed the emperor's reactions, relieved to see that the murderous intent had dissipated. How scandalous it would be if news of his newlywed daughter-in-law's demise spread. However, upon returning home and seeing his wife seated in the hall, a familiar pouch of money resting on the table, his heart sank. Glancing at his wife's darkened expression, he instinctively retreated, swiftly making his way outside. How could the hidden secrets he thought well concealed be unearthed today? It was utterly vexing. That night, the family dined together, the atmosphere seemingly harmonious. Yet, the countenance of the princess consort was clouded, while Prince Jing wore a mask of guilt and appeasement. As Song Qianfan ate, his gaze subtly fell upon his silent wife. Beside him, the second son of the royal family, Song Qianhang, occasionally grimaced, as though enduring discomfort. Suan, while eating, pondered, is it customary for the royal family to dine in silence? Why do father and mother seem so off? Prince Jing's face darkened instantly. He wished she would refrain from speaking. Could it be that mother has discovered the secret stash of money I intended for drinking? The muscles in Prince Jing's forehead twitched, his grip on the chopsticks tightening as he felt his dignity slipping away. Song Qianhong's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his father, astonished that the usually solemn Prince Jing had been secretly hoarding money for indulgence. The princess consort scoffed softly. Prince Jing, startled, hurriedly offered dishes to his wife. My dear, the food today is particularly fresh. Do give it a try. The princess consort merely sneered, not touching the food. Observing this, Suan shook her head, thinking, "Father will likely spend the night in the study again. Truly pitiful." Song Qianfan cast a glance at Su Juan, his mind racing with thoughts of eliminating her if she dared to disrupt his plans. In comparison, he found Lu Miaoqing, the daughter of the Minister of the Interior, to be much more agreeable. His disdain for the woman before him deepened. Noticing his gaze, Suan caught the hint of aversion in his eyes and recalled the last time they had restarted, when Song Qianfan had often belittled her in favor of Lu Miaoqing. With a gentle smile, she picked up her chopsticks and carefully placed a piece of fatty meat into Song Qianfan's bowl, her tone soft and pleasing. "Husband, please eat." He pressed his lips together, recognizing her cunning. She was not foolish, understanding the need to appease him, yet she lacked the sense to select a better piece of meat. In the next moment, Su Juan's voice rang out, "I know you dislike fatty meat, so I chose the fattiest piece just for you. Where else can you find a wife as considerate as I?" Prince Jing nearly choked on his own saliva. Indeed, there was no other daughter-in-law as attentive as her. The table fell silent, all eyes turning toward the sullen-faced Song Qianfan. He gripped his chopsticks tightly, his expression strained. Su Juan, fearing she had not sufficiently provoked him, placed another piece in his bowl and timidly inquired, "Husband, why aren't you eating? Is the food unappetizing?" Meeting her innocent gaze, Song Qianfan was struck by her theatrical performance. It was a pity she did not pursue a career in the theater. "Is it that you find it distasteful?" "Ah." Song Qianfan is just like this piece of fatty meat, greasy and oblivious, believing himself to be remarkably charming, Suan mused. How could I possibly compare Song Qianfan to this meat? The pig sacrifices itself to satisfy human cravings, a noble act, whereas Song Qianfan is unworthy of such comparison. With a reverent tone, Su Juan remarked, "What a sin it is." Suddenly, Song Qianheng could not contain himself, bursting into laughter and spitting out his food. Unfortunately, his older brother, Song Qianfan, bore the brunt of it, his expression darkening as nearby servants hurriedly provided him with a cloth to clean up. With a sharp crack, he snapped his chopsticks in half, his face resembling the darkened bottom of a pot. Now Song Qianheng is in for it. With Song Qianfan's temper, he will surely be torn to shreds. Su Juan relished the moment, her voice dripping with mischief, which only served to stoke Song Qianfan's simmering anger, compelling him to feign calmness. This woman was utterly reckless. Song Qianheng, having provoked his brother, dared not laugh again, for he feared his brother's unpredictable wrath. As Song Qianfan's temper flared, he could hardly contain his obsessive cleanliness. He declared, "Father and mother, the sun is full, and I shall take my leave." Upon his exit, Song Qianheng finally exhaled in relief. The servants quickly cleared the table, rushing to bring fresh dishes from the kitchen. As Song Qianfan departed, Prince Jing, wary of drawing Su Juan's attention, could no longer remain seated. "I have some official matters to attend to. Please continue your meal." With that, he hastily made his exit, as if something unclean were pursuing him. The princess consort scoffed. With Song Qianfan refraining from reproach, Song Qianheng breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped disaster. However, Su Juan's sympathetic gaze fell upon him. "It appears that Song Qianheng has sustained a serious injury. Is that why he did not visit the Spring Fragrance Pavilion today?" The princess consort's expression darkened as her gaze shifted to her younger son. What a shame. After last night's escapade at the Spring Fragrance Pavilion, he has injured his waist and can barely rise from bed today, yet he must pretend as if nothing is amiss. Now the girls from the Spring Fragrance Pavilion are likely mocking him. He may never dare to return. At his young age, it's no wonder he hesitates to seek a match. He fears the young ladies will disdain him. How pitiful! Song Qianheng's face flushed with indignation. "What do you mean, not capable?" The princess consort was equally astonished. Chapter 4. A mediocre talent with a great appetite. In a moment of exasperation, Song Qianheng silently screamed, "I merely strolled through the brothel to enjoy the music. I have never engaged in such disgraceful activities. Do not tarnish my reputation." The princess consort of Jing should have been furious at her son's escapade. Yet her gaze toward her younger son was laced with a complex mixture of sympathy and distress. Why was it that her elder son faltered? And now her younger son as well? Had he inherited none of his father's prowess? She turned to the new steward beside her, instructing him to prepare nourishing soup for her second son. At this, Song Qianheng grew anxious. Mother, however, the princess consort gave him a reassuring look that conveyed understanding, silencing his protest. Indeed, he needs to recuperate Su Juan. Song Qianheng blurted out in frustration, his face flushed with anger. Ah! Su Juan turned, startled, her face a picture of confusion. What is the matter? Clenching his teeth, Song Qianheng felt the weight of the emperor's indirect implications. He could not openly confront the situation and was left to swallow his indignation. As Song Qianheng departed, seemingly driven away by anger, Su Juan gazed innocently at the princess consort. Mother, did I do something wrong? Why has everyone left? With a gentle smile, the princess consort reassured her daughter-in-law. How could my son have erred? She looked at Su Juan, increasingly pleased with her simple and unpretentious demeanor. She patted Su Juan's hand, expressing her regrets for the hardships she might face marrying Fan-er. A lifetime of happiness, the princess consort thought, feeling a twinge of guilt for her daughter-in-law. Su Juan shook her head. I am not wronged. It is a blessing to marry my husband. We are all pitiable souls. I can understand, she mused, aware that they would eventually find themselves in dire circumstances together. Upon reaching Haiga Mountain, General Wei Yuan encountered bandits raiding grain supplies. His troops successfully safeguarded the disaster relief provisions and escorted the captured bandits to the capital overnight. When word reached the palace, the emperor felt a shiver of anxiety. Were it not for the foresight from the heiress consort, countless commoners would have suffered from hunger, their bodies strewn across the land. Su Juan's contributions were immeasurable. The emperor's desire to eliminate her dissipated entirely. The recent events of subduing the bandits at Haigu Mountain showcased her capabilities, proving to be immensely beneficial to the great Jin. This young lady was of good character, with a genuine heart, and any malicious intent would be easily discernible. Prince Jing, care for your daughter-in-law well, the emperor instructed, implying that any unusual occurrences must be reported immediately. Understood, Your Majesty, the prince replied. Under the emperor's secret directive, no one dared to unveil Su Juan's ability to perceive thoughts, yet many were drawn to the tantalizing allure of gossip. On the day of her return, Su Juan disembarked from the carriage with Song Qianfan at the Wang residence. Upon seeing Song Qianfan, old Master Su hurriedly approached with his family in tow. He had always looked down upon his daughter, raised in the countryside, believing her fortune was merely a stroke of luck that led to her marriage with the emperor's decree. However, given their current status, he could not afford to offend her. Just as he donned a smiling facade, a voice filled with schadenfreude rang out. Oh, look at my esteemed father, wearing a satisfied expression. I wager it's because he acquired a new, beautiful concubine yesterday, indulging in youthful pleasures. Old Master Xue's smile immediately froze. Those nearby who heard the remark turned to look at him, astonished that a man in his 50s could still engage in such escapades. Suan scrolled through her system panel, recalling a humorous account she had once penned during moments of boredom. On this day, old Master Su leisurely wandered into Chuanxiang Tower, had a couple of drinks, and in a tipsy state, spotted a young woman behind a beaded curtain. He stumbled over, inadvertently bumping into her. The delicate gauze of the beauty's attire was stained with wine, revealing her graceful form, which captivated old Master Su. That very night, he redeemed her and brought her home. The Su sisters blushed furiously, mortified by Su Juan's audacity. Old Master Su coughed lightly, unbothered by shame. For who among them had not indulged in such romantic exploits? Love between men and women was but a natural affair. Even if there was a dalliance, it pales in comparison to the fact that he merely spent half a TS time in her quarters. The crowd was taken aback by this revelation. Half a TS time was indeed quite pitiful. Old Master Su's face turned a shade of green. His state last night had been less than ideal. Under normal circumstances, he would have lingered for 1 or 2 hours. This rebellious daughter dared to fabricate tales about her own father. He suppressed his anger, feeling suffocated as onlookers leaned in, eager to hear more of this scandalous tale. Song Qianfan focused his gaze on old Master Su, bemused by Su Juan's boldness. She dared to fabricate stories about her own father, displaying a complete lack of modesty. Emerging from a young lady's chamber in the dead of night, only to rush into the third concubine's room, and, due to less than half a TS time, was abruptly expelled. Such audacity. Someone chuckled, unable to contain their amusement. Old Master Xue's expression darkened, ready to explode, but he caught the warning glance from his wife. Previously, the emperor had issued secret orders to every household. Now, everyone pretended ignorance before Su Juan. Should this matter escalate, it could lead to severe consequences for the Su family. Faced with the scowling visage of old Master Xie, Su Juan smiled sweetly, embodying the obedient daughter's demeanor. She approached her father and mother. Old Master Xie struggled to muster a smile, his face betraying his discomfort as he sneered. In contrast, Su's wife beamed warmly, taking Su Juan's hand. "My dear, you must be exhausted after your journey." Her maternal display drew admiration from those around them, commenting on how well old Master Xue's new wife treated the daughter of his late spouse. Yet, despite her affectionate exterior, Su's wife harbored her own motives. Though Su Juan was not her biological daughter, she was still the legitimate daughter of the household, now connected to royalty. As long as she caused no trouble, it was essential to maintain appearances, given the many eyes watching them. Su Juan gently shook her head, assuring her mother that she was not weary, only feeling guilty for making her parents wait at the entrance. Su's wife laughed. "Silly child, it has only been 3 days since your marriage. Why do you appear so distant from your parents?" Su Juan lowered her gaze, smiling without speaking. The onlookers noted her bashfulness at the mention of marriage. In the next moment, Su Juan's thoughts resonated. Su's wife truly deserves her title as the victor of the last household rivalry. Having only met twice. Look at her acting skills. They're impressive enough to nearly move me. The Su family collectively thought, "Your acting is the most impressive. You are the best at putting on a show." Chapter 5. A commotion at the Su residence. The family settled amicably in the hall as the servants served tea and dishes. Su Lingling, the second daughter of the Su family, secretly glanced at Song Qianfan. Handsome and charming, it seemed utterly unfair that Su Juan, a mere country girl, had stumbled into such a fortuitous marriage. Upon reflecting on this, an unsettling feeling surged within her heart. She turned to Su Juan, feigning innocence, and inquired with concern, "Sister, how have you fared in the Wang residence these past few days? I have been quite worried." Su Lingling's voice was soft and gentle, and as she spoke, she cast a furtive glance at Song Qianfan. At that moment, Song Qianfan lifted his gaze, their eyes meeting briefly, causing Su Lingling to pause, instinctively avert her gaze. Her cheeks flushing. The heir's countenance was indeed striking, and among those she had encountered, only Xie could rival Song Qianfan's allure. Su Juan smiled, playing along. "It has been quite pleasant. There is ample food and drink, and both the prince and princess have treated me exceptionally well. I appreciate your concern, dear sister." Intending to provoke Su Juan into uttering disparaging remarks that might irritate the heir, Su Lingling softly added, "As long as you and brother-in-law are well, I shall be at ease." As she spoke, a sly smile crept across her lips, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Given Su Juan's temperament, it was certain she would internally scoff at such comments, thereby inciting the heir's ire. What good would come of returning home then? Song Qianfan cast a sidelong glance at Su Juan. He had heard that after the untimely passing of the former matriarch of the Su family, Su Juan's mother, old Master Xie elevated a concubine to the status of wife, thus the current Mrs. Xie. Shortly thereafter, the housekeeper, citing the need for recuperation, sent the then 10-year-old Su Juan to a rural villa. Reflecting on old Master Xie's folly and the dubious character of his new wife, one could not help but feel a tinge of pity for Su Juan, this foolish woman. Yet at that moment, Su Pitiful Juan was busily rolling her eyes. "Ah." It appears Su Lingling has indeed taken a liking to Song Qianfan. No wonder, for Song Qianfan is undeniably handsome, Su Lingling thought, her heart skipping a beat. Song Qianfan snorted derisively, though his eyes betrayed a sense of pride. How shallow, he mused. Force Su Lingling to favor someone so youthful and fair, akin to myself. The very thought of being compared to someone of such lowly stature sent a jolt through him. Su Juan's inner voice echoed, yet now that Song Qianfan is brother-in-law, it seems she still pines after him. How unselective. The other young ladies of the Su family stifled their laughter, whispering amongst themselves. Su Lingling, who often flaunted her status as the legitimate daughter of the household, had long oppressed them, and they had only dared to seethe in silence. Now, with someone speaking on their behalf, their spirits soared. They eagerly awaited Su Lingling's humiliation. Embarrassed and furious, Su Lingling averted her gaze, unable to retort, while secretly stealing glances at Song Qianfan's reaction. Indeed, why would she regard me? A daughter cast aside to the countryside years ago? She has always believed herself to be the foremost talent in the capital, she reflected. Yet, looking at these two, one oblivious and the other self-important, they seem well matched. Perhaps I should give way? Song Qianfan's expression darkened, his eyes sharp, as he gripped his teacup. Veins protruding ominously, an aura of coldness enveloping him. How can a woman of the Su family, each more uncouth than the last, be compared to Lu Miaoqing? Su Lingling's face paled at the thought, and she hastily lowered her head. Su Juan, cease your words. Isn't she enamored with Xie Sun's handsome visage? She pondered, yet alas, he is known as a libertine, lacking merit deserving of her. In contrast, perhaps she regards Song Qianfan as a more suitable match? All the grievances Suan had stirred surfaced, and Su Lingling's eyes reddened with indignation as she glared at Suan, though she dared not voice her objections. Catching Su Lingling's gaze, Suan mused, alas, why hasn't the emperor arranged a marriage for Su Lingling? She is nearly a jilted lover at this point. The countenance of the Su couple darkened, mortified that their daughter's infatuation might be exposed to outsiders. The other young ladies murmured. Xie Sun was undeniably handsome, renowned throughout the capital, yet he was also infamous for his debauchery. Otherwise, Song Qianfan would not have easily claimed the title of the capital's most eligible bachelor. However, no matter how disreputable Xie Sun was, his family's immense power was beyond their reach, being mere daughters of merchants. They were not like Suan, fortunate enough to be recognized by a divine entity and granted a marriage by the emperor. In truth, the Su family merely boasted the title of the capital's wealthiest merchant. At that moment, Song Qianfan's expression was darker than ever, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Endure, endure. Great achievers must be patient. Why was no one eating? The eldest son of the Su family, Su Yaozu, strolled into the hall, fanning himself, his face beaming with spring-like warmth. His entrance shattered the previous tense atmosphere. But Su Lingling felt utterly exposed, stripped of her dignity. Old Master Xie chastised him for arriving so late. Where have you been wandering? Su Yaozu replied with a smile. Father, I was studying in the study and lost track of time. Upon hearing this, old Master Xie's expression softened slightly. It's the first time I've heard of someone studying in a warm embrace. All eyes turned to Suan, especially those who disapproved of Su Lingling and Su Yaozu, their gazes heated with curiosity. Even Song Qianfan began to wonder what else Suan might unveil. Old Master Xie's face darkened, fully aware of his son's character. Su Yaozu stiffened, quickly explaining, Father, I was indeed studying, with 2 maidservants assisting me with ink and brushes. Assisting with ink and brushes? More like standing guard at the door to prevent being discovered in some illicit affair, the onlookers thought, their ears perked up more than ever. Su Yaozu insisted, I was truly studying, and Honger and Elvier can attest to that. Little did this father realize that the beautiful woman he had brought home the previous night was an old acquaintance of Su Yaozu's. Just as he had emerged from her chamber, his son had slipped inside, remaining there for a full hour and a half. This morning, while dear father was absent, he was with that beauty again, emerging looking radiant, they thought. While the father spent merely a cup of tea's time, the son took an hour and a half. No wonder the beauty could hardly withstand the attention. Why is no one speaking? Suan looked up, surveying the room, only to find Su Yaozu kneeling on the floor, trembling. Old Master Su's face was as black as coal, and the ladies and maidservants in the hall lowered their gazes, not daring to breathe, secretly reveling in the spectacle. Who would have thought that Su Yaozu, known for his reckless behavior, would stoop so low as to entangle himself with his father's woman? Suan blinked in surprise. Why is he kneeling? Old Master Su looks as if someone owes him a fortune. Su Juan understood. It must be those 2 maidservants who reported him. Old Master Su has discovered his son's infidelity. How exhilarating. Chapter 6. The Su family is truly lively. Lord Su's eyes were nearly bulging from their sockets. His hands clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, the prominent veins betraying his restraint. Father, I have never harbored such audacious thoughts. Su Yaozu's mind raced, recalling the previous night's arduous 1.5 hours of work, followed by another 2 hours that morning, 7 or 8 hours of relentless toil in half a day, leaving no time for contemplation. He was sweating profusely, his heart filled with resentment, wishing that Suan had succumbed to illness in the countryside all those years ago. And we've agreed to work another 2 hours tonight. Brother, even a donkey isn't as hardworking as you. Seeing the veins on Lord Su's forehead throb, he bellowed, unfilial son. In a fit of rage, he overturned the table, sending dishes crashing onto Su Yaozu, startling the family members in the hall and the servants outside who fled in panic. Suan was taken aback, thinking, goodness, he's furious merely from finding out about last night's betrayal. If he were to learn that last year's escaped fifth concubine was actually being kept by Su Yaozu in a suburban residence, it would be catastrophic. What a disgrace! Exclaimed Madame Su, striking her own son across the face, her hand trembling. That is your concubine. The fifth concubine had entered the household 2 years prior and had escaped last year, eluding the house's exhaustive search. At that moment, Lord Su had fetched the family's disciplinary rod, a stick as thick as a grown man's arm. Su Yaozu, terrified, turned pale, bowing deeply, Father, I know my wrongs. I shall not repeat them. Please spare me. He turned to Suan with desperate eyes. Cousin, I implore you, do not speak further. If you do, I fear I shall be beaten to death today. Suan looked bewildered. What do you expect of me? Do you wish for me to plead on your behalf? Your son has become involved with his father's concubine. It seems inappropriate for me, as a daughter, to intervene. The hall echoed with Su Yaozu's anguished cries, each more pitiful than the last. Outside the hall, a few young ladies of the Su family felt a sense of satisfaction while secretly breathing a sigh of relief, reaching a silent consensus. Never provoke Suan. Only Su Lingling, who had uncovered some secrets, felt a chill upon hearing those cries, relieved it wasn't her in there. Inside the hall, Suan continued to eat, observing the unfolding drama with narrowed eyes. The Su family is truly lively and dramatic. It makes me wish to linger a while longer. Song Qianfan glanced at his newlywed wife, who had stirred chaos upon her return, a glint of coldness flickering in his gaze. This woman, privy to so many secrets, necessitated utmost caution. Should she dare divulge anything detrimental to him, he would not hesitate to silence her. Outside the hall, witnessing his thoughts, the Su family members looked on in horror. Please know, if Suan remained even a moment longer in the Su household, it would spell disaster for them all. With this scandal unfolding, Song Qianfan had no desire to linger, yet Suan wished to stay a bit longer to watch the spectacle. Reluctantly, she followed him, glancing back several times. At the entrance of the Su residence, Suan's eyes brimmed with tears as she grasped Madame Su's hand. Mother, I must take my leave. Please ensure father takes care of himself. If it comes to it, let him consult a doctor. There's no need for such stubbornness over pride, Madame Su replied, her smile strained. Go on, your father will be in my care. You need not worry. But you, now that you are married, must prioritize your husband. It is essential to serve the heir well. Observing Madame Su's concerned demeanor for her daughter, Suan wiped her tears. Do not worry, mother. I shall take good care of the heir and will frequently visit to see both you and father. Madame Su smiled softly, her expression brightening significantly. Go now. Do not keep the heir waiting. With that, Suan moved toward the carriage, her footsteps heavy with a sigh. What a pity it would be to stay a day or two longer at the Su residence. Madame Su reflected. It appears Suan still holds the Su family in her heart. If any good fortune were to come her way, it would surely not be forgotten by her maternal family. Beside her, Su Lingling rolled her eyes, thinking that her mother was overly indulgent towards Suan, as if she were the biological daughter. Mother, Su Lingling began, your eldest sister is now married into the royal family. As her biological sister, you too shall share in her fortune. Remember to unite as sisters and refrain from mentioning past grievances. Thankfully, they had only sent Suan to the village, without subjecting her to any harsh treatment. Madame Su wore a satisfied smile, believing that with Su Juan around, their fortunes would rise, aiding Su Lingling's prospects for marriage among the esteemed families. From the carriage, Su Juan's voice drifted back. The royal residence is dreadfully dull. There's nowhere near the excitement of the Su family's drama, especially with Madame Su and her daughter around, which adds a touch of domestic intrigue. Madame Su's smile faltered, nearly slipping from her face. Inside the carriage, Su Juan cast a glance at Song Qianfan, who pursed his lips tightly. This woman, what chaotic thoughts swirl in her mind, utterly lacking in decorum. Soon, the carriage halted outside a garden, and upon disembarking, Su Juan realized they had not returned to the royal residence. Surveying her surroundings, she recognized the venue, a popular spot for numerous garden parties among the city's elite, frequented by noble young ladies. It was also a place often visited by Song Qianfan, indicating he had ulterior motives aside from meeting Lu Miaoqing. Song Qianfan adjusted his attire, his cold gaze landing on Su Juan, "Speak less, and do not provoke me today." Earlier, he had received word that Lu Miaoqing would be attending this garden party hosted by the Lu family. He had significant matters to attend to today. Had it not been for concerns over his royal parents discovering this, he would not have come to the entrance. Su Juan, feeling timid, replied, "I understand." Song Qianfan smiled faintly, holding a paper fan, striding toward the garden. He had not seen Miaoqing for quite some time and needed to clarify that the betrothal was not of his choosing to avoid misunderstandings. Behind them, Su Juan sighed. "Going to see Lu Miaoqing again. You wish to meet her, but she may not wish to see you. How one-sided this is." Song Qianfan turned, noticing Su Juan's innocent expression, his face betraying a mix of restraint and a desire to silence her. Chapter 7. Provoking Song Qianfan. Su Juan followed closely behind Song Qianfan into the garden, bustling with the scions of prominent families in the capital, all eager to curry favor with Song Qianfan. Many cast curious glances at Su Juan, unsure how she had come to be favored with a royal betrothal. Song Qianfan nodded, his eyes scanning the crowd until they settled on a group in a nearby pavilion. He strode purposefully toward them. On the stone table of the pavilion lay a painting accompanied by a couplet of poetry. A man and a woman were engaged in conversation, while another reclined nearby, sleeping with a fan covering her face. Seeing Lu Miaoqing again, she wore her customary blue attire, her complexion radiant and ethereal, resembling an otherworldly fairy, exquisitely graceful. In the pavilion, upon noticing Song Qianfan, the two retreated a step. "Your Highness." Song Qianfan nodded slightly, approaching the stone table, his gaze falling upon the painting, its strokes capturing the essence of bamboo with remarkable skill, rivaling his own abilities. His eyes caught the couplet at the bottom, inscribed, "Miaoqing." Lu Miaoqing possessed an extraordinary talent for painting, renowned throughout the capital. With a fan in hand, she wore a proud smile, her eyes glimmering with affection. "Miaoqing, your depiction of bamboo is exquisite. I am truly captivated. Might I beg you to gift this painting to me?" Upon uttering these words, several pairs of eyes converged on the painting resting upon the stone table, yet silence enveloped the group. How amusing! He fancies Miss Lu, yet fails to recognize that this painting is not hers. How does Song Qianfan dare to aspire to her hand? Song Qianfan's smile abruptly faltered. The signature on the painting was distinctly Miaoqing's. Who else could have painted it? Regret washed over him as he realized he should not have allowed Su Juan to intrude upon his plans. Su Juan gazed at the painting on the table, clearly recognizing it as Lu Xian's work. The style differed vastly from Lu Miaoqing's, with only 2 lines of poetry penned in Miaoqing's handwriting. For one of Song Qianfan's caliber, it was unacceptable not to discern the stark contrast in artistic styles. It became evident that while he vocalized his admiration, he had little regard for her usual endeavors. Lu Miaoqing slightly parted her lips. "My lord, you are mistaken. This painting is the creation of Master Lu. I merely assisted with the poetry. If you are truly fond of it, perhaps you should inquire with Master Lu?" Laughing uncontrollably, Lu Xian chimed in, his voice clear and bright. "Though it is indeed my painting, the poetry was contributed by Miss Lu. It is my fortune that you hold it in such esteem, and I shall gladly present it to you today." The exchange between them left Song Qianfan's expression particularly grim. Lu Xian genuinely believes that Song Qianfan desires this painting for its merit, how naive and upright he is. Alas! If only he could witness Song Qianfan's foul countenance now. Surely he is infuriated, having misattributed his admiration. Lu Miaoqing, her gaze complex, turned toward Su Juan, whose half-obscured figure stood behind Song Qianfan. She had not anticipated that Miss Su would possess such genuine character. Despite Song Qianfan's unpleasant demeanor, he maintained restraint, forcing a smile as he expressed his gratitude to Lu Xian. Listen to that tone. One can almost sense the gritted teeth beneath those polite words. Lu Xian, oblivious to Su Juan's thoughts, assumed Song Qianfan's interest was genuine. He stood tall, his face adorned with a serene smile. Lu Miaoqing regarded the painting, lamenting its fate in the hands of someone incapable of appreciating its beauty. Su Juan recalled the previous two reboots, where Master Lu fell victim to treachery, leading to the downfall of the Lu family. Though justice was eventually served, only Lu Xian remained. Despite such adversity, he retained his noble spirit, joining the military to fight valiantly for his country. Previously, she had deemed him foolish and stubborn, believing that in tumultuous times, self-preservation was paramount. Yet now, having witnessed his true character, Su Juan could not help but admire. With such sincerity and integrity, Lu Xian exemplifies the true gentleman. She blinked, acknowledging Lu Miaoqing's discerning eye. With such virtue, no amount of Song Qianfan's talent could compare to a single Lu Xian. Upon hearing this, Song Qianfan's expression soured further, his temples throbbing. The earlier incident left him feeling stifled. Su Juan, this woman, was indeed superficial and frivolous, daring to compare herself to Lu Xian. She must possess poor judgment. Lu Miaoqing, her curiosity piqued, wished to discern the true nature of this Miss Su. Having only heard her inner musings, she initially perceived her as straightforward and charming. Now, discovering Su Juan's admiration for Lu Xian, she believed her to be a woman of pure heart and upright character. Finally, as Song Qianfan stepped forward to retrieve the painting, Su Juan and Lu Miaoqing's eyes met. Su Juan's smile was sly, her gaze openly admiring Lu Miaoqing's beauty. Such unabashed scrutiny caused Lu Miaoqing to feel a tinge of embarrassment. She smiled shyly and averted her gaze, feeling a pang of regret for this truly first encounter with Su Juan. Did Lu Miaoqing just smile at me? Heavens, her smile is utterly enchanting. My heart races uncontrollably. Help. Song Qianfan's face darkened as he turned to the seemingly composed Su Juan. This woman was indeed shallow, losing herself in admiration for another woman. Lu Miaoqing, unaccustomed to such direct compliments, found herself at a loss for how to respond. No wonder Song Qianfan is so preoccupied. I had thought he was merely interested in the Lu family, seeking to curry favor with the chancellor for his own gain. It seems there may be a hint of genuine affection. Song Qianfan's countenance grew cold, his grip tightening around the painting, his heart filled with resentment at having his intentions laid bare by Su Juan. He scanned the surroundings, relieved to find no one had overheard, save for Lu Miaoqing, who, being a woman, would likely not comprehend. With a sigh of relief, he maintained his fa. Lu Miaoqing feigned ignorance, her expression unchanged. Laughter erupted nearby, drawing everyone's attention, including Su Juan's. The man who had been reclining in the pavilion lifted the fan from his face, a low chuckle escaping his lips. A tear mole was visible at the corner of his eye as he glanced over the group, his gaze landing on Su Juan, who was doing her utmost to remain inconspicuous. Who would have thought this little one would refrain from wandering about? Xie Sun approached, his eyes glinting with mirth, unabashedly studying the young lady who had just openly criticized everyone present. Song Qianfan, taken aback by Xie Sun's presence, furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on him with suspicion. Xie Sun, the only son of the prominent Xie family, was well aware of his esteemed lineage, as his father wielded considerable military power, and his family ranked among the foremost in the capital. Yet, Xie Sun was a notorious wastrel, indulging in extravagant attire and behavior, hence Su Juan had recognized him instantaneously. However, Song Qianfan had not paid any attention to Xie Sun, being far too absorbed in his infatuation with Lu Miaoqing. Su Juan blinked. Why is Song Qianfan staring at Xie Sun so intently? Could it be? All eyes turned back to Su Juan. Song Qianfan's body tensed involuntarily. She couldn't have discerned his innermost thoughts. Could she? Is it possible that he harbors feelings for Suan? Chapter 8. Suan's transformation. Song Qianfan's eyes widened in disbelief as he inhaled sharply, suppressing his mounting anger and resolutely engraving the word endure in his mind. He would not stoop to quarreling with a little woman. Good heavens, is it truly so? No wonder Song Qianfan finds fault with me at every turn. I had thought I was not unattractive, yet he treats me with disdain, as if he has no interest in women whatsoever. It's no wonder he abandoned his wife on their wedding night. I can understand that now. Song Qianfan's expression darkened further, locking eyes with Lu Miaoqing, who scrutinized him. Suan, too, subtly stepped back, distancing himself from Song Qianfan, his disdain unmistakable. With his grip tightening around the painting, Song Qianfan forced a smile. Sister Miaoqing, your handwriting grows ever more beautiful. It truly reflects your character. This son of nobility is quite fond of it. He must not genuinely admire Lu Miaoqing. It is likely a facade to conceal his own tendencies. Lu Miaoqing remained silent, feeling unworthy of the praise from young Master Xie. Song Qianfan gritted his teeth, maintaining a smile on his face. As the saying goes, a letter is like a face, and this young master vowed to hang this painting in his study, gazing at it day and night. Miaoqing's sister, do you comprehend my sincere feelings? Ah. So, he also has feelings for Lu Xian. He intends to hang her painting in his study to reminisce about her daily? This young master possesses numerous paintings. If he could also receive an inscription from Miaoqing's sister, it would be a stroke of fortune for him. No wonder he misidentified the painting earlier, claiming it was done by Lu Miaoqing. It was merely an act to feign ignorance and solicit a painting from Lu Xian. What cunning! This young master seldom encounters Miaoqing's works. He wonders if he might have the opportunity to see her creations in the future. I thought no one could fail to recognize the brushwork of the lady they admire. It is merely a ruse. Su Juan started, unsure of what the young master instructed her to do. Her voice trembled, eyes cast down, appearing both obedient and frightened, oblivious to the fact that her thoughtless chatter had been overheard. What a fright! Why is Song Qianfan acting so unhinged? No one is speaking to him. He was just talking to himself. Lu Miaoqing nearly laughed at Su Wan's plight. Suan found Su Juan amusing, effortlessly provoking the usually deceitful Song Qianfan into a dark scowl. Among the gathered, only Lu Xian remained perplexed. Feeling the intensity of Song Qianfan's gaze, Su Juan trembled, raising doubts about how harshly he treated his new wife while at the Wang residence. Song Qianfan chuckled in anger. What are you standing there for? I am thirsty. Hurry, and prepare me some tea. Su Juan was momentarily taken aback. Yes, I shall do so at once. Internally, she scoffed. Is this Song Qianfan incapable? He has hands and feet. Why must I serve him tea? Suan raised an eyebrow, surprised at how obedient the young master's wife seemed. Su Juan stepped forward, took some tea leaves, and filled a kettle with boiling water. In a few swift motions, she prepared several cups of tea and presented one to Song Qianfan. Young master. Her voice was soft, melting hearts. Only then did Song Qianfan's expression soften. Upon tasting the tea, however, he spat it out, exclaiming, "What is this?" Su Juan, seemingly anticipating his reaction, stepped back, her face paling. Young master. The tea was scalding hot, unlike the usual warm brew he was accustomed to. He could not fathom Su Juan's audacity to serve him such scorching tea. His eyes reddened with fury. Su Juan, on the verge of tears, hurriedly apologized. Young master, please forgive me. I have never done this at home. I thought with your wisdom, you wouldn't drink it straight. Each hurried word dripped with panic as tears streamed down her cheeks, evoking sympathy from the onlookers. Suan, always compassionate, could not bear to see a beauty in tears. Just as he was about to speak up, he heard Su Juan's spiteful remark. You deserve it for causing trouble daily. The others turned to observe Su Juan, who now had her head bowed, her shoulders trembling, unsure if from anger or fear. Song Qianfan felt an immense rage, but could not act against Su Juan in front of so many witnesses, as it would tarnish his reputation. Su Juan's voice was low and trembling, almost choked with emotion. You won't hold this against me, will you, young master? His fists clenched, veins bulging. This Su Juan. Lu Miaoqing stepped forward to defuse the situation, smiling at Su Juan. I did not expect to see the young master's wife here today. In a few days, I shall host a banquet at my residence. May I have the honor of inviting you? Upon hearing this, Su Juan looked up, recognizing the kindness in Lu Miaoqing's gesture, and replied with a bright smile, Sure. I will certainly attend, Lu sister. She completely disregarded Song Qianfan. The speed at which Su Juan changed her demeanor astonished everyone present. Back at the Wang residence, as soon as they disembarked from the carriage, Song Qianfan seized Su Juan. I can overlook today's incident, but when you meet Miaoqing, mind your words. Do not let me hear anything inappropriate from your lips. Song Qianfan glared ominously at Su Juan, warning her. He feared that if she went to Lu's residence, she might jeopardize his interests. Su Juan blinked. I understand, young master. You need not worry. Song Qianfan snorted coldly and turned to leave. After taking a couple steps, Su Juan's voice called out behind him. When have I ever said anything inappropriate? My mouth is quite discreet. Thank you very much. I hardly speak at all. Is Song Qianfan truly unwell? Song Qianfan stumbled, nearly tripping over himself. He turned to point an accusatory finger at Su Juan, angrily declaring, Spend more time reading and find something productive to do instead of daydreaming. Confused, Su Juan replied, I understand. She bowed slightly, watching Song Qianfan hurry away, feeling as if a demon was pursuing her, her expression one of bewilderment. What was I thinking? When the invitation from the Lu residence arrived at the Wang residence, it was received by the princess, who, upon learning that her daughter-in-law was invited to the banquet, immediately ordered gifts to be prepared for Su Juan. In the blink of an eye, the day of the banquet at Lu's residence arrived, with guests being the sons and daughters of affluent families. When Su Juan arrived, Lu Miaoqing had not yet come out to greet her. As she stepped into the garden, she heard unkind remarks about her. So she is the one who married the young master of the Wang family by sheer luck. I thought she would be impressive, but she is just average. Indeed, she does not even compare to sister Miaoqing in looks. The young ladies discussing her were spoiled and pampered, showing no restraint within Lu's residence, looking down on Su Juan's background as the daughter of a merchant. Su Juan was not surprised by their disdainful comments. The young ladies spent their days in their boudoirs, engrossed in poetry, music, and painting, completely ignorant of court affairs, unable to fathom that the throne might one day belong to the Wang family. Naturally, they looked down upon her, a merchantess daughter who had lucked into her position, making their scornful remarks seem expected. Having experienced such comments before, Su Juan felt no emotional upheaval this time, merely reflecting on their persistence in gossiping, unaware that trouble was soon to befall them. That girl from the Mu family is older than Lu Miaoqing, yet she calls her sister. How shameless. It seems the daughter of the He family is displeased with her engagement to the Lien family, otherwise, she wouldn't be so bitter. She probably wishes for a stroke of luck herself, but alas, even luck does not favor her. The words spoken were audible to many present. The gazes of those who overheard Su Juan's whispered remarks fell upon a few individuals, and some could not help but laugh out loud. The laughter, neither too loud nor too soft, was perfectly pitched for Mu Yan and Hu to hear, causing their expressions to darken. Lu Miaoqing soon approached Su Juan with a smile, saying, I thought you wouldn't come. I saved you a seat over there. Please follow me. As she spoke, she took Su Juan's hand, completely disregarding the gossiping girls nearby. As Lu Miaoqing held Su Juan's hand, Su Juan couldn't help but marvel at how soft and tender Lu's hand felt, pondering what kind of lotions she must use to maintain such exquisite care. Lu Miaoqing, the most celebrated scholar in the capital, had received praise from the emperor himself on several occasions. All the noble ladies in the capital looked up to her, imitating her attire and demeanor. Yet, no one anticipated that this typically proud and aloof lady would show such concern for Su Juan, a merchant's daughter. What has come over Sister Miaoqing to be so attentive to that Su Juan? Mu Yan grumbled. Having known Lu Miaoqing for so long, she now felt eclipsed by a mere merchant's daughter. After expressing her grievances, Mu Yan noticed that he was lost in thought and nudged her. What's wrong? You've been distracted all day. He snapped back to reality, smiled, and replied nothing. She took a sip of tea and was about to wipe her mouth when she suddenly exclaimed, Oh no, I've lost my handkerchief. Mu Yan was startled. How could that happen? A handkerchief is a woman's personal item and a matter of dignity. If someone finds it, it could be disastrous. He was frightened and flustered, grasping Mu Yan's hand. Perhaps I dropped it on the way to the restroom. The two had always been close, and Mu Yan understood the gravity of losing the handkerchief. She comforted Hiyu with a gentle pat on her hand, saying, "Don't worry, I will accompany you to find it." The two then left the banquet in succession. Suan cast a glance at them before turning her attention elsewhere. The men and women sat separately, with a screen in between, preventing anyone from seeing each other. Lu Miaoqing was exceptionally attentive to Su Juan, having ordered a selection of exquisite pastries and introducing each one to her. Hearing Lu refer to her as young lady, Su Juan smiled and replied, "If you don't mind, you may simply call me Juan from now on. I find it hard to get used to being called young lady." Lu Miaoqing smiled back, pouring her a cup of tea. "You want me to call you Juan, yet you still address me as young lady? Then from now on, I shall call you Miaoqing." Agreed. They exchanged smiles, enjoying a moment of serene companionship. Just then, Lin Shiji, a young lady from the Xing and Hou mansion, entered, her words laced with bitterness. "It took us a year to call each other by our names, and yet one seems to only hear the laughter of the new while ignoring the cries of the old." Suan spent a considerable time comforting Lin Shiji until she finally cheered up, throwing a triumphant look at Lu Miaoqing. It was customary to acknowledge the order of acquaintance, and she had known Su Juan far longer. Had it not been for the misfortunes that befell her family, she would not have had to come to the capital and leave one behind for 2 years. Lu Miaoqing smiled, recognizing the affection the Xing and Hou mansion had for Lin Shiji, treating her as one of their own. Lin Shiji pulled out an object from her sleeve and placed it in Su Juan's hand, whispering, "I knew you would come today. You lent me this before. Now it returns to its rightful owner." Years ago, when her family faced calamity and her parents encountered legal troubles, Lin Shiji had been forced to escape a marriage proposal to an older creditor and sought refuge in the capital. Suan had given her a jade pendant, advising her to use it for some silver if her journey was fraught with difficulties. Lin Shiji understood that this pendant was the only remnant from Suwan's late mother, and now that her situation had improved in the capital, it was time to return it. Suan glanced at it and tucked it away. Lu Miaoqing caught a glimpse of the pendant. It was half of a jade piece, crafted from high-quality mutton fat jade, but its patterns were indiscernible due to its incomplete state. At that moment, an uproar erupted outside as someone shouted, "Something has happened." Lu Miaoqing frowned and rose from her seat, followed by Su Juan and Lin Shiji. The curiosity of those left behind compelled them to rise and pursue the commotion. Upon reaching the back mountain, they found Mu Yan on the ground, her attire disheveled, while a young man was being restrained by servants. Heavens! What happened to Miss Mu? How did she end up in the back mountain with that young man? Isn't that young Master Lien from the Lien family? It was Lien Cheng, the son of the Minister of Justice, who appeared somewhat intoxicated and staggered as he was brought before Lu Miaoqing, his face showing signs of panic. Mu Yan, pale and shaken, had been searching for Hiyu's handkerchief when she discovered it in Lien Cheng's possession. An argument ensued, and they had been caught in a compromising situation. Could they be meeting in secret? Someone whispered. How brazen of them in broad daylight at the Lu residence. If I recall correctly, isn't that Lien Cheng the fiancé of Miss He? But Mu Yan and Hiyu have always been so close. How could this be? Just then Hiyu rushed in, and upon seeing the scene, her face turned ashen. She trembled, nearly fainting, but was caught by those nearby. With tears brimming in her eyes, she pointed at Lien Cheng and then at Mu Yan, looking utterly devastated. I thought you were my closest friend. How could you betray me like this? Faced with the accusation, Mu Yan panicked, grasping Hiyu's hand. Hiyu, please don't misunderstand. I merely had a disagreement with young Master Lien. It's not what you think. Chapter 10. Sisters turn against each other. Mu Yan attempted to explain the handkerchief incident, but with so many people around, she feared that mentioning it would tarnish Hiyu's reputation. However, Hiyu would not listen, shaking off Mu Yan's hand and turning away to wipe her tears. The onlookers could not help but feel sympathy for Hiyu, who was on the verge of marriage, yet discovered her fiancé's illicit rendezvous with her friend. Mu Yan cried in desperation, calling out, Young Master Lien, say something. Lien Cheng stammered, I. To the spectators, the two appeared guilty, caught in a scandal. Lu Miaoqing's brow furrowed. Regardless of the truth, this incident in her household jeopardized the reputations of all involved, making it a challenging situation to resolve. As the tension escalated, Suan's voice drifted through the air. What remarkable acting skills Hiyu has. Look at how she has everyone completely fooled. The crowd gasped, taken aback by the implication that Hiyu's sorrowful demeanor was all an act. Surely, she would not need to pretend in such a dire situation. Mu Yan was stunned, and Hiyu's heart raced with anxiety. Lu Miaoqing also paused, glancing at Su Juan, who was rumored to possess extraordinary foresight. Was there more to this situation than met the eye? Surveying the chaotic scene, Su Juan shook her head. Mu Yan has indeed encountered great misfortune with Hiyu. Moreover, how foolish of her. When Hiyu mentioned losing her handkerchief, she believed it, rushing out to search, unaware that Lian Cheng was waiting right here. The cunning nature of Hiyu is truly remarkable. She meticulously orchestrated everything, leading others to believe she was a true friend. In a devious twist, she exploited this trust to orchestrate a clandestine meeting that tarnished another's reputation, all in a bid to extricate herself from her impending marriage to the Lien family. Such malevolence is indeed a grave sin. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock. It became evident that the revelation of Mu Yan and Lian Cheng's secret rendezvous was entirely the handiwork of Hiyu. How unfortunate for Mu Yan to be ensnared by such a treacherous friend, desperately attempting to defend herself, unaware that her supposed confidant was the architect of her plight. Moreover, the Lien family, who are not lacking in prestige, had Lian Cheng, a man of some renown. What grievances could have warranted such a merciless scheme against him? Curiosity piqued among the onlookers. They subtly cast glances at Suan. Suan lamented, "If we are to speak frankly, it is the Lien family who have acted unjustly." Instantly, the crowd's ears perked up, intrigued by the possibility of the Lien family's involvement. It is also Lian Cheng's folly. His penchant for frivolity is not a grave offense, merely a penchant for frequenting gentlemen's establishments. However, once his rigid father became aware of this, there was no turning back. The Lien family, losing hope in their son, hastily arranged this marriage, merely hoping the He family's daughter would produce heirs swiftly. The crowd murmured in disbelief. This young Master Lien, appearing so refined, is indeed not the gentleman we assumed. Frequenting such establishments? How can the Lien family expect their son to marry when he has no interest in women? What a cruel fate for the young lady. Indeed, the esteemed official's son is an antiquated relic. Is he not damning a young woman to a life of suffering? What if Miss He stumbled upon her future husband in this manner? Would she still consent to the marriage? Certainly not. I would demand an annulment without hesitation. It was surprising to learn that the Lien patriarch, who typically appeared amiable, could exhibit such disregard. Yet the He family, having benefited from the Lien family, dared not offend them. They insisted on the marriage. Thus, Miss He devised this cunning plot, leaving the Lien family no choice but to withdraw from the engagement, while Mu Yan's reputation lay in tatters, destined to marry Lian Cheng. The He family would emerge unscathed from this ordeal, avoiding conflict with the Lien family and escaping any tarnished reputation, all while garnering sympathy for their daughter in future discussions. The onlookers, having absorbed this scandalous revelation, expressed their disdain for both the Lien and He families. The Lien family lacked integrity, but the He family was even more reprehensible. Poor Mu Yan, oblivious to the machinations at play, nearly ruined her own reputation. She had unwittingly chosen her friends poorly, almost sacrificing her future. The murmurs of the crowd reached Mu Yan and Hiyu's ears. Mu Yan, incredulous, questioned, "Is this true about Hiyu?" Meanwhile, Hiyu's face drained of color. How could Suan know of her carefully concealed scheme? Mu Yan, after years of friendship, how could I ever plot against you? Besides, how could I have anticipated Lian Cheng's presence here? With her lip bitten in frustration, Mu Yan turned to Lian Cheng, seeking the truth. Su Juan, observing the unfolding drama, sighed, "Alas, had I secured some sunflower seeds, they would have paired perfectly with this spectacle." The crowd nodded in agreement, lamenting the absence of snacks, wishing for chairs to enhance the chaos. Hiyu, a master of pretense, could not possibly be unaware of Lian Cheng's reason for being present. The young man masquerading as a servant, meeting with Lien Chung on the secluded mountain, was indeed orchestrated by her. The tale of a lost handkerchief was merely a ruse, crafted by the young man as a token of affection, igniting the conflict when Mu Yan attempted to retrieve it, leading to their discovery by Lu's household staff. Without such a trap, none of this turmoil would have arisen. So, it was the young man who met with Lien Chung was indeed a pawn in Hiyu's scheme. A truly clever stratagem. How foolish Mu Yan was, endeavoring to assist in searching for the handkerchief, completely unaware that she was walking into a trap. In my opinion, Lien Chung displayed a lack of discretion, hastily engaging in such activities within Lu's estate. Lu Miaoqing quietly instructed her guards to discreetly investigate, and soon after, they brought forth the young man, bound, and presented him to Mu Yan. Upon seeing him, Lien Chung turned pale, realizing he could no longer conceal his clandestine rendezvous. Ah! They have captured the culprit. Lu's estate is indeed efficient. Even if Hiyu's plot was meticulously crafted, how could she evade Miaoqing's keen perception? Lu Miaoqing remained silent. It was not merely astute observation, but rather a heart as perceptive as a finely tuned instrument. Mu Yan, I leave this matter in your hands. You must resolve your personal affairs. Fuming, Mu Yan's face fluctuated between red and white. Hiyu, you wretched creature. I trusted you as a true friend. In a fit of rage, she lunged forward and slapped Hiyu. Wow. A fight has broken out. Hiyu, refusing to accept such indignity, retaliated by grabbing Mu Yan's hair, both embroiled in a fierce struggle. Friend, you flaunted your advantageous marriage while dismissing me as a mere companion. Certainly not. I never wished for your misfortune, yet you sought to cast me into your pit of despair. Has your conscience been devoured by a beast? What conscience could I possibly possess? As the conflict escalated, onlookers attempted to intervene, but their efforts were futile, especially with Suan enthusiastically cheering for chaos, thus amplifying the disorder. Chapter 11. Song Qianfan is rejected amidst the turmoil. With Suan reveling in the spectacle, Lu Miaoqing felt her temples throbbing. Overwhelmed by the chaos, she resolved to disperse the guests. From a distance, Xie Sun could still hear Su Juan's incessant commentary, prompting him to chuckle as he waved his fan. As the guests began to depart, Lin Shiji remarked, had it not been for the informed parties, this young lady Mu would have been forced into an engagement with the Lien family. Lu Miaoqing replied, if that had been the case, her reputation would be irrevocably damaged. Even if she entered the Lien family, she would likely be relegated to the status of a concubine. Lin Shiji reflected, it is fortunate that the truth has emerged, preserving her honor. Otherwise, Mu Yan would have faced ruin. Lu Miaoqing continued, given the magnitude of today's events, it is unlikely that her engagement will remain intact. The guests witnessed her disheveled state with Lien Chung. Even if they understand his disinterest in women, the rumors will surely be unflattering. Mu Yan likely comprehended that her favorable match was now lost, which explained her public altercation with Hiyu. Lin Shiji frowned, but she did not meet with Lien Chung. Lu Miaoqing replied sternly, the suitor in question is the son of the Minister of Rites, the Du family, who place great importance on reputation. Even if this incident is clarified, the rumors will sour their interest in Mu Yan. Lin Shiji sighed. It is indeed challenging for women in this world. Suan smiled. Perhaps it is not such a misfortune for Mu Yan to miss out on the Du family. The two exchanged puzzled glances. Do you know something we do not, Awan? Lin Shiji inquired curiously. Suan squinted. Oh, I was merely speculating. Lu Miaoqing cast a glance at Suan, aware that her words were not mere idle chatter. It was evident that the marriage with the Du family was indeed far from auspicious. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Suan elucidated the reasons. The Du family is hardly a desirable match. After breaking off the engagement, they have instead allied themselves with the He family. What was initially Mu Yan's engagement has now fallen upon Hiyu. She was blissfully unaware, only to discover post-marriage that the son of the Du family had long been maintaining a mistress who is now with child. It is no wonder that the Minister Du is in such haste to marry off his son. Not only did they have an illegitimate child before the marriage, but they also intend to register this child under Hiyu's name. Moreover, that young Master Du is a notorious gambler, subjecting Hiyu to various forms of abuse. Their household is in chaos. In contrast, Mu Yan, due to these circumstances, has had to marry far away. Yet she has found a husband with a good temperament and ambition. Although their life is plain, it is undoubtedly better than He's post-marriage plight. As Su Juan and Lin Shiji exited Lu Mansion, Su Juan caught a glimpse of a familiar carriage passing by, a carriage belonging to Song Qianfan, heading towards Lu Mansion. "Isn't that the young master? Shouldn't he turn back?" exclaimed the maid, Dong Dong, who was sitting outside. This street leads only to Lu Mansion. Thus she speculated that the young master must be there to fetch the young mistress. Su Juan closed her eyes, feigning drowsiness, and leaned lazily back, opting to return directly to the Wang Mansion. She was not so self-important as to believe that Song Qianfan was coming to retrieve her. Upon arriving at Lu Mansion's entrance, Lu Miaoqing, upon seeing Song Qianfan, assumed he was there to escort Su Juan back to the Wang Mansion. She spoke softly, "It is unfortunate, young master. The young mistress has just departed." Song Qianfan's gaze fell upon her, his voice tender. "Sister Miaoqing, you are mistaken. I have come to seek you." Lu Miaoqing raised her brows slightly, fully aware of Song Qianfan's intentions. She had previously declined him several times. Yet it seemed her refusals were either too subtle or went unheard. "Very well. Let us clarify matters today." Welcoming Song Qianfan into the main hall, she served tea and then dismissed the maidservants and guards. Once alone, Song Qianfan eagerly began to explain. "Sister Miaoqing, the emperor has arranged this marriage against my will. My heart is solely devoted to you, both in the past and for all time. Nothing has changed. I hold no feelings for Su Juan, nor will there ever be a connection. Only you can claim the rightful position of my wife. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Lu Miaoqing's brows knitted tightly, utterly taken aback that a dignified prince's son would so disregard his own wife. In that moment, she felt even more pity for Su Juan for being wed to such a man. "Young master, you already have a young mistress. Su Juan is a good girl. You should cherish her." It was a statement laced with coldness and distance, as she wished to afford Song Qianfan no chance for misunderstanding. However, Song Qianfan misinterpreted her tone, believing that Lu Miaoqing was resentful of Su Juan occupying the position of young mistress, thinking her words were spoken out of spite. He was displeased by rejection, especially from a woman, yet he felt patient with Lu Miaoqing. "Sister Miaoqing, I know you care about this matter. I will not force you. I will find an opportunity to part ways with Su Juan, but I need you to wait a little while longer. When the time comes, I will petition the emperor for your hand." Before he could finish, Lu Miaoqing, unable to endure any longer, interrupted him. "I do not know what actions of mine have led you to this misunderstanding, and for that I apologize." Standing, she bowed to Song Qianfan. "I have no desire for the position of young mistress. Su Juan and I are quite compatible. I hope you will no longer utter such nonsensical words. What matters most is to lead a good life." At this juncture, Song Qianfan's expression darkened. Yet, Lu Miaoqing was resolute in clarifying her stance to prevent any future misunderstandings. "What you have said today, I shall consider as if I never heard it." Until Song Qianfan was escorted out of Lu Mansion, he remained incredulous that Lu Miaoqing had rejected him. He recalled that previously, she had never turned down his subtle advances, often blushing. Now, however, he connected her sudden coldness to Su Juan's recent departure, concluding that it must be Su Juan's meddling that had soured Lu Miaoqing's disposition towards him. Back at the Wang Mansion, Su Juan was reclining on a soft couch, engrossed in a popular novel from the capital, while Dong Dong fed her fruit. Upon entering, Song Qianfan's gaze fell upon her, igniting a fiery rage within him. "Look at your current state. You hardly resemble a young mistress." Confused, Su Juan rose from the couch, perceiving that Song Qianfan was seeking to hold her accountable for something. Although she was unaware of his madness, she instinctively responded, "It is my fault." Song Qianfan, in a fit of fury, declared, "You are not to associate with Lu Miaoqing any longer." Understanding dawned on Su Juan, and she silently rolled her eyes, realizing he was venting his frustrations after being rebuffed by Miaoqing. As Song Qianfan's temper flared, Su Juan feigned innocence. "I understand." She refrained from questioning him further, her disdain for his character growing. "A useless man brings his frustrations from outside home, but I had thought Song Qianfan merely lacked wits. It appears he is both foolish and malicious, yet still self-righteous." Enraged, Song Qianfan clenched his fists beneath his sleeves, his veins bulging. "You better obey." or I shall not hesitate to cast you out of the Wang mansion tomorrow." In that moment, Song Qianfan's fury clouded his judgment. Completely forgetting that the marriage was a decree from the emperor, one he could not simply annul at will. Moreover, Suan still held other significance for the emperor. Hearing Song Qianfan's words, Suan was so frightened that she sank to her knees, lifting her pale face, her eyes red and tears streaming down her cheeks. "Young master, I promise to heed your words, and I would not dare entertain any thoughts otherwise. Please do not cast me away. If I am no longer in the Wang mansion, where else could I go?" She knelt there, wiping her tears and contemplating whether to grovel further for sympathy, thinking that such acts of desperation might convey sincerity. However, she ultimately could not bring herself to do so, as her aversion to foolishness prevented her from connecting physically with someone so dim-witted. Heaven above, should I harbor even a hint of dissatisfaction, let Song Qianfan meet a wretched end. Suwan's demeanor was filled with feigned sorrow, as though she were genuinely terrified of being cast out by Song Qianfan, crying and pleading. Yet, Song Qianfan's ire only intensified, his lips pressed tightly together, his gaze scrutinizing Su Juan's countenance. How dare this woman attempt to deceive him? In a sudden surge of anger, he grasped her delicate neck, lifting her effortlessly, the muscles in his arm taut. "Do you think I would hesitate to end your life?" Suan gasped for breath, her toes desperately trying to touch the ground, hot tears splattering against his hand. "Why, young master? Would Song Qianfan truly dare to kill her? The old emperor personally bestowed the title of consort upon me, and now I am to slay her? Such an act would merely serve to slap the emperor in the face. Has the crown prince renounced his claim to the throne? Is he truly this foolish?" Song Qianfan paused, contemplating the implications. Indeed, should he eliminate Suan now, it would be tantamount to striking the emperor, an action detrimental to his own standing. Currently, his support within the court was scant, while the crown prince Han garnered the emperor's favor. If he were to cause the emperor displeasure at this juncture, securing the emperor's affection in the future would be a formidable challenge. Weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately refrained from killing Suan. With a forceful gesture, he flung her to the ground, leaving her gasping for breath. "I nearly thought you would meet your end here." It seems Song Qianfan is indeed timid. Afraid to provoke the old emperor, lest he jeopardize his path to the throne, she scoffed. Song Qianfan lowered his gaze, acknowledging the truth in Suwan's words. He retrieved a handkerchief from his sleeve, meticulously wiping his hands. "Suan, remain well within the royal residence and refrain from plotting. Perhaps I may yet spare you, given our past as husband and wife. Otherwise, do not blame my heart for its ruthlessness." With that warning, he tossed the used handkerchief onto Suan, hastily departing, anxious to avoid hearing more of her irritating remarks. He could tolerate her insolence for a moment, but not indefinitely. He feared that in a fit of rage, he might indeed take her life and ruin his future plans. Disdainfully, Suan pinched a corner of the handkerchief, as if it were tainted, and hastily discarded it. How inconsiderate of Song Qianfan to throw his used items around, as if they were treasures. Even as he reached the courtyard, her voice echoed in his ears. The veins in his temple throbbed, yet he swallowed his anger, clutching the string of prayer beads he had removed from his wrist, repeatedly reminding himself, patience is necessary for greater schemes. What a shame that such a noble prince and princess are shackled by your presence, bringing misfortune upon their family until their last breath. What a stroke of bad luck from a previous life. Song Qianfan froze in the courtyard. What did she mean? Until their last breath? Who dared to threaten the esteemed Wang residence? I wish I could chop Song Qianfan into pieces and send him back to be reborn. Does he think anyone would cherish him? If he truly could cast me aside, I would be forever grateful to the heavens. Threatening me with the title of consort? Does he think I care? Does he believe that his age or lack of cleanliness is appealing? Or perhaps he thinks his words carry weight. With a resounding crack, Song Qianfan snapped the prayer beads, scattering the beads across the ground. The nearby maidens hurried to collect them, trembling in fear of repercussions. Song Qianfan, his face darkened, left Suwan's courtyard. Once his ambitions were fulfilled, he would ensure that this woman paid dearly for her transgressions to quell the resentment in his heart. Meanwhile, Suwan reclined back on the soft couch, engrossed in her reading, as if the earlier incident with Song Qianfan had never transpired. Beside her, Dong Dong, applying medicine, had tears welling in her eyes. The young master is too ruthless. Even if he is angry, he should not have choked you. You barely spoke a word at Lu's residence today. Why is the young master so enraged with you? Clearly, he is venting his frustrations upon you after suffering at the hands of Lu. Su Juan raised her brow, amused by Dong Dong's sharp observations. Seeing Su Juan smile, Dong Dong felt even more distressed. You are no less than Lu. In a couple of years, you will be even more beautiful. The young master truly does not know how to cherish you. And Lu, knowing the young master is already married, should distance herself. In the end, you are the one who suffers. As Dong Dong lamented, Suan's fingers itched to pinch her face playfully. Dong Dong, while Lu is indeed beautiful and talented, we may criticize the young master, but we must not drag Lu into it. Suan chuckled, adding, look at me. Am I not well? Even if the young master is bold, he would not truly harm me. Even if he were to ascend the throne one day, I could always start anew. With a system at my disposal, what is there to fear? Su Juan truly did not regard Song Qianfan's childish antics with seriousness. Yet, the more she smiled, the more distressed Dong Dong became, tears brimming in her eyes. How unfortunate that you must endure such a capricious temperament from the young master. You have always been patient, yet he continues to pursue you relentlessly. How pitiful that you must bear this injustice for the rest of your life in the Wang residence. Chapter 13. Disputes at the Imperial banquet. Just days after warning Su Juan to remain within the Wang residence, an invitation arrived from the palace, summoning the entire family of the Wang residence, with particular emphasis on Su Juan. Dressed flamboyantly, Su Juan strutted past Song Qianfan, making sure he could not miss her. Waving her hand fan playfully. Good day, my lord, she greeted sweetly. Song Qianfan turned his face away and stepped into the carriage, preferring to avoid her presence. Yet, even the carriage could not shield him from her voice. Someone forbids me from leaving the residence, yet there are others inviting me out. What the predicament? With her skirts in hand, Su Juan boarded another carriage. Song Qianfan pressed his lips tightly together, now clutching a new string of prayer beads. The palace was alive with festivities, as the queen hosted a grand banquet, inviting the families of numerous noble officials. Delicacies flowed like a river, and Su Juan sat at the same table as Lu Miaoqing. After finishing her own feast, her gaze frequently drifted to the delectable dishes at Lu's table. Licking her lips at the sight. Those pink pastries looked delightful. They must be soft and fluffy. How splendid the palace is, with so many treats. Unlike the Wang residence, where I am confined and poorly fed. In the next moment, the pink pastries were placed before Su Juan by Lu Miaoqing. I have no taste for sweets. Please, enjoy them. Su Juan's eyes sparkled. You do not like sweets? Yes, I find them rather cloying. Seeing Su Juan relish the pastries, Lu Miaoqing felt a swell of happiness. The women at the table chatted amiably, while some whispered about recent happenings in the capital. It is said that the Du family has withdrawn from the engagement with the Mu family. Now, Mu Yanji remains sequestered in her residence, hardly seen by anyone. What wrong has Mu Yanji done? It's all because of Hiyu. Hush. The group turned to find Hiyu had quietly taken her seat, her veil concealing the scars on her face, yet she still exuded an air of pride, unaffected by the events of that day. How brazen of her! After causing Mu Yanji such distress, she still dares to sit here. If I were her, I would dive into the lake to atone. As whispers circulated, the male guests began to take their seats on the opposite side. The emperor, accompanied by the empress, took their seats in the high place. As soon as they settled, before catching sight of Su Juan, they were greeted by voices. The food in this palace is truly exquisite. I envy the emperor and empress. They get to indulge in these delights every day. The emperor remarked to the empress beside him, observing that while there were numerous delicacies in the palace, this young lady of the air seemed solely preoccupied with food, truly embodying the mindset of a young girl. The empress chuckled, her gaze filled with a wistful admiration. I find Su Juan to be a sincere child, with a simple love for food. There's nothing wrong with that. From their first encounter with Su Juan, she had taken a liking to the girl, feeling an instant affinity. In a city teeming with noble young ladies, each one bearing their own hidden agendas, She had seen through many matters and people during her time in the palace. It was rare to find someone with Su Juan's straightforward disposition. If this child could maintain her uncomplicated and carefree outlook, there would be nothing amiss. After all, a simpler life often leads to greater ease, preventing one from becoming ensnared within the confines of palace walls. Reflecting on this, her eyes took on a touch of melancholy.
Meanwhile,
The emperor paid no heed to her sentiment, his attention firmly fixed on the guests at the banquet below. Suddenly, someone brought up the incident at the Lu residence, igniting a heated debate among the attendees. Duke Du, having consumed a couple of cups, began to feel the effects of the alcohol. Normally a paragon of decorum, he now found himself lecturing the young Lu official. I must say, Lu, regarding the incident at the Lu residence, your son bears some responsibility and ought to be reined in upon returning. The Lu official, known for his straightforwardness, was already irritable from the recent gossip surrounding him in the capital, and Duke Du's words only stoked the flames of his anger. Your assertion is utterly misguided. Every child has their own emotions and desires. While my son may differ from others, he has never harmed anyone nor placed anyone in jeopardy. How can it possibly be his fault? Su Juan, nibbling on a pastry, listened intently to the exchange from the men's table, and with a blink, remarked, while the son may harbor no ill intent, his father is not so innocent, having implicated Miss Mu in this mess. Now he wishes to extricate himself entirely from the affair. What a game he plays. If he claims second place, who would dare claim the first? The emperor raised an eyebrow, recalling that he had heard about the heir's presence during the debacle at the Lu residence, where two young ladies had engaged in a brawl. It was clear that Su Juan had played a significant role in the incident, though he was not privy to all the details. The unfolding drama was too tempting to ignore. He leisurely observed the squabble among his ministers. Soon Mr. Mu, visibly agitated, exclaimed, Lu, you declare that my daughter has never been harmed, yet she has been affected by your son's actions. Since that day, she has locked herself away in her room. And you expect to absolve your son with such a flippant remark? This is sheer arrogance. That is not entirely accurate. Ultimately, your daughter chose her companions poorly and misplaced her trust, Lu retorted. After all, it was the Du family that initiated the engagement. Lu's disdainful laughter echoed. Why do you bring this up with me? It was your daughter who broke off the engagement with the Du family, not my son. Sensing Lu's pointed remarks, Duke Du was quick to defend himself. Mr. Mu, the engagement was indeed a positive arrangement, but the marriage is ultimately a matter for the children themselves. My son's heart lies elsewhere, and if he wishes to withdraw, I am powerless to stop him. The guests shifted uncomfortably, some whispering among themselves. Isn't this merely an implication that Miss Mu's reputation is tarnished?
Who dares to marry her now?
The atmosphere thickened with tension as Mr. Mu's face flushed with indignation.
Duke.
As a Minister of Rites, how can you utter such disgraceful words? It was your family that hastily sought to wed my daughter, and now you wish to retract it. You have gone too far. At that moment, Duke Du appeared unfazed, sipping his drink nonchalantly, inciting further frustration among the guests. It is no wonder, given that Duke Du's son maintains several mistresses outside, his household brimming with complications. Surely, Mrs. Du is eager to secure a legitimate mother for her children, banking on the Mu family being easy prey. A crash echoed through the hall as a guest's cup shattered on the table. The nearby maid rushed to clean up the mess. I said, how could the Du family, with such arrogance, possibly consider a match with the Mu family? A child born out of wedlock, how outrageous. Indeed, how innocent the child is in all this turmoil. Mr. Mu, furious and ready to confront, sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Duke. You have gone too far. The crowd was in disarray, and the empress exchanged glances with the emperor, who continued to sip his wine with half-closed eyes, showing no intention of intervening in the ruckus among his ministers. Lu's sardonic comments rang out. Duke, your ability to guide your son is truly commendable. Others chimed in, affirming that the matter of raising children is no trifling issue. Duke Du scoffed. Why should I heed your opinions on my son? I shall take it upon myself to impose discipline. Hearing this, Su Juan nearly burst into laughter. Imposing discipline on one's son is far less effective than imposing it upon oneself. The guests exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. wondering if perhaps Duke Du was entangled in this scandal as well. Many turned their attention towards the screen, eager for Su Juan to clarify matters. Duke Du felt as though he were under scrutiny, gripping his cup tightly, a wave of panic washing over him. How could a sheltered girl like Su Juan possibly know? Yet, a sense of unease gripped his heart, causing his hands to tremble. The emperor, intrigued, leaned over the table, suddenly realizing that he had no seeds to snack on, expressing his disappointment. The empress mused that ever since Su Juan's arrival, the emperor seemed to have changed. In the past, such uproar among his ministers would have surely incited his wrath. The attendees anxiously awaited Su Juan's insights, hoping for her to shed light on the situation. Your son has taken after you, keeping numerous mistresses. Soon enough, you'll have another grandchild to deal with. Surely, you take pleasure in this legacy. So, what need is there for discipline? The crowd was taken aback, eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be true? Duke Du, nearing 70, still managed to stir such a scandal? 7 or 8 mistresses. How could one man possibly manage such a household? The emperor narrowed his eyes, contemplating the implications of such wealth. Duke Du felt his strength wane, his face alternating between red and pale. Such nonsense. It is all lies. You lament the loss of those mistresses, each one perishing in childbirth, he thought, his heart sinking further. Lu Miaoqing sipped her tea, her gaze flickering towards Su Juan. Su Juan continued to indulge in pastries, occasionally glancing at the screen, before resuming her feast. Who could have imagined that the tumultuous situation across from her was stirred by her own doing? It was indeed Madame Du who orchestrated the mischief behind the scenes, employing sinister methods with reckless abandon. He later learned of her schemes, but dared not offend his wife, feigning ignorance, a perfect match of wrongdoing and silence. The assembly was suddenly enlightened, so it was Madame Du. Truly a malevolent act. The emperor furrowed his brow, reflecting on his own childless state. Although Deputy Du was at fault, the children remained innocent, rendering Madame Du's cruelty all the more abhorrent. In his youth, he had relied on Madame Du's family for advancement, sweet-talking her with vows of eternal companionship, only to cast aside his first wife once he gained some prowess. I had once believed that the relationship between Lord Du and Madame Du was genuine, but it was merely a facade. Previously, I had held them as a model for my sister and her husband. Such ill fortune. How unfortunate. This couple had blood on their hands. In the courtyard of the Du family estate, 10 miles from the city, the ground still concealed bloody remains. How innocent the children were. This couple was devoid of humanity. The emperor cleared his throat, pretending to be uninformed yet exuding discontent, and spoke coldly. Why the commotion, my esteemed ministers? Su Juan instinctively looked up, wondering if the emperor intended to hold the Minister of Rites accountable. It made sense. Over the years, he had embezzled a substantial sum, purchasing properties and maintaining concubines, and the emperor was surely aware of such dealings, likely awaiting the opportune moment to strike. The crowd gasped, embezzlement? How dared the Minister of Rites? The emperor was indeed astute. Nothing escaped his notice. With a dismissive huff, he flicked his sleeve, asserting, my eyes and ears are everywhere. How could I be unaware? He dispatched someone to the Du family estate, intent on unearthing evidence. The Minister of Rites, known for his lecturing, had offended many colleagues, and now, having revealed a vulnerability, they seized the opportunity to embellish his misdeeds. Their eloquence, though seemingly light, was laden with implications, pushing Deputy Du further into the pit of disgrace. Each word fell like stones, especially from Mu Jizhou, whose poignant remarks stirred sorrow and anger among the listeners. The old emperor's brow creased. Does the minister have anything to say in his defense? Deputy Du stumbled and fell to his knees, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I have been overly sentimental, but I have never struck or insulted those women. All the wrongdoing lies with my wife, of which I was unaware. I implore your Majesty to see the truth. Madame Du was absent from the banquet due to illness. The emperor gestured for someone to bring her into the palace. Having finished her pastries, Su Juan wiped her mouth with a napkin, still feeling unsatisfied. Noticing her empty plate, the empress ordered more pastries to be served to Su Juan. Su Juan felt a peculiar fondness for the young woman, inexplicably wishing to treat her well. Squinting, Su Juan mused, the empress is truly a benevolent soul. It must be said, the old emperor has an excellent eye for character. This compliment pleased the old emperor greatly. Alas, he is childless, and the choice of heir weighs heavily. Sigh, the Du couple's cruelty towards innocent children is truly infuriating. The empress's gaze dimmed, her heart sinking with the realization. The old emperor's eyes glinted with coldness. His lack of children had always been a source of pain, and Madame Du's wickedness, coupled with Deputy Du's indulgence, was indeed detestable. Lu Miaoqing cleared her throat, shifting the conversation to prevent Su Juan from dwelling too long on such grim matters. Soon, Madame Du was brought forth, and the buried bones were unearthed. The couple, terrified for their lives, erupted in a fierce argument, their shrill voices grating on the old emperor's ears. Unable to endure any longer, the emperor ordered both to prison, awaiting the investigation into the murder and the gathering of evidence against Deputy Du's corruption. The ministers understood that Deputy Du's fate was sealed. Suan had not anticipated that attending a banquet would not only offer delightful delicacies, but also an opportunity to witness such a grand spectacle. What a fortunate turn of events. In the future, she resolved to venture out more often, lest she miss such dramatic events again. However, it was odd. Logically, Deputy Du should not have fallen from grace so soon, especially with Miss Ren awaiting marriage. Now it seemed that would not come to pass. Chapter 15. The Empress's summons with the Minister of Rites imprisoned. Some attendees felt a sense of vindication, while others wore grim expressions. Song Qianfan bore the darkest countenance, repeatedly contemplating how to plead for Deputy Du, but Su Juan's relentless revelations had stripped away all pretense. The Minister of Rites, aging and close to retirement, had been a likely successor, now jeopardized by Su Juan's interference. How could he not be furious? Unbeknownst to Su Juan, had she known, she would have likely pressed further. On the return to the prince's residence, Song Qianfan wore a sullen expression, and none of the guards dared to speak. Once home, as Su Juan entered the manor, Song Qianfan confronted her, his tone accusatory. "Lady, have you disregarded everything I said the other day?" Su Juan was taken aback. "Elder brother, are you alright? Are you seeking trouble for no reason?" The recently returned couple quickly shielded Su Juan, knowing their son had befriended the minister's family. Yet it was absurd for him to scold his wife over this. The minister's misdeeds had led to his own downfall, no matter their past friendship. He should not unleash his anger on Juan. Hearing this, Su Juan understood, so Deputy Du was connected to Song Qianfan. "I had no idea." Song Qianfan sneered, "You foolish, ignorant woman. Do you realize how much trouble you have caused me? This imprisonment is well-deserved." The prince and his wife exchanged complex glances. If things continued this way, their son and daughter-in-law might become estranged. Song Qianfan's visage darkened, as if he might faint from rage.
"Fenner, Huaner is your wife."
"How can you speak to her in such a manner?" The prince's wife counseled gently, hoping to mend their relationship. The prince, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "What has one done wrong? You storm in and lash out. What did those tutors teach you? It seems you have forgotten all you learned." In the residence, Song Qianhang, unaware of the turmoil in the palace, heard the commotion and deduced that it must be his elder brother's fault. "Brother, if you have any grievances with sister-in-law, you should express them calmly. Even father and mother say so, and I agree. You should heed their advice." Song Qianhang, typically fearful of his elder brother, seized the opportunity to chastise him, fearing he might regret not saying enough. Unexpectedly, the entire family stood up for her, moving Su Juan to tears. "Father, mother, please do not blame the heir. He has always treated his daughter-in-law well. She is a person he holds dear." In a moment of anger, he merely needed to vent. It is of no consequence if she endures a little grievance. Upon hearing this, the couple felt even more dismayed at their son's behavior. With such an understanding wife, how could he fail to cherish her? Song Qianfan snorted coldly, hypocrisy. Leaving behind this scathing remark, he stormed off in a fit of rage. What kind of enchantment had Su Juan cast upon them that they all defended her? Song Qianhang couldn't he help but admire his sister-in-law's prowess. Had she uttered a few more words, their parents would likely have believed her brother deserved to atone with his life today. Once Song Qianfan departed, Su Juan felt her spirits lift, relishing the beauty of the moonlight that night. This family, save for Song Qianfan, was comprised of good people. That evening, The emperor retired to the empress's quarters. Noticing the emperor's poor mood, the empress surmised it was due to the events involving Minister Du that reminded him of past grievances. Your Majesty, are you reminiscing about old times? The emperor sighed softly, pulling the empress beside him on the bed. After all these years, do you still harbor resentment towards me? The empress, taken aback for a moment, replied gently, Why would your Majesty ask such a thing? You bestowed upon me the position of empress, the highest honor for a woman in this realm. What could I possibly resent? The emperor's heart ached further. Had I not sent you away back then, our daughter would not have suffered. I know you have grievances, and I share them as well. The empress's lips pressed together tightly. Recalling the past, sorrow flickered in her eyes. Back then, the emperor was merely a prince competing with the crown prince, while she, though born of the Xie family, was but a concubine. In a bid to consolidate power, he married another noblewoman as his primary consort, forcing her, who was already with child, away. When the primary consort learned of this, she ensured that the child would not be born safely, covertly sending assassins after her. On the run, she entrusted her newborn daughter to a hunter's family in the mountains, but when she returned to retrieve her, that family had perished in a vendetta, and her daughter was lost to her forever. Decades passed in the vast sea of humanity, and even now, there had been no news of her daughter. The emperor lamented, For all these years, I have not sired another child. Today, I realize it is my punishment. The empress, though in pain, encouraged him, Your Majesty, the past is behind us. To dwell on it now only invites sorrow and is harmful to your health. Decades have passed. I am growing old and have no expectations left of seeing our daughter again. With a sigh, the emperor patted her hand. I see you quite like the air. The empress nodded. That child is quite endearing. How curious it is that you prefer tranquility, yet do not mind her boisterousness. If you truly like her, summon her to the palace more often. It would ease my heart. The emperor had never heard the empress express fondness for any child before. Initially, he considered selecting a child from a noble family to keep her company, but after much deliberation, none seemed to resonate with her. The emperor felt a persistent guilt towards the empress. Now that she had mentioned a child she liked, he thought perhaps he could take her as a goddaughter, as long as it brought her joy. The following day, before Su Juan had even taken her meal, a summons arrived from the palace. The couple, knowing it was the empress who sent for her, were astonished. The empress seldom called upon any lady from a family, as she preferred solitude and rarely involved herself in matters outside of grand events like the previous night. The royal carriage arrived at the gates of the duke's residence, and naturally, Song Qianfan recognized it. As Su Juan boarded, he caught sight of her, snorted coldly, and strode away. What kind of enchantment had this woman cast upon them? Leaning languidly against the soft cushions of the carriage, surrounded by exquisite incense, Su Juan felt at ease. How delightful it is to be in the palace, where everything is of the finest quality, truly enviable. Though she had restarted her life thrice, Su Juan had no significant memories of the empress. The empress, not fond of lively gatherings, was originally a concubine from the Xie family who had captured the heart of the then prince. After ascending the throne, he defied opposition and elevated her to empress. Yet, she seemed indifferent to power, choosing a life of piety in the palace. When Su Juan met the empress, she was dressed simply, waiting in the hall. Su Juan performed a proper greeting. I pay my respects to your majesty. May you enjoy longevity and peace. As she bowed her head, the empress regarded her with a flicker of distraction before inviting her to sit beside her for tea. Su Juan discreetly observed the empress, reflecting, both are from the Xie family, yet while Xie Sun flaunts vibrant attire and adornments of precious materials, the empress is modestly dressed, a stark contrast. Indeed, Xie Sun is rather ostentatious. The empress, momentarily taken aback, broke into a gentle smile. There is a child from my family about your age. Have you met him? Su Juan understood she referred to Xie Sun. Replying to your majesty, I have met him. The empress inquired softly, I seldom see him. What is your impression of him? As she spoke, her gaze fixed on Su Juan. The more she looked, the more she felt an inexplicable fondness, a warmth she could not articulate. Su Juan was taken aback. Why would the empress suddenly ask her opinion on Xie Sun? It was quite a dilemma. Although she did not wish to speak ill of Xie Sun, To express her true thoughts could potentially offend. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I believe that Suan is exceptional, with a noble demeanor and remarkable talents. He is undoubtedly a gentleman. Even the composed empress nearly choked on her tea at this unexpected praise. Wiping her mouth with a handkerchief, she coughed lightly. I did not expect you to hold him in such high regard. Although the empress was not well acquainted with Suan, she recognized that Su Juan's praise seemed entirely misplaced. Yet, I cannot help but feel your words resemble those one might use for the legitimate son of Earl Xingping, Lu Xian. Suan felt a bead of sweat form and laughed awkwardly. Is that so? I was indeed speaking of Suan. The empress smiled at her, appreciating her honesty. It seems you are truly an earnest child. Feeling slightly guilty under the empress's scrutiny, Suan mused, is it not said that the empress remains secluded, unaware of external matters? How is it she knows of Lu Xian? Heaven knows I was merely complimenting Suan. It is difficult to find anything praiseworthy about him. Observing the empress's reaction, Suan reassured her anxious heart. Oh, I feel quite hungry. I should have brought that large pancake with me onto the carriage. Noticing Suan's distressed expression, the empress summoned a servant and whispered a few instructions. Soon, a maid arrived with an array of delectable dishes, a sight that made Suan's eyes sparkle with desire. It appears to be quite delectable. Wasn't it said that the queen consumes a vegetarian diet and leads a frugal life? Why then are there so many delicacies presented, seemingly more than one person could consume? Could it be that there is some for me? Suan licked her lips, swallowing her saliva. Your Majesty, what is this? Observing her reaction, the queen's eyes sparkled with amusement. I summoned you to the palace so early. You must not have had breakfast yet. Are you hungry? Suan felt her cheeks flush. Was her hunger that evident? Perhaps it was a bit. The queen chuckled. These are pastries freshly made by the Imperial kitchen. Do try some. Given her fondness for sweets, the kitchen sends over a selection of delightful treats daily. At yesterday's banquet, she noticed that Suan's tastes were somewhat akin to her own sweet. How fortunate. I am grateful, Your Majesty. After expressing her thanks, Suan began to eat. The queen was amiable, and the palace's regulations were not as stringent as elsewhere. Thus, she was not restricted in her consumption. With Suan as company, the queen indulged even more than usual today. The atmosphere in the palace was rarely as jovial and warm as it was now. The queen, who had practiced Buddhism and led a melancholic life for decades, seemed transformed. The matron beside her observed this with genuine joy. The queen's fondness for the young lady suggests that Suan might frequently visit the palace henceforth. She would need to ensure the kitchen prepared ample provisions. After their luncheon, the queen wished to rest, and only then did Suan take her leave. As she departed, the queen generously bestowed several gifts upon her, including a jade token, allowing her to enter the palace freely whenever she desired pastries. Holding the token, Suan examined its unique pattern for some time, finding it vaguely familiar. Before she could ponder further, as the maid led her through the Imperial garden, she encountered a man in splendid attire approaching from the opposite direction, a tall figure, appearing to be around 30, flanked by 2 guards bearing swords, exuding an intimidating presence. Suan was not a stranger to him. They had crossed paths on 2 previous occasions. Even if she had not seen him before, she could deduce his identity. After all, only the illustrious Han family could roam the palace accompanied by armed guards. I have met the Han heir. The Han heir, Song Jingwen, nodded slightly. He had seen Suan at the banquet yesterday. The young lady had been openly enjoying the food while secretly pondering quite a bit, leaving a strong impression on him. Sister-in-law, there is no need for such formalities. We are of the same generation. In the future, let us dispense with these empty courtesies. Suan responded, privately marveling at the Han heir's demeanor, truly befitting a warrior, unlike the effete young lords of the capital. His robust aura invigorated all who conversed with him. Song Jingwen paused for a moment, recalling how many young gentlemen in the capital, whether commoners or noble scions, had taken to using powder to enhance their complexion. He chuckled softly, considering how ridiculous it would be for a man of the military to do the same. It would undermine his authority in battle. Upon leaving the palace, Suan reflected on the Han family. It was said that the Han heir had trained under the foremost martial artist of Jin at a young age, and by 15, had accompanied the Han King into battle, achieving remarkable feats. Yet, he was also regarded as the most approachable heir among the noble families of the capital, treating his subordinates with exceptional kindness. Consequently, praises of the Han family echoed throughout the capital, and the old emperor relied heavily on them. Song Qianfan had long viewed this father-son duo as adversaries and the greatest threat to his claim to the throne. Su Juan believed that the old emperor, in choosing Song Qianfan, was influenced not only by his reputation but also by concerns regarding the Han family's propensity for violence, fearing that the Han king might neglect state affairs and plunge the nation into chaos. While the old emperor harbored such apprehensions, it was evident that selecting Song Qianfan was not a wise decision. Chapter 17. You dare threaten this heir. Not long after Su Juan returned to the residence of the Duke of Jing, the queen's gifts arrived. Dong Dong exclaimed, "My lady, the queen is incredibly generous." The gifts included silks and exquisite jewelry. No one in the capital had ever received such lavish rewards from the queen. Su Juan observed the splendid items before her. Dong Dong, send 2 bolts of silk to the princess consort, and keep the rest.
Ah!
Dong Dong was perplexed, my lady. Such fine gifts, why not keep some for daily use? Although the residence lacked for nothing in terms of silks and ornaments, the heir's dissatisfaction with the heir's consort had led to a culture of favoritism among the servants, resulting in a reduction of what was sent to her. Suan fiddled with the jade pendant she had taken from her pocket. If she did not conceal it, the heir would undoubtedly ensure she retained none of it. By putting it away, she could at least have something to rely on in the future. Dong Dong pouted. How can the heir treat my lady this way? It was hard to believe that the heir was unaware of the household's mismanagement. My lady had a gentle temperament and did not dwell on such matters. Yet the heir's behavior was truly excessive. A few days prior, the princess consort had sent a box of newly crafted jewelry, all in the latest styles from the capital. Upon seeing it, the heir had taken the entire box and no one knew where it had ended up. My lady did not wish to disturb the household's harmony, nor did she want Dong Dong to inform the princess consort. Suan traced the patterns on the jade token, and suddenly, a thought struck her.
Dong Dong.
I feel a bit fatigued. I wish to rest for a while. Please do not allow anyone to disturb me. Rest assured, my lady, I shall guard the door. Once inside, Suan retrieved the half of the jade pendant she had received from Lin Shiji. This pendant was the only remnant left by her mother, which she had always carried. Initially, she was curious as to why it was only half. Could it be a token of affection? Yet, the other half was not in her father's possession. This solitary piece of jade, with its indistinct patterns, was merely valuable for its material. Suan placed the half pendant beside the jade token gifted by the queen, examining them closely. To her astonishment, the designs on the 2 pieces matched perfectly. Her heart raced as she clutched the objects tightly. This was not a common design among the Imperial family. It might be unique to the queen. Yet, her mother was merely a commoner. What connection could she possibly have with the queen? A growing question loomed in Suan's mind. She had never heard anything about her mother's family. Perhaps it was time to visit the Su family. At that moment, she heard Song Qianfan's voice outside, likely blocked by Dong Dong, who was unable to contain his temper. Suan concealed the 2 jade pieces and stepped outside. Finding Dong Dong kneeling on the ground, restrained by one of Song Qianfan's guards, Song Qianfan barked, "What audacity! Servant girl! Li Ming! Remove her tongue!" Dong Dong turned pale, pleading desperately, "Your Highness, I know my mistake. Please, do not take my tongue. I will never dare again." The guard Li Ming gripped Dong Dong's face tightly, as Dong Dong cried in terror. Her tear-filled eyes met with no trace of compassion from him. Upon witnessing the scene, Suan furrowed her brow and addressed the heir. "Your Highness, may I inquire what transgression Dong Dong has committed to warrant such a punishment?" Song Qianfan's expression darkened as he confronted a mere maid who dared to obstruct his entrance. Did the future princess believe that he should refrain from punishing her? It was outrageous that such a lowly servant would presume to impede him. Indeed, those around Suan seemed entirely devoid of decorum. Suan remained silent, recognizing that while the heir intended to punish Dong Dong, she could not intervene. However, the emperor was known for his benevolence towards his subjects and disapproved of the practice of private punishment within his household. Should word of this incident reach the outside world and find its way to the emperor's ears, the repercussions, though trivial in nature, could tarnish the heir's reputation. With narrowed eyes, Song Qianfan retorted, "Do you dare to threaten me?" Su Juan's voice trembled as she replied, "I would never, but I am merely concerned for your well-being." The old emperor loathed those who abused their status to mistreat servants. If he were to learn of this, it could severely hinder your aspirations for the throne. Song Qianfan's countenance darkened further. Su Juan's words held merit, and he recognized the necessity of exercising caution. Moreover, Su Juan had been visiting the palace frequently of late. If he were to act rashly and harm the maid, it could provoke dissatisfaction and lead to unfavorable gossip within the palace that would ultimately reflect poorly on him. Is it merely a matter of obstructing your path that you would resort to such violence? Displaying such brutality now will surely earn you the ire of ministers and the populace once you ascend the throne, she cautioned. Perhaps it would be prudent to disclose all these trivial matters, and then we shall see what you can achieve. The term tyrant echoed in his mind. Clearly, this future princess held him in contempt. Once he claimed the throne, he would ensure that Suan witnessed firsthand how he, Song Qianfan, would lead the Great Jin to an era of unparalleled prosperity. With a cold smile, he mused that the old emperor would certainly recover his sight in due time, and if that were the case, it would be wise for him to consult a divine physician to remedy his ailment. Song Qianfan scoffed inwardly, regardless of the emperor's condition. As long as he was present, the emperor would never regain his sight. Su Juan watched him intently, wary of his potential actions against Dongdong. Given Song Qianfan's ambitions for the throne, he would be prudent enough not to act against the maid in such a volatile moment.
For now,
he would leave her tongue intact, but if such incidents were to recur, even the empress would be unable to shield her from punishment. With a mocking gaze, Song Qianfan thought to himself, "Do not presume that I am oblivious to your thoughts, dear future princess. Even if you curry favor with the empress, it shall yield you little advantage." Though the empress was the sovereign of the harem, it was the favored concubine who truly wielded influence. In this light, the benefits of courting the empress paled in comparison to the attention garnered by the currently favored Su Marin. Su Juan, however, was disinclined to entertain Song Qianfan's sardonic remarks. She was acutely aware that in his eyes, the advantages offered by the empress were dwarfed by those obtained from other concubines enjoying greater favor. Song Qianfan's perspective was undeniably narrow-minded. The empress, having risen from humble beginnings to command the harem, held significant sway in the emperor's heart. Though she presently refrained from rivalry, a single word from her could easily overshadow the influence of 10 favored concubines. Su Juan steadied herself, pondering what urgent matter had prompted Song Qianfan's visit today. "There are indeed matters of importance," he replied, as he strode into her chambers, his demeanor cold and assessing. "I have heard you encountered the Honorable Prince Han today in the palace?" Su Juan feigned ignorance, questioning, "I did happen to meet the prince. Is there an issue?" "Only that you met him in the palace," he noted, his tone suggesting he had many eyes watching within the court.
Yet,
how could the old emperor remain unaware of such happenings? Song Qianfan internally scoffed. A few spies were hardly sufficient to detect his maneuvers. "What conversation did you have with the Honorable Prince?" Su Juan shook her head, asserting, "We spoke of nothing significant." "Did you truly expect me to believe that? What could you possibly discuss in such a brief encounter?" His irritation was palpable. The tension thickened as he pressed, "I have heard that you two were quite engrossed in conversation during your time in the garden." Song Qianfan was evidently skeptical of Su Juan's claims of a trivial exchange. If they had said nothing of substance, their laughter would not have been so conspicuous. Her disdain for him suggested an inclination towards Song Jingwen, which troubled him.
Su Juan,
however, remained oblivious to the depth of Song Qianfan's concern over the Han family's affairs. To her, the prince was merely a fleeting acquaintance, and the heir's intense scrutiny was unwarranted. Why should I, a mere woman, engage him in conversation? She pondered, Song Qianfan may indeed become a tyrant. Perhaps you should focus on cultivating favor with the emperor rather than concerning yourself with trivial matters. Upon hearing Su Juan's thoughts, Song Qianfan's expression darkened. Her repeated reference to him as a tyrant was troubling. He feared that others might overhear her words and misconstrue their implications. He could not imprison her within these walls. Yet he cautioned, The honorable prince is a man of war, marked by his fierceness. I worry that, as a young lady, you may inadvertently provoke him. Suan raised an eyebrow. You worry for me? How very curious. Song Qianfan feigned ignorance of her sarcasm and continued, You are the future princess consort. And wherever you go, with whomever you meet, you must first inform me. This way, I may assist you in avoiding those with ulterior motives.
Oh.
So you wish to monitor my every move, she retorted. Those from noble families often harbor complex intentions. I am merely looking out for your interests, he replied.
Indeed.
The motives of noble offspring are hardly straightforward, she concurred, recalling the recent palace banquet marred by conflict instigated by the daughters of the He and Mu families. Exactly. She affirmed. One encounters those who would deceive for progeny, and others who would do so for illegitimate offspring. None among the noble families in the capital can be deemed virtuous. How could any young lady withstand such trials? Song Qianfan's expression soured.
Su Juan.
Have you truly absorbed the essence of my counsel? With a timid response, she echoed, I have committed your words to memory, and I shall not forget them. His demeanor softened slightly. Yet, the next moment, Suan's voice rang out in complaint. How tiresome. I am not a refuse bin for your grievances. Song Qianfan furrowed his brow, a look of confusion etched upon his face. He understood the meaning of garbage, but what was a garbage bin? Regardless. Any words that escaped Suan's lips were surely far from kind. With a solemn tone, Song Qianfan commanded, Copy the Jie to cultivate your character. For the next few days, remain within the estate and transcribe it 100 times. You may only leave once you have completed this task. Suan stared incredulously at Song Qianfan's departing figure. Are you out of your mind? 100 times. Song Qianfan, you lunatic, if you want my life, just say so. You shameless beast, you truly have no dignity. The Jie. Cultivate your character. How ridiculous. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory, and yet you spew filth. I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to be your consort. 100 times? I don't have that much paper. You want me to copy that? Dream on. Song Dog. Listening to the incessant stream of insults directed at him, Song Qianfan repeatedly suppressed his anger. He raised his hand to breathe into his palm, taking a delicate whiff, yet found no discernible scent. His gaze felt his feet, and he hurried back to his quarters, dismissing everyone from the room. Alone, he removed his shoes and socks, cradling his feet and lowering his head to sniff. At that moment, the guard Lian rushed in. Not good, young master. Seeing Song Qianfan in such a position, Lian froze mid-sentence, bewildered. What could the young master be smelling? Could it be that he had an odd penchant for foot odor? In that instant, Lian felt he had stumbled upon a dangerous secret, and his life felt at risk. An aura of murderous intent emanated from Song Qianfan, reaching its peak. Lian, panicking, asked, Young master, have your feet been injured? Who did this to you? Should I summon the Imperial physician? Song Qianfan's expression softened slightly, regaining composure as he donned his shoes and socks. It's just a minor injury. There's no need to disturb the physician. What was that you said about something being amiss? Lian breathed a sigh of relief. The emperor has issued a decree, assigning the case of Minister Du to King Han for inspection. The father-son duo of King Han had long been adversaries of the young master in court. Minister Du stood no chance of survival in their hands. Mentioning Minister Du troubled Song Qianfan. Among the 6 ministries, King Han controlled the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Works, while King Hung held sway over the Ministry of Rites and the Ministry of Revenue. All he had was the Minister He in the Ministry of Personnel, and only one unremarkable official in the Ministry of Punishment. He had hoped for Du Prung to take over the Ministry of Rites, but with the evidence against him being irrefutable, there was no room for maneuver. Suan had truly disrupted his grand plans. With the fate of Du Prung sealed, there was no need to dwell further. Song Qianfan's gaze darkened as he approached his desk and penned a letter, issuing a solemn directive. Lian, deliver this letter to He and ensure he promptly arranges suitable candidates to fill the vacancies in the Ministry of Rites and the Ministry of Revenue. We must not allow King Han and King Heng's people to seize the initiative. As the young master contemplated the situation, his irritation grew. The loss of Du Prung had thrown his entire strategy into disarray. Suan was indeed a challenging individual to manage. The young master's consort, Feeling a sense of moral deficiency was to transcribe the Jie 100 times over the next few days.
Li and
Take some stacks of paper to Biluo courtyard and keep an eye on her. Once she has finished copying, bring it to me for inspection. Lian bowed respectfully, acknowledging his orders. He exited the courtyard in a hurry, patting his chest in relief. The young master's temper was truly volatile, making it perilous to serve him. One never knew when one's life might be at stake. Transcribing then Jie 100 times was indeed a pity for Su Juan, subjected to such treatment by the young master. Unbeknownst to the princess, who had no knowledge of Su Juan's punishment, she had not seen her for an entire day and decided to send someone to summon her for dinner. Nearby, Song Qianheng, nicknamed Bao Daiting, waved his hand. Mother, there's no need to send someone to call sister-in-law. Eldest brother punished her to copy the Jie 100 times yesterday, just now. The little one from my courtyard went to the kitchen for food, so she's probably busy. The princess frowned, displeased. What is it with my good daughter-in-law? Why does my eldest son constantly make things difficult for her? Where is the young master? Before the steward could respond, Song Qianheng interjected. Eldest brother is busy with official matters in the study right now. He probably won't be having dinner. The princess scoffed. It's merely a trivial position. What is there to be busy about? She commanded the steward. Why haven't you gone to fetch the young master for dinner? Sensing impending trouble, Song Qianheng quickly finished his meal and made his exit. In the backyard, a servant hesitated by the wall. Young master, the princess doesn't allow you to leave. If you're discovered. Tonight, Miss Xianyun from the 100 Towers will perform. Her pipa playing is simply exquisite. Wouldn't it be a shame to miss it? In a swift motion, Song Qianheng stepped onto the servant's shoulder and prepared to climb over the wall. Miss Xianyun, playing the pipa. Suddenly, a woman's voice startled both master and servant, causing Song Qianheng to tumble down, clutching his sore backside and looking around for the source of the voice. Suan emerged leisurely from the shadows, arching an eyebrow. So, little brother, you no longer frequent the Chuanxiang Tower? The ladies at Chuanxiang Tower are dull. How could they compare to those at the 100 Towers? Song Qianheng scoffed. There are plenty of people at Chuanxiang Tower who enjoy mocking me. I want to embarrass myself there. It seems you've become a source of amusement. Su Juan remarked, feigning ignorance. But little brother, how do I recall that mother seems to have forbidden you from going out? Song Qianheng shot back. And I remember that eldest brother ordered you to copy the Jie 100 times. Why are you not in the room transcribing? Yet you are here instead. Their gazes locked. The dusk settling around them, their intentions were glaringly obvious. After a moment, Su Juan, now dressed in a different outfit, weighed the pouch in her hand with a gleeful smile. Indeed, Brother Song is quite favored at home. This endless silver is simply delightful. Beside her, Song Qianheng fanned himself with a folding fan and chuckled. Indeed, do you not see who I am? Although Su Juan had never visited the towers, she was aware that there were two prominent establishments in the capital, Chuanxiang Tower and 100 Towers. The ladies of Chuanxiang Tower excelled in dance, while those of the 100 Towers were renowned for their music. As they entered the 100 Towers, a familiar face approached them with a warm smile. Young Master Song, you have arrived. I saved you a prime spot. You shall be satisfied. Song Qianheng cleared his throat. No need for a prime spot. Simply a private room will suffice, where we can hear Miss Xianyun's pipa performance and have some tea and delightful pastries served. The servant paused, realizing that today, Miss Xianyun was performing, and the main hall seats were highly sought after. There was little chance for a private room to provide a good view. With a subtle flick of his folding fan, Song Qianheng lightly tapped Su Juan's left arm, prompting the young servant to immediately comprehend the cue. With a sycophantic smile, he ushered them upstairs. Su Juan followed closely beside Song Qianheng, ascending to a private room on the second floor. Shortly thereafter, a young woman arrived with tea and pastries. Yet no one came to attend to them. Were it not for the melodious sounds of string instruments and the lively chatter of guests and maidens outside, she would have doubted whether they were indeed in the prestigious Bai Lu. Why was there no one to serve them? Could it be that the rumors of Song Qianheng's inadequacies at Chuanxiang Lu had reached Bai Lu, leading to this neglect? Song Qianheng nearly spewed his tea at the absurdity of the thought. Sister-in-law, with you here, those maidens would not dare to enter and make fools of themselves. Suan furrowed her brow, glancing down at her attire. Have I been recognized? Wasn't it said that dressing as a man renders one unrecognizable? Song Qianheng elucidated, earlier. I nudged your right arm. This is a customary greeting in most establishments. Men stand to the left and women to the right, signifying that you, as a lady, should be granted certain courtesies. He refrained from elaborating further, fearing it would be too forward towards Su Juan. Understanding dawned upon Su Juan. She had not anticipated such nuances existed in this establishment. The window beside them was ajar, revealing the grand hall below. A young woman clad in pink, cradling a pipa, gracefully took her seat amidst the applause of the audience, her movements fluid and captivating. This Xianyun is truly a beauty, Su Juan mused. Finally rising, Song Qianheng approached the window and smiled. Though Xianyun excels in her pipa performance, she lacks somewhat in beauty. He turned his gaze towards Su Juan, who, despite her male guise, could not conceal her exquisite features. Having encountered hundreds of maidens, he believed Lu Miaoqing, the daughter of the Minister of State,
to be the most striking.
Yet, in truth, Su Wan's features were even more refined than Lu Miaoqing's. She was still quite young. Her face plump and not yet fully developed. Given time, her beauty would likely surpass that of Lu Miaoqing. Alas, his elder brother's affections were not directed toward her. The hall was alive with song and dance, guests engaged in merriment. Su Juan observed intently for a while, pondering why she sensed a hint of discontent in Xianyun. Although she lacked musical knowledge, Xianyun's downcast eyes and furrowed brow suggested a melancholic disposition, as her gaze occasionally drifted to the guests below, as if she were silently lamenting. Snapping back to reality, Song Qianheng followed Su Wan's gaze, noting that the pipa's melody seemed somewhat lacking compared to usual. Indeed, it appeared that Xianyun harbored some hidden troubles. In this establishment, even a maiden as enchanting as Xianyun was not entirely free. How many of these young women could genuinely be happy? Chapter 20. Does the young noble consort enjoy watching too? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door of the elegant chamber. Song Qianheng rose to open it, revealing Xie Sun standing outside, accompanied by a familiar companion. Brother Xie, Brother Jingwen, what brings you here? Song Qianheng exclaimed, surprised. After all, Song Jingwen was known for his serious demeanor and lack of social grace. It was unusual for him to visit such a place. Qianheng, I just heard you were up here and couldn't believe it. With your character, how could you stay away from the festivities? Xie Sun's voice boomed, easily drowning out the sound of the pipa playing below. Suan turned to glance at them. Noting Xie Sun's extravagant attire, which was adorned with 2 new jade pendants and a crown embedded with precious gems, clearly worth a fortune. He's dressed like a peacock on display. Xie Sun certainly knows how to attract attention. Xie Sun's smile faltered as he narrowed his eyes at the remark.
Peacock? Display?
Attention-seeking? Song Qianheng covered his mouth with a paper fan, having always thought Xie Sun's clothes were ostentatious, but he had only considered them overly flamboyant. Su Juan's description, however, was quite fitting. Wasn't it just like a peacock displaying its feathers? To his surprise, the young noble consort also harbored a fondness for visiting such establishments, and her attire truly made her resemble a charming young gentleman. With a smile that hinted at mischief, Xie Sun teased Su Juan. Brother Jingwen, don't you agree? Indeed. Song Jingwen, indifferent, surveyed the surroundings while sipping his tea. The places Xie Sun frequented were often filled with smoke and chaos, whereas this place was relatively serene and elegant. Suan cast a glance at her own attire, pondering, isn't it said that cross-dressing renders one ambiguous in appearance? Why is it so easy for people to recognize me? Xie Sun merely smiled in response. While ambiguity was possible, they were all acquaintances who had met before. It was unreasonable to think that changing outfits would render them unrecognizable. Although Song Qianheng maintained a good relationship with Xie Sun, he could not overlook that Suan was his sister-in-law. He could not idly stand by as Xie Sun made light of her. There are many women who frequent such places in the capital. Brother Xie, you are quite uninformed. Otherwise, you would know the unspoken rules of male and female guests being segregated in these establishments. Xie Sun chuckled, then I must admit my ignorance. Young noble consort, please do not hold my momentary lapse against me. Su Juan smiled. You speak frankly, Lord Xie, and your open nature is rare. How could I possibly blame you? However, Song Jingwen interjected, "This is still a place of indulgence. It would be wise for my sister-in-law to refrain from visiting here in the future. After all, most guests are men. If a drunken patron were to recognize you as a woman, it could lead to trouble." Xie Sun and Song Qianheng exchanged glances. The former explaining with a smile, "I forgot that Brother Jingwen is visiting for the first time. He may not know that this establishment has existed since the previous dynasty, when women often visited. Nowadays, it's mostly for enjoying music and dance, and there are unwritten rules. Female guests are welcomed in elegant chambers while men keep their distance. Thus, the young noble consort will not face any significant issues here." The establishment had thrived for centuries, supported by powerful patrons and the business of both male and female guests. However, times have changed. With the absence of female officials, the clientele of women has dwindled, and it has become merely a venue for entertainment. Song Jingwen, unaware of these historical nuances, found himself reassured by Xie Sun and Song Qianheng's explanations. Su Juan, while aware of some historical facts, was intrigued to discover the connection between the establishment and the past. She narrowed her eyes, lamenting, "What a pity. I would love to experience how the female clientele operated back then. How unfortunate to be born in the wrong time." Song Jingwen. Song Qianheng. Xie Sun narrowed his eyes. Suan raised her cup towards Song Jingwen. "I appreciate your concern, cousin. I understand you mean well." He nodded in acknowledgement. As a distinguished guest arrived, a servant brought in a fresh pot of tea. Considering the presence of a lady, Xie Sun and Song Qianheng tactfully avoided discussing the usual topics concerning women. They chatted about poetry and music, and before long, the two leisurely nobles found themselves discussing the recent corruption case involving the Vice Minister of Rites. It seems that this case involving Vice Minister Du has implicated many in the Ministry of Revenue, resulting in demotions and imprisonments for those involved in bribery. Such corrupt officials are truly despicable. Xie Sun nodded. Indeed, many positions in the Ministry of Revenue have become vacant. It will surely spark fierce competition. Song Jingwen was taken aback. He had not expected these two idle gentlemen to possess insights into the political climate. With the Ministry of Revenue controlling the nation's finances, who wouldn't covet such power? The ongoing power struggle was only exacerbated by the emperor's indecision regarding appointments. After an engaging discussion, Suan couldn't help but reflect. It all stems from Vice Minister Du's actions, but ultimately, it's because the late emperor had no heirs. As long as the emperor remains indecisive, these factions will continue to clash fiercely. After all, none of them are the legitimate heirs. Once one ascends to the throne, they will surely eliminate their rivals to prevent future threats. Suan thought of Song Qianfan, who, after ascending to the throne, had not only punished the families of the King of Han and the King of Hung, but also executed those who had opposed him. Anyone who dared speak in their favor faced severe punishment and death. The late emperor had cherished his people and welcomed wise counsel. Yet he had chosen a madman who valued human life as little more than a trifle. The trio fell silent. Indeed, it was all because the emperor currently had no offspring. It was clear to anyone with insight that he would eventually choose a successor from among the royal family, leading to the current chaos in the court. Song Jingwen's eyes darkened. Although he harbored no ambitions for the throne, his father did. The open and covert struggles would inevitably lead to bloodshed, regardless of who ultimately claimed the throne. Suan's words struck a chord. Xie Sun remained silent, as the Xie family had never ceased their search for the lost princess despite having only a jade pendant as a clue. After so many years, most who had known of the events had either retired or passed away. Both the King of Hung and Song Qianfan had sought Xie family support, but their father had remained neutral. The Xie family only wished to support a legitimate heir with a true concern for the people. If they could not find the lost princess, they would support the emperor's younger brother, King Jing. However, the heir apparent, Song Qianfan, was a man of ambition and posed a challenge. Xie Sun's gaze shifted toward Su Juan, who seemed to sense his attention and met his gaze. In that moment, Xie Sun felt as though his thoughts were laid bare before her, and with a playful smile, he resumed his previous carefree demeanor. "Young noble consort, I can't help but wonder if you find my face too captivating, as you seem to enjoy gazing at me." Chapter 21. Indifference to others' lives. As Xie Sun's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the private room. the atmosphere thick with tension. All eyes turned to Xie. Suan momentarily lost her train of thought. Upon regaining it, she let out a dry chuckle. Your Highness is jesting. Are you all right? Is everything fine? Your peacock display might very well reach the heavens. From this perspective, you seem rather well matched with Song Qianfan, don't you think? Xie's smile stiffened once more. Song Qianheng and Song Jingwen did not grasp the underlying meaning. Especially Song Qianheng, whose expression was one of utter confusion. Each word was intelligible, yet the overall sense eluded him. What did Xie have in common with his elder brother? Was there some secret between these two? The curiosity was etched on Song Qianheng's face. And seeing Xie's discomfort only fueled his desire to know more, internally urging Su Juan to elaborate. Song Jingwen shared a similar intrigue. With a deep sigh, Su Juan lamented, "It is a pity that Xie is not Lian Cheng. How unfortunate for Song Qianfan, who harbors unrequited affection. It is truly heart-wrenching. Alas, I possess a heart that cannot bear to see lovers weep, yet I lack the ability to fulfill their desires, leaving me with only sorrow." Song Qianheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xie, swallowing hard. So, the elder brother's neglect of his wife, constantly finding ways to torment her, was because he actually had feelings for Xie? But that couldn't he be right. Wasn't he fond of Lu Miaoqing? Hadn't he nearly proposed before the emperor arranged the marriage? Let us hope that Song Qianfan can achieve his desires in this lifetime. So he will no longer need to use Sister Miaoqing as a pretense. How pitiable. Song Qianheng suddenly understood. Xie. Su Juan's words, filled with a sense of tragic pity for Xie, left no room for doubt about her sincerity. Song Jingwen began to scrutinize Xie. Upon closer inspection, Xie's fair complexion and flamboyant attire rivaled that of any maiden, often adorned in resplendent reds and purples. Compared to women, he was indeed not lacking. Ah! It is no surprise that Song Qianfan would be enamored. Alas, as his wife, I can only silently wish him well. At that moment, Song Qianheng's gaze towards Suan turned sympathetic. The emperor truly had a knack for mismatching couples, causing distress for his sister-in-law. Why would his elder brother forsake a beautiful woman for someone like Xie? With this thought, he cast a disapproving glance at Xie. It was all his fault for dressing so ostentatiously, leaving his elder brother utterly entranced. If their parents were to find out, it would be a calamity. Xie, although my sister-in-law and elder brother may not share the best of relationships, one must choose their peacock display wisely. Song Jingwen concurred. Ah Sun, you have truly gone too far today. Such reckless words should not be spoken again. Song Qianheng added, my sister-in-law is not a frivolous person. And my elder brother is not one to be trifled with. You must refrain from such indiscretions. It is quite improper. Such words are beneath our dignity. As the two spoke, they ensnared Xie in a web of confusion, as if implying he were some sort of scoundrel. He raised his voice. What nonsense is this? I conduct myself with propriety and integrity. My words were merely a slip of the tongue. I am not a frivolous person. He longed for someone like Song Qianfan, who could be dismissed with ease. The two exchanged glances, shaking their heads in dismay. What a calamity indeed. In that moment of silence, Xie realized the consequences of his words, akin to lifting a stone only to have it fall upon his own feet. No amount of explanation could clarify his position. A surge of inexplicable anger bubbled within him as he downed several cups of tea. Song Jingwen turned to Suan, speaking earnestly. Sister-in-law, the road ahead is long, and life must be lived well. Should you encounter difficulties and find no one to confide in, feel free to seek my counsel. Suan, still in a daze, pondered the meaning of such odd sentiments. Has Song Jingwen discerned the hidden troubles in my heart? With her gaze lowered, a hint of sorrow emerged in her eyes. Thank you for your concern, cousin. I am deeply grateful. Beside her, Song Qianheng chimed in, Sister-in-law, I am also here for you. If elder brother dares to bully you, do not be afraid. Just let me know. With that, he patted his chest. For Suan was his sister-in-law. There was no reason to seek help from outsiders. Suan was touched. With such empathetic friends, her heart felt at ease. Xie scoffed. As for you, Jingwen, I shall refrain from commenting. Qianheng, You are so intimidated by your elder brother. If Suan were to confide in you about her troubles, what could you possibly do? Song Qianheng raised his chin defiantly. Your words are misguided, Xie. I have always held my elder brother in respect, but should my sister-in-law face any difficulties, I will certainly assist her. Xie arched an eyebrow. A gentleman's word? Song Qianheng replied confidently, a promise is a promise. Suan's eyes sparkled with mischief. Is this truly the case? If I have any troubles, you'll genuinely help me resolve them? Song Qianheng felt an ominous premonition wash over him under the weight of their gazes. He nodded, forcing a smile. Of course, I am sincere. Su Juan, anything will do? After a moment's hesitation, he added, well, not murder or arson. Su Juan smiled innocently. Fear not. Dear sister-in-law, I am a good person, not one to indulge in such heinous acts. Song Qianheng breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Suan would assign him some impossible task. After all, he had made a promise, and it would be unbecoming for a man to backtrack. Murder and arson are certainly out of the question. I, Suan, am a law-abiding citizen. Just some copying of women's admonitions, nothing more. Song Qianheng. Yes. Absolutely no murder or arson. Being a good citizen is essential, just some copying of women's admonitions. He blinked rapidly, eyes wide in shock, copying women's admonitions. Suan wore a look of satisfaction. I trust you with this task. There should be no issues, right? How clever of you to deduce it before I even mentioned it. Xie suppressed a laugh, while Song Jingwen's stern demeanor softened. Song Qianhong's mouth twitched. The thought of copying women's admonitions was far from appealing. Sister-in-law, perhaps that task might not be the best choice. Suan feigned innocence, why not? Did you jest with me earlier? Of course not. With a playful smile, Suan rose to pour tea for Song Qianheng. Your efforts are truly appreciated. I knew you were a good child, so different from your elder brother. Song Qianheng felt a profound sense of helplessness, as if he were a mute swallowing bitter herbs, unable to voice his despair. After Xie, yet another had unwittingly dug their own grave. Meanwhile, Xie remained unperturbed, fanning himself with a smile that shone even brighter. Chapter 22. The contest of recommendations that night. In Song Qianhong's study, the flickering candlelight illuminated the room as a young servant ground ink nearby, suppressing laughter. While transcribing, Song Qianheng muttered curses under his breath, dismissing the teachings of women as utter nonsense and lamenting the existence of such antiquated thoughts. Who on earth would still have us copy this? He grumbled. My elder brother is simply insufferable. The following day, Song Qianheng, sporting dark circles under his eyes, sat down for breakfast, yawning repeatedly. The Prince of Jing glanced at him, remarking, It is commendable that you are diligent in your studies. But one must be moderate in all endeavors to avoid straining one's eyes. The Princess of Jing, feeling sympathetic towards her son for his sleepless night, placed a bowl of warm porridge beside him. After you finish breakfast, return to your quarters for a bit more rest. You need not attend the Guozijian today. Upon hearing this, Song Qianhong's eyes brightened with delight. Is such good fortune truly bestowed upon me? He thought, then feigned a weary demeanor. As sons are wont to heed their mothers. At the palace, shortly after court convened, the Minister of the Imperial Secretariat and several officials were summoned to the Emperor's study. The Emperor perused the memorials submitted over the past few days and found them wanting. They were either recommendations of incompetent individuals for positions in the Ministry of Revenue or aspirations for the post of Deputy Minister of Rites. The Ministry of Revenue, responsible for the nation's finances, required careful consideration in appointments. Even a sixth-rank official could not be taken lightly. Several ministers had persistently urged the aging emperor to determine the heir apparent. Not a single one of these memorials is worth reading. The emperor thundered in anger. I am not dead yet, and yet you all display such impatience. What audacity! After dismissing the ministers, only the Minister of the Imperial Secretariat, Liu Zhe, and the Minister of Personnel, Mei He, remained. The emperor's gaze settled on Liu Zhe, who had not submitted a memorial in quite some time. He inquired, Do you have any recommendations for the Ministry of Revenue? Though the position of assistant minister was only a sixth-rank office, it oversaw the management of the state's finances, necessitating a candidate who was not only meticulous and proficient in arithmetic but also honest. The emperor felt the weight of his responsibility. Lu Zhe hesitated for a moment, but Mei He, eager to interject, declared, "Your Majesty, I have a candidate to recommend." The emperor inquired, "Who is it?" Mei He replied, "The son of Li Quan, the chief of the Ministry of Punishments. I have met him, and Li Zhan is exceptionally skilled in arithmetic. I believe he would be a commendable choice." However, Lu Zhe frowned and countered, "Mei, do you not recall that Li Zhan was embroiled in some gambling scandal 2 years ago and was detained by the Jingzhou Yin for several days? To recommend such a gambler is rather foolish, is it not?" Mei He chuckled. "That was merely a misunderstanding, a misjudgment. I assure you, Li Zhan is not a gambler." The old emperor snorted derisively. "The Jingzhou Yin, Qiu Chong, is not so easily fooled. Mei Qing, I fear you are somewhat muddled." The emperor's fury was palpable, and Mei He was drenched in cold sweat. "It was my oversight, Your Majesty. I acknowledge my error and humbly hope for your forgiveness regarding my misguided recommendation. These days, it is evident that many recommendations are born of ulterior motives," the emperor remarked, his gaze turning icy as he looked at Lu Zhe. "Do you have any recommendations?" Lu Zhe glanced at Mei He, who had just proposed a gambler, and thought that the Minister of Personnel had truly lost his way. With the emperor awaiting his response, Lu Zhe summoned his courage to speak. "Your Majesty, I do have a candidate. She possesses exceptional talent and virtue, though her qualifications may differ from those of other officials, which may cause you to deem her unsuitable." The emperor narrowed his eyes, recognizing that Lu Zhe often spoke in convoluted terms, making it difficult for others to grasp his meaning, yet he was loyal and well aware of the emperor's sentiments. He asked solemnly, "What distinguishes this individual?"
Lu Zhe replied,
"The candidate is a woman." Upon hearing this, the emperor had a suspicion about the identity of the candidate and smirked slightly, noting that Lu Zhe was indeed aware of the emperor's thoughts. However, Mei He lacked such insight and immediately retorted, "Lu Daran, how could a woman hold an official position in the court? Surely you are mistaken." Internally, Mei He felt a swell of pride, believing that Lu Zhe had overstepped by recommending a woman for an official role, and he anticipated that the emperor would be furious and reprimand Lu Zhe, which would alleviate his own earlier embarrassment. The emperor's brows knit together in contemplation. Lu Zhe turned to Mei He and demanded sternly, "Mei Daran, why cannot a woman serve in the court? Women have always been equal to men. It is merely the deep-seated prejudices of this world that suggest otherwise," Lu Zhe argued. Mei He scoffed, "All the officials in the court are men. Your recommendation of a woman is simply absurd." The emperor felt a surge of irritation, wishing to summon guards to haul the Minister of Personnel away for his incessant prattling. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and feigned solemnity as he listened to their debate. Unperturbed by the mockery, Lu Zhe calmly continued, "During the reign of Empress Dowager Chongda, there were numerous women in official positions. Let us not forget, the Minister of Personnel at that time, occupying your current position, was also a woman." Mei He retorted coldly. Lu Daran himself stated that it was during the reign of the Empress Dowager. One could understand the presence of women in official roles then, but that is no longer the case. Lu Zhe abruptly interrupted him, raising his voice. "Are you implying that you are questioning the Empress Dowager's decision to allow women to serve in the court?" Mei He's pupils constricted at the accusation. "What do you mean by that, Lu Daran?" The emperor, now thoroughly exasperated, interjected, "Enough." His cold gaze fell upon Mei He, who trembled at the emperor's tone. The emperor continued, "During the reign of the Empress Dowager, our great Jean was rich in talent, and wrongful judgments were rare. The people lived in peace and prosperity, a hallmark of a wise ruler. Even I have often lamented that I fall short of her by a third. Mei Qing, you ought to choose your words more carefully." With a chilling gaze and an intensified tone, Mei He fell silent, realizing he had been ensnared by Lu Zhe's words and had suffered a significant setback. "I would never dare to question your wisdom, Your Majesty. It was merely a moment of thoughtlessness on my part," Mei He stammered apologetically. The emperor then turned to Lu Zhe, asking, "Who is the individual you are recommending?" Lu Zhe replied softly, "The daughter-in-law of the Prince of Jing, Su Juan." The emperor narrowed his eyes, intrigued. "Why do you recommend the prince's daughter-in-law? Are you acquainted with her?" Lu Zhe clarified, "It is not I who knows her, but rather my daughter is familiar with her and has informed me that the prince's daughter-in-law is proficient in arithmetic and well-versed in the budgeting of the Ministry of Revenue. I believe she would be well suited for the position of assistant minister. The Minister of Personnel, kneeling nearby, was momentarily taken aback. As the recommendations had circulated, they had landed upon the prince's daughter-in-law. Had he known this from the outset, he would not have wasted his breath. It was a situation most agreeable. The prince's daughter-in-law was the spouse of the heir, and if appointed as assistant minister, she would undoubtedly be a more fitting choice than Li Zhan, an outsider. The emperor regarded Mei He, his gaze sharp, and inquired, "What do you think of Lu Qing's recommendation?" Mei He forced a chuckle, "Your Majesty. The prince's daughter-in-law is exceptionally intelligent, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. If appointed as assistant minister, it would be most suitable." The emperor scoffed. The swiftness of Mei He's change of heart is certainly remarkable. Summon the prince of Jing's daughter-in-law, Su, to the palace for an audience, the emperor commanded. Chapter 23. The old emperor's discomfort as the palace attendants arrived. Suan was engrossed in savoring a roasted duck leg that Song Qianhang had procured, while an array of wooden tokens, each adorned with unique designs, lay scattered before them. After finishing the last token in her hand, Suan was met with Song Qianhang's enthusiastic exclamations for another round of their game. Despite being well-versed in various pastimes and having triumphed over countless challenges, Song Qianhang found himself repeatedly bested by Suan in this card game, even when his intentions were laid bare. It was utterly humiliating. With a playful squint, Suan replied, "Very well, let us have another match. Even if we were to play 100 times, victory is surely mine." This game, at its core, is merely a variant of poker, a skill I've honed since childhood. Song Qianhang remains rather inexperienced. Upon hearing the term inexperienced, Song Qianhang's spirit deflated. He tossed the wooden token aside, losing interest, and declared, "Forget it. This is no fun." Suan chuckled as she gathered the tokens, agreeing to end the game. Song Qianhang raised an eyebrow and mischievously suggested, "Sister-in-law, shall we take a stroll later, perhaps to the 100 Towers?" After their visit to the 100 Towers, Song Qianhang had diligently transcribed the teachings of women's virtue for Suan numerous times, forging a bond of understanding between them. In a household where his elder brother was bothersome, his father overly stern, and his mother constantly constrained him, Suan became the only confidant he could genuinely converse with. Suan smiled, contemplating the suggestion. Meanwhile, Dongdong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Second young master, how could you take our mistress to such a place? The 100 Towers is not appropriate." Song Qianhang playfully waved a fan and teased the young maid. "What is wrong with the 100 Towers? Why can't we go?" Dongdong's cheeks flushed. "Our mistress is a young lady. How can she visit such places?" After a hearty laugh, Song Qianhang turned to Suan and asked, "Sister-in-law, where have you put the writings I copied last night?" Suan blinked innocently. "With your elder brother. Since Song Qianfan ordered me to copy those. They are naturally with him." "What?" Song Qianhang exclaimed, dropping his fan in shock. "But those are my writings. Are you not worried he will recognize them and come to seek retribution?" Suan looked at him with feigned innocence. "I never expected him to overlook it. If he recognizes it, so be it. It is not a significant matter. The Song family merely states to copy 100 times. It does not specify one cannot have someone else do it. It is fortunate to give it to him. A man should not be overly demanding, lest he seem unreasonable." Song Qianhang felt overwhelmed, grappling with the absurdity of it all. Thankfully, his elder brother rarely paid attention to his studies. Otherwise, if his handwriting were recognized, it would truly be disastrous. As they conversed, news arrived from outside that someone from the palace requested Suwan's presence. A carriage awaited her outside. Watching the carriage depart, Princess Jing felt a twinge of anxiety. Why did the palace officials keep summoning Suan? Surely, nothing grave was afoot? Yet Suwan's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, many of which must remain hidden from outsiders. Frequent visits to the palace posed undeniable risks. Prince Jing reassured her. "Do not worry. It is unlikely to be anything serious. Perhaps it is good news." In truth, he had a suspicion that, in recent days, he had not conveyed his daughter-in-law's thoughts to the palace. This was due to the trivial nature of those matters, which were often mere chatter, too cumbersome to relay. However, the emperor might think him negligent in his duties, perhaps seeking a suitable opportunity to keep Suan within his sights, allowing him to hear her thoughts directly. These matters, Prince Jing kept to himself, fearing they would only cause his wife distress. Meanwhile, Song Qianfan returned to his study, examining a stack of papers brought back by Lian. His expression darkened as he realized Su Juan had dared to seek someone else to transcribe her work, treating the task with such casualness, as if he were inconsequential. "Summon the young mistress to me," he commanded. Lian, sensing trouble, replied, "Young master, the young mistress is currently not in the residence." Song Qianfan's countenance grew even graver. Not only had she failed to transcribe the materials, but she also dared to leave the estate. If she did not learn a lesson today, he would reverse his own name, then hasten to bring her back at once. Lian hesitated, but, "Young master," it was the emperor who summoned her to the palace. Song Qianfan's eyes widened in alarm. The emperor sent for Su Juan? What could this mean? Is he once again probing the selection of the crown prince? This is bad. I should not have allowed her to leave the palace so swiftly. Had I remained, I could have kept a close watch on her. His heart raced with trepidation, fearing Su Juan might inadvertently reveal something before the emperor. In the palace, Su Juan disembarked from the carriage and was led to the Imperial study, where she encountered not only the familiar old emperor but also two elderly gentlemen, Lu Ziqing, the Minister of the Central Secretariat, and Mei He, the Minister of Personnel, who was kneeling in supplication. Su Juan narrowed her eyes. What is happening with Minister Mei? He is one of Song Qianfan's associates. Why is he now kneeling? She recalled that Mei He had been instrumental in undermining many innocent officials while engaging in various acts of corruption. Mei He trembled, prostrating himself as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The old emperor furrowed his brow, aware that Mei He's private dealings were not above reproach. Even this recent recommendation for personnel in the Ministry of Personnel was driven by self-interest. Yet how could this involve the son of Prince Jing? He had anticipated connections to either Prince Han or Prince Heng. Su Juan's words could not be mistaken. Could it be that her seemingly unambitious and humble younger brother harbored aspirations for the dragon throne? A glimmer of cold light flickered in the old emperor's eyes as he realized how well concealed his brother's intentions were. No wonder he had not presented any matters regarding Su Juan in recent days. The Minister of the Central Secretariat, feigning ignorance, internally lamented Prince Jing's subtlety. As Prince Jing's son was adept at hiding his ambitions, he had only begun to notice Song Qianfan's clandestine alliances when seeking marriage with Lu Miaoqing, revealing his aspirations for the crown. However, being the son of Prince Jing, the emperor's most trusted brother, had made it difficult for the minister to find a way to alert the emperor, yet Su Juan had managed to address it with merely a few sentences. The minister contemplated, if Su Juan were to remain by the emperor's side, these corrupt officials with ulterior motives would find it impossible to evade her discerning gaze. At that moment, the old emperor, however, mistakenly believed Mei He to be aligned with his good brother, Prince Jing. With a smile, the old emperor declared, "Young mistress, today I have summoned you to the palace because I have heard of your exceptional skill in arithmetic and wish to test you. Do you have any objections?" Su Juan gracefully bowed, replying, "It is my honor to be tested by your majesty." The old emperor nodded in satisfaction, pleased with her obedience and compliance, confident that she would raise no objections. Is the old emperor merely indulging in idle whims by testing my arithmetic? The old emperor. Heh. The Minister of the Central Secretariat and the Minister of Personnel listened intently, fully aware of the underlying tension in the room. The old emperor winced in discomfort. Today marks the debut of my new book. I humbly request that if any esteemed readers possess recommendation votes or monthly votes, please cast your support. Your kindness shall be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Chapter 24. The Old Emperor Questions. Su Juan, the old emperor, handed the previously prepared questions to a nearby eunuch, along with the necessary paper and pen for arithmetic, instructing him to deliver them to Su Juan. With a deep sigh, Su Juan lamented to herself about her plans to stroll outside with Song Qianheng later, perhaps indulging in 2 delicious roasted duck legs, which were particularly succulent and fragrant. She reminisced about the delightful tea from the 100 Floors last night, pleasantly sweet without being cloying, perfectly complemented by those roasted duck legs. The old emperor cleared his throat, signaling Su Juan to focus on the questions. He mused on how the young lady seemed perpetually preoccupied with food. Meanwhile, the Minister of the Interior and the Minister of Revenue, who had hurried to court that morning, had only managed a scant meal. while others had returned home after court. These two remained in the palace, their stomachs already empty. Hearing Su Juan's mention of the roasted duck legs made them unconsciously lick their lips, feeling a pang of thirst. Su Juan's description was so tantalizing that even the usually self-disciplined Minister of the Interior, who had never set foot in a tavern, found himself curious. Was the tea from the 100 Floors truly that exquisite? However, nothing could compare to the signature stone potfish from the newly opened tavern on East Street. That was truly remarkable. Su Juan continued, describing the dish of live carp simmered in a stone pot, layered with bean sprouts or cucumbers, drizzled with a secret sauce, and garnished with cilantro. The rich broth and tender fish were a culinary delight. A couple of audible gurgles echoed in the otherwise silent Imperial study. Upon hearing the sounds, the Minister of the Interior and the Minister of Revenue exchanged glances. Haha, the old emperor's stomach growled so loudly. This is still in the Imperial study. How embarrassing. Suan's laughter was too boisterous, causing the emperor's face to flush with indignation. What embarrassment? He was the sovereign of a nation. He wanted her to answer the questions. Yet her thoughts were wandering to taverns and feasting. All she could think about was food. The old emperor, irritated, questioned whether the young lady could even comprehend the questions presented. Suan finally gathered her focus and replied, Your Majesty, the questions are somewhat challenging. I am currently examining them. The old emperor snorted dismissively. Always wearing that cold expression, the old emperor has quite the foul temper. Bullying those beneath you. The Minister of the Interior could not help but cough several times, realizing the boldness of Su Juan to criticize the emperor in her mind. The Minister of Revenue, prostrating on the ground, perked up his ears, waiting for the emperor to reprimand Su Juan. Otherwise, he would feel quite unsettled. Finally, Su Juan glanced at the characters on the paper. I must admit, the emperor is indeed the emperor. Look at this handwriting, so splendid. It dances across the page, flowing like clouds and water, imbued with a certain sharpness, the aura of a sovereign. The old emperor's expression softened considerably. He cast a sidelong glance at Su Juan, acknowledging that her perception was not entirely lacking. Take this paper back. The ink of the reigning emperor could fetch a handsome sum, no doubt. Perhaps we should wait until the old emperor passes on, then the price would surely soar. Su Juan thought gleefully to herself. Ah, Su Juan, you truly are a little genius at making money. The old emperor found himself amused despite his irritation. What a clever girl, wishing for his demise. The Minister of the Interior observed that the emperor was not enraged, indicating he likely had not taken Su Juan's ramblings to heart. And he wiped the sweat off his brow in relief. Surely, His Majesty was magnanimous. Still, it is better for the old emperor to live a few more years. With a wise ruler in power, at least the realm remains peaceful. Reflecting on this, Su Juan sighed deeply. After all, the days of peace are numbered. Once the old emperor passes, that foolish tyrant will ascend the throne and unleash tyranny. Half the court will perish, misled by treacherous ministers, overturning the old emperor's policies, unjustly raising taxes, and allowing corrupt officials to run rampant, leading the common people to suffer and despair. At these words, the old emperor tightened his grip on the dragon-head armrest of his throne. Who is this tyrant you speak of? He demanded. Whom do you mean by that foolish one? The Minister of the Interior and the Minister of Revenue exchanged alarmed glances. The Minister of the Interior furrowed his brow, pondering if the future heir, whom Su Juan described as malevolent, could perhaps be. The Minister of Revenue felt a chill run down his spine. Would he too face death among the half of the court? Anxiety surged within him, hoping Su Juan would continue her narrative, revealing which officials would perish. Was he among them? At this moment, the old emperor was equally anxious, nearly rising from his seat to seize Su Juan by her collar, demanding answers. For decades, he had tirelessly managed state affairs, sacrificing sleep to promote virtuous officials, striving to strengthen the realm and provide a peaceful existence for the people.
Yet now,
he was confronted with the notion that shortly after his death, his chosen heir would not only overturn his policies, but also slaughter his ministers and allow corruption to ravage the land, disturbing the peace of the realm. The old emperor felt a surge of blood rising in his throat, unable to express his fury. Who could it be? Prince Han? Prince Hung? Or perhaps his beloved younger brother, Prince Jing? Meanwhile, Suan had already composed herself, diligently examining the questions set before her by the old emperor. A group of people jointly purchases an item. If each contributes 8, there remains 3. If each contributes 7, there is a shortfall of 4. How many people are there? And what is the price of the item? The old emperor felt a rush of impatience. Why was she taking her time? Hurry up and reveal who this tyrant is. Suan stroked her chin thoughtfully. A group of people jointly buys something. Each contributes 8, leaving 3 remaining. If each contributes 7, they still fall short by 4. We need to determine how many people there are and the price of the item. Such an elaborate phrasing. Does adding more words enhance your majesty's dignity? The emperor, momentarily calmed, thought to himself, I am the sovereign of a nation. Why should I waste words? Am I to enrich you by selling this knowledge? It is simply 7 individuals, and the price is 53. The emperor was momentarily speechless. The Minister of the Interior and the Minister of Revenue were equally astonished. Suan sighed. I calculated this when I was 8 or 9 years old. To present such a question to me is rather underestimating, don't you think? Or perhaps the old emperor simply struggles with arithmetic, hence the simplicity of the questions he poses. The old emperor's expression soured. Suan's arrogance was intolerable. If only the old emperor knew I solved it so swiftly, wouldn't that be a blow to his pride? Surely, I should grant him some dignity. After all, he is a sovereign. I ought to show him some respect. The old emperor's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. It was indeed a rarity for someone to exhibit such concern for his feelings. I thank you for your thoughtfulness. Under the scrutiny of several gazes, Suan grasped the brush, diligently scribbling and calculating, donning a serious yet perplexed expression as if grappling with an insurmountable challenge. Thus, the emperor and the Minister of the Interior watched her feign concentration for nearly half an hour, nearly succumbing to sleep. Meanwhile, the Minister of Revenue internally lamented his plight, urging Suan to cease her calculations. He was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Suan feigned a sudden realization, setting down her paper and brush. Adopting a foolish demeanor tinged with a hint of triumph as she exclaimed, Your Majesty, I have arrived at the answer. The old emperor, weary and famished, rubbed his eyes, eager to appoint Suan and return to his meal. Oh, what is it? The number of people is 8, and the item costs 55. The old emperor felt a surge of blood rising in his throat once more, ready to burst forth. The Minister of the Imperial Secretariat nearly uttered a curse. The Minister of Personnel's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Those present could still hear Suan's self-satisfied musings. It is indeed best to answer incorrectly. This grants the greatest face to the old emperor. Oh, Suan, how clever you are. Chapter 25. Am I ill for attending court? The old emperor took a deep breath, continually urging himself in his heart. Endure. The abilities of the Su family could benefit the populace and save the people. Merely her exquisite arithmetic skills, if imparted, would be a significant contribution. The atmosphere around him was eerily quiet. Suan observed the Minister of Personnel being carried away and cautiously glanced at the old emperor. Your Majesty, am I correct? Why is everyone silent? Perhaps I calculated for too long. It seems I was too hasty. I should have taken more time to reconsider. Your Majesty. The Chancellor raised his voice. The speed of the young lady's calculations is indeed beyond our capabilities. If this dragged on, the Chancellor's frail body would not withstand it any longer. He signaled the Emperor to issue a decree promptly. The old Emperor suppressed his anger, surprised by the young lady's evident expertise in arithmetic. The Chancellor immediately concurred. Indeed, Your Majesty, such a talented individual is a blessing to our Jin dynasty and should be employed accordingly. The old emperor nodded in satisfaction. Lu Qing's words resonate with my thoughts. Suan was utterly perplexed. What on earth? Does the old emperor not know the answers to his own questions? What is this Lu Ren doing, blindly praising? In a state of confusion, Suan thought, surely, these two cannot have been kicked in the head by a donkey? Meanwhile, a senior eunuch observed the written paper on the emperor's table, which noted people, 7. Prices, 53. Despite his skepticism, he had seen enough in his life to discern the implications. The emperor was deliberately promoting the young lady of the Jingwang. It appeared the emperor had significant regard for the Jingwang mansion, suggesting a strong likelihood for the heir selection. The emperor cleared his throat and remarked, "Lu Qing, I vaguely recall that the position of the deputy director of the Ministry of Revenue is still vacant, is it not?" "Indeed, Your Majesty," the chancellor replied. Suan blinked in disbelief. "What is happening?" The emperor continued. "Do you believe Su should take on this role?" The chancellor responded, "I believe it is most fitting." Suan exclaimed, "What on earth?" The emperor nodded with satisfaction. "In that case, I shall issue the decree immediately." Suan was utterly stunned. "What? Are you all chatting away without considering my opinion? Is my opinion not valid?" Only then did the emperor cast a perfunctory glance at her, narrowing his eyes. "Young lady, you have no objections, do you?" Suan replied, "To Your Majesty, I have no objections." Internally, she cursed. "Do I even have the right to object? It feels as though a pie has fallen from the sky and hit me on the head." The emperor was somewhat pleased with her reaction, thinking it quite good. "What have I done to deserve a sixth-rank official title for nothing?" Suan lamented. Is the old emperor always this reckless? No wonder he ended up choosing an heir with a violent temperament. It appears there's a pattern to his decisions. Listening to Suan's thoughts, the old emperor chose not to engage further, promptly drafting the edict. With the imperial seal affixed, he entrusted it to a courtier to deliver to the Jingwang mansion, irrevocable. Suan had a peculiar sensation, as though she had fallen into a trap laid by the old emperor. Receiving an official title without effort isn't necessarily a bad thing. But why do I feel as though I've been duped? The emperor and the chancellor suddenly focused their gazes on her, realizing too late. What benefit is there for the old emperor in placing a sixth-rank official upon me? Su Juan could not comprehend. The emperor's eyes sparkled with inscrutable amusement. Best not to ponder too deeply, Su Qing. Starting tomorrow, you shall attend court with the civil and military officials. Do not oversleep. The emperor had even altered his address, eagerly awaiting the next day's court session. Upon hearing this, Suan's eyes widened in disbelief. Attend court? Am I ill for attending court? She panicked. Your Majesty, I vaguely recall that only officials of the fourth rank and above are required to attend court sessions. I am merely a lowly sixth-rank official. The emperor feigned ignorance. Is that so? He looked at the chancellor. Lu Qing, don't I remember that only officials of sixth rank and above need to attend court? The chancellor confirmed, To Your Majesty, I also remember it being sixth rank and above. The emperor narrowed his eyes at Su Juan. Su Qing, do you hear me clearly? What on earth? Are these two deliberately ganging up on me? The emperor cleared his throat, his gaze becoming ominous.
Suan,
do you perhaps wish to avoid attending court? Su Juan chuckled awkwardly. To Your Majesty, of course, I am willing. It is an honor to attend court with the officials and hear Your Majesty's words. The emperor, however, raised an inquisitive ear. She certainly does not wish to. Who would forsake the comfort of sleeping until late morning to suffer through court with an old man like me? This is utterly unreasonable. Why choose a woman from the inner chambers for such a role when there are many idle men available? The old emperor must be lacking in virtue. The chancellor cleared his throat twice, attempting to overshadow Su Juan's voice. The emperor resolved a significant concern in his heart and, in good spirits, waved for both to withdraw. At that moment, the decree had already reached the Jingwang mansion, appointing Su Juan as the deputy director of the Ministry of Revenue, a sixth-rank position, requiring her to timely attend court every day. The Jingwang consort was taken aback, glancing at the Jingwang, who was equally astonished. He had anticipated the emperor would keep Su Juan close, but did not expect such a method. It had been decades since a female official had appeared in the Jin dynasty. This would surely stir considerable discussion in the capital. Song Qianfan was furious, overturning the table. What a deputy director. What is Mei He doing? Did I not instruct him to ensure his own people were recommended? Lian remained silent for a moment before responding. My lord, Minister Mei fainted in the palace and was carried back to the residence. According to those in the palace, Minister Mei spoke out of turn, displeasing the emperor, and was penalized to kneel in the imperial study for several hours before fainting. Song Qianfan could hardly contain his fury. What a splendid opportunity, now disrupted by Su Juan. Why can't women stay in the inner chambers to support their husbands and educate their children? What is the emperor thinking? First, he forces this woman upon me. And now this. Is he trying to make me the laughingstock of the entire capital? That day, the news spread throughout the capital. The young lady of the Jingwang, Su, had received the emperor's personal edict, officially appointed as the deputy director of the Ministry of Revenue, a sixth-rank position. This marked the first time in decades a woman held an official role, and she was a married woman at that. Instantly, it stirred a tumult in the capital. Those who understood speculated that the emperor wished to keep Su Juan close, watching her daily. Those unaware presumed a significant change was imminent in the capital, a situation reminiscent of the previous empress's reign. Among the most astonished was Lu Miaoqing. She never imagined her father would truly recommend Su Juan. Gripping her brush tightly, her thoughts were chaotic. Thus, did this imply she too might have an opportunity to secure an official position in service to the emperor and the people? Chapter 26. Court gossip. The following day, before dawn had even broken, Su Juan was roused from her slumber by Dong Dong's persistent shaking. Drowsily, she stood there, allowing Dong Dong to fuss over her. The official robes draped upon her frame felt somewhat loose and ill-fitting, as they had been tailored to suit a male physique. The emperor had summoned her to court immediately, leading the palace eunuchs to procure a set that was barely wearable. Dong Dong appeared more spirited than usual, her excitement palpable. "My lady, you must open your eyes. It is nearly the hour of the tiger. We must depart." Typically, at this hour, the prince and the heir would have already had their breakfast and set off for the palace. Su Juan rubbed her eyes and managed to pry them open. The sky remained shrouded in darkness, prompting her to mutter in annoyance. Having thought that waking up at 8 in the modern era was dreadful, she now found herself rising at 3 in the morning to attend court. This was far worse. Dong Dong hurriedly handed her 2 steamed buns, practically pushing her onto the carriage, reminding her, "My lady, remember to eat the buns while they are warm. They become quite unpalatable when cold." The autumn chill meant that the buns would harden if not consumed promptly. Fortunately, they lived close to the palace, so an early start was manageable. Had they been farther away, they would have had to rise even earlier. Once in the carriage, Su Juan succumbed to her fatigue and dozed off again. When she was finally awakened, she noticed several officials entering the palace on foot. She adjusted her robes and yawned, clutching the 2 buns as she disembarked from the carriage. Song Qianfan had already distanced himself from her, feeling embarrassed, while only King Jing remained to wait for her. A group of people gathered outside the hall, and by the time Su Juan began to nibble on her bun, the doors to the hall swung wide open. King Jing reassured her. "It is quite normal to feel uneasy on your first court appearance. You will grow accustomed to it in time, so do not worry." Su Juan nodded like a small chick, understanding the sentiment. She then lowered her head and followed the throng into the hall, seeking a corner to stand in while quietly munching on her bun. Among the officials present, her rank was the lowest. All others were of the 4th rank or higher, which naturally placed her at the rear. Due to her petite stature, she was effectively hidden from view, a fact that Su Juan found quite satisfactory. "This bun is truly hard, and without any side dishes to accompany it, alas. Must I endure such hardship every day henceforth?" Rising at 3 in the morning, famished, to gnaw on this unpalatable hard bun, Su Juan began to reminisce about the exquisite delicacies at King Jing's residence, the roasted duck legs and juicy meat buns that Song Qianhang had brought her. Lost in thought, she nearly drooled, only to glance down and find nothing but a hard bun in her hand. "Very well, I shall make do. Who knows how long the old emperor will dawdle? I cannot afford to starve." The surrounding officials overheard her lament, and several wore expressions of disdain, particularly Song Qianfan, who was thoroughly appalled. Here they were, about to attend court, and she was still munching away. Truly unbecoming. Was this not a clear illustration of why women were deemed unfit for officialdom? After all, this was a decree issued personally by His Majesty. A young scholar from the Hamlin Academy, discreetly extracting a large sesame pancake from his ample sleeve, quietly offered it to Su Juan, saying, "If the assistant minister does not mind, please try this pancake of mine. Though it is cooled, it should still be palatable." Su Juan's eyes lit up, and she gratefully accepted it, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Yuan." Feeling it improper to accept without offering something in return, she handed him her remaining bun, saying, "I shall not take yours for free. Let's trade instead." The scholar smiled in surprise, realizing she knew his surname was Yuan. Having obtained the pancake, Su Juan took a hearty bite. Who would have thought that Scholar Yuan is such a kind-hearted individual? Willing to part with his food just to alleviate another's hunger? Song Qianfan's expression was one of utter contempt. Did the Jing residence truly lack for her sustenance or attire that a mere pancake could win her favor? The scholar, having purchased the pancake specifically for today, felt a twinge of unease. He had already eaten well earlier and had simply thought that Su Juan might appreciate an extra snack on her first day at court. Rumors abounded that she was quite formidable, and the downfall of Deputy Minister Du was rumored to be her doing. As Su Juan mused over Scholar Yuan's character, she reflected, he is a good man, but rather soft-hearted, lacking in assertiveness. The disharmony in his household must be quite severe, with his wife and mother-in-law constantly bickering, while he secludes himself in his study to avoid conflict. This man truly lacks the fortitude expected of a husband. The surrounding officials perked up their ears, intrigued.
So,
Yuan scholar spends all his nights in the guest room. No wonder he complains of backaches. They had once envied him, believing him to be a man of great fortune. Yuan scholar. In that instant, he felt that his pancake would have been better off fed to the dogs than ending up in Su Juan's stomach. Yuan scholar, how have things been at home lately? I must say, harmony in a household is of utmost importance. One should never take it lightly, remarked an official, casting a sympathetic glance in the scholar's direction, though secretly relishing the drama unfolding. Yuan scholar gritted his teeth. All is well. Thank you for your concern. Su Juan perked up, taking a bite of the pancake and glancing at the official engaging with Yuan scholar. Oh, so that is Scholar Wang from the cabinet. Unbeknownst to Wang, danger lurked nearby. The others had already turned their ears toward the unfolding conversation. Su Juan did not disappoint. And yet, you dare to criticize Scholar Yuan. At least he maintains his integrity, while your own household is a chaotic mess, with relatives and friends constantly coming and going. Yet you refuse to spare a few coins for additional servants to help maintain order. Cooking, cleaning, and laundry, all left for your wife to manage. While you cavort at Chuanxiang Tower with a mistress, and when things do not go your way, you return home to berate your wife. Truly, you are the epitome of a miserly, despicable man. Indeed, you and Song Qianfan are cut from the same cloth. The official's face turned a mottled hue of green and white. Song Qianfan's expression darkened, irritated that his name had been dragged into the matter. At this moment, the crowd was too engrossed in the revelations regarding Wang scholar to pay attention to Song Qianfan, their interest piqued by his supposed misdeeds. Yuan scholar felt a sense of balance restored. However, this scoundrel will not fare well either. His wife has likely already taken their 2-year-old son and fled, taking refuge with that close friend of his who has been frequently visiting. Suan's words had indeed stirred a tempest. All the officials leaned in, their curiosity piqued, fearing they might miss out on this juicy gossip. The cabinet scholar felt a chill run down his spine, nearly fainting at the implications. Utter nonsense. My wife is virtuous and obedient. My friend has been like a brother to me since childhood. How could he ever betray me? Oh, but little do you know. While you invite him over for drinks, he is truly enamored with your wife. Recently, I have been experimenting, and both recommendations and monthly votes are of utmost importance. I sincerely request all you lovely souls to assist by casting a recommendation and a monthly vote. Do not hoard the stories. Join me in pursuing updates and indulging in delightful revelations. Each day brings a new surprise, and each surprise is distinct. Chapter 27. A direct threat to the old Emperor Su Juan's words fell like a thunderclap in the ears of the cabinet scholar, rendering his face pale. Yet, Su Juan continued unabated. Every time you get drunk, you leave a mess behind, then retreat to your chamber for a deep slumber, while others still help your wife tidy up and comfort her. Look how considerate they are, he scoffed, now that your wife has run off with someone else. You have only yourself to blame. The scholar clenched his fists beneath his sleeves, veins bulging with rage. At that moment, he could hardly care about the humiliation of being cuckolded in front of his peers. All he could think about was rushing home to report to the authorities and capture those 2 scoundrels. That wretched woman, running off with someone else and even taking my son with her. He fumed. And after raising that boy for 2 years, is this not retribution? Gasps echoed through the court. Good heavens, is it true that Scholar Wang's 2-year-old son is not his own? Upon hearing Su Juan's revelation, the scholar trembled, his face flushing crimson as his eyes bulged with fury. The surrounding spectators cast sympathetic glances his way. He raised his brother's son for 2 years, completely unaware of his wife's betrayal. If this were written into a tale, it would surely become a bestseller.
Su Juan just.
The scholar rolled up his sleeves and, disregarding any attempts to stop him, dashed out of the grand hall, abandoning the morning court.
Today.
He vowed to chop those 2 miscreants into pieces to feed to the dogs. Seeing the scholar flee, Su Juan expressed surprise. Hey, why did he run off? Isn't he worried about being penalized for missing court? The onlookers responded. Why do you think he ran? He is off to catch those 2. By now, that family of 3 must have left the city. Even if he returns home and discovers their absence, it will likely be too late to pursue them. First, he will find that his wife and son are missing, then realize his wife has betrayed him with a friend, and finally, he will face punishment from the emperor for his absence. What a thrilling day for Scholar Wang! Su Juan exclaimed with excitement. The courtiers were equally enthralled, lamenting that they could not witness such a grand spectacle in person. Just then, the emperor entered the hall, and the crowd fell silent. Su Juan knelt along with the throng, bowing deeply. The old emperor scanned the assembly, searching for a familiar figure. After a prolonged gaze, he grew suspicious. Could it be that he is so bold as to not attend? Why is it taking so long? Must we kneel for this long? The voice echoed loudly in the silence. The old emperor squinted, though he could not see the individual. Hearing his voice sufficed for his satisfaction. All rise. Before long, those at the front began to present their petitions, discussing calamities and recent cases in the capital.
Su Juan Bruwiri.
Taking advantage of the attention elsewhere to stifle a yawn, feeling quite bored. The Duke of Guangping wept. Your Majesty, my son is but a child, still innocent. An 18-year-old man-child? Someone stifled a laugh, unable to contain themselves. The Duke pressed on. Your Majesty, please understand, disputes among playmates are common, and minor skirmishes are not intended to harm others. Oh, it seems the Duke's son frequently visits Chuanxiang Tower to vie for the favor of the ladies. The Duke's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he had only this one son and would do anything to protect his reputation. Your Majesty, I am willing to compensate with 500 taels of silver as restitution for my son's actions. The old emperor, unaware of the full context, believed the matter was merely exaggerated or concealed among these courtiers. He waved his hand, intending to delegate the matter to the Ministry of Justice, when he suddenly heard Su Juan's exclamation. 500 taels to settle this matter? How miserly! Old man, you are too stingy. I'd give you 500 taels to see if you could let my son beat me to death. The old emperor narrowed his eyes. Was the Duke truly suggesting this was merely a light injury? The Duke, who had doted on his son due to having him late in life, had not committed a grave sin in his indulgence. However, no father should spoil a son to such a degree that he would take another's life over a woman. That was a precious life lost. Even the Ministry of Justice had concealed the truth. They had reported it as a mere light injury, claiming the physician had deemed it inconsequential. If it were not for Su Juan, the emperor would have genuinely been at a loss today. The Duke turned pale. Your Majesty, there are indeed serious injuries. I will compensate with 10,000 taels of silver to make amends for my son's wrongdoing. Su Juan's excitement grew. 10,000 taels. The emperor nodded slightly. A life had been lost, and compensation was warranted. This was somewhat acceptable. Investigate him. He must be lining his own pockets. Most likely he has accepted bribes. 10,000 taels. His son and daughter-in-law squander money daily, and they have no properties or businesses. How could he possibly afford such a sum for compensation? The Duke of Guangping fell to his knees, trembling. Your Majesty, I have but this one son. For him, I am willing to part with everything I possess. Without my son, my wealth is of no use to me. His lament drew sympathy from those around him. Indeed, having a son in old age was a precious blessing. It was understandable for the Duke to dote on him. Even if he sold all his assets, how could he have amassed such wealth? Su Juan found it absurd. Oh, so your son is the only one that matters? What of other sons? And your wealth? No one desires your fortune. They seek justice. It's a pity you are a duke, always thinking money can resolve matters. Is it any wonder your son has turned out this way? If that wealth is truly useless, why not donate it all? Everyone would surely support that. The emperor squinted, finding Su Juan's words quite reasonable. The treasury required expansion. The Duke of Guangping, tears streaming down his face, began to lament further. Your Majesty, I am nearly 65 years old, and this is my only son. Yet the old emperor has no son. You at least have one. Do not compare your woes to his. Furthermore, at 65, you could take a new wife and have another child. You are not the old emperor, after all. The emperor. The remark was somewhat jarring. The courtiers lowered their heads, pretending not to hear. The duke continued his sob story. Your Majesty, I have but this one son. If he were to meet with misfortune, I would have no reason to live. Wow. A direct threat to the old emperor. Such audacity. The duke trembled. Your Majesty, I swear my loyalty. I have no intention of threatening you. Of course, it is not a threat. He genuinely wishes to die. Will he next throw himself against the Golden Hall in despair? Silence enveloped the court. The old emperor. Chapter 28. Do not speak on my behalf casually. Duke Guangping gritted his teeth, continuing to lament. The old minister had only recently fathered a son in his later years, and thoughts of the child filled his heart with sorrow. It was not that he truly wished for death. I just noticed several columns that seemed sturdy enough for a headlong collision. I wonder which one Duke Guangping would choose. To think that on the very first day of court, he would stumble upon a suicide scene. It is indeed thrilling. Your Majesty, can one truly be without fault? Hurry and collide. Must a child's unintentional misstep cost him his life? How slow can one be even to crash into a wall? Duke Guangping could no longer cry, his old face flushed with anger. Duke Guangping exclaimed, Are we not allowed to live? The gazes of the courtiers fell upon him, filled with sympathy for the old man who had to endure such a troublesome son in his twilight years, compounded by the presence of Su Juan. Yet, they could not help but admire Su Juan's eloquence. Her words flowed effortlessly. Duke Guangping's face was crimson with fury, struggling to breathe as a surge of indignation welled up within him, lamenting that he possessed only a mouth to express his grievances. The elderly emperor, feeling like a mere backdrop, found himself oddly content with the situation. In daily affairs, these old ministers often took advantage of their ancestral merits to create difficulties for him, incessantly weeping and causing disturbances, which left him vexed. Yet today was different. With Su Juan present, Duke Guangping's grievances were effectively silenced. The old emperor squinted his eyes, feeling a sense of relief. The atmosphere around them had grown overly quiet, as if time itself had paused. Su Juan blinked and surveyed her surroundings. Why has Duke Guangping ceased speaking? Could it be that he truly crashed into the wall and committed suicide? Heavens! This son is exceedingly unfilial, pushing his father to the brink of death for a woman. Such a character must never inherit the title. Otherwise, Duke Guangping's lifetime achievements would be tainted. Duke Guangping is also unfilial. For such a trivial matter regarding his son, he would bring shame upon his ancestors. If I were he, I would have no face to meet my forebears. Suddenly, Duke Guangping spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision dimming as he collapsed. Not good. Duke Guangping has fainted. Call the Imperial physician at once. Chaos ensued as Su Juan shrank into a corner, bewildered by her surroundings. Wasn't he at a wall collision? How has it turned into a fainting spell? I see. It must be that the old emperor refused to pardon his son, causing him to faint from sheer rage. After all, a wise ruler would never indulge the son of a minister, for it is said that the emperor's crimes are equal to those of commoners. How could the son of a mere duke expect to rise above the law? What a joke! Would our sovereign, a ruler of a nation, be coerced by you? Such words placed the old emperor in a precarious position. The courtiers gazed at him eagerly, waiting for his final decree. Song Qianfan gritted his teeth. Maintaining a facade of restraint, Duke Guangping was an old minister whose words carried weight in the court. After half a year of interaction, Duke Guangping had finally shown signs of allegiance, and the recent cover-up by the Dali Temple was at his behest. Yet, why did every connection he attempted to forge get severed by this woman? He realized that with Su Juan in the court, his plans were inevitably thwarted. The emperor cleared his throat, declaring, The son of Duke Guangping has committed a grave offense. his title shall be stripped, and he will be exiled to Qingzhou. Duke Guanping has failed in his duty as a father, and his rank shall be lowered by 1 level. He is to reflect in isolation for 3 months and will forfeit his salary for 3 years. With that light statement, no one dared to step forward to plead for him. Having dealt with Duke Guanping, the court resumed its trivial discussions, which bored Su Juan to the point of yawning, her eyelids growing heavy. At that moment, 2 ministers unexpectedly rose to address the emperor, stating that the position of the Eastern Palace remained undecided, which was detrimental to the prosperity of the Jin dynasty. They implored the emperor to make a prompt decision regarding the Eastern Palace to stabilize the hearts of the people. Upon hearing this, several others stepped forward to express their agreement. The emperor's cold gaze flickered with displeasure. Not this again, as they seemed to bring up this matter every few days. Did they truly wish for his demise? Where was Suan? Why was she silent at such a crucial moment? The emperor was greatly dissatisfied, unwilling to discuss the issue. He had yet to glean any information from Suan and did not wish to finalize a decision so hastily. Moreover, he still intended to reserve the position of the crown prince for his own offspring. I understand your intentions, esteemed ministers, he said, but this matter shall be postponed for further discussion. If there are no pressing issues, we shall conclude today's court session. The right censor of the court suddenly knelt down, exclaiming, Your Majesty, if the position of the Eastern Palace remains unestablished, the state will be unstable and the people's hearts will waver. I beseech Your Majesty to finalize the Eastern Palace for the sake of the nation. The aged right censor, with his hair as white as snow, knelt before the emperor, as if roasting him over a fire. Song Qianfan and the others watched from the sidelines, knowing they could not speak out. They wondered what the emperor was waiting for in delaying the selection of the crown prince. The emperor's lips pressed tightly together, fingers trembling, pondering what Suan was up to. When she was not needed, she would chatter incessantly. Now that her input was required, she remained utterly silent. Just as the emperor was agitated to the brink, Suan's voice finally broke through the tension. Delicious lamb and duck legs. The old emperor replied, Huh? The court officials were equally perplexed. At that moment, though Suan stood upright, her consciousness swayed as she seemed to drift into slumber. The old emperor's face darkened. How outrageous it was that she could sleep while standing. Ire surged within him as they all urged him to finalize the Eastern Palace. Did they expect him to conjure a child from thin air, given that he had none? His fury peaked, his voice rising. You expect me to conjure one? Goodness! You startled me. The emperor's roar jolted Suan awake, and she instinctively wiped her mouth, relieved that she hadn't drooled. The courtiers wiped their brows in sympathy for her. Confused, Suan inquired of the scholar in front of her, Brother Yuan, what has transpired? Why is the old emperor so enraged? The scholar responded quietly, The censors and several ministers have united to petition the emperor to finalize the Eastern Palace. Suddenly enlightened, Suan remarked, so that is why he is in such a foul mood over the choice of the crown prince. The old emperor's anger subsided considerably. Suan shook her head. In my opinion, should a tyrant ascend to power and recklessly slay ministers, half the blame would lie with these old courtiers who wished to die for their convictions. The elder ministers, upon hearing this, felt their blood boil. What nonsense! We are concerned for the stability of the Jin dynasty. What would a mere woman understand? The emperor returned to his seat, his tumultuous emotions calming somewhat, awaiting Suan's words to aid him in addressing the situation. Does the old emperor, at his advanced age, not realize that finalizing the Eastern Palace is beneficial for the stability of the nation? The emperor furrowed his brow slightly, yet nodded in agreement. However, you cannot press the emperor daily. He has no sons or daughters, which is already troublesome enough. The emperor wiped away his tears, feeling grateful that someone finally empathized with him. Consider the candidates thoroughly, yet you incessantly remind him, driving him to a state of vexation. The emperor exclaimed, Indeed, that is precisely the point. Continue, Su Qing. Reflecting on this, the early rising Suan felt her anger surge. No wonder he has chosen such a mindless heir for you. Once the tyrant ascends the throne, he will undoubtedly eliminate all you venerable ministers with your incessant chatter. Who can endure such a fate? I see it now. The old emperor must have intended to rid himself of all you relentless harbingers of doom, which is why he appointed such an heir. The hall was enveloped in a profound silence, not a sound to be heard. The emperor's temple throbbed violently. Do not presume to speak on my behalf. Chapter 29. What a bold face. A peculiar silence enveloped the court as the officials contemplated Suan's words. According to her, the emperor intended to select a crown prince from among the royal family, a man of violent character, who would, upon ascending the throne, annihilate the loyal ministers who had devoted their lives to the court. It would render decades of service utterly futile. How absurd! Why even establish a crown prince if he could be so dreadful?
Who does not value their life?
The venerable Right Grand Secretary, with his silver hair, stood at the forefront of the assembly, declaring his disbelief in such ominous predictions. The establishment of a crown prince was essential for the stability of the realm. Even if he were to lose his life in the process, the security of the empire would render his sacrifice worthwhile. He was convinced that the emperor would not appoint an incapable individual as crown prince, and any ministers who might perish in the future would surely deserve their fate. Your Majesty, I beseech you, I have something to report. A sudden, resonant voice broke Su Juan's reverie. The old emperor immediately granted permission, inquiring what the esteemed Xie had to convey. Su Juan blinked, her excitement palpable, recognizing Xie, the eldest brother of the empress, the venerable Duke Pingua. The old emperor felt a twinge of jealousy. Why was Duke Pingua revered as the old man while he himself was merely the old head? Nevertheless, he acknowledged the Duke's seasoned demeanor. Despite his age, he exuded vigor and spoke with authority, unlike those timid, soft-spoken peers who seemed perpetually drowsy. The Duke must surely have something of significance to address, unlike those who brought trivial matters before the throne. As the Duke stepped forward, his tone steady and voice booming, he proclaimed, "Your Majesty, Scholar Wang of the Hanlin Academy has been indulging in debauchery, abusing his wife, and today has failed to attend the morning court without cause. According to our laws, he must be punished." Song Qianfan rolled his eyes. Which man did not have a mistress? A wife should prioritize her husband, and a few harsh words were to be tolerated. It was the Wang lady who had betrayed her vows and sought affection elsewhere, deserving of the harshest punishment. The Duke seemed quite senile in his judgment. Others quickly discerned that the Duke was attempting to divert attention from the discussion of the Crown Prince by dragging Scholar Wang into the fray. Yet this seemed rather forced. Inwardly, Su Juan applauded the Duke's stance. Well said. Scholar Wang deserves severe punishment. Indeed, Duke Pingua's words were never uttered in vain. Even his voice alone commanded respect. Not to mention his countenance. The ministers exchanged glances, fully grasping the essence of double standards. Did the Duke's concerns truly outweigh the trivialities of others? If only our great Jean possessed more loyal subjects such as him, it would be a blessing. Su Juan lauded. If I could converse with Duke Pingua a few more times, my life would be complete. Her flattery flowed like a stream, leaving Duke Pingua slightly off balance. Unsure of where to direct his embarrassment, he maintained a facade of calm, yet inwardly he urged her to cease, fearing that if she continued, his colleagues might suspect he had orchestrated her praises. Around them, several ministers, including the old emperor, focused intently on Duke Pingua, the emperor beginning to suspect that Suan might be in league with him, given her unusual favor. After a perfunctory exchange, the emperor decreed that Scholar Wang would be fined half a year's salary and receive 15 strokes. With the matter of the crown prince diverted, the emperor, satisfied, dismissed the court, eager to relieve his growing discomfort. From a distance, Suan's lively voice rang out. Finally, we're done. Time to return to sleep. Attending court is truly a thankless task. As the emperor prepared to leave, his cold gaze narrowed, and he suddenly called, "Where's the deputy director of the revenue department?" Unfazed by his summons, Su Juan grumbled, "What now? Why does the emperor have so many trivial matters to attend to?" A strange silence fell over the court. The old emperor's forehead twitched. "Where is the deputy director of the revenue department?" In the stillness, Su Juan's impatient voice broke through. "This is exasperating. Who is this deputy director? Hurry up and respond." How audacious, the ministers thought. "Isn't that you?" The emperor remarked, "Scholar of the Hanlin Academy. Please remind her that His Majesty is calling for the deputy director." Suan gasped, confusion evident on her face. Me? ISNT, he calling for the deputy director?
Oh,
I am the deputy director. My apologies, I forgot. Cautiously, she emerged from her hidden corner, advancing step by step, kneeling to pay her respects. Your humble servant. Deputy Director of the Revenue Department, greets your majesty. Duke Pingwa seized this moment to glance at the seemingly fragile girl who had just extolled his virtues. The old emperor, choosing not to dwell on her earlier neglect, commanded her to attend to business in the Imperial study. Suan complied obediently, yet her thoughts raced. On my first day in office, what business could there possibly be? Shall I concoct a few matters? The old emperor is undoubtedly targeting me. The emperor pretended not to hear her, nonchalantly departing the golden hall. Suan wished for rest, yet he would not allow it. The sovereign, in her eyes, seemed lesser than even a humble Duke Pingwa. How ludicrous! Behind, Duke Pingwa sneezed unexpectedly, rubbing his nose, acknowledging the autumn chill. Perhaps it was time to add layers to his attire. In the imperial study, the emperor and several senior ministers discussed affairs of state, their voices a cacophony. Su Juan, a mere sixth-rank official, found no opportunity to interject, her presence rendered inconsequential. Exhausted, she stood at the back, her heavy eyelids threatening to close. The old emperor, with his foul temper, summons people yet ignores them. The emperor chuckled. Dare you speak? Perhaps an extended punishment is in order. This is infuriating. Suan exclaimed in frustration. The two second-rank ministers exchanged glances, pondering whether His Majesty was being too harsh on the deputy director, especially on her first day, and given her youth. At that moment, Duke Pingwa spoke up, Your Majesty, perhaps it would be wise to allow the deputy director to assume her duties early, considering the revenue department's affairs have been neglected for too long. It's indeed, Duke Pingwa. Such a straightforward man, so articulate. Unlike the old emperor, who, despite his age, retains his foul temper. Only the empress can tolerate him. Duke Pingwa coughed a few times, attempting to drown out Su Juan's voice, but to no avail. The emperor responded, Well done, you have my approval. Chapter 30. Solely overlooking Song Qianfan, Su Juan fled from the imperial study and went to the Ministry of Revenue to attend to official duties. After a long day of work, she felt somewhat dazed. Fortunately, her colleagues were supportive and she adapted quickly. Before she could return to the Jingwangfu, a guard named Lian, who was close to Song Qianfan, came to find her, stating that Song Qianfan wished to discuss an important matter with her. Consequently, Suan did not return for dinner at the Jingwangfu, but went directly to the residence of the chancellor. She was well aware of the affair between the old Marquis of Guangping and Song Qianfan. With the Marquis facing trouble today, she anticipated that Song Qianfan, in his foul mood, would seek her out to vent his frustrations. It would be foolish to return and become a target for his ire at such a time. Lu Miaoqing hosted Su Juan in her courtyard for a modest meal consisting of only a few dishes. She offered to send more, if there was not enough. Su Juan waved her hand, indicating it was ample, explaining, I was busy with work today and did not have time to eat. I am quite famished. As she spoke, Su Juan recalled being summoned to the imperial study for a punishment, feeling indignant. That old emperor is simply insufferable. I have done nothing wrong. I did not utter a word all morning. Why must I be punished? Listening to Su Juan, Lu Miaoqing couldn't help but chuckle, refraining from inquiring why Su Juan had not dined at the Wangfu. It seemed that her day in court had not been particularly favorable either. Nevertheless, being appointed as an official in the Ministry of Revenue was indeed a commendable achievement. Congratulations. It has been decades since a woman has served in our court, Lu Miaoqing remarked. Su Juan sighed softly, acknowledging that acquiring a sixth-rank official position was quite commendable, albeit a bit unfamiliar. Were there women in office before? Lu Miaoqing nodded, recalling that during the reign of the previous empress, it was not unusual for women to serve in the court, as Su Juan may have heard. Su Juan remembered the conversation at the 100 Towers, where Xie Sun and Song Qianheng had mentioned it briefly. She was not well acquainted with the previous emperor, only knowing that she was a woman, but the details of her ascension and many other matters were unclear to her. Now, Lu Miaoqing's mention piqued her curiosity. Miaoqing, how much do you know about the previous dynasty? Only a little, Lu Miaoqing replied. Su Juan blinked, eager to hear more. Lu Miaoqing began to recount the history of the previous emperor. During the reign of Wu Guang, the emperor had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest prince, weak in health, was unable to assume the position of heir. The second and third princes feuded for over a decade, culminating in the assassination of the third prince. The second prince, desperate for power, colluded with foreign nations, throwing the court into chaos and causing the emperor to fall gravely ill. Taking advantage of the turmoil, the foreign adversaries harassed the great Jin, leading to a great war. The princess, undeterred in the face of adversity, took on the daunting task. Initially, there were doubts about her capabilities, as many believed a woman could not handle such responsibilities. Gradually, however, it became evident that she outshone the second and third princes. Support began to swell for the princess within the court, and eventually, she was named heir apparent and moved to the Eastern Palace, despite facing considerable criticism. At that time, the emperor was gravely ill, the eldest prince was in poor health, and the third prince was deceased, leaving the Eastern Palace in a precarious position. At the tender age of 23, the princess ascended the throne, welcomed counsel, reformed policies, opened trade routes, and appointed capable individuals, regardless of gender. During her reign, the capital flourished and gender equality reigned, allowing women to take charge. Regrettably, the empress was burdened by state affairs and ruled for only 18 years before her untimely death. The heir from the Eastern Palace ascended afterwards, who is now the current emperor. Following this, women faced increasing oppression and were gradually pushed out of the court, leading to the present situation. Suan felt a sense of loss, lamenting, "It is truly difficult for women in this world. Though they serve alongside men, they are subjected to discrimination and suppression simply because of their gender. It is utterly unfair." Lu Miaoqing gazed at Suan with warmth, responding, "But your presence has broken the deadlock." Suan raised an eyebrow, curious. Lu Miaoqing smiled. "I believe that with one example, there will be a second, and in time, more women like you will enter the court, reviving the grandeur of the empress's reign and carving out a space for women in this world." Suan noticed the glimmer of aspiration in Lu Miaoqing's eyes. Could it be that Lu Miaoqing also yearned for a position in the officialdom? Lu Miaoqing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Suan had discerned her thoughts. She gazed intently at Suan and said earnestly, "A Wan, who says women are inferior to men? I believe in your potential. You will surely achieve great things in the court." Her father had vigorously recommended Suan for an official position, ostensibly to alleviate the emperor's concerns, but in truth, it was to break the barriers preventing women from entering the official sphere. Lu Miaoqing, longing to escape the confines of a domestic life, did not want to remain a caged canary. She too aspired to step into what seemed to be a male-dominated world. Despite the challenging times, she was determined to carve out a path for herself. Suan's emergence had ignited the flame of hope within her. She acknowledged that she had gauged the emperor's intentions and had utilized Suan to pave the way for her own future in politics. Once the first woman broke the long-standing precedent, subsequent entries would surely face less scrutiny. Suan lowered her gaze, recalling the scene in the Imperial study, where the Chancellor and the old emperor seemed to be in collusion. Suddenly, it dawned on her, so the Chancellor recommended me for the court, primarily for his daughter's sake. But why did the old emperor agree? Why didn't he recommend his own daughter?
Confusion clouded Su Juan's mind.
And she found the meal before her tasteless. Though her acquaintance with Lu Miaoqing was brief and lacked depth, she felt a sense of betrayal upon realizing she had been used. Lu Miaoqing's expression darkened, but she had no regrets. "A Wan, I apologize." Suan hastily consumed a few more bites, unwilling to waste food. As her bowl neared empty, she set it down and declared, "It is getting late. I shall not intrude further. Rest well." With that, she stood to leave. Behind her, Lu Miaoqing called out, "A Wan, believe me when I say I never intended to harm you." Truly. At that moment, Suan found it difficult to accept Lu Miaoqing's words. Lu Miaoqing's thoughts were indeed profound. Her affection for Lu Xian was likely not as genuine as it seemed, but rather a strategic move to benefit from his talents and reputation, all in pursuit of her ambitions. Suan felt a mix of admiration and resentment at being used. Yet she also couldn't help but sympathize with Lu Miaoqing. "But in all your calculations, you overlooked Song Qianfan. regardless of what he may do upon ascending to the throne. A man who is so arrogant as to despise women will never allow you a place in the court. Miaoqing, in the end, you will find yourself trapped in the depths of the palace, living in despair. Lu Miaoqing's expression froze in disbelief. How could it be Song Qianfan? Chapter 31. The delicate cousin. After Su Juan departed, Lu Miaoqing collapsed onto a stone bench, staring at the leftover dishes on the table. Unable to comprehend why the emperor had ultimately chosen Song Qianfan despite his hesitations. After years of acquaintance, Lu Miaoqing understood Song Qianfan's temperament all too well. Once he ascended the throne, he would undoubtedly eliminate anyone who posed a threat to him, especially those who had previously crossed swords with him. Lu Miaoqing's face bore no trace of a smile as she turned to her maid. "Has my father returned?" "The master just came back and should be in the study now," the maid replied. Lu Miaoqing sprang to her feet and headed outside the courtyard. It could be King Han, King Jing, or even King Hung, but it absolutely could not be Song Qianfan. This matter required thorough discussion with her father. Before long, it was the birthday of the Princess Jing. The estate hosted a banquet for a select few families who shared a close friendship with the princess, but inexplicably, many uninvited guests appeared. Among them was a distant relative of the princess, who had already been residing in the royal residence for several days. Dongdong was helping Suan with her hair and couldn't help but complain, "My lady, that cousin claims she is here to deliver a birthday gift to the princess. In my opinion, she simply intends to stay at the royal residence for good." For the past few days, Suan had been busy with official matters and hadn't encountered that cousin, unaware that the girl was nearly treating the royal residence as her own home. At that moment, Suan felt a bit drowsy and yawned lazily. "You don't like her?" Dongdong pouted. "I don't like her at all. That cousin is always clinging to the young master. The young master has never treated you well, and now with her around, it hardly seems like a birthday visit." Suan silently completed Dongdong's unspoken thought. "Clearly, she is here to fish for a wealthy husband." Dongdong, indignant, warned, "My lady, we must be cautious. We cannot let that cousin have her way." Suan smiled, remaining silent. She narrowed her eyes, recalling the cousin's matters. Although Dongdong disliked her, Suan found her quite intriguing. Anyone capable of making Song Qianfan stumble was worthy of her admiration. The atmosphere at the Jing residence was particularly lively today. Upon Lu Miaoqing's arrival, she noticed Suan adorned in a striking red and white ensemble, a rather bold choice for her first appearance in such vivid attire. "Awan, you look splendid today," Lu Miaoqing exclaimed. Suan, maintaining a stern expression, stepped back slightly, creating distance between them. She thought to herself, aware that she could never measure up to Lu Miaoqing, unworthy of such praise. With a light cough, Lu Miaoqing leaned closer, softening her tone. "Awan, I heard that the new restaurant on East Street has some delightful signature dishes. Would you accompany me to try them tomorrow?" She knew how much Suan adored the cuisine there, even thinking of it during their audience with the emperor. Lu Miaoqing playfully tugged at Suan's sleeve, continuing, "I was at fault earlier. Please, do not hold it against me. You can punish me however you wish. Just share a meal with me. Or, even if you choose not to forgive me, at least grant me a conversation." Lu Miaoqing had never spoken to anyone in such a manner before, and her cheeks flushed slightly. However, Suan remained impassive. "No need. I am not well acquainted with Miss Lu. If you wish to dine, you may invite someone else. Suan lacked the fortune." With that, she strode away, leaving Lu Miaoqing far behind, her back exuding a sense of cold indifference. Yet, the whispers carried on the wind betrayed her true thoughts. Was she just being playful with me? Oh dear. How can someone be so awkward yet endearing while being coy? That was close. I almost forgave her. "Calm down, Suan. You must not be easily swayed by this cunning woman. Remain steadfast. And besides, it's just one meal. Who is she to dictate?" Though the newly opened restaurant on East Street boasted exceptional flavors and prices, it beckoned a second visit. Those around could hear Suan's inner musings, their gazes fixed on the two. Lu Miaoqing cleared her throat, her ears aflame, and hastily chased after Suan. Continuing to coax, "Awan, would it be acceptable if I treat you to 3 meals? The Princess Jing chuckled, finding her daughter-in-law's nature both innocent and charming. Lady Lu, the Countess of Xingping, also laughed, Your daughter-in-law is quite delightful. I only wish my own Xianin could find a partner like the young mistress, making life a tad more interesting. Her son was far too solemn and rigid, in need of someone like Su Juan to enliven him. The Princess Jing's smile broadened. Alas, you shall not find another like her. There is but one in all of Jin. Lady Lu sighed. What a pity. If she were not already wed to the young master, I would certainly have sought her for my Xianin. The girl was strikingly beautiful, instantly captivating, and there was an inexplicable familiarity about her. Moreover, her character was admirable, and she currently held a position as an assistant minister. Why had she ended up with Song Qianfan? Lady Lu mused that her son was no less impressive than Song Qianfan, though she dared not voice such thoughts in the presence of the Princess Jing, keeping them to herself. The two often engaged in light-hearted banter, and the Princess Jing took her words as mere jest. You may dream on. She is already my daughter-in-law. There is no chance for you. As Su Juan and Lu Miaoqing continued their playful exchange, Song Qianfan approached, clad in a new robe, appearing more spirited than usual, followed closely by a rosy-cheeked young woman. Su Juan squinted. It seems he just had a hearty meal. Lu Miaoqing, puzzled, followed her gaze to see Song Qianfan striding confidently, a faint smile playing on his lips, exuding an air of cheerfulness. Behind him trailed a girl whose face was flushed, seemingly from the breeze. When Song Qianfan caught sight of Su Juan and then Lu Miaoqing, memories of his recent rejection resurfaced. Nevertheless, with his influential position as the minister of the center, he was determined to have Lu Miaoqing, regardless of her feelings. Yet, these women were utterly oblivious to their own folly. The Princess Jing took her seat at the head of the table, while the cousin, Liang Yin, nestled beside Song Qianfan, inadvertently usurping the young mistress's place. Though this was somewhat improper, the girl appeared bashful, seemingly seeking comfort from her familiar cousin amidst the crowd. Song Qianfan offered her several pieces of pastry. Lady Lu of Xingping observed the scene, shaking her head in disbelief at the young master's apparent lack of discernment. All eyes were on Liang Yin, while the Princess Jing's expression grew noticeably dim, reflecting her displeasure. However, Liang Yin, immersed in Song Qianfan's attentiveness, remained oblivious to the discontent around her, reveling in her triumph over the young mistress. She met Su Juan's gaze and, in a soft, low voice, explained, Sister-in-law, my cousin only let me sit here because he noticed I was shy. I did not mean to encroach upon your seat. Please do not be upset with him. Song Qianfan frowned, thinking there was no need for her to concern herself with Su Juan. Liang Yin smiled sweetly, her tone gentle. That would not be proper. I shouldn't impose. Su Juan, with a cheerful demeanor, interjected on behalf of Song Qianfan. It's perfectly fine. You may remain seated. Just enjoy yourself. Within, Song Qianfan scoffed. At least she possesses some decorum. Look at her, so charmingly delicate. It seems Song Qianfan has a penchant for such fragile beauty. How quaint. Song Qianfan silently mused. What was it that they say? A vixen is fit for a dog, and their bond shall endure. With a sudden burst of laughter, someone couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Chapter 32. Which lady is as jealous as you? The Countess of Xingping laughed heartily, her gaze towards Suan growing increasingly affectionate. Lu Miaoqing covered her lips with a handkerchief, smiling without saying a word. Many of the guests present stifled their laughter. The young lady was indeed exceptionally eloquent. Just moments ago, Song Qianfan had been radiant, but now his expression darkened, more so than the bottom of a pot. He gritted his teeth and shot a warning glance at Su Juan, threatening her to cease her nonsense or he would ensure her tongue was silenced upon their return home. Receiving Song Qianfan's warning glare, Su Juan felt perplexed. What had happened to Song Qianfan? Just a moment ago, he had been perfectly fine, and now he had changed his demeanor. Her eyes wandered between the two of them, and she wondered if perhaps the little enchantress beside him had not satisfied him. The guests exchanged glances, bewildered. What did this mean? Were their assumptions correct? Song Qianfan suddenly tightened his grip on his chopsticks, bracing himself for whatever nonsense Suan was about to utter. Nearby, Liang Yin sensed the curious gazes of several attendees directed at her and Song Qianfan, though she could not hear Suan's thoughts and was unaware of the unfolding drama. Believing they were observing the tenderness Song Qianfan showed her, she shyly lowered her head. With Su Juan's voice momentarily absent, Song Qianfan's heart, which had been racing, finally settled as he sighed in relief, inching away from Liang Yin, wary of provoking Su Juan into another outburst. Among all these guests, she could afford to be shameless, but he still had his dignity to uphold. The expression of the princess consort darkened, her anger brewing. She was aware of the discord between her son and daughter-in-law, but she had not anticipated him to be so reckless as to provoke a distant cousin staying in their home. This little vixen had the audacity to entice her son, and once the guests departed, she would ensure this impudent girl faced the consequences. Lu Miaoqing placed a piece of delicacy in front of Su Juan, intending to soothe her. But something about Su Juan's demeanor suggested she was rather excited, an excitement she could not conceal. Meanwhile, the gathered guests, with their insatiable curiosity, were eager to know why the young lady was only speaking in half-truths. This was hardly a commendable habit. Song Qianheng, too, was intrigued, casting glances at Su Juan, hoping she would divulge more and satiate his curiosity. He had recently noticed his elder brother growing closer to this so-called distant cousin, but he hadn't expected their relationship to reach such a level. Su Juan blinked, thinking he was hinting at a later outing, and returned the gesture with a wink. Song Qianheng was left speechless. Liang Yin gently moved her plate of pastries in front of Su Juan, softly saying, "Cousin-in-law, I see you enjoy these sweets, so please have some." Su Juan was momentarily taken aback, failing to express her gratitude as she stared at the pastries in silence. Lu Miaoqing discerned a mix of regret and sympathy in Su Juan's eyes. What could be troubling her? Was she lamenting that Liang had found herself in the company of such a heartless person as Song Qianfan? Liang Yin, observing Su Juan's demeanor, tugged at Song Qianfan's sleeve, asking Brother Qianfan, "Does it seem like cousin-in-law is upset?" Song Qianfan pressed his lips together tightly, casting a glance at Su Juan, his eyes darkening. He was genuinely apprehensive of her unpredictable remarks. After all, he was a man of reputation. "Continue enjoying your food. There's no need to pay her any mind." Yet, Su Juan remained fixated on the pastries, silent as a statue, her thoughts unspoken. Lu Miaoqing, raising her elegant brows, remarked, "Juan, what troubles you?" Su Juan shook her head, assuring, "It's nothing. Just a pity about these pastries. They've been touched by that little enchantress. I can't eat them now." Though her thoughts were delayed, they eventually reached the ears of those around her. When they heard her mention the pastries, disappointment washed over the gathered crowd. It was merely about the pastries. Song Qianfan's face darkened further. This woman was indeed jealous, targeting Liang Yin with such hostility. She didn't appreciate Liang Yin's kindness and felt the need to humiliate her instead. What exquisite pastries! How could they be desecrated by that little enchantress? The mere thought of the enchantress's hands having recently been near Song Qianfan made Su Juan's stomach churn. Imagining that scene, and then looking at the pastries before her made her feel nauseous. Song Qianfan's grip on his wine glass tightened, veins bulging. His expression as cold as frost.
Su Juan.
The princess consort felt utterly humiliated, pressing her forehead in despair, unable to bear the sight. Guests perked up their ears, excited. Who could have anticipated that attending the princess consort's birthday celebration would lead to such scandal? They suppressed their inquiries, patiently listening. What on earth is happening? Today is the princess consort's birthday, yet they are behaving so scandalously in the courtyard, unafraid of being discovered by the guests. Truly shameless. Heavens! They were even in the courtyard? How brazen was this young lord to engage in such antics? Song Qianheng was astonished. In the courtyard? He had sensed an odd, indescribable scent while passing through, and now it dawned on him that his elder brother had been misbehaving there. However, who would have guessed? If they hadn't said anything, who would know they were up to such indecent acts in broad daylight? The crowd was abuzz with gossip, now enlightened to the scandalous affair. I wouldn't even want to touch Song Qianfan's hand, yet that little enchantress seems willing to indulge. How perplexing. But who knows? Perhaps Song Qianfan possesses remarkable prowess in that area, and the little enchantress is simply enamored. The princess consort's expression stiffened. Could it be that her son and daughter-in-law had yet to consummate their marriage? The ladies present were astonished. It seemed absurd that the heir would forsake his legitimate wife for a lowly outsider. They say that little enchantress has some skills. She doesn't even bother rinsing her mouth and can still eat pastries. How bold. The unmarried young ladies present were confused, questioning why rinsing one's mouth was necessary. However, the experienced matrons understood immediately. They were shocked to learn of such scandalous behavior occurring in broad daylight. Now, as they glanced at Liang Yin, their expressions were laden with unspoken implications. Had it not been for Song Qianhang's passing through the courtyard, would Song Qianfan have continued such provocative antics? Just look at his unsatisfied demeanor. Perhaps they will continue their escapades in Song Qianhang's quarters tonight. After all, it is quite the thrill. Song Qianhang was utterly bewildered. He turned to Song Qianfan in disbelief. With a loud crash, someone accidentally dropped their wine glass. The guests hastily looked elsewhere, pretending they had heard nothing. Song Qianfan's face flushed with anger. What on earth was this woman thinking? How could a young lady be so shameless? When had he ever gone to Song Qianhang's quarters? She was spouting nonsense without a shred of understanding. Witnessing Su Juan's continued antics, the surrounding guests began to regard her with a more disdainful gaze. In a fit of rage, Song Qianfan slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Su Juan. His mind was consumed by anger as he exclaimed, "Su Juan, are you ever going to stop? Which lady behaves with such jealousy?" Su Juan, startled, instinctively nestled into Lu Miaoqing's embrace, exclaiming, "Oh my, you gave me quite a fright." "Enough," he thundered. "You are about to bring shame upon the esteemed princess." After an encounter with an author who had deliberately bumped into him, he felt compelled to remain silent, knowing her new book was immensely popular, granting her an air of confidence as she walked. As the guests whispered among themselves, occasionally glancing at him with veiled expressions, Song Qianfan's countenance darkened. His reprimand of Su Juan was abruptly halted. He pondered how the attendees would perceive him after this day, contemplating the years of reputation he had built, now tarnished by this wretched woman. He fixed a cold stare upon Su Juan, resolute that he would not let this matter rest. The princess's mind raced with frustration. A joyous birthday celebration had devolved into chaos. The thoughts swirling in her daughter-in-law's mind were utterly beyond control, and to complicate matters, she could not place blame on anyone but her son, who had instigated this debacle. Meanwhile, Liang Yin remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, only sensing the peculiar glances cast her way. Song Qianfan, beside her, had inexplicably lost his temper. After all, this was her moment to shine. Having arrived at the Duke's residence, she had no intention of leaving, for returning home meant marrying a man who could very well be her father. At that point, retaining her unborn child would be impossible. She poured a cup of wine and offered it to Song Qianfan, speaking softly in hopes of showcasing her tenderness. "Qianfan." With a crash, the wine cup was knocked to the ground, spilling onto the nearby table laden with pastries. Song Qianfan's expression turned to ice as he coldly regarded Liang Yin. "Am I a name you are permitted to utter? Do you not understand decorum?" Flustered and bewildered, Liang Yin's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend why the once gentle Song Qianfan now appeared to be a different person entirely. Su Juan, taken aback, wondered what had incited this sudden change in him. Had he forgotten his medication that morning? Song Qianfan's abrupt change of demeanor further sparked chatter among the guests. The princess reprimanded, "Qianfan, come here." After calling him away, the murmurs among the guests only grew louder. They could hardly believe that the usually refined heir could behave so outrageously. That girl, despite being recognized as his wife, was treated with such disdain. Look at her. She seems on the verge of tears, perhaps coerced. Although the daughter of a merchant, the heir's marriage to her had been sanctioned by the emperor himself, demonstrating the importance placed upon the duke's household. Yet, how could Song Qianfan treat his esteemed wife in such a manner, even if he disregarded her? Today was the princess's birthday, and he had chosen to humiliate her in such a public way. What would happen if the emperor caught wind of this? The guests' gazes towards Su Juan shifted to pity. The young lady was indeed unfortunate, burdened with such a husband and still awaiting consummation. Observing the chaos at her table, Su Juan sighed. What a calamity. With red-rimmed eyes, Liang Yin twisted her handkerchief and looked at Su Juan. "Cousin, did I upset my cousin?" Though Liang Yin could only be considered average in appearance, her fair skin and petite stature made her appear pitiful and endearing. Suan reassured her. It's all right. That's just his temperament. He'll calm down in a bit. She smiled, hoping to prevent Liang Yin from fleeing in fright at Song Qianfan's outburst. As he usually had a gentle disposition, why not fetch some food and have a sincere chat with him? Surely he will come around. She was eagerly anticipating the ensuing drama. With that, Liang Yin's anxiety eased somewhat. Initially, her sights had been set on Song Qianheng, but Song Qianfan was the heir, and she lacked the courage to pursue him. However, Song Qianheng was utterly oblivious to her advances, avoiding her entirely. As days passed without the arrival of her monthly cycle, she mustered the courage to approach Song Qianfan, and fortunately, she succeeded. Lu Miaoqing furrowed her brow, sensing that Liang Yin was no innocent flower. Suan waved her hand dismissively. Let her make a scene. That evening, chaos erupted within the Duke's residence. The Duke, enraged, disciplined Song Qianfan and forced him to kneel in the temple for the night. As for Liang Yin, having already consummated their union, she could only remain as a concubine. The princess admonished coldly, Liang Yin, know your place and serve the heir dutifully. Should I discover any imprudent thoughts in your mind, there will be no place for you within this household. Liang Yin trembled, never anticipating that she would so smoothly become Song Qianfan's concubine, having expected a much longer process. However, now that her ambition had come to fruition, the knowledge of it mattered little. She was now the Duke's heir's concubine. Who among the others would dare to contest her position? A satisfied smile crept across her lips as she bowed gracefully. This humble servant understands. The princess, her head throbbing with frustration, saw Song Qianheng attempting to leave and called out, Go and comfort your sister-in-law. Today, our household has wronged her. Yet, she truly did not wish to see her daughter-in-law, fearing the turmoil within her heart might provoke her to a fit of rage. Song Qianheng, confused, replied, Mother, is it really appropriate for me to comfort her? There are boundaries between men and women, especially concerning my elder brother's wife. If anyone should do it, it ought to be him. The princess massaged her temples, her head pounding intensely. Do you think I am unaware of those places you and she have been sneaking off to recently? Song Qianheng chuckled awkwardly. I'm only going to offer comfort. Once the others departed, only the Duke and the princess remained in the hall. The princess sighed, My lord, do you think we made a mistake in arranging this marriage for our son? Had I known this would transpire, I would have never consented. The Duke furrowed his brow. Indeed, who could have foreseen such an outcome? However, with the Emperor's decree, how could we, as subjects, dare to defy it? Not only is he my brother, but he is also the sovereign of Diverging. Oh, how could your brother treat me in such a way? I came into your family with the utmost sincerity, yet a mere girl has risen above me. In the courtyard, Su Juan wept softly, accepting the handkerchief from Dong Dong to dry her tears, sobbing as if her heart were shattered. Dong Dong, feeling distressed, comforted her. Please don't cry, my lady. Your tears make my heart ache too. At this moment, only Song Qianheng could hear the voice. How delightful. Just now, Song Qianfan was beaten into a pitiful state, yet he was merely punished to kneel for one night. In my opinion, he should be punished for 3 days and 3 nights. Woe is me. My heart aches. Su Juan wept inconsolably, her sorrow echoing through the heavens and stirring the spirits, deeply distressed. Song Qianheng mused, It is often said that 3 women can create a drama, yet it seems Su Juan alone is enough to perform 3 acts. Chapter 34. Is the daughter not biological? Su Juan clutched her chest, eyes reddened, as she dabbed her face with a handkerchief. Qianheng, you must judge for me. Is your brother not being excessively unreasonable and utterly disgraceful? Woe is me.
My heart is in torment.
Song Qianheng paused, realizing that as a couple, how could she not be affected by her husband's actions? His sister-in-law was merely putting on a brave front while suffering greatly inside. He immediately defended Su Juan, joining in the condemnation. Indeed, brother has gone too far, utterly disgraceful. Inhumane. And as for Liang Yin, did she not know that brother already had a wife? After all, their mother had kindly allowed her to stay for a few days. Yet she displayed such callousness. Hearing Song Qianheng's tirade, Su Juan erupted once more into tears, utterly inhumane. All that exquisite feast has been wasted. Song Qianhong's rebuke abruptly ceased. As he fell into silence, realizing her resentment stemmed from not being able to indulge in that lavish banquet. Suan stealthily peeked at him from behind her handkerchief, puzzled. Didn't we say we would go out for some fun? Why haven't we left yet? If I were to suggest going out now, would he not realize I am feigning tears? Qianheng, how will my sister-in-law manage in the days to come? After a moment of contemplation, Song Qianheng tentatively proposed. Shall we take a stroll outside to lift your spirits? Suan abruptly ceased her crying, looking at him with red-rimmed eyes. That may not be wise. Your brother is still being punished. One must maintain composure. One cannot respond too hastily. Gazing into Suwan's bright, expectant eyes, Song Qianheng sighed. Perhaps it is indeed unwise. You should rest early. I shall go alone. With that, he turned to leave. Suan was taken aback. Why are you not following the script? My husband has just taken a concubine, and I am heartbroken. Do you not possess any sympathy? She hastened to catch up with Song Qianheng. Having undergone a fierce internal struggle before conceding, upon reflection, remaining here only deepens my sorrow. It would be better to go outside for a breath of fresh air. Song Qianheng mused. It seems that 3 acts are still insufficient. That night, after a hearty meal, they stealthily returned by scaling the wall. Passing the ancestral hall, Su Juan suddenly halted, perked. Song Qianheng looked at her in confusion. What is wrong? Suan squinted. Do you hear any commotion?
What are you talking about?
She quietly approached the shrine, curiosity evident, and Song Qianfan instinctively followed. As they drew nearer, they could faintly hear a man and a woman arguing inside. Song Qianfan's voice emerged, low and furious. You little wretch, you have caused me great suffering today. Liang Yin replied, defensively, Yin apologizes to you. Suwan's eyes lit up. Goodness. How thrilling. Song Qianheng was bewildered. What is happening? After a moment of realization, he was shocked. His brother was behaving disgracefully. Suan stretched out her finger, breaking through the metaphorical window, eyes wide with eager observation, as though she were a keen student in a curious study. The ancestral hall of the Jingwang residence was spacious, and they could vaguely see the silhouettes of the two inside. Suan's eyes widened. My heavens. Liang Yin is quite impressive. Why does Song Qianfan resemble a wooden puppet? As Suan narrated the scene with vivid detail, Song Qianhong's mind began to conjure images. His ears flushed red. Stop looking. We must leave. It would be disastrous if we were discovered. Suan waved dismissively. No rush. I wish to observe a moment longer. She gestured invitingly to the space beside her, eager for Song Qianheng to join, for such an opportunity to witness a live performance was rare. Song Qianheng repeatedly declined. Standing upright, affirming his integrity, he would not partake in such eavesdropping. Suddenly, Suan gasped, Goodness! This is quite the visual assault. Song Qianheng immediately perked up. What do you mean by visual assault? Is it what I think it is? Song Qianfan is not up to par. Song Qianheng. What is my sister-in-law implying? And that was it? Song Qianheng. Brother is rather swift, isn't he? Oh dear. Poor Liang Yin, putting in such effort. It cannot be easy. Song Qianheng found himself unexpectedly sympathetic towards his brother. Moments later, more noises erupted, and Suan disdainfully remarked, Here we go again. Song Qianheng thought, It appears brother is still capable. And now it has concluded. Song Qianheng, is Song Qianfan truly both incompetent and indulgent? Song Qianheng thought the description was quite apartment. Suan turned to him, her expression complex, an ineffable gaze. Song Qianheng felt a chill run down his spine under her scrutiny, clearing his throat. What is it? Suan looked at him with a hint of pity. It's nothing. Song Qianheng regarded her with suspicion. I've heard such traits can be hereditary. If the elder brother is lacking, the younger brother likely fares no better. Song Qianhong's face flushed crimson. Nonsense. Alas, how pitiful. Suan sighed deeply. Song Qianheng was so incensed that he couldn't sleep a wink that night, tossing and turning, wishing to prove himself. Yet, he was no Song Qianfan and could not engage in such shameless antics. The next day, upon attending court, Suan appeared noticeably fatigued, yawning repeatedly. As the Minister of Revenue passed by, she immediately straightened, offering a respectful greeting, Minister Wei. However, the Minister of Revenue, scowling, merely grunted and strode past. In recent days, Su Juan, as an official, had caused considerable trouble for him. She was utterly lacking in tact, insisting on meticulousness. Having sent back numerous documents and hinting at her displeasure on multiple occasions, some matters need not be calculated so precisely. Yet, Su Juan seemed either genuinely oblivious or deliberately dense, growing increasingly meticulous with each ledger. With the year-end approaching, he was left sleepless with frustration, wondering why His Majesty had permitted such a character into the ministry. Observing the Minister of Revenue glaring at him, Su Juan ceased her yawning, puzzled. What is the matter with the Minister of Revenue? Who upset him this early? Several colleagues nearby silently responded, "Isn't it you?" They had often heard the minister lamenting during their recent gatherings, expressing his grievances about being assigned a troublesome official who knew nothing of governance. A stubborn mule who refused to learn, no matter how he tried to teach her. Initially, he had hoped to delay matters, given the numerous officials in the ministry. It was not imperative for her to be the one handling it. As a result, her speed and efficiency were both swift and precise. While others would take a month to complete a task, she astonishingly finished it in just 3 days, without a single error to be found, which left him utterly exasperated. Observing the Minister of Revenue with a frown deepening, he appeared ready to lash out. Su Juan blinked, realizing that he was her superior, and as a public servant, it was her duty to show concern. Thus, she glanced over her long-neglected notes, astonished. Could it be that the Minister of Revenue knows that his newborn daughter is not his biological child? A daughter? Not his own. The assembled officials were electrified. Su Juan, to think that my husband of merely 2 months has taken another woman outside. My father-in-law offers protection, and my mother-in-law urges me to remain calm. Little did I expect that my forbearance would only invite their further audacity. Chapter 35. What a shocking revelation. This year, the Minister of Revenue is 53, with 1 wife and 2 concubines, each quite capable of bearing children. He already has 5 sons, and recently welcomed a daughter whom he dotes upon like a precious gem, boasting about her daily. Just yesterday, he mentioned hosting a grand banquet for her full-month celebration, inviting all his colleagues to join in the festivities. This incited envy among those officials with fewer offspring, to the point where they felt their teeth might fall out. The old emperor, too, was envious. Indeed, it is disheartening to witness such disparity. At times, seeing the minister's beaming countenance made one wish to deliver a slap, for it was simply too ostentatious. But at this moment, what was Su Juan to say? The Minister of Revenue Wei Yuan's cherished daughter is, in fact, not his biological child. The official's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This truly was an astonishing revelation. The minister's complexion turned a ghastly shade of white and red, more dismal than that of the scholar Wang, who had recently been punished after his wife and child fled. He could not fathom the notion of his concubine betraying him. After years of devotion, how could this be? It must surely be a misunderstanding on Su Juan's part. The crowd leaned in, eager for her to elaborate. Each time she hesitated, their anticipation grew, fearing the revelation might escape them. Just then, the old emperor appeared, interrupting their thoughts, and Su Juan's internal musings were also disrupted as she dutifully bowed. The minister breathed a sigh of relief. At least his dignity was preserved. Even if the daughter were indeed not his, he could not allow his colleagues to turn it into fodder for gossip. Look at Scholar Wang, now a laughingstock throughout the capital, too embarrassed to speak in court. With the emperor present, all officials began to present their petitions and grievances. However, each one was consumed with curiosity, desperate to uncover the truth behind the minister's supposed non-biological daughter. Yet, Su Juan found herself unusually silent. Just as the court was drawing to a close, the old emperor suddenly coughed lightly, inquiring, "Wei Qing, I hear you have recently welcomed a daughter and are planning a full-month celebration. Might I inquire when this event will take place?" The minister's heart felt as though it had been pierced by a dagger, shattering into pieces. He could only muster the courage to respond, "Your Majesty, the banquet for my daughter's full month will be tomorrow." The emperor seemed to be sprinkling salt onto his wounds. The gazes of the officials grew ever more intense. Though they did not wish to pry, the insatiable curiosity of onlookers is a universal trait. Despite their sympathy for the minister, They could not resist the allure of gossip, especially since it was the emperor who had broached the topic. From the back of the crowd, Su Juan observed the minister's tone of resignation, shaking her head. The emperor lacks compassion. This is truly cruel, is it not? Indeed. The emperor's actions were devoid of kindness. They did not believe for a moment that he was merely inquiring out of concern for his subjects. This was certainly intentional. The emperor coughed again, asserting, "How can this be considered unkind? I am merely expressing concern for the family matters of my subjects. Is there any wrongdoing in that? I harbor no jealousy towards the minister, nor do I wish to see a spectacle. But it matters not. After all, he does not have only one daughter." The minister's face darkened, yet he forced himself to find solace in the thought. After all, it was just one daughter, and if she were not his biological child, what of it? With this in mind, he straightened his back. He still had 5 sons. At least he would remain oblivious to the fact that none of his 5 sons were his biological offspring. 1 green hat is certainly better than 3. Life can still be lived. The emperor. The officials. This was quite the spectacle. The minister felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, nearly collapsing as a colleague rushed to support him, urging him to take care of his health. The emperor, filled with sympathy, ordered the royal physician to attend to the ailing minister, for the revelation that all 5 sons were not his biological children was indeed tragic. He suddenly thought that perhaps the absence of children was not so unbearable after all, especially when one considers raising another's children for over a decade. How much worse could it be? Su Juan, from her position, could only vaguely discern that the minister was experiencing a health crisis, with the emperor summoning the royal physician for assistance. She felt sympathy for him. Alas, poor Minister Wei, such a good person, often advising me on matters of state. He does have minor flaws, a touch of greed, a tendency to flatter, and a penchant for forming cliques. But setting that aside, he is quite commendable. Another arrow struck the minister's heart. The court officials could hardly bear to witness this. After all, the minister had often provided them with favors during festivals, and as the year-end approached, they silently urged him to endure. The emperor narrowed his eyes, pondering the minister's minor flaws. It seemed to him that the minister's position was in jeopardy. In truth, he has committed no grave sins. Just the other day, he advised me on how to falsify accounts, as is customary with the year's end approaching. He must provide gifts to the heads of various departments. Several officials trembled, their hearts racing. They inwardly screamed, "Su Yuanwei, you must not speak further. And he must also provide for Hung." "Your Majesty," the Prince of Hung interjected, not waiting for the emperor's approval, urgently stating, "Given that the minister is advanced in years, it seems he has fallen ill from the tumult of emotions. I dare to suggest that he be granted leave for a period of recuperation."
Wow.
The Prince of Hung is indeed considerate, but then again, the Minister of Revenue is his man. At this moment, the prince was drenched in sweat, yet dared not speak. He had intended to offer a few more words in favor of the minister, but now that Suan had laid bare the truth, any further comments would be inappropriate. Losing a Minister of Revenue was trivial. He could not afford to become embroiled in the scandal. The old emperor's expression darkened, his earlier sympathy evaporating. What a Minister of Revenue! What a Prince of Hung! Truly remarkable. The minister's eyes turned glassy as he met the emperor's piercing gaze, and with a sudden thud, he fainted from fear. Watching the minister being carried away, the emperor was nearly beside himself with rage. Was there truly not a single reliable individual in the entire Ministry of Revenue? Alas, the ministry is a chaotic mess. Only one deputy minister remains unscathed. Yet he is far too honest, lacking the art of diplomacy, and has repeatedly offended Minister Wei. Alas, his prospects for advancement are bleak, a pitiable soul indeed. Su Juan's words fell like a timely rain, and the emperor's mood began to stabilize slightly. It appears that Wei Qing has aged, and his illness will not resolve swiftly. He requires a year or 2 of recuperation. Upon hearing this, the court officials felt a collective clarity, silently mourning for the Minister of Revenue, who had reached the pinnacle of his career. The old emperor could tolerate many things, but he would never abide by corruption in the Ministry of Revenue, which manages the nation's finances. Minister Wei's fate is now sealed. With the year-end approaching, the ministry is overwhelmed with duties, whereas the Deputy Minister of Revenue, The deputy minister, upon hearing this, was nearly brought to tears. For years, he had been overshadowed by Minister Wei, with no hope for advancement, his accomplishments usurped, and he had to remain silent, pinning his hopes on Minister Wei's early departure to the netherworld, believing that his day would eventually come. Yet he waited for a decade, watching his hair turn gray, while Minister Wei welcomed his sixth daughter into the world. Now, it seems this torturous period is finally drawing to a close. The old emperor scoffed, "This realm belongs to me. These young officials are fixated on my position, and now they have the audacity to expand their private coffers through the ministry." The Prince of Hung lowered his head and hunched his back, regretting not consulting the almanac before leaving home and encountering such troublesome matters with Su Juan. Over the years, his private treasury had relied heavily on Minister Wei's clandestine dealings with the ministry. Suppressing his excitement, the deputy minister feigned composure, stepping forward. "Your servant is here." The old emperor did not directly indicate that the deputy minister would be promoted. He simply stated that the deputy minister would act in place of the Minister of Revenue, managing all governmental affairs of the ministry. However, seasoned officials understood that Minister Wei's enforced rest would likely lead to no return, making the deputy minister's promotion inevitable. As the court session adjourned, many approached the deputy minister to offer their congratulations, albeit subtly. Yet, the deputy minister hastily pursued the fleeing Su Juan. "Sir, please wait." Su Juan halted, glancing around to confirm he was alone, surprised. "Is there something you need, my lord?" Beaming, the deputy minister attempted to maintain a facade of nonchalance. "Sir Su, we both serve in the ministry, which is a fortunate connection. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." He nearly patted his chest in assurance. "Lord Amo, you are too kind," Su Juan replied, though perplexed. "I do not recall any prior acquaintance with you." The deputy minister smiled. "While we may have had no prior connection, from this day forth, I proclaim our bond as one akin to brothers." He had realized that the emperor was swayed by this young lady's words. In such a political landscape, maintaining the role of a pure minister is far from easy. Henceforth, he would align himself with Su Juan. "I am aware of everything Minister Wei entrusted you with. I admire your spirit." Suddenly enlightened, Su Juan remarked, "Ah, I see. So, Lord Mo and I are kindred spirits." Su Juan smiled. "Indeed, Lord Mo, let us not forget each other in prosperity." At this moment, the Prince of Hung and the King of Han emerged, both sporting forced smiles, the tension palpable. "Third brother, you have always been close with Minister Wei. Do not forget to offer him some comforting words at tomorrow's full moon banquet." The King of Han chuckled, genuinely pleased. Minister Wei was an ally of the Prince of Hung, and with his misfortune, a change in the ministry was inevitable. With the loss of the ministry, the Prince of Heng's finances would dwindle, much to the king's delight. The Prince of Hung maintained a polite smile. "What nonsense are you speaking, second brother? I and Minister Wei are merely acquaintances. I doubt I will be invited to the banquet." The King of Han grinned. It seems the Prince of Hung is eager to distance himself from Minister Wei. How cruel. The King of Han mused. Poor Minister Wei, after all the support he provided. Now the prince won't even acknowledge him. The Prince of Heng's expression darkened as he turned to Su Juan, his eyes glinting with coldness. "My dear niece, I hear that Qianfan has taken a concubine. Is there trouble in your newlywed bliss?" The news of the events at the Duke Jing's residence had already spread throughout the capital, leaving Su Juan feeling utterly humiliated. The deputy minister discerned the Prince of Heng's fury and understood he was using this matter to vex Su Juan. Su Juan feigned sadness, attempting to appear strong. "It is customary for a wife to allow her husband to take a concubine. Our marriage is quite harmonious, and there are no issues. I appreciate your concern, Uncle Wang." "Trouble in your marriage?" The Prince of Hung laughed mockingly. "What connection could I possibly have with a rabid dog?" Su Juan was on the verge of tears, desperately holding back laughter. Nearby, Song Qianfan's expression darkened. This Su Juan was utterly audacious, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, he needed to salvage some dignity from yesterday's embarrassment. He stepped forward, gently addressing Su Juan. "Did we not agree to return home together? Why did you not wait for me?" His expression was filled with deep affection, leaving those around him momentarily stunned. As he reached toward her waist, Su Juan panicked. "Do not come any closer. Help! I will be ruined." Song Qianfan's hand halted abruptly, his temples throbbing. If it were not for the need to mitigate yesterday's scandal, he would not have played this charade of marital affection. Countless women begged for his touch, yet she remained ungrateful. Seeing Song Qianfan retract his hand, Suan breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, you nearly scared me to death. If you wish to act out a loving husbandess role, a simple word would suffice. I would gladly oblige. To act so intimately, without fear of Liang Yin discovering it, you risk losing her affection. The nearby officials halted, shocked, instinctively glancing at Song Qianfan. The Duke Jing's air was being utterly ridiculous. Especially the Duke Jing himself, his face flushed with anger. The temple was a place of tranquility. And yesterday, he had been reflecting there. Yet his son was now behaving in such a disgraceful manner. Fuming, the Duke Jing stormed off, unwilling to endure further humiliation. Song Qianfan's eyes reddened as he seized Su Juan's hand tightly, dragging her away. He would ensure she understood the respect due to her husband. Su Juan winced in pain, struggling against his grip while colleagues nearby attempted to intervene, yet hesitated to speak too much, as it was a private matter. The air was filled with Su Juan's cries for help, each one louder than the last. Help! Song Qianfan has gone mad. He is going to hit me. Is there no one to intervene beneath the emperor's gaze? The elderly emperor, having just exited the Golden Hall, faintly heard a cry for help and immediately turned back. Do not panic, Su Qing. I shall come to your aid. At that moment, the Duke of Ping suddenly obstructed their path, appearing to Su Juan like a celestial being. Hold on, young lord. With tears brimming in her eyes, Su Juan lamented, It truly is the Duke of Ping who comes to my rescue. The emperor is utterly unreliable. The emperor, feeling betrayed, declared, Execute them all, leave no one behind. Good evening, everyone. Chapter 37. The supported Su Juan behold the might of the Duke of Ping. Charge forth. Defeat Song Qianfan. The emperor's heart sank further, and he turned back again. The attendant, bewildered, wondered why the sovereign seemed so indecisive, flitting from one direction to another. The Duke of Ping is indeed formidable. The emperor suddenly remarked, What is so special about the Duke of Ping? Is he merely a year or two younger than me? The attendant realized, it seems the Duke has ruffled the emperor's feathers. One glance at Xie Sun reveals that the Duke of Ping must have been more handsome in his youth than the emperor. Is it not simply that he has a son, while I do not? The attendant understood now. The emperor's ire stemmed from the Duke's late-blooming son, whom the Duke indulged. Reflecting his lack of parenting skills, the attendant, ever keen, followed the emperor closely. Let us not overlook the fact that he dares to challenge the emperor. How audacious! The emperor coldly snorted. Were it not for the empress, would I tolerate his insolence before me? The attendant chuckled discreetly, for it was common knowledge that the emperor treated the empress with utmost respect. Tell me, in comparing myself to the Duke of Ping, who stands superior? Undoubtedly, your majesty. The emperor felt a swell of satisfaction. In terms of rank, I am the son of heaven of Dejin. How could the Duke of Ping compare? That girl must be blind. I do not hold it against her. Meanwhile, the Duke of Ping was attempting to extricate Su Juan from her predicament. Young lord, I must trouble you for a personal matter. Would you grant me this favor? There are no official matters. The Duke is clearly here to assist me. Song Qianfan. If you do not show the Duke due respect, I shall knock you unconscious and strip you bare in the streets. Song Qianfan could not afford to disrespect the Duke. Yet Su Juan's remarks ignited his fury. He gritted his teeth, longing to silence her. Each of her words pierced his ears. But then, doubt clouded his mind. Why was Su Juan so protective of the Duke? Did they share some hidden bond? Yet, she was merely the daughter of a merchant. What connection could she possibly have with the Duke? If there were no ties, why then did she speak so boldly before so many, even the emperor, yet regard the Duke with such reverence? The Duke cleared his throat, sensing the girl was being a bit too brash. Yet, for some reason, he felt an inexplicable familiarity and warmth towards her, something he did not feel even for his own son. Young lord? Su Juan turned to Song Qianfan, feigning innocence. Surely, you do not lack respect for those older than you? The Duke is over 50, having bravely fought for Dejin in his youth. Even now, He remains loyal to the nation, a revered duke and brother to the empress, a pillar of the state. Could it be that you truly lack understanding? Each of her statements struck Song Qianfan like a heavy hammer, as if today, failing to honor the duke would amount to treason. The surrounding colleagues watched intently, some pausing to whisper amongst themselves. What was the young lord's issue? The duke merely sought assistance with a personal matter. Why refuse? The duke was a venerable minister. The atmosphere shifted. The young lord's refusal to grant even the duke's request suggested he held little regard for the elder statesman. Song Qianfan's face darkened as he released Su Juan's hand, glaring at her. The duke may assist you today, but can he do so for all eternity? Once we return to the manor, I shall show you your place. Alas, Song Qianfan is glaring at me again. Surely, he intends to strike. How can my fate be so wretched? Just married, and he takes a concubine. Now he threatens to beat me. How shall I endure the days ahead? Why must my life be so tragic? Su Juan lamented, weeping dramatically. The onlookers felt pity. The young lord was utterly inhumane. The young lady had been so understanding and magnanimous, yet he sought to strike her? The crowd's disdain for Song Qianfan grew palpable. He was furious, yet found himself tongue-tied. When had he ever struck her? The duke looked at Su Juan with evident affection, sighing as he led her away. Young lord, in marital relations, mutual respect and love are essential. One must not resort to violence against their spouse. Song Qianfan. At that moment, everyone regarded Song Qianfan with even greater disdain than they would for Wang Xuesher, yet they dared not show too much aversion. For he was the son of the revered king and the current heir. But Su Juan was indifferent. Look how angered Song Qianfan is. How amusing. Su Juan trailed after the Duke of Ping, resembling a child who had found solace in a parent, buoyed by her newfound support. Behind her, Song Qianfan seethed, his face darkening, grinding his teeth. These people were utterly oblivious to Su Juan's true nature, wholly deceived by her faade. With the Duke's support, Su Juan was taken back to the Duke's residence. The dining table was modestly set with a few simple dishes, lacking the exquisite fare of the royal palace. Yet the flavors were delightful. Su Juan's stomach rumbled with hunger. The Duke instructed his servants to provide Su Juan with utensils. It is just my son and I here. So the meal is quite simple. I hope it suits your palate. Su Juan smiled. It is perfect. How I envy Xie Sun for residing in such a grand estate, with such a formidable yet kind father. With a loud thud, Xie Sun fell clumsily to the ground. He quickly scrambled to his feet, seeing Su Juan's face brimming with disbelief. Are you blind? If my father were truly kind, such a thing would not exist. However, the Duke appeared quite pleased, though he could not fathom why this girl regarded him with such special affection. His jovial expression shifted sharply as he turned to his boisterous son. Why are you not seated yet? His voice was sharp, and his demeanor took on a sternness akin to that of a drill sergeant, utterly devoid of paternal warmth. Xie Sun was startled, landing heavily onto the bench. My goodness! Perhaps you should consider a career in opera instead. Look at that dramatic change on your face. He turned to Su Juan, raising his eyebrows. Can you not see? This old man is anything but benevolent. Yet, Su Juan gazed at the Duke Ping with starry eyes, thinking, wow. The Duke's reprimands are so imposing, his charisma remains undiminished from his youth. Duke Ping straightened his back and cast a sidelong glance at his son. Look at this young lady. How sincere she is. Xie Sun exclaimed, are both of you blind? Just look at Su Juan's face. Duke Ping sighed. Having not experienced such warmth in a long while, he picked up his bowl and served Su Juan some porridge. Eat up. You must be exhausted following us old fellows to court every day. You look positively famished. Su Juan felt a surge of excitement. Finally, someone understood her struggles. Indeed, it's exhausting. That emperor constantly finds ways to torment us. What a life. Duke Ping chuckled, clearly fond of Su Juan, though regrettably, she was not from his family. Xie Sun found Su Juan amusing and occasionally enjoyed teasing her, but hearing his father speak so insincerely made him wince. Father, your eyesight must be failing again. Just look at Su Juan's cheeks. He winced in pain as Duke Ping kicked him. Why are you kicking me? Duke Ping shot his son a glare. reflecting his profound affection for Su Juan while simultaneously expressing disdain for his troublesome son. What do you know? Turning to Su Juan, he said kindly, ignore his nonsense. You are still young and in your growing phase. You must eat more. The swiftness of his change in demeanor was unmatched. Su Juan smiled. Thank you, Duke. Beyond her smile, there was a hint of envy. How enviable it is to feel the warmth of a father and a home. Both Duke Ping and Xie Sun were momentarily taken aback, recalling the whispers about her in the capital. It was said that her mother had died young, and her father remarried, sending her to live in the countryside, only to bring her back later to win favor, intending to marry her off to some official. Little did they expect, she was unexpectedly wed to the emperor, entering the residence of Prince Jing. However, the prince's residence was not a pleasant place. One could discern from Song Qianfan's attitude that her life there was far from easy. Duke Ping sighed. What a pitiful child. He continued softly. In this duke's residence, it's just the two of us. It can get quite lonely. Upon hearing this, Su Juan lifted her gaze from her bowl to Duke Ping. If you do not mind, consider this place your home. Feel free to visit any time, as long as you can tolerate my noisy son. Xie Sun interjected. How am I noisy? Su Juan felt a wave of emotion. As long as the Duke does not find me bothersome, I shall certainly visit often. Duke Ping served her more dishes, and Xie Sun felt a pang of being overlooked. Just listen to what my father says. He has deceived many young ladies in his youth, so don't take him too seriously. Before he could finish, Duke Ping struck him on the head. You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating. The father and son exchanged playful banter, and the atmosphere was not as desolate as Duke Ping had suggested. Su Juan observed quietly, knowing that Duke Ping's words were sincere. She was quite familiar with this Duke's residence, having vividly recalled her previous experiences after her secondary start. An orphan raised in a welfare institution, she had longed for a home. Thus, after graduating from university, she worked tirelessly to earn enough to buy a house, believing that having a house would mean having a family. It wasn't until her secondary start, when she was married to Song Qianfan and encountered Duke Ping's family, that she experienced warmth and kindness. Duke Ping had even arranged for a courtyard to be prepared for her, encouraging her to consider it her home, though she was unsure why he treated her so well. Hence, she recognized Xie Sun at first sight. During court sessions, merely hearing his voice, she recognized Duke Ping. Su Juan tightened her grip on her chopsticks, knowing that all of this could ultimately be destroyed by Song Qianfan. No one had ever managed to outsmart Song Qianfan in her past two lives. Could this time be any different? After all, this scoundrel, though not particularly clever, was ruthless enough to disregard the lives of his own parents and even harm his own brother. The thought of Duke Ping's residence being raided and the family exiled filled her with anger, and she cursed Song Qianfan, that wretched Song Qianfan. I shall eventually deal with him. Her outburst startled both father and son, who turned to Su Juan in surprise. That evening, upon returning to the prince's residence, Su Juan learned that Song Qianfan had been punished by Duke Jing, forced to kneel in the Buddhist hall, deprived of dinner, and forbidden from anyone approaching.
Sister-in-law.
You have no idea. Father was furious. Song Qianheng said, shaking his head as he played cards. In all my life, I have never seen him this angry. Many were watching outside the Buddhist hall, and no dinner was provided. Liang Yin attempted to enter, but was punished by their mother, forced to transcribe scriptures for showing disrespect to Buddha, claiming she would face retribution in the future. Su Juan glanced at her cards, her mind elsewhere, thinking, if Buddha were truly divine, he would strike Song Qianfan with lightning and eliminate him, sparing the world from his tyranny. It's fine. Let him go hungry for a night. He won't die from it. Song Qianheng paused, chuckling awkwardly. Sister-in-law, you certainly have a way with words. Although his elder brother was a bit of a rogue, he hardly deserved to be struck by lightning. What if he actually died? Su Juan replied, indeed, I find myself quite humorous. Who said I was joking? If only he could starve to death, it would save me so much trouble. Song Qianheng frowned slightly. Brother's not that bad, is he? He knew Su Juan had some foreknowledge of future events and wondered if his brother would commit even more egregious acts that would warrant such resentment from her. He couldn't help but probe. Sister-in-law, do you dislike my brother? Su Juan looked at Song Qianheng and smiled. What are you saying? How could I possibly dislike your brother? Have I shown it so overtly? He was handsome, wealthy, and generous. Who wouldn't he like him?
Ugh.
I can't continue this line of thought. It makes me nauseous. Song Qianhong's expression was complex, yet it did not detract from his enjoyment of the card game.
Su Juan.
Wishing to avoid the topic of her feelings for Song Qianfan, fearing she might embarrass herself, redirected the conversation to Song Qianheng. You seem quite concerned about your brother. It appears you, as the younger brother, hold him in high regard. Song Qianheng pondered his cards, replying, he was quite good to me as a child. He always protected me whenever I got into trouble. Though we rarely speak now, I still respect him for his talents and the favor he enjoys from our royal uncle. Poor child, if only you knew that the brother you respect will eventually poison you for the throne, you might find it hard to eat in the future. With a few soft thuds, the leaf cards in Song Qianhong's hand scattered across the ground, his expression frozen in disbelief as he gazed at Su Juan. Instantly, the desire to continue playing cards vanished. Chapter 39. Does Miss Su truly lack the talent for poetry and song? Staring at Su Juan, Song Qianhong's mind went blank. His elder brother, poison him? How could that be possible? Song Qianheng, this foolish lad, would likely remain incredulous until his dying breath, still believing in the strength of their brotherly bond. He considered their relationship not particularly close, yet harmonious enough. After all, they were brothers. Little did he know that Song Qianfan had forsaken their parents. What was the life of a younger brother to him? Confounded, Song Qianheng pondered the meaning behind Su Juan's words. He pressed his thin lips together, unwilling to accept her claim, yet her words had never been erroneous thus far, even earning the trust of the emperor himself. His elder brother had not engaged in factional disputes, nor had he ever shown a desire for power. Yet, Song Qianfan had always been inscrutable, even to their royal parents. Recently, he had unjustly vented his anger on Su Juan over the matter of Deputy Minister Du. They had not even realized when Song Qianfan had begun to frequently associate with the court's officials. The more he thought, the more anxious he became. Could it be that his elder brother was merely pretending to be indifferent while being deeply entangled in schemes? Qianheng?
Huh.
Su Juan called out to him multiple times, her gaze falling on the scattered leaf cards before him. What's wrong? You seem distracted. Startled, Song Qianheng hastily gathered the cards and set them aside.
Sister-in-law.
I suddenly remembered some matters I must attend to. I shall not continue playing. He left in a hurry, unwilling to hear more from Su Juan. He considered confronting Song Qianfan in the Buddhist hall, but after calming down, he ultimately refrained. Besides the fact that no one could enter the hall at present, how could he even broach such a topic, given that it concerned events yet to unfold? Song Qianheng, how could you doubt your own elder brother based on a few words from Su Juan? He felt a pang of guilt and wanted to slap himself. Yet he refrained, thinking of the sorrow it would bring to the hearts of so many young ladies. The following day was a rest day, a rare occasion for the family to share breakfast together. Seemingly having spent a night in penance at the Buddhist hall, Song Qianfan displayed a measure of restraint, even serving porridge for the family, including Su Juan. Su Juan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Song Qianfan. Serving porridge personally? Is he truly this benevolent? Surely, he wouldn't have poisoned it? The couple, the Duke and Duchess of Jing, showed no reaction, dismissing Su Juan's remarks as mere jest. Considering their son had not behaved decently since his marriage, it was only natural for the daughter-in-law to express her frustrations. Song Qianfan cast a glance at Su Juan, his demeanor unusually subdued. At the table, Song Qianheng did not even take a single bite of the porridge before him. He mirrored Song Qianfan's actions, choosing dishes in tandem, his movements conspicuously deliberate. The Duchess of Jing furrowed her brow, wondering what had come over her younger son. Seated opposite the two brothers, Su Juan observed the scene with keen clarity. Why is it that Song Qianheng eats whatever Song Qianfan does? He is only consuming the dishes, neglecting the porridge. How salty. Was it possible that Song Qianheng suspected Song Qianfan of poisoning their meals?
Cough. Cough.
Song Qianheng choked on a mouthful of food, too fearful to glance at Song Qianfan. Feeling exceptionally guilty, he buried his head in his bowl, hastily eating a few spoonfuls of porridge and a couple of dishes to prove that Su Juan's words were mere fabrications.
Inside,
Su Juan was nearly beside herself with laughter. How amusing! Why does Song Qianfan attract such disdain? Even his own brother. startled by her words. Song Qianheng immediately looked up from his bowl, fearing that Song Qianfan might misconstrue Su Juan's comments. He became overly solicitous. "Elder brother, let me serve you some porridge. Here, try this dish. It's quite delicious." Song Qianfan seemed oblivious to Su Juan's remarks, quietly continuing to eat his porridge. The Duke of Jing felt a slight sense of satisfaction, realizing that at least his son was exhibiting some semblance of a noble demeanor. Song Qianheng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, reasoning that he couldn't be blamed. After all, who wishes to meet their demise? He merely wished to be cautious. He fervently prayed, "Dear lady, please spare me and allow me to live." In the tranquil garden, Suan held the invitation sent by Lu Miaoqing and proceeded to the garden gathering as promised. The garden was already bustling with numerous young ladies and gentlemen, all of whom delighted in composing poetry, brewing tea, and enjoying wine, passing the time amidst the serene surroundings. Upon her arrival, Lu Miaoqing, without a maid in tow, waved cheerfully. "Ah, Juan, over here." Following the sound, Suan noticed several young ladies gathered around Lu Miaoqing, admiring paintings, and could faintly detect the alluring scent of wine. With winter's chill settling in, both young men and women favored a warm cup of wine to stave off the cold, and Suan was no exception, though the wine here lacked the flavor she cherished. Lu Miaoqing linked her arm with Suan's, leading her to a table. "Look, I just painted this." Suan squinted. "It's beautiful. What a pity I lack the knowledge to shower you with praise." Lu Miaoqing beamed at her words. "This garden is quite lovely. There are many places to explore. Would you like me to accompany you?"
Suan declined.
"No need. You enjoy your time with them. I wish to wander alone." Lu Miaoqing nodded, respecting her decision. The garden was expansive, and moving away from the throngs of people, Suan made her way to a secluded pavilion on the lake. In truth, she possessed no lofty aspirations to critique artistic masterpieces. She believed Lu Miaoqing did not attend these garden gatherings solely for the sake of poetry. Her presence here was merely to honor a prior commitment, and it would be ungracious to break it. Many attendees were present, some being the offspring of high-ranking officials, while others were young men already in service, their intricate relationships closely intertwined with the court. Upon deeper reflection, it became apparent that every step Lu Miaoqing took was methodically paving the way toward her ultimate goal, with no action being wasted. Suan couldn't help but lament that had it not been for Song Qianfan, perhaps Lu Miaoqing would have achieved her desires. "Miss Su?" At the sound of her name, Suan turned to see several individuals approaching her, some unfamiliar, others familiar, including the granddaughter of the Minister of Rites, Wu Ziyu, who had previously been at odds with Lin Shiji. However, in their initial encounters, Wu Ziyu had never deigned to acknowledge her. Accompanied by several close friends, Wu Ziyu feigned surprise upon seeing Suan alone. "Ah, Miss Su, I thought you were incapable of poetry and song. What brings you to our refined gathering? Surely, you must have wandered into the wrong place. Perhaps it would be best for you to leave, as the tranquil garden is not a place for just anyone." Suan smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Miss Wu. I had been worried about being turned away, but now that I see you here, I feel quite reassured." Wu Ziyu momentarily faltered, unable to comprehend her response. "I once thought I was already being quite outrageous, yet here is Wu Ziyu. It appears that the Jingyuan truly allows any Tom, Dick, or Harry to enter. Alas, Wu Ziyu is truly formidable. With her mere presence, she has lowered the entire standard of Jingyuan." Wu Ziyu was immediately incensed, her face flushed. "What nonsense are you spouting? Jingyuan is a refined place for poetry and composition. My poetry has even received praise from the esteemed Lu Gongzi. You neither compose poetry nor paint. How can you possibly compare yourself to me?" Chapter 40, Su Juan. Do not go too far. At this moment, Wu Ziyu was exceedingly indignant. Suan was merely a merchant's daughter, reeking of the stench of copper coins. How could she be worthy of entering Jingyuan? Observing Wu Ziyu's face turning crimson with anger, Suan fell silent, realizing that perhaps she had gone too far. It would indeed be inappropriate to speak harshly to a young lady. Suan gasped in astonishment. "Miss Wu's poetry has even been praised by Lu Gongzi?" Then, with an expression of envy, her eyes filled with longing, she continued, "You are truly remarkable, Miss Wu. Lu Gongzi must hold you in high regard, unlike myself, who cannot compose poetry nor paint. I truly envy you. Wu Ziyu huffed, hands on her hips, raising her proud head. At least Su Juan possessed a modicum of self-awareness. It is certain that Lu Gongzi admires me. Who would have thought that Lu Xian would innocently suffer a tarnished reputation in this lifetime? Wu Ziyu's eyes turned red with fury as she pointed at Su Juan, exclaiming, "You are so hypocritical." At that moment, Xie Sun, who was enjoying a drink in the pavilion, burst into laughter. "Who is laughing over there?" Wu Ziyu, infuriated, shouted towards the pavilion. Xie Sun then leisurely lifted the curtain of the pavilion, emerging in a striking red garment, instantly becoming the center of attention. "I was simply enjoying my drink, and you two are creating quite a commotion." As he spoke, he nonchalantly cleaned his ears, his face displaying disdain. Suan raised an eyebrow. Why is Xie Sun always around? Seeing Xie Sun, Wu Ziyu became even more furious. "You were clearly eavesdropping and laughing." Xie Sun feigned innocence. "Miss Wu, you misunderstand me. I was merely drinking." "No misunderstanding. You were indeed eavesdropping, treating Miss Wu as a fool." Xie Sun replied, "Where do I have that intention?" Xie Sun, "I thought you were merely a rogue. I never expected you to eavesdrop on a lady's conversation.
Today,
I must take you before the Duke to seek an explanation." Wu Ziyu stormed towards the pavilion, her disdain for eavesdroppers palpable, especially for a frivolous young master who enjoyed mocking others. She appeared ready to settle the score, causing Xie Sun to step back in fright. "If you do not believe me, ask Lu Xian. He can vouch for me." As he spoke, he lifted the curtain of the pavilion, revealing Lu Xian in gray attire, brewing wine. Wu Ziyu, a lady he had not taken seriously, but her grandfather, the Minister of Rites, was quite troublesome, constantly adhering to rigid ceremonial codes and ready to criticize at a moment's notice. He was not someone one could easily provoke. Upon the curtain being lifted, Lu Xian happened to glance over, and the once aggressive Wu Ziyu suddenly fell silent, becoming bashful. "Lu Gongzi, I did not expect you to be here." Wu Ziyu looked at Xie Sun, her expression apologetic. "It seems I misunderstood you, Sir Xie. I apologize for my assumptions." Wow. This Miss Wu changes her demeanor quite quickly, Xie Sun remarked. Indeed, her expressions could rival those of an actress. How come when Xie Sun eavesdrops, it is fine, but when Lu Xian is present, it is a misunderstanding? Xie Sun retorted. Isn't it absurd? Wu Ziyu shot a glare at Su Juan, knowing that as long as Lu Gongzi was present, he would not hear her ramblings. Otherwise, she would have sought to expel Su Juan from Jingyuan. With no skills to speak of, how dare you linger here? She turned to Lu Xian, her tone softening. "Lu Gongzi, it is quite chilly outside. Might I sit and share a warm drink with you? This place is not solely yours, Miss Wu. You are welcome to sit." As he spoke, Lu Xian's gaze fell upon Su Juan. "Sir Su, will you not join?" Su Juan momentarily hesitated, recalling that the last time she had met Lu Xian, he had addressed her as the young lady of the air. She soon grasped Lu Xian's kind intention. Noting Lu Xian's cool demeanor towards her, Wu Ziyu pouted, feeling unfortunate. Suan must have known Lu Xian was present and deliberately provoked her, causing her to lose composure before Lu Gongzi.
the more she thought about it,
The angrier she became. "Miss Su, I have heard that your married life is quite challenging. Is that true?" Once the words left her mouth, she seemed to realize her mistake, covering her mouth in shock. "If you do not wish to discuss it, it is perfectly fine. I was merely inquiring." Wu Ziyu feigned curiosity while appearing embarrassed, as if it was simply a casual question. Yet, this matter had spread throughout the capital, vividly detailed, and even turned into a tale. How could she genuinely be unaware? Suwan's expression grew sorrowful and bitter. Indeed, it has only been a few months since marriage, and the heir has taken a concubine. Who would have thought that even the reclusive Miss Wu would know of this? I wonder how I will manage in the days to come. Suan lowered her gaze, dabbing at her eyes, as if on the verge of tears. Xie Sun rubbed the rim of his cup, nearly bursting into laughter. Wu Ziyu smiled, but before she could fully express her amusement, Suan's annoying voice interrupted.
Alas,
Miss Wu speaks of me so often. Could it be that her affection for Lu Xian is feigned, and she genuinely harbors feelings for me? Wu Ziyu's smile froze. Who likes you? Have you no shame? It should not be the case. How could Miss Wu possibly have feelings for me? It is merely a matter of boredom. Seeking amusement. Wu Ziyu scoffed inwardly. At least you possess a modicum of self-awareness. At that moment, Lu Xian suddenly spoke. Miss Su, there is no need for concern. A woman can accomplish many things in her life, even if her marriage does not go as hoped. There are many who can compose poetry and paint, yet few women enter officialdom. You currently hold a position of rank, and even those without rank must respect you. The path of politics is long, and with the current enlightened ruler, what need have you to fear the days ahead? Suan was momentarily taken aback. I did not expect Lu Xian to speak such words. Wu Ziyu pouted, displeased with Lu Xian's comforting of Suan. But my father has said that women should adhere to the precepts of femininity, remaining behind the scenes. As a wife, one must follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Politics is a man's domain. How could a woman intrude? Miss Su, I must say, with your boldness and distinctiveness, it is no wonder the air does not favor you. Moreover, is it not a wife's duty to accept a concubine? How can you be so jealous? This is a violation of the 7 out rules. Upon hearing this, the surroundings fell silent, except for Suan. Suan blinked, surprised that Miss Wu's father had instilled such values in her. Surely, once married, she would maintain a harmonious and blissful partnership. Oh my heavens, what a lifesaver! Moreover, a woman should not be seen in public. Wu Ziyu, you might as well wrap your head in cloth. Xie Sun held his wine cup, concealing the laughter that was on the verge of spilling over. How considerate of Song Qianfan, and to have memorized the lessons of female virtue so thoroughly. It is you and your father who should marry Song Qianfan. I have hindered your love. I am guilty, irredeemably so. Wu Ziyu's face flushed with anger, disregarding the presence of Lu Xian. Suan, do not overstep your bounds. Chapter 41. The two of you are very close. Wu Ziyu was infuriated. Suan looked perplexed. Miss Wu, did I say something to upset you? She believed she hadn't spoken anything untoward. Rather, her thoughts remained unvoiced. Could it be that Wu Ziyu could read her mind? Wu Ziyu wished to tear Suan apart for her insufferable demeanor. Stop pretending. We know exactly what you're thinking. Suan, feeling wronged, pondered. What could I possibly be thinking about? Do you know that I dream of daily feasts and being surrounded by handsome men? How amusing! If you knew, would you help make my dreams come true? Suan was nearly laughing uncontrollably. Lu Xian turned to Wu Ziyu, his gaze revealing confusion. Miss Wu, have you misunderstood? Lord Su means no harm. Wu Ziyu retorted, young Master Lu, do not be deceived by her. Her words are mere pretense, her thoughts are far more unsightly. At this, Lu Xian chuckled. Miss Wu, you jest. How could you possibly know what Lord Su thinks? Exactly. It is prudent to refrain from speculating on others' thoughts. Young Master Lu speaks wisely. Do not only admire her, but also learn from her admirable qualities. Wu Ziyu was so enraged her teeth ground together. Yet she could not bring herself to repeat Su Juan's disparaging remarks. She turned sharply to Xie Sun. Do you not know what Su Juan is thinking? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Xie Sun, who appeared utterly bewildered. Miss Wu, how could I possibly know what Miss Su is thinking? I am not her inner being. Xie Sun feigned ignorance, as if Wu Ziyu had uttered the most ludicrous joke. Wu Ziyu's face reddened with embarrassment, the onlookers regarding her as if she were a spectacle on the street. Xie Sun, despite hearing Su Juan's inner thoughts, pretended otherwise, indicating that they were indeed in cahoots. At that moment, Xie Sun looked at Wu Ziyu as if she were a simpleton, for even the emperor and the entire court feigned ignorance of Su Juan's sentiments. Anyone should know how to conduct themselves, yet she sought to expose it. One wondered how Minister Wu could have raised such a foolish daughter. Su Juan sighed and approached Miss Wu. Do not be upset. If I have said anything to discomfort you, I sincerely apologize. Before she could finish, Wu Ziyu picked up a cup of hot wine, her body instinctively recoiling. Su Juan was startled. You nearly scared me to death. If that splashed on me, my face would be ruined. Goodness, this girl is quite fierce. Wu Ziyu, with red-rimmed eyes, cast aside the cup. Who needs your insincerity? Xie Sun exclaimed. Wu Ziyu, have you lost your mind? After Su Juan dodged, the scalding liquid splashed onto Xie Sun's attire, causing his brow to twitch. This was a new garment, worn for the first time today. Suan raised an eyebrow. When have you ever worn a second set of clothes? It was well known in the capital that young Master Xie was precious. He never donned the same garment twice. Sun scoffed. What of it? My family is wealthy. What harm is there in wearing more? He glared at Wu Ziyu, as if ready to settle a score. With gritted teeth, Wu Ziyu shouted at Sun, you deserve it for protecting her. She tossed a handful of silver coins from her purse at him, scattering them across the floor. What are a few scraps of cloth to me? I will compensate you. Su Juan's eyes lit up. Wow. It seems the Minister of Rites is quite affluent. Wu Ziyu fled, her eyes glistening with tears. Sun shook off the wine, regarding Su Juan with disdain. Why did you provoke her? Now I am implicated as well. Thankfully my attire is thick. Su Juan, filled with regret, replied, I am in the wrong. I am truly sorry. As she apologized, she offered her handkerchief. Here, wipe yourself off. Once a peacock, now a drenched chicken. It is truly hard to bear. Just as Suan extended her handkerchief, Lu Xian intercepted it, offering his own with a gentle tone. Use mine. Being a young lady, Suan was concerned about her reputation if her handkerchief were to be seen in Sun's possession. Sun, however, gave little thought to it, accepting both handkerchiefs without care. Lu Xian paused for a moment, smiling helplessly. With both handkerchiefs in his grasp, Sun could not resist mocking Suan. Do you not see who in this capital would dare provoke her family? I often avoid the Wu family. Suan, intrigued, asked, why do you avoid her? What could a young lady possibly do to you? Look at your cowardice. You possess none of the esteemed demeanor of the Duke Pinghua. Sun replied clearly. You have not suffered at their hands. Not only for yourself, but even her father would steer clear of the Wu family. They are not to be trifled with. Both Suan and Lu Xian exchanged glances, the latter finding Sun's exaggeration amusing. Minister Wu was indeed forthright in court, but not to the extent that one would need to avoid them entirely. Sun, gritting his teeth, pointed at Lu Xian. I can see you haven't experienced it either. I am the only victim here. Suan and Lu Xian shared a knowing glance, the latter smiling silently. Look at how frightened Sun is. It is quite rare. Seeing no one empathizing with his plight, Sun clutched his chest, feigning injury, recalling how a mere stone had once struck the Wu family's carriage, leading to 3 days of torment from them. His father had missed morning court for 3 days, being reprimanded by Minister Wu. Today, having wronged Wu Ziyu, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon her return home. And it remained uncertain where the Wu family would be waiting tonight. Suan glanced at Sun and then at Lu Xian. By the way, why do these two always seem to be together? Is it merely coincidence? Sun scoffed. What coincidence exists in this world? Suan recalled that each time she encountered Lu Xian, Sun was invariably present, yet they seemed unlikely companions. One was an adept in poetry and literature, while the other frequented brothels seeking pleasure. With a look of suspicion, Suan inquired, Are you two very close? In the next moment, they spoke in unison. Sun, not familiar. Lu Xian, close friends. Suan looked from one to the other, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Well, it seems there is a story to tell. Chapter 42. A visit to the temple to pray for Sun returned the handkerchief to the two individuals, casting a disdainful glance at Suan. I have only met him a few times in my youth. We are hardly acquainted, and I don't even greet him when we cross paths. What kind of story could there possibly be? What could this young lady be thinking day in and day out? Lu Xian explained, Sun and I were childhood companions, often staying at the Duke's residence. He then looked at Sun, holding the returned handkerchief in his hands, and spoke in a calm voice, I greet you regularly, but you simply choose not to respond. Sun felt a headache coming on. This clueless Lu Xian just couldn't keep his thoughts to himself. As expected, the next moment, he heard Suan exclaim, Wow, childhood sweethearts, inseparable. Her eyes sparkled as she glanced between Lu Xian and Sun, narrowing her eyes. You've known each other since childhood. Your relationship must be quite strong. I understand. They must have made a pact amidst mountains and seas, only to be separated by some misunderstanding. In his anguish, Sun drowned his sorrows in song, trying to forget the past. But Lu Xian, steadfast and unyielding, continues to follow Xie Sun, hoping for a glance in his direction. Xie Sun felt his temples throb. They were merely ordinary friends. First Song Qianfan, and now Lu Xian. Was Su Juan's mind filled only with such nonsensical notions? Su Juan nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Just ordinary friends. Lu Xian immediately turned to Xie Sun,
as if sensing something.
This is the first time you have publicly declared we are friends in front of others. His gaze towards Xie Sun was laden with emotion in Su Juan's eyes. Look at Lu Xian's gaze. It carries a profound longing mixed with sorrow.
Who can understand this?
I'm so touched. Xie Sun nearly crushed his wine cup, internally raging. Since when has Lu Xian been so sentimental? He could compose poems about a mere dog in his childhood. Seeing Xie Sun's cup empty, Lu Xian stood up to refill it, his voice gentle and brotherly. You have always been susceptible to the cold. A few cups of warm wine are most suitable now. But do not indulge too much. It could harm your health. He also poured a cup for Su Juan. Lady Su, do have a taste. It will warm you. Thank you, young Master Lu, Su Juan replied, sipping the wine while her attention remained fixed on the two men. Watching Lu Xian's attentive demeanor, her heart raced. Heavens! Lu Xian is truly... I could weep. Xie Sun was infuriated. Am I not worthy of a lady's company in your eyes? By the way, can I collect the silver on the ground if Xie Sun doesn't want it? It would be such a waste not to. Let's collect it now, otherwise, it might get lost later. Under Su Juan's watchful gaze, Xie Sun bent down to pick up the scattered silver coins, slipping them into his pouch in front of her. Casting a glance at Su Juan. I won't give it to you. Su Juan. Xie Sun is truly stingy, hoarding just 2 pieces of silver. Xie Sun scoffed. Not worthy of Lu Xian. Who would be worthy of him? That night, Wu Ziyu's father brought her to the Duke Pingguo's residence to seek justice. His words dripped with propriety, subtly implying that the Duke had failed in raising his son. The Duke Pingguo offered tea and apologies, claiming his son was young and had wronged Lady Wu. Wu's father grunted. It is not that I, Wu, am unreasonable, but your son has behaved most improperly. Our Ziyu has been a paragon of noble ladies since childhood and has never suffered such indignities. Look at her. Her eyes are red from crying. Wu's father, holding his daughter, launched into a tirade against Xie Sun. As a man, especially the son of a duke, he should conduct himself with dignity. And how can he bully a defenseless woman? The Duke Pingguo repeatedly apologized. What my younger son did was indeed wrong. I shall have him apologize to Lady Wu immediately. He turned to glare at Xie Sun. Hurry and apologize to Lady Wu. Look how late it is, and you've made her come here. This is not the first time. The Wu family is not to be trifled with. Everyone in the capital knows this. Can't this brat just avoid trouble? In the past, Xie Sun would have apologized to avoid further complications, for the Wu family could make a scene for days, demanding satisfaction. However, today he had done nothing wrong, had spoken only a few words, and had been drenched in wine. Of the 3 present, she had chosen to confront him. Did she think the Duke Pingguo's family was easy to bully? Xie Sun snorted. Why should I apologize? She intended to pour wine on the future consort of the Prince of Jing, and it ended up on me. That wine was freshly brewed. I haven't sought her out for retribution, and yet I am expected to apologize? The Duke Pingguo froze for a moment. What?
Who was doused in wine? Su Juan?
Wu Ziyu's eyes were red, hiding behind her father. Father, look at him. Xie Sun huffed. You Wu family are truly overstepping. Just because you have an old man in the Ministry of Rites, you think you can do no wrong? The Duke Pingguo waved his hand, shielding his son, his demeanor shifting from conciliatory to stern. It seems the fault lies not with my son's upbringing, but with yours in raising your daughter. Wu's father's expression darkened.
What do you mean by that?
The Duke Pingguo sneered. Listen closely. Your daughter dared to douse someone with scalding wine. My son, magnanimous as he is, chose not to hold it against her, and you still dare to come here seeking an apology. I have often avoided trouble, but do not take my kindness for weakness. No one anticipated the Duke Pingguo's sudden change of attitude, now fiercely protecting his son. Xie Sun's heart raced with gratitude. He hadn't expected the old man to stand up for him, unafraid of the Wu family's wrath. In retrospect, he had misjudged his father. Feeling moved, Xie Sun grasped the Duke's arm and shouted at the Wu family, Even if you stand at my doorstep for 3 days and nights today, I will absolutely not utter a word of apology. What a joke. It would be remarkable if Wu Ziyu even apologized. The Wu family stood red-faced with rage. Wu's father pointed at the father and son, struggling to utter you, vulgar,
Rude.
a disgrace to decorum. The Duke Pingwa chuckled coldly. We are martial artists and know nothing of decorum. The hour is late. Wu Xianbei, you should take your leave. With that, the Duke summoned the guards, who promptly escorted the Wu family out of the Duke's residence. Xie Sun felt a wave of relief wash over him as he patted his robe. Father, we need not fear them. We can always bring this matter before His Majesty and let him arbitrate. The Duke Pingwa glanced at his son, asking, about the incident with the hot wine, are you all right? Xie Sun patted his chest. It's nothing, just a cup of wine. I am perfectly fine. There is no need for you to worry. The Duke Pingwa's gaze shifted to disdain. I was asking about Miss Su. She is a young lady, and you are tough as nails.
Why would I worry about you?
Xie Sun. The earlier display of protectiveness was not for my sake. How disheartening. What a misallocation of affection. Chapter 43. Who among us does not rise early for court every day? After being requested to leave the Duke's residence, the Wu family did not budge an inch. Several stools were placed at the entrance along with a tea table as they sat there immobile, taking turns vociferously denouncing the arrogance and tyranny of the Duke and his son. Passers-by could not help but pause, and like wings spreading, the news of the Duke's misdeeds swiftly circulated throughout the capital overnight. When Suan learned of this, she was so startled that her spoon fell into the bowl.
Well,
it had been said that the Wu family was difficult to deal with, but that was many years ago, and she was not even in the capital at that time. She never anticipated such obstinacy. With their entire family blocking the entrance, not allowing anyone to enter or exit, and refusing to resort to violence, they engaged in verbal sparring with anyone who dared approach, regardless of their status, even if it was merely a servant. Who could withstand such a nuisance? Dong Dong continued to chatter. I heard the Wu family is still blocking the Duke's gate. Suan felt a pang of sympathy, her face slightly guilty. For it was indeed Wu Ziyu who initially sought her out. Perhaps after court today, she should visit the temple to pay her respects to Xie Sun. Braving the cold wind, Suan yawned as she entered the Golden Hall. Song Qianfan, passing by, cast her a fleeting glance, his gaze profound. An inexplicable feeling washed over Suan. What is wrong with Song Qianfan? He has been watching me these past few days. Something must be amiss. I understand now. Song Qianfan's sleeves suddenly clenched into fists. This rascal must be plotting my assassination. Suan's unwavering tone left Song Qianfan momentarily stunned, but he sighed in relief, thinking she had not discovered his recent intentions. He then confidently strode ahead. As a mere sixth-rank official, Suan lingered at the back, listening to the discussions regarding the blockade of the Duke's residence. It seemed the Duke would not attend court today. Suan envied. How fortunate, especially in this biting cold, to be justified in avoiding court. Those who heard her echoed their agreement. Indeed, it was growing colder, and the Duke could remain comfortably at home. How enviable.
Oh.
Why doesn't the Wu family blockade the entrance to the Prince Jing's residence instead? This suffering ought to be mine to bear. Prince Jing. Is the Wu family becoming excessively audacious? The Duke's plight is not easy. Isn't it so? Why trouble the Duke? They should be blocking the entrance to Prince Jing's residence. Prince Jing's temples throbbed. Was the Wu family truly so easy to provoke, just to avoid court? What misfortune to have such a daughter-in-law. Hush, here comes Minister Wu. An elderly man nearing 70 entered the Golden Hall with slow, measured steps. His eyes, though cloudy, held a strong voice as he inquired, How have you all fared in this chilly weather, my esteemed colleagues? In an instant, smiles adorned the faces of those present as they responded, We are well. Thank you, Minister Wu, for your concern. With his arrival, the earlier gossip regarding the Wu family quickly shifted. I seem to have heard that the son of the Xie family poured scalding wine over a Wu lady and insulted her, Minister Wu remarked. Suan's ears perked up.
What?
Xie Sun splashed Wu Ziyu? Minister Wu snorted, standing apart from the crowd, looking disdainfully at his colleagues as they gossiped like idle housewives. Was it truly so? The Xie heir had become rather brazen. How pitiful for the Wu maiden. Suan was taken aback. The rumors circulating in court were absurd. It was Wu Ziyu who intended to splash her drink, only for it to end up on Xie. How had this tale twisted so? Listening to the surrounding condemnation of Xie, Su Juan silently mourned for him. Poor young Xie. After court, I shall light incense for you. The duke's son was poorly raised. I stand with the Wu family. The Xie household has indeed overstepped. As the discussion turned against the duke, Su Juan exclaimed. Indeed, how could the duke raise his son in such a manner? The Wu maiden, a fine young lady, deserves better. Utter nonsense. This outburst startled both the civil and military officials present, as well as Minister Wu. What of Xie, the most handsome man in the capital, a paragon of elegance, possessing vast knowledge and a character that is gentle and kind? He even helps the elderly cross bridges. A rare silence enveloped the court. Was this the same Xie they were familiar with? Prince Jing was equally astonished. How could it be that in the eyes of a daughter-in-law, Xie, the debauched son, appeared preferable to his own well-established son? Song Qianfan's expression darkened. This woman was indeed shallow and frivolous. Even with her husband present, she gazed upon another man with such admiration. What a breach of propriety. At that moment, many cast sympathetic glances at Song Qianfan, often the target of Su Juan's disdain. Look at how the young official praises others while she scorns her own husband. With a scoff, Su Juan declared, What do you fools know? The duke has fought for over a decade, only marrying late in life to have such a son, yet has been off to war. He has seen his son scarcely a few times. And still, he has raised a son so refined. Is that an easy feat? Someone suddenly cleared their throat. Another, unwilling to concede, retorted, Good looks are predetermined. How can we attribute that to the duke's upbringing? You all remain at home daily. Yet your own sons are hardly any more distinguished. Their appearances are so lacking that I, as a younger generation, feel embarrassed to speak of it. The officials, being criticized for their sons' appearances, felt the heat rise in their faces. The previous Hanlin Academy scholar wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Was this not a tad disrespectful? You all, of a certain age, have no accomplishments to rival the duke, nor titles to surpass him, and yet dare to criticize? How shameless! Suan defended the duke with words that pierced like arrows, striking the hearts of her fellow officials. Each was left fuming, unable to retort. For her assertions were undeniably factual. The Minister of Rites wore a grim expression, having previously warned that a woman's narrow-mindedness was unsuitable for the court. What did they think this was? A farce. Filled with righteous indignation, Suan felt a fiery resolve surge within her, the cold no longer affecting her. Surprisingly, the duke did arrive, appearing at the last moment, exhaling clouds of breath, indicating he had hurried here. Suan's ire subsided. Look, even the duke, blocked at his own door, finds a way to attend court. Daily court attendance. No wonder he is a duke, of such high rank. The crowd muttered in frustration. Who among us does not attend court daily? If these people had time to gossip, it ultimately points to the old emperor's absence. He must be reluctant to leave his warm bed in this cold. TSK. Old emperor. Who is reluctant to leave bed? Little scene Lu Miaoqing. Awan, last night I dreamt of an old man chasing me with a rope, and I was so frightened that I kept running. Thankfully, he could not catch me. Su Juan. What a coincidence. I also dreamed of an old man lurking at my door, incessantly knocking. In the end, I simply called for someone to chase him away. It was quite terrifying. Lao Yi. Unable to pursue. They deserve to remain single. God of wealth. Unable to even enter the door. They deserve to be impoverished. In the dead of night, Lao Yi and the god of wealth jolted awake. No. Are they both unwell?
Ah.
Chapter 44. What can an old man like the Duke of Ping offer you? The old emperor. His face flushed from listening to the opera for an indeterminate amount of time, reluctantly handed over the warming furnace he had held for half the day to the inner servant beside him. Rubbing his hands together, he took a deep breath and stepped steadily onto the golden hall. It was only then that Suan gathered her thoughts and joined the other ministers in their bowing. Whether it was her imagination or not, she distinctly felt that this time spent kneeling was longer than in previous occasions. As the year drew to a close, The biting cold made the vast golden hall insufficiently warm despite the presence of several braziers. Su Juan, who had always been sensitive to the cold, secretly pressed her reddened hands against her body to warm them, letting out a long sigh. Phew! Luckily, I prepared warm clothing filled with hot water in advance. Or, with just these few braziers, one could truly freeze to death in this weather. The ministers, nearly stamping their feet from the cold, widened their eyes in astonishment at the unexpected warmth. The old emperor was taken aback. He had always feared the cold, and no amount of clothing seemed sufficient. When outside, a hand warmer could only warm his hands. He wished to stay indoors for warmth every day, but as a man, he found it unbecoming to reveal his vulnerability. If word got out that the mighty emperor was afraid of the cold, it would be utterly humiliating.
Yet,
How could Su Juan possess such a marvelous item without anyone noticing? Su Juan squinted her eyes in contentment. So comfortable. The scholar Yuan from the Hanlin Academy suddenly realized. No wonder it feels warm near Su Juan. She seems to be emanating heat. The old emperor could hardly contain himself, as several elderly ministers, also sensitive to the cold, were almost stamping their feet. He was curious about the warm clothing's appearance and how it was made. It was something he had never heard of before. As the weather grows colder, I shall have Dong Dong find someone to make 3 more pieces to gift. The old emperor perked up at the mention of 3 pieces. He silently straightened his back and narrowed his eyes, assured that one of those would be for him. This official, though lacking in other skills, had an innate talent for pleasing him. The Minister of Rites also felt a twinge of desire. The older one became, the more one dreaded winter. And he had nearly struggled to rise from his bed today. Father and mother each deserve one. Upon hearing this, the Duke of Jing straightened his back, welcoming the envious gazes of his peers, for not everyone could boast of a daughter-in-law as filial as he had. Song Qianfan scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. This woman was adept at employing such lowly tricks to curry favor. The empress deserves one. The old emperor's smile froze on his face. His gaze unintentionally met that of the Duke of Ping, who wore a smile, as if mocking him. The old emperor's expression soured. What a farce! I have none. Could it be that you possess them? I wonder if the Duke of Ping has worn them. The old emperor. Last time, I gave him 2 pieces. I wonder if they fit. Duke Jing. 2 pieces. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Duke Ping adjusted his attire, ensuring the warm clothing fit snugly, his expression seemingly saying, just 2 pieces, nothing special. The old emperor's face darkened. Foolish boy. What can the Duke of Ping, an old man, offer you? If you please me, I might even promote you. As the morning court session concluded, the old emperor hurried off to warm himself, and the moment he left, Su Juan slipped away as if greased. The Duke of Ping was surrounded by colleagues, both openly and covertly inquiring about the 2 pieces of warm clothing gifted by Su Juan. Lord Xingping, relying on his good relationship with the Duke of Ping, pressed his hand against his clothing, feeling the warmth. Lord Xingping, it truly is warm. How could this little Su be so kind to you?
do tell.
The Duke of Ping pretended to cough. Oh, it's nothing. This child has recognized me as a godfather, and this is her filial piety. I told her I didn't lack for such things, but she insists. What can I do? Lord Xingping envied him. You are indeed fortunate. If I had known, I would have been the first to claim this little girl as my own. The smile on the Duke of Ping's face was as if it were free of charge. Duke Jing snorted softly. It was just warm clothing. Who didn't he have some? 1 piece is the same as 2. Look at him flaunting. Suddenly, someone became interested in the Duke of Ping's other piece of clothing, with the Minister of Rites desiring it the most. He approached, his face flush, and asked softly, Duke, might you consider gifting one of those warm pieces to this old man? The Duke of Ping snorted. These are gifts for my goddaughter. If Minister Wu desires one, perhaps he should ask his children shouting outside the Duke's residence. The Minister of Rites felt his face grow hot with embarrassment. If you want to give it, then so be it. Who cares? The usually affable Lord Xingping chastised the Minister of Rites. Wu, I'm not scolding you, but your children are truly unreasonable. How can they block the Duke's door? You should hurry and send them away. This behavior is utterly disgraceful. Must it escalate to the Emperor? The Minister of Rites coldly snorted and left in a huff. The Duke of Ping noticed Lord Xingping's surprise. This old fellow had changed his tune today, actually defending him. After the Minister of Rites departed, Lord Xingping coughed lightly. Old Xie, we've been friends for decades. The Duke of Ping remained silent. Indeed, decades have passed. Lord Xingping continued, my Lu Xian has been friends with your Xie Sun for over 10 years. Our families have deep ties over the years. Wouldn't you agree? His words meandered without getting to the point, leaving the Duke of Ping perplexed. The Duke of Ping regarded him suspiciously. What exactly are you trying to say? Lord Xingping cleared his throat, glanced around, that goddaughter of yours. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by an inner servant approaching. The servant respectfully announced, Duke, His Majesty requests your presence. With the Emperor calling for him, Lord Xingping had no chance to finish his thought. He watched as his old friend followed the servant away, signaling that he would wait outside. Upon entering the Imperial study, the old Emperor discussed various state affairs with the Duke of Ping. After exchanging pleasantries, the old Emperor finally feigned nonchalance. The weather has been growing colder, hasn't it? The Duke of Ping agreed. Indeed, it seems it will snow in the next few days. Your Majesty should take care of your health. The old Emperor, observing the Duke of Ping's seemingly clueless demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. Today, he was determined to acquire that warm clothing. The old Emperor pretended to be troubled, shaking his head with a sigh. I am well, but the Empress. The Duke of Ping, having a half-brother and 2 half-sisters still living, only had the Empress remaining in the palace. His brows knitted in concern. The Duke inquired, what is wrong with the Empress? The old Emperor was visibly distressed. The Empress has been particularly sensitive to the cold lately, even with several braziers. She still feels cold and hasn't stepped out of her chamber. I am quite worried. As he spoke, he glanced at the Duke of Ping, his anxiety palpable. Chapter 45. Clearly pretending to be oblivious to me. Upon hearing about the matter concerning his younger sister, the Duke of Ping became increasingly anxious. This year, indeed, was colder than those of previous years. Your Majesty, I have recently acquired a substantial quantity of high-quality coal and warm furs, which I shall send to the palace shortly. The old Emperor, upon hearing this, thought, coal and furs? Does he think I lack such necessities in my own palace? This old fool is clearly feigning ignorance. Nevertheless, the Duke of Ping was genuinely worried about his sister. The coal was procured specifically for her use, and the furs were gifts from old comrades from the battlefield, irreplaceable by any amount of gold or silver. The old Emperor, feeling a surge of irritation yet maintaining his facade, subtly hinted, thank you. But I wonder if that warm clothing that Su Qing mentioned is truly as effective as he claims? To his surprise, the Duke of Ping beamed with delight, exclaiming, indeed, it is quite effective. On my journey here today, I felt quite warm at times, nearly breaking into a sweat. It is simply because I am not susceptible to the cold. Being a martial artist, my physique is naturally more robust than others. The old Emperor, hearing this, felt a deeper yearning. This surely must be a splendid item. If only I could possess one, I would certainly present it to the Empress. With a sigh, he lamented, alas, Su Qing lacks this consideration. His eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon the Duke, silently urging him to understand. If you comprehend my meaning, do hasten to procure one for me. In this era, none of these officials exhibited any discernment. Must the Emperor himself explicitly convey his desires? The Duke, noticing the Emperor's sigh, offered a few words of consolation. His intentions were quite innocent, not reading too deeply into the situation. Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. I shall surely advise her to be more considerate in the future. While he spoke thus, he genuinely believed the young lady was quite thoughtful. Though he felt compelled to placate the Emperor, the old Emperor, convinced he had been sufficiently clear, pressed on, thank you, but do you not possess 2 such garments? Surely, you do not require both? The Duke replied with a smile, Your Majesty, the official mentioned that he would alternate between the 2, thus, they are perfectly sufficient. The old Emperor's expression visibly soured at this, and the Duke, confused, wondered what had caused his sovereign's displeasure. Perhaps he was simply bored? A nearby attendant coughed discreetly, wishing to interject and clarify that the Emperor was indicating for the Duke to lend him one of those warm garments. At this point, the old Emperor's frustration reached its peak. If it were not for my efforts to promote you, how could you, with such a dull mind, have attained the rank of duke. Observing the duke's continued bewilderment, the emperor's irritation boiled over, and he began hurling official documents in the duke's direction, exclaiming, "I am instructing you to lend me one of those warm garments." The duke nimbly dodged the papers, suddenly enlightened to the emperor's true desire.
Ah.
Had you stated it plainly, there would have been no need for such elaborate hints. With a playful grin, he declared, "Your Majesty, I shall return to my residence and fetch it at once." "Do hurry," the emperor replied, his face flushed with annoyance. Why must he exert such effort to obtain what he desired? After the duke departed, the attendant suppressed a laugh, mindful of the emperor's presence. "Your Majesty, is it not clear that Duke Xie is intentionally provoking your ire?" The attendant offered soothing words. "Your Majesty, the duke's nature has always been straightforward and uncomplicated. After all these years, you ought to know that unless you state your wishes plainly, how could he grasp the hidden meanings?" The emperor's temper began to subside slightly. "You are correct. If Duke Xie were one to pander to authority, I would not entrust him with such responsibilities." The attendant smiled, affirming, "Ultimately, Your Majesty, it is your trust in the duke that has led to his esteemed position." The emperor grunted in reply, "I have always believed in those I employ, without suspicion." As the duke emerged, he found Baron Peng waiting outside, stamping his feet against the chill. However, he could not leave. If he did, someone else might seize the precious garment. "Why are you still here?" the duke inquired. Baron Sheng replied tersely, "You possess 2 warm garments. Do share one with me. I assure you, should I acquire anything of value, you shall be the first to receive it." The duke's eyes sparkled at the prospect, but he sighed. "It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that you are simply too slow. How long must I stand here only to be outpaced by another?" Baron Sheng retorted, "Just tell me who secured it, and I shall demand it from them." The duke coughed lightly, confessing it was the emperor who sought it. He then discreetly moved aside, creating a path for Baron Sheng to pursue. Baron Sheng was taken aback, realizing that once something had entered the emperor's possession, the likelihood of retrieving it was akin to chasing shadows. Meanwhile, Su Juan, having been pulled into a whirlwind of duties by Deputy Minister Mo, finally found a moment of respite and overheard the palace servants gossiping. "Have you heard? The Duke of Ping and Minister Wu have brought their quarrel before His Majesty." What could have prompted such a scene? "I saw from afar that young Master Xie and Miss Wu accompanied them into the palace." Clearly, this matter has escalated significantly. The Wu family did not merely send in Miss Wu. The entire clan, including Minister Wu's children, seemed intent on presenting their case before the emperor. This is clearly an instance of many against the few. Suan hastily prepared herself, realizing that the Wu family was eloquent and persuasive, while young Master Xie might struggle to hold his own. "Deputy Minister Mo," she glanced at him. "Are you planning to support the Duke?" "No. I merely intend to speak a few words of justice and return promptly." Deputy Minister Mo sighed, observing her eagerness to defend the Duke. "It seems you have a deep respect for him, ready to leap to his aid at the first sign of trouble." Su Juan, dismissing his concerns, assured him, "I will merely speak a few words and return." Mo's skeptical gaze lingered on her as she departed hastily, desperate not to be detained. The old emperor is quite discerning in his choice of people. Just look at the overly diligent Mo Yuqian, who is entirely consumed with the Ministry of Revenue. He is so dedicated that he insists on revisiting and verifying numerous old accounts, as if he could reside there indefinitely. It is said that the Minister of Revenue has genuinely fallen ill, frightened into sickness. In truth, Su Juan has long completed her official duties. Yet she is constantly summoned by Deputy Mo to attend to his tasks. She had been eagerly awaiting the upcoming festival, a full 15 days of respite. How delightful! In her previous employment, the holiday during the New Year barely lasted a few days. It was quite miserly. After Su Juan departed, Deputy Mo could only shake his head in dismay. During this time, he has indeed recognized Su Juan's capabilities. She possesses a cleverness that surpasses many. She grasps many matters with remarkable insight, and those she does not understand, she can comprehend with minimal explanation. Thus, he harbors the intention to promote her. After all, he had faced suppression from his superiors in the past, and now, recalling those bitter memories, he wishes to assist Su Juan in expanding her horizons, ensuring her future path is both broader and more stable. However, This young lady is undeniably lazy, though not to the extent of neglecting her duties entirely. She never misses a morning court session, at most displaying a verbal laziness. Yet, in matters concerning the Ministry of Revenue, she refuses to engage at all.
Consequently,
Even with his good intentions to promote her, her advancement proves to be quite difficult. At this moment, Suan remains oblivious to Deputy MO's concerns for her future. Upon arriving outside the hall, she is greeted by the sounds of an argument from within. An inner court attendant, a close acquaintance of Su Juan, discreetly emerges to advise her to wait a moment longer, as there is a quarrel inside that might implicate her if she enters now. Su Juan, intrigued, wonders how such a disturbance could arise before the emperor. The attendant whispers that the emperor had earlier instructed the duke to send warm clothing into the palace. But upon returning to his residence, the duke encountered individuals from the Wu family and was unable to leave. Unable to wait any longer, the emperor sent someone to urge the duke, inadvertently bringing everyone into the palace, which has led to the current uproar. Soon after, someone emerges from within, addressing Su Juan. The emperor requests your presence. Su Juan straightens her official robe and hat, following the attendant into the hall. Inside, two factions are engaged in a heated debate, their faces flushed with anger. The Ping Duke, lacking eloquence, finds himself at a disadvantage against the numerous descendants of the opposing side. The old emperor is amusedly toying with the warm clothing, thoroughly enjoying its coziness. Were it not for the commotion beneath him, he might have donned it immediately. What is the matter with the emperor? He muses. Why, what could be the issue? He retorts, the Ping Duke has two pieces, yet he desires to seize another. The emperor, maintaining a stern demeanor, declares, I am the sovereign of the Great Jin. What is wrong with claiming one? Why does he require so much? Can he even wear them all? This Suan, indeed, exhibits a bias. The Ping Duke coughs softly, indicating that he could indeed wear them. Is the warmth from the numerous charcoal stoves in the palace insufficient for you? As the Emperor of Great Jin, do you still covet your subjects' possessions? What a disgrace. The accompanying Lord Xingping fervently agrees in his heart, realizing that Suan speaks the truth. The old emperor clears his throat, setting aside the clothing, and gazes impassively at the assembly. Now that everyone is present, speak your minds quickly. The festival is approaching, and harmony is of utmost importance. Is it truly necessary to escalate such trivial matters? Xie, taking the lead, responds, Your Majesty, yesterday, Miss Wu provoked a dispute with the Crown Prince's consort. An innocent party, was splashed with wine and blocked at my door by members of the Wu family. This incident has witnesses present, including the Crown Prince's consort and young Master Liu from Lord Xingping, as household. I implore you, Your Majesty, to discern the truth and grant me justice. Once Xie finishes, Su Juan chimes in, Your Majesty, what Xie Gongzi said is indeed true, and I can attest to it. The emperor nods slightly, recognizing the triviality of the matter. Wu Ziyu, her eyes reddened, casts a tearful gaze at Lu Xian, brimming with unspoken grievances. Your Majesty, I did engage in a dispute with the Crown Prince's consort, but it was she who instigated it. In my fury, I splashed wine, and Xie Gongzi was merely her accomplice. How can their words hold any weight? Su Juan, feigning innocence, retorts, Miss Wu, are you not misunderstanding? I have consistently treated you with courtesy and have never spoken ill of you. Oh, my dear aunt, when have I ever provoked you? Clearly you rushed in, accusing me of lacking accomplishments in music and art, claiming I do not deserve to remain in Jingyuan. Then you chastised me for appearing in court, defying the conduct expected of women. Good heavens, what an enormous burden I have been unfairly assigned. Wu Ziyu, reddened with anger, exclaims, You may not have voiced it, but you certainly thought it. Her words struck a chord with many present, who recognized Su Juan's infuriating ability to provoke.
Indeed,
there were times when even the old emperor felt compelled to silence her. Minister Wu's expression shifted uneasily. Such words were ill-advised. He had given his granddaughter countless warnings at home, yet she seemed to disregard them entirely. Su Juan, feeling increasingly wronged, implores, Your Majesty. Miss Wu is clearly speculating about my thoughts. I am deeply aggrieved. Wu Zi retorts, You know full well what you're thinking.
Ah.
And you claim to discern my thoughts? How is it that your esteemed family has a granddaughter capable of such insight, yet she supports a prince devoid of merit? Minister Wu's face froze, instinctively glancing at the emperor. The old emperor narrowed his eyes, unfazed by the incident. For the conflict between the Han prince and the Hung prince had long been evident. Minister Wu had targeted the Han prince several times, indicating his support for the Hung prince, who, while mediocre, was not as ruthless as the Han prince. At this moment, Minister Wu dared not utter a word, yet inwardly scoffed, recognizing that while the Hung prince may be dull, he did not shed blood as the Han prince did. What does a woman understand of courtly affairs? Let it be, there is no need to quarrel with the Wu family. After all, in a few years, their male lineage will likely be executed, and the female relatives relegated to disgraceful exile. Such a pity. The Wu family. Others present. The old emperor held his breath, fearing that Suan's performance might be disrupted, hoping she would utter more insightful remarks and refrain from idle chatter. Yet Wu Ziyu erupted. Suan, what nonsense are you spouting? Suan, taken aback, was bewildered, wondering what she had just said. Oh, dear. Can she truly hear my thoughts? Excluding Wu Ziyu, the expressions of everyone else turned dark. The old emperor turned his gaze towards Minister Wu, his brows slightly furrowed. Minister Wu, is it possible that your granddaughter is afflicted with hysteria? Should we summon the Imperial physician for her? Minister Wu, filled with trepidation, replied, Your Majesty, I am deeply grateful for your concern for my granddaughter. While there may have been doubts regarding others, it was only upon observing Lu Xian that Su Juan truly felt at ease. Lu Xian never spoke a falsehood. The individuals present appeared to be oblivious to their surroundings, and she secretly sighed in relief, thinking, I was terrified, believing they could all hear my thoughts, which would indeed be catastrophic. But then again, if the old emperor could truly hear my innermost thoughts, I would have surely lost my mind countless times by now. Just moments ago, the old emperor nearly commanded that Minister Wu's seemingly deranged granddaughter be dragged away and beaten to death. At this moment, his anger had somewhat subsided. It's fortunate you possess some self-awareness. It is only due to my wisdom that I refrain from engaging in such baseless accusations. Suan knelt on the ground, her voice filled with anguish. Your Majesty, my loyalty is unwavering. I would never harbor any disrespect towards you or the esteemed officials. Such accusations I do not acknowledge, nor dare I accept. Wu Ziyu's face flushed with anger as she looked at her father and grandfather. Father, grandfather, do you not hear this? Minister Wu's face turned pale. Do not speak recklessly before His Majesty. How have we raised you to speak such slander?
Suan was astonished.
So Minister Wu is truly this principled? He does not even believe his granddaughter. But then again, the notion of hearing others' thoughts is clearly absurd. I wouldn't believe it either. Wu Ziyu, with red-rimmed eyes, could not comprehend why everyone was against her, including her grandfather, father, and uncles, who all pretended not to hear. Frustrated and heartbroken, tears streamed down her face. Your Majesty, I truly did not lie. The old emperor, filled with disappointment, waved his hand, signaling for the Wu family to take Wu Ziyu away. Suan met Wu Ziyu's gaze, which felt like a dagger aimed at her heart. As if she were to be torn apart, she sighed. Why must there be such rivalry? Wu Ziyu was dragged away by her father, accompanied by the sound of slaps, which startled Suan. She remained somewhat bewildered, wondering, but how could Wu Ziyu hear my thoughts? Could she be some chosen one? No. What kind of chosen one is so foolish? Xie Sun nearly laughed out loud. Indeed foolish. The Wu family felt resentful. What was foolish about it? Ziyu spoke only the truth, yet the old emperor feigned ignorance, and they dared not speak out, lest they risk their own heads. I wonder how Minister Wu, so astute throughout his life, could raise such a simple-minded granddaughter. Suan nearly shook her head. If she could hear the thoughts of others, she would certainly not speak them aloud, for fear of being deemed a monster. The old emperor snorted coldly in his heart. This Minister Wu nearly jeopardized his grand plans. His voice, heavy with regal authority, echoed, Minister Wu, even amidst your busy duties, you must not neglect the education of the younger generation. Your Majesty speaks rightly. This old minister acknowledges his faults. Minister Wu lowered his head, bracing for the emperor's wrath. His mind buzzed with Su Juan's recent words. He did not wish to believe the words of Su Juan, a woman of the inner court, yet her every utterance was eerily accurate. The emperor had no heirs. He would eventually have to select a capable individual from the royal kin to serve as the crown prince. With the ever-shifting tides of court politics, who among them remained untainted? The Duke of Jing, being the emperor's full-blooded brother, would seem the most logical choice. However, it was well known that he had little interest in governance and had attempted to resign several times, especially regarding the role of crown prince. The Duke of Han, having fought on the battlefield for many years, was too steeped in bloodshed. Such a man could hardly be deemed suitable. Thus, the Duke of Hung appeared to be the most appropriate choice, though somewhat mediocre. Was it not true that not every ruler was exceptionally clever? Initially, Minister Wu had never doubted his decision to support the Duke of Hung, but now, Su Juan's words instilled hesitation and fear within him. Had he erred in his support of the Duke of Hung, potentially inviting calamity upon the Wu family? His heart raced, and darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to faint. Observing this, Su Juan inwardly mused, could Minister Wu be attempting to feign fainting like others? Minister Wu declared, "Even if I were to die here, I would never feign such a state." The old emperor cleared his throat. The situation had progressed to this point, and probing further would inevitably alert Su Juan to something amiss. He then adopted a facade of fairness, suggesting that the young lady's hysteria was the cause of this commotion. Indeed, this hysteria must be properly treated. She ought not to appear and frighten me again. My very soul feels as though it might vanish. Esteemed officials, in my view, let this matter end here. Disperse, for the year-end approaches, and we must avoid further troubles. The old emperor seems rather lazy, merely wishing for a holiday. The old emperor's temples throbbed. For whom do I endure this? For whom? The old emperor lamented. This Su Juan truly comprehended none of his heartfelt intentions. The Wu family dared not voice their opinions, bowing to the old emperor and apologizing to the Ping Wugong family for Wu Ziyu before retreating in haste. The Ping Wugong snorted, showing no gratitude, yet refrained from pursuing the matter further. After all, the situation had reached this juncture. Anyone who persisted would be at odds with the old emperor. As they departed, Suan cast a glance at the warm garment nearby. Ah, I must prepare another for the Ping Wugong. Upon hearing this, the Ping Wugong's eyes lit up. This young lady was indeed thoughtful, always remembering him. He instantly lamented. Such a wonderful girl. Why was she not his own daughter? Without comparison, there is no harm. At this moment, the Ping Wugong could not hide his disdain for Xie Sun, who was utterly inept, merely squandering the family's wealth. Xie Sun. What is with that look? How can you blame me for not being able to produce a daughter? Once these individuals had departed, the old emperor cradled the warm garment as if it were a treasure, exclaiming, "Look how splendid this is." The palace attendants smiled, affirming, "Indeed, Lady Su possesses great wisdom." The old emperor squinted, chuckling. Although Su Juan could be bothersome at times, she often proved to be quite useful. Outside the palace, Lord Xingping coughed several times, rubbing his palms together, murmuring about the cold. He then shifted the conversation to Su Juan. "Ah, the weather is frigid. Do take care of your health." Suddenly addressed by Lord Xingping, who typically had no interaction with her, Su Juan replied, "Thank you, my lord, for your concern. Thank you for the instant noodles. I was able to indulge today. Instant noodles are indeed delightful, yet something felt amiss. If only there were a cup of fruit tea to accompany them." Unexpectedly, Su Juan had not anticipated that Lu Xian's mother was aware of her existence. She recalled having met her only once, during the birthday banquet of the Princess Jing. It dawned on her that it must have been that day when Song Qianfan left an impression on the Countess of Xingping, prompting her to mention Su Juan upon returning home. "I must be basking in Song Qianfan's glory," she mused. Xingping Bo cleared his throat, however. It was not mere idle gossip his wife engaged in, but a genuine search for a suitable daughter-in-law, often speaking of Su Juan. Initially, he had deemed his wife's praise of the daughter-in-law of the Prince Jing excessive, but now he realized his own superficiality. Nevertheless, whether or not she became a daughter-in-law mattered little, as there were always indirect means to pursue a connection. As they approached the palace gates, Xingping Bo sighed, lamenting the absence of a daughter. "If only we had a daughter akin to you," he expressed wistfully. Suan felt a twinge of embarrassment at the compliment. The Duke of Ping enjoyed hearing praises directed towards Su Juan and smiled broadly. Old Lu, I must say, your two daughters combined do not compare to little Su. Ahem. Enough of that. If you continue, I shall be too embarrassed to bear it, Su Juan interjected, shaking her head. She thought her father was oblivious to Xingping Bo's true intentions, still supporting the flattery. My two daughters are hardly comparable to little Su, Xingping Bo chuckled. Little Su, you must frequently visit my count's residence. We have many rare treasures for you to choose from. His words drew the attention of everyone present, astonished at the sudden generosity of the usually frugal old man. Has the sun risen in the west today? Su Juan pondered, her gaze turning skeptical. Sensing that Xingping Bo seemed to have ulterior motives. What could she possibly offer him? Such unusual behavior surely harbors some ulterior motive, she thought, deciding to graciously decline. Your kind offer is appreciated, but it is quite unsuitable, considering everyone in the capital knows how stingy the Count Xingping is. Unfazed, Xingping Bo waved dismissively, his expression radiating generosity. If you feel uncomfortable, why not become half a daughter of my count's residence? You can consider my house as your own and visit often. There is nothing inappropriate about that. Suan was taken aback. Is he truly that desperate for a daughter? At this declaration, the Duke of Ping was the first to voice his displeasure, shouting at Xingping Bo, "You old man are utterly unreasonable." Xingping Bo's expression was one of thick-skinned defiance. Old Xie, whose daughter she is hardly matters. I believe little Su would not mind having more parents. Who would mind having wealthy and influential parents? Duke Ping retorted firmly. Little Su belongs to the Xie family. Do not harbor such foolish dreams. Wow, the Duke of Ping considers me family. How touching! Xingping Bo exclaimed. Old Xie, you are so selfish. At least ask little Su, and let her decide. There must be plenty of good things in the Count's residence. Who would refuse wealth? Duke Ping shot back, you're talking nonsense. You have two daughters and two sons, and now you dare to compete with me for her? Do you have no shame? You are still a dignified count. As the two men appeared ready to clash, Su Juan was astonished. Am I truly so beloved and cherished?
Wow.
Let them fight. From Su Juan's expression, Lu Xian perceived her eagerness to witness the spectacle. Su Juan found it hard to leave. After all, here, she was cared for and loved. With someone to support her, a position of authority with a substantial salary, no extra hours, 2 weeks off, and 15 days of annual leave. Was it not delightful to be in such a situation? Of course, this was contingent on whether Song Qianfan ascended to the throne. Lu Xian stood by, watching the two men argue. He felt puzzled, not believing his father genuinely wished to adopt Su Juan as a goddaughter, yet it was evident they were indeed quarreling. Xie Sun observed Lu Xian, pitying the simpleton who could not hear Su Juan's innermost thoughts, missing out on countless joys in life. However, he suddenly realized his confusion. Why was it that only Lu Xian could not hear? If blood ties or noble lineage granted one the ability to hear Su Juan's thoughts, then Lu Xian, as the eldest son of Xingping Bo, destined to inherit the title, surely possessed sufficient standing. After all, even Wu Ziyu could hear. Suddenly, Duke Ping bellowed, interrupting Xie Sun's contemplation. You old rascal, is it not merely that you desire that warm garment? I shall give it to you. Upon hearing this, Xingping Bo's face brightened with joy. Had you said so earlier, I would not have contested with you. With 4 children at home, he was already burdened. He certainly did not wish to seek further strife. Lu Xian remained silent, realizing that the coveted item was likely the very garment the emperor had just held. Su Juan felt a chill in her heart. I thought the count and his wife genuinely favored me. It turns out they merely seek the warm clothing, such schemes and calculations. She shook her head, feeling disheartened. True disappointment is never signaled by loud quarrels. At that moment, Xingping Bo, having acquired a coveted item, was unconcerned with Su Juan's feelings, his grin stretching from ear to ear, eager to strip the warm garment off Duke Ping. Duke Ping snorted and turned away. Little Su, come. Let us dine at my residence. Refrain from frequenting the Duke Lu's. Su Juan promptly followed. The Duke of Ping is truly generous. He has given up the warm garment for me. Seeing the two depart, Xingping Bo hurried after them. Old Xie, I shall accompany you back. I want the item now. Duke Ping scoffed. Leave us. Do not follow. I shall have someone deliver it to your residence later. Shengping Bo protested. That will not do. I want it now. Who knows if this old fool will change his mind. As the three retreated, Xie Sun and Lu Xian remained behind, exchanging glances, even questioning their own lineage. However, Xie Sun felt that Lu Xian fared worse, after all. He could not hear anything and stood there foolishly, likely oblivious to the fact that even his father, Duke Lu, might not want him as a son. While Xie Sun contemplated whether to comfort Lu Xian, he noticed Lu Xian patting his shoulder sympathetically, as if the Duke believed that daughters were more considerate. Not that he was indifferent to Xie Sun's feelings, so there was no need for sorrow. Xie Sun thought. At least I was compared to someone. In your father's eyes, you are worth even less than a piece of clothing. Who are you comforting? Having just purchased a cup of fruit tea. It was wonderfully refreshing and delicious. Thank you, darlings, for allowing me to enjoy the fruit tea. Passing by the barbecue stall, the aroma made my stomach growl. Chapter 49. The old emperor truly is sentimental. As the New Year's Eve approached, officials of both civil and military ranks took leave for the festivities, while royal relatives brought their families into the palace for a banquet. Duke Jing had awaited Su Juan's warm garment for several days, only to be disappointed as New Year's Eve arrived without it. As the family prepared to enter the palace, Su Juan donned a new outfit crafted from fabric bestowed by the former empress, draping herself in the white fox fur bestowed by Duke Ping, perfectly suited to shield against the cold winds of New Year's Eve. 6 months had passed, and her figure had grown more slender, her features more refined, and her face no longer appeared as round as before. With a touch of powder, her fair complexion glowed, and her lips, adorned with lipstick, made her resemble a delicate flower nurtured by a loving hand. Prince Jing coughed twice, feeling the increasing chill of the day. Even layered in clothing, he felt insufficiently warm. As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards Su Juan, anxious that she might not have heard him. Yet, Su Juan was preoccupied with stepping outside, eagerly anticipating what delightful dishes the palace might offer today, her hunger already palpable. Prince Jing's heart sank. Hadn't he mentioned the need for warm clothing these past few days? Even the emperor had donned such garments. Surely his daughter-in-law hadn't he forgotten him. How could she forget that he, a living man, stood before her? When Song Qianheng approached, he caught sight of his father gazing longingly at the entrance, while Su Juan, wary of the cold, had already boarded the carriage. Father, what are you looking at? Prince Jing replied, his voice chillingly despondent. Do you think your sister-in-law has forgotten about me? Song Qianheng responded with confusion. Isn't it just that she is cold and got in the carriage first? Surely it doesn't escalate to forgetting someone. Prince Jing sighed deeply. You wouldn't understand. Song Qianheng retorted silently. Who would understand when you say nothing? As they passed through the layers of palace gates, Su Juan finally disembarked from the carriage. The night had descended, and snowflakes began to fall gently. As Song Qianheng dismounted, he instinctively reached out to assist Su Juan, who stumbled slightly and bumped into him, causing Dong Dong to drop the umbrella in fright and rush to help. I apologize, I lost my balance, Su Juan said. Song Qianheng picked up the fallen umbrella, holding it over her. It's nothing. Su Juan unconsciously extended her hand to catch the snowflakes, marveling at the beauty of the season. It's truly lovely. Song Qianheng paused, noticing her entranced gaze upon the distant view of the red palace walls and falling snow, and he felt a stirring within him. Indeed, it was beautiful. As the curtain of the carriage lifted behind him, he released his hold on the umbrella, stepping back a couple of paces from Su Juan. Su Juan frowned slightly, realizing that after the new year, the capital would witness a tempest of bloodshed and strife. With the king of Hung exiled, Song Qianfan beginning to reveal his talents, and the infighting among their kin, the political landscape was chaotic. Such days are numbered, she mused. Just then, Song Qianfan emerged from the carriage behind Song Qianheng. Briefly stunned by the sight before him, the snow indeed enhanced Su Juan's beauty. He realized he had never truly scrutinized her before, and, to his surprise, she was not unattractive. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he frowned deeply, perplexed by his own sentiments towards this eccentric woman. He scoffed inwardly, wrapped up like a bear, utterly unappealing. Su Juan was taken aback. Song Qianheng remained silent. Suan's temples throbbed. Why do you care whether I'm ugly or not? Just as she thought this, she heard Song Qianhong's voice. You're not ugly. You look quite nice. Her eyes narrowed with a smile. At least you have good taste, unlike your brother, who has no future. Song Qianhong remained silent, knowing he was not comparable to his elder brother. As he moved away, Su Juan turned to Dong Dong. Have you noticed that the second young master has been acting strangely lately? Dong Dong blinked. He has been quieter and hasn't sought you out to play cards. She couldn't discern whether it was strange or not, but the second young master had indeed changed considerably, even avoiding the usual social gatherings. Su Juan pondered. What has gotten into Song Qianhong? Has his temperament changed drastically? It said that only a severe illness or immense suffering can alter one's nature. He spent his days either studying or wandering. Could he really be studying himself into a sickness? Meanwhile, Song Qianhong was internally screaming, Didn't you say I'd be poisoned to death? Should I not take precautions and just wait for my demise? In recent days, he had hired someone to follow his elder brother, confirming that Song Qianfan's actions were indeed suspicious. However, that knowledge didn't help him much. After much deliberation, he concluded that the simplest and most effective solution was to separate and move out of the family estate. He no longer wanted to live in the prince's residence. He would leave it all to Song Qianfan and prioritize his own safety. Yet, despite viewing several properties, he had yet to find a suitable one. During a palace banquet, only the empress and the consort were allowed to attend from the harem. However, recently, Su Marin had gained considerable favor, having just been elevated in rank and receiving the emperor's permission to appear at the feast. Suan was not meeting Su Pin for the first time. Yet each encounter left her marveling. She truly resembles someone so youthful. The royal relatives cast puzzled glances at her, wondering what the young lady meant by youthful. Song Qianfan frowned, sensing a troubling premonition. He suppressed his unease, reassuring himself that Suan could not possibly know everything. Song Qianhong discreetly observed Su Pin, whom Suan had just described as youthful, furrowing his brow in confusion. How odd. He felt that Su Pin bore a slight resemblance to the empress. Blushing, Su Pin served the old emperor wine and food, who indulged her, smiling as he watched her, occasionally caressing her delicate hand. Meanwhile, the neglected consort glared daggers, seething with jealousy. How could this newcomer dare to compete for favor? Your Majesty, look at Su Pin. She is utterly lacking in decorum. Yet the empress didn't even glance her way. As long as the emperor was pleased, it mattered little if she was somewhat unruly. The consort was furious, her face darkening at the empress's indifference. Did she truly intend to renounce worldly desires? The empress merely munched on her vegetarian dishes, reflecting on the past when the consort first entered the palace, enjoying some favor, much like Su Pin did now. Over the decades, she had grown indifferent. A man's affection was fleeting, easily dispersed by a mere breeze. The consort would not be the last, nor would Su Pin be the final one. This realization had been solidified long ago when her confidant had sent her away while pregnant for the sake of power. Suan savored several dishes and sipped multiple cups of wine, her cheeks flushed, appearing utterly endearing. Song Qianhong found himself distracted multiple times, noting her transformation from 6 months prior. Yet, Song Qianfan didn't spare her a glance. At that moment, Suan lazily remarked, "The old emperor truly is fickle." The words startled several royal relatives, causing them to fumble their chopsticks and spill their drinks. Young lady, such remarks are certainly inappropriate. The old emperor's forehead twitched violently. On New Year's Eve, could Suan not have a moment of peace? What did she mean by fickle? Did she not understand that he, as the emperor, had 3,000 beauties in the harem? Was it not normal to have several maidens attending to him? What was wrong with that? The royal relatives lowered their heads in agreement. Yes, it was certainly normal. How could there be any issue? Yet, as Su Pin continued to serve food to the emperor, he refused to even open his mouth. Su Pin was taken aback, realizing it was due to the words spoken by the young lady. She turned to the source of the voice, and upon seeing Suan's exquisite features, flushed cheeks, and luxurious attire, she recognized that this young lady was not the despised figure of rumor. She was evidently cherished. Her gaze fell upon the man beside Suan, and she suddenly tightened her grip on the chopsticks in her hand, her eyes betraying a mixture of grievance and dissatisfaction. Yet the man deliberately averted his gaze. However, Su Juan keenly captured this fleeting moment. With a disapproving click of her tongue, she remarked, "One ought to consider the occasion. Is it appropriate to exchange glances so openly? As if we are blind to it?" The relatives raised their eyebrows, glancing around, each more inquisitive than the last. Where is this flirtation taking place?" Su Pin trembled, nearly spilling her drink, and hastily averted her eyes. The old emperor's attention was not on her, for he too was intrigued, scanning the crowd for a considerable time, yet yielding no results. What was Su Juan playing at, speaking in half-truths? This habit was quite unbecoming. He signaled to a nearby eunuch, who paused momentarily, then followed the emperor's gaze to see the young lady consuming drink after drink, likely nearing intoxication. He quickly waved for the wine to be removed. The displeasure was palpable on Su Juan's face. How miserly of the old emperor, not allowing us to enjoy our drink. The emperor huffed. What need has a young lady for such indulgence? This is for your own good. The empress summoned a palace maid, whispering instructions to prepare a bowl of detoxifying soup for Su Juan. Her gaze was filled with warmth. This child, how could she lose herself after just a few cups? Song Qian'ang had been watching Su Juan intently, curious about her earlier comment regarding the exchanged glances. Who was the object of her affection? The next moment, Su Juan's voice rang out again. "Serves the old emperor right for being so unfaithful and stingy. He deserves all that comes to him." With this outburst, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. A green hat. The emperor's face darkened. After merely a few cups, she had begun to speak nonsense. He was the emperor. Who would dare to place such a label upon him, risking their life? By now, Su Juan was feeling somewhat tipsy, her thoughts swirling more vividly than her surroundings. Su Pin is quite the actress. She harbors feelings for Song Qianfan while putting on a facade. Look how easily she has the old emperor wrapped around her finger. From Su Marin's rise to Su Pin, what a blessing and favor. Like a thunderclap resonating through water, it stirred up a frenzy. Su Pin's hand trembled, her cup slipping and shattering on the table. Her face turned pale as she fumbled with her handkerchief in a panic. Song Qianfan's expression darkened. Could Su Juan truly be some kind of oracle? She seemed to know everything he did. He clenched his cup tightly, his eyes darkening with malice. This woman was born to be his undoing. She could not be allowed to remain. The gathering of relatives was abuzz with excitement, shocked by the revelation that the emperor's favored concubine had affections for the heir of the Duke of Jing, the emperor's own nephew. Such a tale would hardly be believed in the common folk stories. The emperor's face shifted between shades of red and green as he struggled to suppress his fury, fearing he might overturn the table in a fit of rage. Nearby, Su Pin trembled, her gaze filled with terror as she looked to Song Qianfan, clearly pleading for help. The emperor had not yet lost his temper, but for the sake of his dignity, once he returned to his chambers, what hope would she have for survival? Meanwhile, her beloved Song Qianfan pretended as though nothing were amiss, continuing to drink and eat. The onlookers were curious as to why Su Pin would harbor feelings for the Duke of Jing's heir. There must be a story behind it. Each one looked eagerly at Su Juan, hoping she would share the tale. It is indeed Su Marin's fault for being so easily swayed. She found the old emperor lacking, and after a few kind words and flowers from Song Qianfan, she became smitten. What does age matter when youth offers such allure? After all, Song Qianfan has so many charms, from gardens to temples. Good heavens! It was indeed the Duke of Jing's heir who had captivated Su Pin. They had thought it was merely a one-sided affection. The emperor's mind was truly clouded with jealousy. Yet, she is foolish. How could Song Qianfan ever possess genuine feelings? At this moment, the crowd's expressions were a tapestry of reactions. The Duke of Jing was turning crimson with rage, lamenting the shame his son had brought upon him. The old emperor stifled his fury. As a sovereign, he still retained his composure. Song Qianfan's cup had cracked under his grip, veins bulging in his hands, and a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Tonight, Su Juan would face dire consequences. Su Pin, still young, felt the weight of the emperor's wrath and pressure, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just as the crowd thought the chaos would settle, Su Juan sighed. One cannot blame Su Marin entirely, after all. She was sent to the palace by the Duke of Hung to win the old emperor's favor. Shaking her head, Suan continued. She was on the brink of marriage, and her fiancé was forced to his demise, while she was compelled to enter the palace to serve. What a pitiful fate. The crowd gasped in disbelief. This was somehow linked to the Duke of Hung. As all eyes turned toward him, his expression darkened. He had long since dealt with this matter. Even if Suan knew more, as long as Su Pin remained silent, she had no evidence. To maintain control over Su Pin, he had even confined her parents, tragically unaware that they had already taken their own lives to prevent her from being constrained. Su Pin shuddered, her pupils constricting as she turned sharply to the Duke of Hung, tears cascading down her cheeks. Had her parents truly perished? The Duke of Hung averted his gaze, his complexion pale and green. Foolish girl. At this point, the crowd's attention had shifted entirely from Song Qianfan to Su Pin, their sympathies ignited. Who would have thought that Su Pin had endured such hardships? The Duke of Hung was indeed callous, driving her fiancé to death, killing her parents, and forcing her into the palace as a concubine. How vile, how utterly vile. Such cruelty was inhuman. King Han scoffed. The Duke of Hung's actions were truly self-destructive. In just 6 months, the Duke of Hung had lost not only the treasury but also the support of the Ministry of Rites, and now, old grievances had been publicly revealed. What face did he have left to vie for the position of heir? King Han smirked. Suan was indeed sent by heaven to assist him. Ultimately, if the old emperor were not so capricious, how many troubles would there be? The old emperor fumed. How am I capricious? How can I be called so? Do not presume that my favor means I will indulge you endlessly. His affection for Su Pin is merely because she resembles the empress in her youth. The old emperor was struck at his core. Men will always prefer the young, alas. The male relatives all nodded in agreement. Song Qianhang remarked, there is no need to generalize. However, the expressions of the ladies were quite complex. What deep affection! The empress is not deceased. She is perfectly well, sitting there, while the emperor engages in such antics. Who is he trying to disgust? It would suffice if he preferred young maidens, but must they all resemble each other so closely? Is this not simply a provocation directed at the empress? Anyone who recalls the trivial matters surrounding the emperor's ascension should know that his professed affection is worth less than nothing. The old emperor's expression darkened as he turned his gaze toward the empress, feeling guilty and wishing to offer some explanation. Your Majesty, do not overthink it. You know that Suan has a penchant for nonsense. He intended to clarify that he had never sought similarities among those concubines, but as he met the empress's gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. The empress, however, had long seen through her consort. Listening to his explanations, she felt no turbulence in her heart and reminded him, Your Majesty, it is time to bestow dishes upon the various households. At that moment, the old emperor was far from being in a state of mind to offer such gifts. The events of the night had nearly stripped him of all dignity. If it were not for Suan, he might still be oblivious to what was on the mind of his pillow companion, concubine Su. With a stern countenance, he suppressed his irritation and proceeded to grant the New Year's dishes to the households. That night, the banquet concluded, and the Prince of Hung and the heir of the Prince of Jing were detained in the palace. The Prince of Jing and his wife waited at the palace gates for quite some time, but Song Qianfan did not emerge. The Prince of Jing, with a grim expression, realized he could no longer afford to be lax with his son, for who knew what kind of trouble he might cause in the future. Beside him, the Princess of Jing was worried. This was no trivial matter, as it involved the emperor's consort. She cast an exasperated glance at the carriage, where their daughter-in-law, who had instigated all this trouble, lay in a drunken stupor. As a mother, all she could do was hope her son left no evidence behind. After all, it was merely the drunken ramblings of a daughter-in-law, not to be taken entirely to heart. She wished for the emperor to show leniency, considering the past affections shared with her husband. Earlier, she had thought her daughter-in-law to be refreshingly candid, but now she felt increasingly that this daughter-in-law was indeed a calamity for their household. They should never have consented to this match. Just look at the mess it has created. Meanwhile, Song Qianhang keenly sensed his mother's resentment towards his sister-in-law, yet how could this be blamed on her? It was clearly his elder brother who had lost his way and acted foolishly. Since it had already happened, why fear the truth? The Princess of Jing, growing increasingly anxious, with red-rimmed eyes, asked, My prince, do you think Qianfan will be all right? The Prince of Jing sought to reassure his wife, but he too felt the weight of the situation. Turmoil within the palace was no trivial matter. Drunken, Suan pushed aside the carriage curtain, gazing blearily at the group. "Aren't you all going back? What trouble has Song Qianfan stirred up now that so many are waiting for him?" The Princess of Jing's expression soured further. The Prince of Jing quickly signaled to his younger son, and Song Qianheng understood immediately. "Father, I fear my brother has overindulged today and is quite inebriated. I shall take my leave first. I appreciate you and mother waiting for my brother." At that moment, the Princess of Jing was hardly concerned about her younger son. Her every thought was consumed by the affairs of her eldest. The Prince of Jing waved his hand. "Go on." Only then did Song Qianheng take a seat in the carriage and signal the coachman to return home. Upon arriving at the Prince of Jing's residence, Su Juan, with the help of Dong Dong, staggered out of the carriage, and the two stumbled their way toward the manor. As they neared the door, Song Qianheng could hardly bear to watch and stepped forward to lend a hand, guiding her back to the courtyard. After settling Su Juan onto the bed, Dong Dong hurried to the small kitchen to prepare a hangover soup. Song Qianheng sat in the courtyard for a brief moment, his mind a whirl of thoughts all related to Song Qianfan. He was now certain that his elder brother harbored ambitions for the throne, but why would he wish to poison his own brother? He had never been studious, preferring to wander through brothels, reveling in various entertainments. How could he possibly pose a threat? Why would he seek to end his life? As Song Qianheng pondered this, Su Juan drunkenly stumbled out from the room, her fox fur coat hanging loosely on her, murmuring incoherently. At that moment, snow began to fall again. Su Juan truly adored the snow, having enjoyed watching it fall during her childhood at the orphanage, where she would beg the caretakers to help her build snowmen, creating little companions to play with. She ran joyfully through the snow, her laughter ringing out, her cheeks flushed, a picture of beauty. Song Qianheng was taken aback, never having imagined Su Juan would look like this while intoxicated. As she made a dash for the courtyard, he hurried to stop her, blocking her path. "Sister-in-law, it's quite windy outside. You should return indoors." Su Juan suddenly reached out, grasping his collar, pulling him closer to scrutinize his features, her breath forming misty clouds in the cold air, her rosy lips breaking into a smile, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Song Qianheng's heart skipped a beat unexpectedly. "Young lord, you are quite handsome." He had received compliments before, but never so straightforwardly. And in that moment, he realized just how intoxicated Su Juan truly was. The snow continued to fall more heavily, and at some point, her fox fur coat slipped unnoticed onto the ground. Feeling the cold nip at her fingertips and her cheeks flushed, she stood on her tiptoes and placed her hand on Song Qianheng's face to warm herself. The sudden chill made him wince. "What madness is this?" With a drunken slur, Su Juan inquired, "So tell me, how much for your company tonight?" Song Qianheng's expression darkened as he seized her offending hand. "I am not for sale." After a lengthy silence, just when he thought she had quieted down, she burst out, "Fear not, I am the heiress wife. I have plenty of money." She patted her chest to emphasize her wealth, proclaiming, "Follow me, and I will steal from Song Qianfan to support you." Song Qianheng, exasperated, retorted, "Is this even about money?" Chapter 52. Why would I not kill Song Qianfan? Su Juan, distressed, sank to the ground in tears, alternating between lamenting her status as an orphan yearning for family and mourning her life as a neglected wife, living under the thumb of a cold husband and a demanding mother-in-law. She cried out about her misfortunes while also wishing to save others. Song Qianheng felt overwhelmed, rubbing his forehead for a long time before finally resigning himself to pick up the discarded fox fur, shaking off the snow, and draping it over Su Juan. After a moment, he managed to utter, "Stop crying. Am I not your family?" Only then did Su Juan look up at him, her eyes red and pitiful. After a while, Dong Dong returned with the hangover soup, and upon seeing Su Juan standing in the snow, became frantic, hastily ushering her back inside. In a corner, Song Qianheng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling lighter, yet after taking a few steps, something compelled him to glance back at the spot where Su Juan had stood, her outstretched hand catching snowflakes, her laughter echoing in his mind. He sensed that he might have fallen ill, and gravely so. The next day, as Su Juan awoke, she sneezed several times in succession. Dong Dong quickly fetched a cloak for her to wear. Seeing the soiled fox fur, she felt a pang of sadness and remarked, "You've only worn it once, and look at it now." Taking the fur, Dong Dong, aware of her fondness for it, reassured her, "Do not worry, my lady. It just needs a bit of care." Suan finally felt a sense of relief as her gaze fell upon the string of Buddhist beads on the table. Curiously, she inquired, "Dong Dong, where did this bracelet come from?" She couldn't recall acquiring such an item. Dong Dong shook her head. "You clutched it tightly after getting drunk last night, and I have no idea where it came from." Intrigued, she took the opportunity to prepare a hangover soup, but in doing so, her fox fur coat became soiled, and her mistress's eyes were swollen from crying, still clutching the beads. She speculated that perhaps it had been found somewhere, as it did not appear to be of any significant value. With a throbbing headache, Suan struggled to remember the events of the previous night. Venturing into the courtyard for fresh air, she was immediately struck by the sight of a large mound of snow atop the stone table, adorned with several branches. Curiosity piqued. She approached and scrutinized it for a while before reluctantly recognizing it as a snowman. A laugh escaped her lips as she called out to Dong Dong, who was tidying up inside. "Dong Dong, this snowman you built is rather unappealing." It was, without a doubt, the most uncharacteristic snowman she had ever encountered. Dong Dong emerged, bewildered, her expression a mix of confusion and innocence. "Mistress, I did not build this." Suan was taken aback. On New Year's Eve, the servants had returned home, leaving only herself and Dong Dong in the courtyard. Where had this unsightly snowman come from? Could it be some sort of curse? Heavens! Is someone plotting against me? At dinner that day, the family sat in silence, each lost in their thoughts. Song Qianfan's expression was notably grim. The Duke of Hung had blood on his hands and was detained within the estate. His power had waned, rendering him less formidable. The emperor had merely reprimanded Song Qianfan and demoted concubine Su, confining her to her quarters. Yet, he understood that he had lost the emperor's trust, and the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. Stealing a glance at Su Juan, a flicker of murderous intent crossed Song Qianfan's eyes. Initially, he had considered keeping her close, perhaps to utilize her in the future, but now it seemed impossible. Suan felt a shiver run down her spine, tightening her grip on her chopsticks. "There's a murderous aura." Her remark startled Song Qianheng, who had been engrossed in his meal. His body stiffened, and his grip on the chopsticks faltered, his mind racing with unbridled thoughts. Could it be that his elder brother was aware of his actions in Suan's courtyard last night? Yet, it had merely been a snowman. Suan's tears had left him no choice but to appease her. Surely, a simple snowman couldn't provoke such lethal intentions? Song Qianfan maintained his composure. Even placing a piece of meat into Suan's bowl, "You've lost weight, eat more." However, Suan's appetite had vanished, and her suspicions about Song Qianfan deepened. Why is he so careless? He doesn't even bother to use a different pair of chopsticks to serve food. The Duchess of Jing looked displeased. "Wanner, why aren't you eating? Your son has acknowledged his mistakes and is making an effort to mend your relationship. What grievances could you possibly have? Historically, what man has not strayed a little? Must the daughter-in-law create discord within the household?" Suan's gaze dimmed as she sensed the Duchess's increasing discontent towards her. In response, she replied, "I have not been feeling well lately, and the doctor advised me against consuming meat. The meat Song Qianfan served is hardly fit for even a dog." The Duchess's expression turned sour. Who knows if he has poisoned it? The Duke of Jing hastily attempted to smooth things over, requesting a new bowl to be served, but Suan's thoughts spilled forth one after another. "He must be trying to harm me." The hideous snowman in the courtyard was clearly his work, its crude construction and excessive branches resembling a voodoo doll. Song Qianheng was perplexed. Song Qianfan was momentarily taken aback. What snowman? This man harbors a venomous heart. Song Qianfan scoffed inwardly. He had narrowly escaped disaster in the palace last night. Who was truly the malicious one here? Song Qianheng retorted, "Did you not cry for your family and demand I build you a snowman? It was my first time ever constructing one, and my hands nearly froze off in the bitter wind." Gazing at the Buddhist beads on Suan's wrist, which he had specially procured from the temple for protection, he felt a chill in his heart. It was all for naught. Despite the palace's efforts to keep news under wraps, some information had wings and spread throughout the capital. holding a cup of hot tea. Suan's astonishment grew as she learned of concubine Su's demotion and the Duke of Heng's detention. Lu Miaoqing nodded. It is said that last night, the Duke of Jing's heir remained in the palace and returned just before dawn. The Duke of Heng has now lost all hope of securing the position of crown prince. Seeing the bewilderment on Su Juan's face, Lu Miaoqing's brows furrowed. You were in the palace last night, and you are unaware of all this? Su Juan shook her head. I was quite drunk last night and can hardly recall many details. I woke up here in the estate. Piecing together Lu Miaoqing's words, she began to deduce. It seems that Song Qianfan and concubine Su's affair has been exposed. But how did the old emperor learn that concubine Su was placed here by the Duke of Heng? Suan was not surprised that the old emperor had not punished Song Qianfan, as he was his nephew. The emperor held the Duke of Heng in high regard. Naturally, he would be lenient towards Song Qianfan, as had always been the case. However, the events concerning the Duke of Heng unfolded far too rapidly, catching her completely off guard. What had transpired? Lu Miaoqing was momentarily taken aback. Song Qianfan and concubine Su are involved? Her brow furrowed deeply. This Song Qianfan, in pursuit of power, has stooped to such levels. How could the emperor ever consider such a man as the crown prince? Lu Miaoqing cautioned, Awan, the heir is not someone you can trust. It would be wise to prepare for your own future. Suan sighed slowly. One must follow the chicken with a chicken and the dog with a dog. What can I do? This marriage was bestowed upon me by the old emperor. Unless he issues another decree, there is little I can do. I cannot simply go and kill Song Qianfan, can I? Suan's eyes suddenly brightened. Wait. Why shouldn't I kill Song Qianfan? Lu Miaoqing was taken aback. You're considering going north to see the snow. As a southerner, you've never witnessed snow before. Lu Miaoqing was left speechless, completely unprepared for Suan's sudden contemplation of murder. Song Qianfan was not easily eliminated.
Juan,
please do not act foolishly. If anything arises, speak up, and we shall face it together. Before she could finish, Suan waved her hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. Rest assured, what troubles could I have? I live well in the palace, so why would I do something foolish? Lu Miaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. Suan squinted, thinking, if I were to kill Song Qianfan, it certainly cannot be by my own hand. Lu Miaoqing's temples throbbed, realizing that Suan had not relinquished this notion. As a delicate woman with no means to defend herself, to recklessly seek his life would only lead to my demise. Lu Miaoqing could no longer contain herself. Awan, Song Qianfan is not so easily killed. Suan was perplexed. Did I appear so transparent? Lu Miaoqing nodded. She had refrained from voicing her innermost thoughts, advising her to avoid Song Qianfan for the time being and not to reveal her intentions, lest her own life be at stake. Suan acquiesced, realizing that her demeanor had indeed been too conspicuous, and she had not considered the matter from another perspective. She felt a kinship with Lu Miaoqing, believing that if anything were amiss, she would not conceal it from her. Observing the trust in Suan's eyes, Lu Miaoqing felt an unsettling sensation in her heart. Yet she could not divulge the truth to Suan. In reality, it was for Suan's benefit that she remained unaware. Some truths were better left hidden, as knowing them could lead to complications. What Suan did not know was that while contemplating harm against Song Qianfan, he had already dispatched assassins to ambush her. That night, under a dark and stormy sky, the cold wind made them shiver as they left Lu's residence. The two of them walked through the snow, with Suan cradling a hand warmer, regretting her decision not to take a carriage that morning. Dong Dong drew the umbrella closer to Suan. Despite it being a festive season, the snowfall had rendered the streets nearly deserted, and their return journey to Wang's residence required navigating several alleyways. Suan furrowed her brow and asked, Dong Dong, do you feel as though someone is following us? Since exiting Lu's estate, she had felt a persistent sensation of being trailed, and it seemed there were multiple pursuers. Dong Dong looked bewildered, turning to scan their surroundings, but saw no one. Just then, Suan sensed a wave of murderous intent sweeping through the wind and snow, swiftly approaching her. She turned abruptly, and a glimmering sword, reflecting the moonlight, lunged toward them. Suan reacted swiftly, shoving Dong Dong aside and retreating into the snow. Dong Dong fell to the ground, terror-stricken, her face pale, momentarily choking on her screams. As the blade drew closer, Suan suddenly halted, launching a kick that sent the long sword flying. The speed of her attack caught her assailant off guard, and in the moment of surprise, she seized the sword, striking before they could retaliate, leaving a gash across their neck as they collapsed into the snow. Dong Dong stared wide-eyed, incredulous, as she witnessed Su Juan wielding the sword with a cold demeanor, blood glistening on the blade. Was this truly the delicate lady who struggled to catch her breath after merely 3 steps? Before she could ponder further, a dozen figures in black surged forth from all directions, surrounding Su Juan and Dong Dong. Su Juan tightened her grip on the sword. While she could handle 1 or 2 attackers, facing a dozen was an insurmountable challenge. It appears today may be my last. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a sudden gust of wind and snow erupted, as if sharp blades were slicing through the air. Before she could discern what was happening, 2 masked figures emerged from nowhere, their speed rendering their movements a blur. The black-clad assailants barely had time to react before blood splattered across the scene, and in the next moment, the 2 figures vanished into the snowy backdrop. Suan was left in a daze. Had it not been for the fallen assassins around her, she might have doubted her own senses. She bent down to inspect the collar of one of the black-clad figures, revealing a tattoo that confirmed her suspicion. Indeed, they are Song Qianfan's men. At this moment, he had not yet amassed a formidable force, relying on a mere handful of trained assassins. However, who were the 2 masked individuals who had so swiftly come to her aid, appearing and disappearing like phantoms? Perplexed, Suan helped Dong Dong to her feet. The latter was nearly paralyzed with fear, her face ashen, tears streaming down her cheeks as she looked at the sword in Suan's hand. Stammering, she pleaded, "My lady, please do not harm me. I swear, I will not utter a word about what I witnessed tonight." Terrified, she had served the lady for half a year and had never suspected her to possess such lethal skills. The act of killing had been executed without a flicker of hesitation, as if she were an entirely different person. Suan paused, then smiled. "Why would I harm you?" Dong Dong, still pale and trembling, finally regained some composure and asked, "You truly won't kill me?" Amused, Suan casually tossed the sword aside and shook her head, preparing to leave. Dong Dong breathed a sigh of relief and scrambled to her feet, following closely behind, resembling a little shadow. All of them are dead. In the study, chaos reigned as Song Qianfan's face darkened, his gaze fixed on the dawn. His lady had allies. Those 2 were exceptionally swift, and their strength had proven superior to his men. Li Ming knelt before him. Song Qianfan, in disbelief, sank back into his chair. These were the assassins he had secretly trained over the years, who had successfully completed numerous missions without error. Yet this time, it was merely to eliminate a woman. His eyes blazed crimson with fury as he overturned the table, shouting, "Investigate. Find out who is aiding her." Li Ming, unflinching, replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, within the palace, the Chancellor had entered unnoticed, accompanying the old emperor in a game of chess. When dark guards reported, the old emperor waved his hand, indicating he understood. Narrowing his eyes, a fleeting chill crossed his gaze before dissipating as he looked at the Chancellor. This girl certainly attracts a plethora of troubles. The Chancellor smiled, acknowledging the Emperor's foresight in arranging protection for the lady. He had not anticipated that the Emperor would dispatch his most trusted shadow guards to safeguard Su Juan. The old Emperor scoffed, "This girl has unknowingly offended countless people. There are certainly more than a few in the capital who wish to see her dead. The more they fear her, the more guilty they feel." He saw an opportunity to root out those with ulterior motives. However, he had not foreseen that among them was his own nephew, Song Qianfan. The old emperor scrutinized the Chancellor for an extended moment, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "You are the one who proposed the marriage between the Duke of Jing and my daughter, if I recall correctly? At that time, the Duke's heir was courting your Miaoqing."
Was he not?
The Chancellor's hand faltered, gripping the chess piece, and he fell to his knees. "Your Majesty, I confess my selfishness. I acknowledge my guilt." The comments from the audience have all been seen, and to avoid spoilers, some have not been replied to. This narrative focuses on the unfolding events in the court and the protagonist's growth, so there's no need for concern. The protagonist will not suffer indignities. As for Song Qianfan, he is no longer worth a dog's attention. 54. Chapter 50 For the old emperor laughed coldly, tossing a white piece onto the chessboard. Lu Qing, you have truly schemed extensively for your daughter, and now it seems your machinations have reached my doorstep. The chancellor, fearing for his position, knelt and implored, please punish me. Your Majesty. Last year, Song Qianfan had expressed his desire to marry Lu Miaoqing on more than one occasion. However, his daughter aspired to the court, not wishing to be confined to a domestic life. As her only child, he could not bear to disappoint her. Moreover, her talents rivaled those of any man. It was a pity her gender barred her from official positions. When Song Qianfan pressed for marriage, he took a bold step and suggested that the Su family marry their daughter to the Duke of Jing, thereby controlling her. Later, noticing the emperor's increasing favor towards Su Juan, he discussed the matter with his daughter and decided to support her rise to an official position, never imagining that Su Juan would indeed prove herself capable. Observing the chancellor's anxious demeanor, the old emperor felt displeased. He loathed being manipulated, especially by a trusted minister. His gaze turned icy as he queried, does today's assassination attempt on Su Juan truly bear no relation to you? The timing was too coincidental. She had barely left Lu's residence before Song Qianfan's men attempted to intercept her. Chief Minister, Your Majesty, this old minister is wholeheartedly loyal to you. With no thoughts of betrayal, the old emperor gazed at him for a long while before finally speaking. Rise. Return and thoroughly investigate the affairs of your household. Do not let a rat enter unnoticed. As the pressure lifted, the chief minister was already drenched in sweat. Yes. Just as he was about to take his leave, the old emperor suddenly added, have your daughter compose a treatise and present it after the new year. The chief minister was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Your Majesty? The old emperor cleared his throat and coughed a couple of times. If she can indeed propose any useful state policies, I shall not overlook someone devoid of governance talent. At that time, let her follow Su Juan for a while. It would be beneficial for teaching that girl. He had always regarded the late emperor as his model. Regardless of gender, anyone with genuine ability could be appointed. The chief minister was overjoyed, rising only to kneel again. This old minister thanks your Majesty for your great kindness on behalf of my daughter. The New Year festivities passed swiftly, and soon it was the final day. Ever since the attack, Suan had not stepped outside the royal residence. Though she had learned martial arts while serving the old emperor, her skills were limited, and she could not match a dozen assailants. Who knew how many times Song Qianfan would employ the same tactics again? By then, she feared she would not be as fortunate as before. As the saying goes, the most dangerous places are often the safest. Suan thought that even if Song Qianfan wished to kill her, he could not act within the royal palace. However, the past 10 days had been filled with nothing but eating and sleeping, and the tales she had were stale and uninteresting. Thus, she decided to rise, take her leaf cards, and traverse 2 courtyards to find Song Qianheng. Yet, just as she reached the courtyard entrance, she was stopped by a servant. The young servant, with shifty eyes, said, "Lady, our young master is unwell and cannot accompany you for cards today." Suan blinked. Unwell? Is Song Qianheng truly that fragile? Upon reflection, she realized she had not seen him for over 10 days. The little fellow even dined alone in his courtyard. Was he genuinely ill?
Su Juan torned skeptical.
Then I shall go in and see your young master. After all, we have been card partners for half a year. It is only right for me to pay a visit. With that, Suan stepped into the courtyard, and the servant could do nothing to stop her. Song Qianheng? Song Qianheng, I heard you were ill, so I came to check on you. Suan's voice rang out, startling Song Qianheng, who was reclining in a chair, savoring roasted chicken while reading a tale. He abruptly wrapped up the chicken, hiding both the meal and book, and hurried back to his bed, drawing the curtain and coughing a few times. As Suan entered the room, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of roasted duck, causing her stomach to rumble.
So,
Song Qianheng is indeed feigning illness. Song Qianheng exclaimed, "What?" Suan squinted. Which kind-hearted soul eats roasted chicken while being ill? Through gritted teeth, Song Qianheng retorted, "Who said a patient cannot eat roasted chicken? I did catch a chill while making that snowman on New Year's Eve, but I am strong and recovered in just a couple of days. Now, I am merely resting. How can that be considered feigning illness?" Suan paused beside the bed. Narrowing her eyes, Song Qianheng, I heard you are unwell. Are you all right? Song Qianheng coughed lightly, his voice hoarse. It's nothing serious, just a lingering chill. You should leave quickly. I wouldn't want to pass my illness to you. Seeing his voice did not seem feigned, Suan hesitated, then reached out her hand into the curtain. Song Qianheng was taken aback. Do not be alarmed. I only wish to check if you have a fever. If your condition worsens, it would be dire. With a resounding slap, her hand struck Song Qianheng's face, echoing throughout the room. Song Qianheng.
Su Juan.
For a moment, the air in the room seemed to freeze. I lost control of my strength for a moment. My apologies, Suan said awkwardly, soothingly patting his innocent, unfortunate face. A faint fragrance lingered at his nose, refusing to dissipate. Song Qianheng's face flushed crimson, and he completely forgot the earlier slap. His ears heated. He hastily turned away, sitting up from the bed, throwing aside the curtain to meet Suan's gaze. All his words faltered in his throat, lost in the brightness of her innocent eyes. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter, I am not ill. Only then did Suan retract her hand, relieved. As long as you are not ill, I knew you were pretending. He gritted his teeth, feeling frustrated. Clearly, he had been avoiding her, yet she remained oblivious. Eagerly approaching him, with a cheerful smile, Suan took out her leaf cards. Shall we play? Song Qianheng felt a pang of discomfort. I do not wish to play. Suan blinked, finally sensing something amiss. What is wrong? Did someone upset you? In the past, it was always Song Qianheng who insisted on playing cards with her. Nothing. I simply do not want to play. Song Qianheng felt irritated, wondering why he had gone to such lengths to build a snowman just to please her.
Now.
She seemed to have forgotten everything, waking up without a memory while he remained here. Apprehensive and afraid of being discovered regarding that night when they had tangled in her courtyard. Despite their strained relationship, she was still the formally recognized young lady of the house. Song Qianheng's forehead twitched. He had truly been bewitched at that time. How could he have developed pity for her and acted out of line? Seeing that Song Qianheng was genuinely uninterested, Suan decided not to linger. Very well. Take care of yourself. I shall take my leave. With that, she turned to depart, sighing inwardly. Song Qianheng has so few days left to live, and here I am,
Seeking him out to play cards.
Suan, you truly lack insight. Song Qianheng's expression shifted instantly. Wait. You mean I have so few days left to live? Chapter 55. It is merely a position of a prince.
Suan turned around,
only to see that the previously ill Song Qianheng had already risen from the bed and was hastily approaching her. His strides were swift, as if racing against time. Song Qianheng furrowed his brow, observing Suan. She did not appear to be joking. He tentatively asked sister-in-law, What do you think of my relationship with my elder brother? Upon hearing this, Suan burst into laughter. You brothers have a good relationship. You show great respect for your elder brother. And he takes good care of you as well. Song Qianheng's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Until now, he had indeed believed this to be the case. However, doubt now clouded his mind as he stared at Suan. Do you truly think so? Suan hesitated for a moment, then smiled. You are his brother. How would I know? Why is this fool suddenly asking this? Could it be that he has sensed that Song Qianfan has disliked him since childhood? A chill ran through Song Qianheng. His elder brother has never liked him? But in his childhood, every time he got into trouble, his brother had always protected him, enduring punishment from their father and mother for his sake. Is it because you always pushed the blame onto your brother whenever you got into trouble, making him suffer daily? Your brother must feel that your parents favor you, giving you everything good, leading to resentment. Song Qianheng was bewildered, but I never intended to compete with him. Moreover, you have always been more intelligent than your elder brother since childhood, learning swiftly in all endeavors. Your parents have favored you even more, hoping you would inherit the throne. Wouldn't that make him despise you even further? Song Qianheng pressed his thin lips together tightly, fully aware of this reality. However, since then, he deliberately prioritized indulgence and merriment, rarely attending the Imperial Academy or writing any essays, hoping to dissuade his father and mother from this notion. He wished to convey to his family that these responsibilities belonged to his elder brother, and he had no intention of vying for them. Suan shook her head. It is indeed the consequence of favoritism. Nevertheless, Song Qianfan is undoubtedly more petty and vengeful than most, cold-hearted and power-hungry, showing little regard for even our parents, harboring deep-seated hatred for you, his younger brother. Yet, there is much more you cannot fathom. Do not be deceived by his current decorum. When he rebels, your father's life will be at stake, and he will care not a whit, allowing your father to perish, ultimately implicating everyone associated with the Duke of Jing, leading to the annihilation of 3 clans, some exiled, some perishing from illness, and others meeting their untimely demise. Su Juan lamented. What a wise emperor the old emperor was. For such a grave transgression as rebellion, he merely exiled those family members. Song Qianhong's pupils constricted suddenly. His elder brother would truly rebel, and implicate so many people. Su Juan shifted her tone. But fret not, for you likely will not live to see that day. Song Qianheng. At this moment, he realized he perhaps truly did not understand his elder brother, who had grown up alongside him. Su Juan's words completely reshaped his impression of Song Qianfan. He had always believed Song Qianfan to be a dutiful son, respectful towards their father, filial to their mother, and considerate towards his younger brother. Even upon learning of his brother's intent to poison him, he merely thought it was a misunderstanding, believing he harbored no ill will, and even considered moving out of the Duke's residence. Yet, he found it incredulous that his elder brother would rebel, driving their father to suicide. Such actions were unworthy of a son. Su Juan, unaware of Song Qianhong's thoughts, waved her hand before him, asking, "What is the matter? You seem lost in thought." Song Qianheng felt as though his heart had sunk to the depths of despair, overwhelmed by a sense of fear and powerlessness regarding the future.
No.
I must explain to my brother. I cannot stand idly by and watch him harm so many. Sister-in-law, I have matters to attend to. I will join you for cards later. With that, Song Qianheng hurried out of the room. Su Juan stood in a daze for a while, puzzled. What on earth is wrong with him? Song Qianheng inquired with several servants of the estate before finally locating Song Qianfan in a music house. Song Qianfan had just concluded a significant discussion with others. Although the emperor had yet to issue a formal decree, given the gravity of the matter, his temperament assured that he would impose severe punishment on the Prince of Hung, thereby rendering the Prince of Hung's claim to the throne utterly futile. With the Prince of Hung's downfall, the Prince of Han would undoubtedly take action, which is why he had instructed Mei He to secure an alliance with Minister Wu of the Ministry of Rites before the Prince of Han could. Initially, he had intended to extend an olive branch to Mo Yu Qian of the Ministry of Revenue, as this individual was bound to be promoted to Minister of Revenue after the new year. However, this man prided himself on his integrity, refusing to align with any faction, making it difficult to approach him. Furthermore, Minister Wu of the Ministry of Rites was also a stickler for principles, originally an ally of the Prince of Hung, and he would likely not be easily swayed either. With these thoughts, his agitation grew, along with increasing resentment and impatience towards Su Juan. Had it not been for the troubles she had stirred, his arrangements would not have fallen apart one after another. He feared that by now, he would have already gained control over the 3 ministries and would not be overshadowed by the Prince of Han. This woman truly deserved her fate. Yet, over a span of more than 10 days, his people had still failed to uncover who was secretly protecting Su Juan. Now, not only had he not eliminated Su Juan, but he had also alerted his enemies, making any future attempts far more challenging. As he was lost in thought, Song Qianheng suddenly appeared, furrowing his brow. If he wasn't ill, why was he not resting at home? Song Qianheng felt a pang in his heart. The first words from his elder brother upon seeing him expressed concern for his health, which was beyond his imagination. He had always believed his brother despised him. Had it not been for Su Juan's words, he would never have dared to believe it. He composed himself, poured himself a glass of wine, raised it towards Song Qianfan with sincerity, saying, "Brother, in our childhood, I caused you to be reprimanded by our father and mother. It was my fault, and I apologize." With that, he downed the wine in one gulp. Song Qianfan's thin lips pressed together slightly, his gaze darkening, and with a calm tone, he replied, "Those are matters of our childhood. They are best left unmentioned, for I do not hold it against you." Song Qianheng cautiously studied his elder brother, feeling that the situation was not as he described. Merely looking at Song Qianheng filled Song Qianfan with displeasure. This brother of his was adept at feigning innocence. From childhood, their parents had shown him excessive favoritism, even usurping what rightfully belonged to Song Qianfan, constantly suppressing him as the elder brother. Now he squandered his days in revelry, and upon reaching the age of service, he had achieved nothing, unable to compose even a decent essay, spending his days consorting with that wayward son of the Xie family. Yet their parents still desired to propose to the emperor that Song Qianheng inherit the title, fearing that he would become inept and suffer in the future. Sharing the same surname of Song and being born of the same mother, Song Qianfan had always strived for excellence while others viewed him as inferior to Song Qianheng. Nevertheless, it mattered little. It was merely a title of a prince. Song Qianfan's gaze gradually turned icy, for what he truly desired was the throne of the great Jin, the supreme ruler. On the day he ascended the throne, he would ensure that those who had wronged him would pay back tenfold. Seeing the comments saddened him, fearing that readers might abandon the book. Readers, the male lead is Song Qianfan, but there is no romantic connection between the male and female leads. The female lead is here to save the world. Despite her diligent efforts, she has failed twice and is currently enjoying a brief respite. She is here to thwart Song Qianfan, not to engage in a romantic relationship with him to suffer. If everyone has been paying attention to the court drama, they would realize that the Prince of Hung has already fallen from grace, while Song Qianfan has faced continuous setbacks, losing ground, and the female lead has consequently garnered quite a bit of public support. Chapter 56. I suspect she has ties with the empress. The fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in Song Qianfan's eyes startled Song Qianheng. The wine cup in Song Qianheng's hand trembled, nearly slipping from his grasp. As his heart raced with panic, Su Juan was right. His elder brother truly harbored murderous intent towards him. At this moment, he felt that no matter what he said or how much he tried to explain, Song Qianfan would not heed a single word. He was not the person Song Qianheng had always believed him to be. Everyone had been deceived by the facade he presented. Song Qianheng pressed his thin lips together, feeling a profound sense of strangeness and coldness. Their parents were indeed biased, but that was not a justification for his future rebellion. Noticing Song Qianheng's unusual demeanor, Song Qianfan concealed his expression, adopting a fade of concern, asking, "What are you thinking about?" Song Qianheng chuckled awkwardly, saying, "It's nothing. It's just the Lantern Festival today, and we'll be dining at home tonight. Don't forget, brother." Song Qianfan nodded, acknowledging, "I understand. If there's nothing else, you may return. You've just recovered. Don't catch a chill again." His impatience was evident, and Song Qianheng noticed it all too clearly. "Well then, I shall take my leave. If you finish your business, return to the estate early." Song Qianfan replied curtly, and Song Qianheng finally got up to leave. The moment he turned, his heart sank to the depths once more. Song Qianfan's impatience was strikingly evident. He did not even attempt to conceal it. However, over the years, he had never truly contemplated the matter, assuming that the estrangement from his brother was merely a consequence of growing up. After all, the friends he had known were not particularly harmonious with their elder siblings, with some even embroiled in bitter disputes over inheritance. At that time, he believed that he and his elder brother had fared comparatively well. Yet now, as everything lay bare before him, the truths he had previously overlooked emerged starkly, revealing a grim reality. As he walked, Song Qianheng's expression was grave. He was not foolish. The emperor's decision to keep Su Juan by his side was merely to be informed of these matters.
Should he learn of them,
he would undoubtedly take action against his elder brother, and the Empress Dowager would certainly protect him, thereby implicating the Jingwang manor. How would the emperor treat the Jingwang manor, given that one could turn against him at any moment? That individual was first and foremost the emperor of Dijin, and only secondarily their uncle. Song Qianheng clenched his fist slowly. Thus, his elder brother could not rebel, as long as he lacked the capability to do so. Even if he wished to, he would find no opportunity. In this way, the calamities spoken of by Su Juan would not come to pass, and the Jingwang manor would remain intact. He quickly clarified his thoughts and resolved to prevent Song Qianfan from acting rashly. He had no desire to contend for anything, yet one must understand that some actions are permissible, some are not, and some must be taken. Stopping in his tracks, he turned to glance in the direction of the music hall, his usually smiling eyes now resolute. "Elder brother, you may desire certain things, but I too have people I must protect. This time, I shall not yield." After the Lantern Festival, Su Juan returned to the Su family with a jade pendant. The family gathered in the hall, none daring to touch their chopsticks. The entire Su family was on edge, with some even sweating profusely, fearful that a single misstep might offend this esteemed young lady, especially Su Yaozu, the eldest son. His favored concubine had already been sold off, and he had endured a severe beating from the elder Su, leaving him bedridden for several months. The punishment had been harsh, nearly costing him his life.
Now,
Upon seeing Su Juan, he felt a twinge of pain in his rear, harboring deep resentment towards her yet daring not to provoke her. She was no longer the helpless girl devoid of parental affection. She held a sixth-rank official position, bringing glory to the entire Su family. The Su family's business had prospered significantly, establishing connections with numerous officials. Within the household, Su Madam was the most delighted. Although the Su family was affluent, Jean had never valued merchants, and her daughter's prospects of marrying into a respectable family had been bleak. However, times had changed. The current heir's fiancée held a position in the court, being the first female official in decades. What an honor! Su Lingling's marriage was also nearing a resolution. Although the suitor was merely a seventh-rank official, he was young and ambitious, having already accomplished several noteworthy tasks, with hopes of future promotions. Su Madam broke the silence, rising to serve food to Su Juan, her face beaming with joy. "Ah Juan, eat more. Now that you're home, you needn't hold back. We are all family." Su Juan raised an eyebrow, glancing at the dishes before her, all of which were her favorites. She had indeed inquired about her preferences. Su Juan found no fault in this transformation. Su Madam had always been one to climb the social ladder when opportunity arose, and her daughter's marriage had long been a source of her concern. Excluding herself, the Su family, despite being among the wealthiest in business, still faced the societal stigma of being merchant-born, making it difficult to marry into noble families. Su Juan took a few bites and suddenly inquired, "Has Su Lingling's marriage been settled?" Su Madam replied with a smile, "Soon. 2 families have come forward. The one they are keen on is the eldest son of the Su family, a compiler in the Hanlon Academy. You might know him." Su Lingling frowned slightly. She had no desire to marry. She had met the Su family's eldest son secretly and found him quite unattractive. Su Juan nodded slightly, her tone even. "The eldest son of the Su family is not impressive. Perhaps we should consider the second son of the Xie family instead." Su Madam was momentarily taken aback, looking towards her husband. This choice had been made by him. After all, the second son of the Xie family had yet to enter office, and in terms of prospects, he was not as promising as the Su family's eldest son. Mr. Su furrowed his brow, casting a doubtful glance at Su Juan. Surely, she had not come seeking trouble today. Su Lingling, however, agreed with Su Juan's assessment, believing that Xie Zhang was indeed quite suitable, his fair complexion indicative of a bright future. Su Juan remained silent, but her thoughts betrayed her. What could the eldest son of the Su family accomplish? He spends his days idly at home, abusing servants, and has even killed several household slaves. He would surely mistreat his wife as well, causing her great sorrow. The couple's expressions changed dramatically. Su Lingling felt a chill run down her spine. The second son of the Xie family is indeed commendable. Though he lacks accomplishments for now, he is merely biding his time, overshadowed by the eldest son, soon to rise with the help of influential patrons. Su Juan recalled her admiration for this second son of the Xie family. She remembered how the late emperor held him in high regard, yet regrettably, he had been too upright in his counsel and fell victim to the tyrannical Song Qianfan. Su Madam's eyes lit up. "I had also thought the second son of the Qi family commendable. With your mention, I now feel reassured. I shall speak to the Qi family tomorrow. Let the Su family's suitor be damned." Su Lingling sighed in relief, grateful to avoid marrying that unattractive fellow. Su Juan raised an eyebrow, surprised by her stepmother's newfound compliance. After the meal, Su Juan accompanied Mr. Su into the study, forgoing any pretense and directly inquiring about her birth mother. Mr. Su frowned. "Why the sudden interest in your birth mother?" Su Juan replied solemnly, "I simply wish to ask." I cannot confess my suspicions that she may have ties to the empress.
Can I?
Mr. Xie was taken aback. The empress? He was alarmed, even doubting his hearing. His legal wife, Li Ruohua, was an orphan. How could there be any connection to the empress? He composed himself and chuckled awkwardly. When I met your birth mother, she was running a fabric shop, engaged in the textile business. She was a solitary person with few friends. Later, I learned she was an orphan, her parentage unknown, and she had lived by begging in her youth. Eventually, she worked at a fabric shop, saved a little money, and started her own business. We became close in our youth and eventually married. What Mr. Xie did not disclose was that he had admired Li Ruohua back then, but she was already betrothed to a friend of his. The man had offended the powerful and was killed, dragging her into legal troubles. He had intervened, avenging his friend, and seizing the opportunity to repay her kindness, which led to their marriage. As he reminisced about his first wife, Mr. Xie's expression turned somewhat nostalgic. He had never encountered a woman like her. She was unlike anyone else, strong-willed, yet too much so. In the end, their marriage left no affection to speak of. Suan's gaze was skeptical. I sense that this old man is concealing something, his words a mix of truth and deception. Mr. Xie felt uneasy, as he had once promised Li Ruohua that he would never take a concubine. Yet, a year into their marriage, when she became pregnant, he took in Lingling's mother, which strained their relationship. At that time, she wished to separate, but he could not agree. After Su Juan's birth, she sought to leave the Xie household to manage external affairs, but he blocked her. He had not considered her desires then, believing she ought to manage the household well and not expose herself to the outside world. However, he had not anticipated that Li Ruohua would succumb to a heart ailment after giving birth to their daughter, leading to her melancholic demise. Each time he gazed upon the girl, memories of Li Ruohua would flood back, leaving him in disarray, which compelled him to send the child to the estate for care. Master Xie was acutely aware that Li Ruohua's daughter did not regard him as her father. Such matters were secrets he could never divulge to Suan, lest he jeopardize the fragile remnants of their relationship. Suan had come primarily to inquire about her lineage and showed no interest in Master Xie's youthful indiscretions, which were merely tales of love and betrayal. She produced a jade pendant, placing it before Master Xie, and inquired if he recognized its origin. Master Xie nodded, recalling that he had seen the pendant in Li Ruohua's possession once or twice. It belonged to her, as she had claimed it was something she had carried since childhood. As the words left his lips, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. Could this pendant, once worn by Li Ruohua, have any connection to the current empress? Before he could further contemplate, he noticed that Suan had already concealed the pendant. Nevertheless, Master Xie gleaned enough to form a hypothesis. As a businessman well-versed in jade dealings, he understood the significance of patterns and shapes, especially considering the pendant was only half of a whole. Suan surmised some truths, alleviating her inner doubts, but when Master Xie pressed for more information, she fell silent. Exiting the study, Suan made her way to the front courtyard, preparing to leave. It was known among the older generation that the empress had once lost a daughter in her youth, a topic seldom discussed now that the girl had never been found. This lost daughter could very well be her mother, Li Ruohua. Suan understood Master Xie perfectly. The current emperor was desperate for heirs. If he were to discover that his late wife was the emperor's lost daughter, his only remaining bloodline, it would forge an even closer connection to the royal family, a revelation likely to spread like wildfire. Despite the potential advantages, such as facilitating a divorce from Song Qianfan, the political landscape was tumultuous, rife with factional strife. Should King Han or Song Qianfan learn that the late emperor had descendants beyond the palace, even if it were a daughter, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate any potential threats to their power. At that moment, the pendant felt akin to a hot potato in her hands. Suan's eyes darkened. This pendant must be hidden away securely. Lost in thought, she unexpectedly encountered Su Lingling. The latter appeared somewhat hesitant, finally managing to stammer, "Sister, thank you for today." Suan raised an eyebrow, surprised that Su Lingling would express gratitude. Su Lingling immediately felt awkward. Suan recognized that her sister's gratitude stemmed from her engagement prospects. However, Suan had done nothing substantial, merely speaking the truth. There was no need for thanks. Although Su Lingling was rather naive, always coveting what belonged to others. She had never committed any truly harmful acts. Su Juan did not harbor affection for her. Yet she could not bear to see her sister wed a man with a violent disposition, one who had harmed servants and concubines. As women, a mere warning could suffice. If the Su family ignored her caution, and Su Lingling were to suffer grievously post-marriage, it would be beyond her control. Yet, at this moment, Su Lingling had come to a realization. She understood that her engagement was facilitated by Su Juan, and she was no longer foolish enough to oppose her. As their mother had advised, maintaining a good relationship with Su Juan would ensure a brighter future for her. Taking a deep breath, she sincerely addressed Su Juan, elder sister. I was young and foolish before, always fearing you would take things from me. I was wrong. I won't act that way anymore. We are sisters, and I will no longer be willful. Please do not hold a grudge against me. Su Juan's response was cold. Sisters, you say? I've been motherless from a young age, and have never known a father's love. Perhaps I am a cursed child, destined to have no kin. It would be best for Miss Su to keep her distance. I would not want my misfortune to affect you. Su Lingling's face paled at the mention of being a cursed child. How amusing. She's frightened by mere words, a coward with grand ideas but little courage. Su Juan scoffed softly, shaking her head as she brushed past Su Lingling, leaving the Su residence behind. They were both aware of their mutual disdain. She had no desire to perform the charade of sisterly affection. Su Lingling bit her lip, feeling belittled by Su Juan's indifference. Frustrated, she stamped her foot but remained uncertain of how to proceed. After Su Juan departed, Master Xie sketched the pendant, handing the drawing to a trusted aide to investigate any leads. Upon leaving the Su residence, Su Juan returned to the residence of the King of Respect. There, she was met with peculiar glances from the household. Even the previously aloof Lady of Respect suddenly became attentive, inquiring after her welfare several times. Dong Dong attempted to speak thrice, only to be silenced by a glare from the Lady of Respect. Confused, Su Juan resolved to change her attire before questioning Dong Dong further. However, en route to her chambers, she encountered a troubled-looking Song Qianheng. Sister-in-law, Liang Yin is with child. As he spoke, he scrutinized Su Juan's reaction. Upon hearing this, Su Juan turned to Dong Dong, whose expression confirmed the odd behavior of the household today. Dong Dong then quietly added, Mistress, I intended to inform you. Liang Yin has been pregnant for several months, but the prince only learned of it today and chastised the heir for a long while. The princess forbade me from telling you, instructing everyone in the household to keep it a secret for now. Su Juan smiled, unfazed by the news. It seems this matter has finally come to light. After such a long time, I nearly forgot about Liang Yin. It appears there will be more drama to unfold, and my patience has not been in vain. Song Qianheng paused momentarily, bewildered. Today, while chatting with friends, I found myself in tears as she showed me her dashboard filled with recommendations, monthly votes, and glowing 5-star reviews. When will such fortune befall me? By Chapter 58. The Child as True Father? Although Song Qianheng suspected that Su Juan was indifferent to such matters, especially since she did not favor Song Qianfan, if Liang Yin were to bear a son, he would be the legitimate firstborn. No legitimate wife would overlook such an occurrence. Otherwise, the queen mother and elder brother would not have concealed it from the entire family, allowing Liang Yin to quietly nurture her pregnancy for months. However, Su Juan's reaction was peculiar. It seemed as though she had been anticipating this news for quite some time. Why was that? Only during dinner did he grasp the reason behind Su Juan's unusual demeanor. The dining table was filled with tense expressions as everyone exchanged glances. The King of Respect's face was particularly grim. After merely 6 months of marriage, his son had yet to produce a legitimate heir, and now a concubine was pregnant. If she bore a son, the entire capital would mock the King of Respect's household. Moreover, this marriage had been bestowed by the emperor himself. If the daughter-in-law continued to suffer grievances, any ill-intentioned rumors could lead others to believe the King of Respect harbored discontent towards the emperor, resulting in further scrutiny and condemnation from officials seeking to capitalize on the situation. The fact that the princess had assisted in keeping this under wraps was utterly bewildering. The King of Respect's reaction left the Lady of Respect perplexed. At their age, who would not wish to embrace a grandchild soon? If their daughter-in-law and son were at odds, She feared it would be decades before she could cradle a grandchild. Now that Liang Yin was with child, though she held no affection for Liang Yin, the unborn child was undeniably her grandchild. Her husband merely worried that the daughter-in-law might voice her dissatisfaction in front of the emperor, causing unnecessary trouble. However, she contemplated that once the child was born, she would register it under Su Juan's name for her to raise, thus resolving her issues with offspring. What could she possibly be dissatisfied with? Yet, Song Qianfan had a different perspective. The child in Liang Yin's womb was something he desired. Su Juan's thoughts were of no consequence. He was determined to eliminate her, as sparing her life would inevitably lead to his own demise. Up to this point, he had yet to uncover who was protecting Su Juan, for the Su family was merely an ordinary merchant clan, lacking such power. During the meal, none could find appetite. At that moment, King Jing could no longer contain himself. He had a fondness for this daughter-in-law and felt it was unfair to deceive her. A prestigious royal household bullying a young girl? He spoke gravely, suggesting that the child in Liang Yin's womb ought to be terminated. Su Juan abruptly lifted her face, sensing that the drama was about to unfold. The princess consort grew anxious, insisting that the child must not be lost. Song Qianfan's eyes darkened. He would not allow her to terminate the pregnancy. After all, the child was his concubine's. Why should she not give birth? Su Juan's eyes sparkled with interest, anticipating a quarrel. The previously silent Song Qianheng finally glanced at Su Juan, amused by the unfolding spectacle. Observing Su Juan's reaction made him want to smile. King Jing's expression darkened. After half a year of marriage, his legitimate wife had yet to bear a child, and now his son was producing an illegitimate heir. Had he consulted with his wife about this? Was it reasonable? Su Juan feigned hurt, her demeanor somber, quietly stoking the flames. The heir had never brought this up with her. King Jing looked at his son with disappointment, lamenting, "You have greatly disappointed me." Why is there anything to be disappointed about? It is not surprising for Song Qianfan to act this way, someone mused. King Jing's wife, ignoring her daughter-in-law's reaction, feared her husband would send a medicine to facilitate Liang Yin's abortion. She hastily remarked that it was not a significant issue. Once Liang Yin gave birth, they could register the child under Su Juan's name, ensuring no one would dare gossip. Su Juan's eyes widened in shock, realizing that if the child was registered under her name, it would become the legitimate firstborn. The heir of King Jing would indeed be a source of excitement. Upon hearing this, King Jing rose abruptly, declaring his disapproval. Song Qianfan echoed this sentiment, asserting that his legitimate heir could not be born to a woman with no standing. The princess consort grew anxious, questioning why he disagreed, noting that even Su Juan had not objected. Su Juan, puzzled, asked, "Although I don't mind, have you consulted me?" The princess consort turned to her, gently persuading, "Su Juan, if the child is registered under your name, it will be your responsibility to raise them, and in time, the child will honor you." King Jing scoffed, convinced that his daughter-in-law would never agree. There was nothing to discuss. Su Juan lowered her gaze, appearing obedient, meekly suggesting that the child be registered under her name, as she would follow her husband and mother-in-law's wishes. King Jing could hardly contain his displeasure. While Song Qianheng was taken aback, the princess consort felt satisfied, while Song Qianfan was bewildered. He could not fathom why Su Juan would consent to raising someone else's child. King Jing's face turned a deep shade of anger. The child could not be kept. The princess consort sneered, accusing her husband of valuing his reputation over his own grandchild's existence. Song Qianheng tightened his grip on his chopsticks, convinced of Su Juan's assertion. In the future, his elder brother might rebel, leading to his mother and father being forced into dire situations. At that moment, Su Juan wished she had some sunflower seeds to munch on. Sighing internally that there was indeed a sensible person in the King Jing's household, yet they were burdened with a reckless son who disregarded sound advice. The princess consort longed to silence her daughter-in-law, questioning why she was so detestable. How wonderful it would be to have the child born and registered under my name, a legitimate firstborn. At this juncture, Song Qianfan felt a disquieting shift. The woman's reaction seemed peculiar, as though she awaited a grand performance. Su Juan's eyes gleamed with excitement, exclaiming, "Just imagine when the child's biological father arrives. Merely contemplating Song Qianfan's expression fills me with exhilaration. The King Jing's household raising another son will surely create a sensational uproar in the capital. King Jing and Song Qianhang were taken aback. The princess consort's expression froze. The child's biological father? Song Qianfan's fury surged, snapping his spoon in half with sheer force. In this moment, the Song family comprehended Su Juan's every reaction, as it all fell into place. The child in Liang Yin's womb was not Song Qianfan's. As he stood there, feeling as if struck by lightning, he could not accept Su Juan's claims, clenching his teeth in frustration. At that moment, Liang Yin, supported by a maid, slowly entered the hall, her hands resting on her noticeably rounded belly. Weakly, she greeted, "Greetings, father, mother, and eldest son." The mention of father and mother struck a discordant note, darkening the princess consort's expression as she fixated on Liang Yin's belly, as though trying to pierce through it with her gaze. She had previously overlooked it, but now it was evident that Liang Yin's belly was indeed quite large, appearing to be at least 6 months along, despite her only arriving at the royal residence a few months prior. Liang Yin's gaze flickered as she explained, "My lord, I have become somewhat hungry. The small kitchen did not prepare any meals today, so I came to fetch some food." In truth, she had instructed the kitchen staff not to prepare any meals, aware that the princess consort wished to keep this matter concealed. She understood the intentions of this family, yet she had no intention of allowing anyone to raise her child. Moreover, she feared that if she remained silent for too long, others might only know that Song Qianfan had a child without ever recognizing her as the mother. Having gambled on certain things, she was determined to wager everything. Liang Yin remained vigilant against Su Juan, fully intent on keeping her child close, refusing to let it be registered under Su Juan's name. Noticing the tension, Su Juan's expression brightened as she warmly approached Liang Yin, suggesting, "Since we are family, it would be lively to share a meal together." She promptly rose, taking her bowl and chopsticks, quickly vacating her spot beside Song Qianfan to sit next to Song Qianhang near the entrance, urging Liang Yin, "Sister Yin, please sit. You are now with child. This is the first grandson of the King Jing's household, and we must ensure you do not go hungry." As she spoke, she instructed her servants to bring Liang Yin a set of chopsticks and a bowl. Her attentiveness was overwhelming, as if she regarded the child within Liang Yin as her own. Liang Yin pursed her crimson lips, acutely aware that Su Juan was not favored and seemed to have indeed set her sights on the child she carried. With a beaming smile, Su Juan urged, "Sister Yin, why haven't you taken a seat yet?" Reluctantly, Liang Yin complied, knowing that no matter how much Su Juan feigned humility, the child would never bear her name. Su Juan's appetite surged. Merely gazing at Liang Yin's rounded belly filled her with glee. When the child is born, and the biological father comes to reclaim the child, wouldn't Song Qianfan be beside himself with rage? Ha ha ha. After all, the child Liang Yin carries is the legitimate grandson of the Duke Jing. The celebration for the full moon will surely be a grand affair. The Duke Jing, feeling humiliated, cast a cold glance at Song Qianfan, silently urging him to resolve the situation as he saw fit. The Duchess Jing, infuriated, nearly fell for this little vixen's tricks, daring to plot against the Duke Jing's household. She was truly reckless. Noticing Song Qianfan's bowl nearly empty, she took the initiative to refill it, softly saying, "My lord, it's chilly. Please drink some warm soup for your health." And Song Qianfan replied coldly, his gaze scrutinizing the woman who was so brazenly trying to entice him. Su Juan's words ignited a fury within him, a desire to strangle her right then and there, but he refrained, aware of the audience around him. Song Qianhang quietly sipped his soup, recalling how Liang Yin had initially been so attentive towards him when she first arrived at the palace. Yet, he had encountered many women like her in the past and understood their motives all too well. Initially, he thought she was merely proud and seeking to elevate her status. Who would have imagined she would be audacious enough to attribute her unborn child to the Duke Jing's lineage? A chill ran down his spine. Thankfully, he had not been swayed by feminine charms, or he would now be the one facing dishonor. Yet, at this moment, Song Qianfan still held a sliver of hope that Su Juan was merely speaking out of jealousy regarding Liang Yin's pregnancy, fabricating tales. When he first encountered Liang Yin, he had paid special attention to her garments. She had indeed bled. after taking her as a concubine. She had been kept secluded in a small courtyard. How could she have engaged with others? One must wonder, has Song Qianfan never been with a woman? How could he not discern if it was her first time? It's no surprise he has been so thoroughly deceived.
Ha ha ha.
He probably believes that if a girl bleeds, she must be a maiden, unaware that not all women bleed upon their first encounter, nor do all who bleed do so for the first time. Su Juan now regarded Song Qianfan as a fool. Song Qianheng was astonished, realizing that not all women bleed the first time. Song Qianfan was nearing the brink of fury. How could this malicious woman toy with him so? While Liang Yin was eating, she felt an inexplicable chill beside her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. What was happening? The family wished to uncover more about Liang Yin to handle her and her unborn child, but Su Juan, having finished her meal, gently wiped her lips, stood, and curtsied. Father, mother, and young master, I have finished my meal and feel a bit weary. I shall return to my quarters to rest. Please continue. The Duke waved his hand. Weary of the chaos, go. The Duchess gritted her teeth, her complexion a mix of green and black. This daughter-in-law had the audacity to leave before her husband and in-laws had finished their meal. Such a breach of etiquette. What daughter-in-law behaves in such a manner? Song Qianheng hastily finished his meal and rushed after Su Juan, eager to glean more about Liang Yin, perhaps to use it against his elder brother. Su Juan did not return to her room, but strolled in the back garden of the palace to aid digestion.
Sister-in-law.
I can't help but think Liang Yin's belly doesn't he look like it's only a few months along. It must be at least half a year. Song Qianheng ventured, probing. Su Juan feigned surprise. You can discern a woman's pregnancy? Song Qianheng casually replied, I heard a physician mention it before. Su Juan laughed. Some women simply gain more weight during pregnancy. It's not unusual. Indeed, it has been 6 months. Song Qianheng is rather astute. I must ensure he remains oblivious to this, or how will the grand drama unfold? With his reverence for his elder brother, he might even assist in dealing with Liang Yin and the child in her womb overnight. Song Qianheng continued, but I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. He glanced around and whispered to Su Juan, sister-in-law, I suspect that before Liang Yin was with elder brother, she had another lover. Perhaps the child in her womb isn't even elder brother's. Su Juan gasped, how could you even entertain such an absurd thought? You mustn't speak such nonsense. Goodness. How did you figure this out? If Song Qianfan begins to suspect, investigates, we won't even need to wait for the child's father to arrive. This scandal will spread far and wide. Calculating the timeline, that man should have arrived in the capital by now. I cannot allow Song Qianfan to find him. I must dispel Song Qianheng's doubts. My dear ones, today my sister said that my dish was too salty and asked if I thought salt cost nothing. I didn't dare to refute. Little did she know. I hadn't added much salt. It was just that while cooking, I remembered everyone had forgotten to vote for me, and a tear fell into the pot.
Oh.
My dear ones. Chapter 60. Su Juan fuels the flames. Song Qianheng listened intently as Su Juan gradually revealed details about Liang Yin. Indeed, Su Juan was not one to keep secrets, and before long, she divulged even the man's approximate background and age. He was around 30, engaged in trade, well-dressed, and likely residing in a fine inn in the capital. He was currently searching for Liang Yin and would likely linger in the city for several months. Later, upon discovering clues, he would directly approach during the child's full moon celebration, only to be dismissed by the Duchess Jing. The incident circulated quietly among the guests that day, suggesting that a distant relative had been taken in as a goddaughter by the Duchess Jing and was receiving care within the palace, thus preserving some semblance of dignity. Song Qianheng's eyes darkened, already formulating a plan. Su Juan believed she was concealing her intentions skillfully. Song Qianheng chuckled, sister-in-law is right. I must have overthought it. Perhaps Liang Yin simply overindulged. Su Juan scrutinized him for a long moment, and seeing he genuinely believed her, she felt slightly relieved. I was terrified I wouldn't get to see the show. Last time, she was too preoccupied with the old emperor to properly witness these amusing events. Such a scandal that would diminish Song Qianfan's reputation could not be disrupted by Song Qianheng. Once Song Qianheng departed the back garden, the smile faded from his face. Now that both his elder brother and mother were aware that the child within Liang Yin was not of royal blood, They would likely investigate her past in the coming days, especially since it pertained to the lineage of the Duke Jing. They could not hastily decide based solely on Su Juan's words. He needed to find that man first before they uncovered Liang Yin's past. And blow the situation out of proportion. Only then would it affect his brother's reputation. Although the Duke Jing's household would undoubtedly suffer repercussions, Song Qianhang had a clear understanding. In comparison to the destruction of a family, what was a tarnished reputation? On that night, Song Qianfan dispatched individuals to investigate Liang Yin's hometown. However, before the envoys could return, the prefect of Jingzhou, Qiu Chucheng, arrived at the door, asserting, "There are accusations against the esteemed Prince Jing's heir, claiming he has usurped another's wife and forcibly taken their children." He insisted on taking Song Qianfan and Liang Yin back for a thorough investigation. At that moment, Prince Jing was in the palace. Song Qianfan's face turned ashen. "Qiu Chucheng, what nonsense are you spouting? I have never taken another's wife." Su Juan was astonished. How could he have come so quickly and even reported to Qiu Chucheng? This was unprecedented. With the matter escalated to Qiu, it would be impossible for the prince's consort to quell the situation now. Soon, the entire capital would be abuzz with this scandal. Su Juan was exhilarated. This is getting more and more thrilling. Arrest him. It's him. He has taken another's wife, shamelessly. That girl is already 6 months pregnant. That is undeniable evidence. Qiu Chucheng, you are a man of justice. Do not bow to the powerful. Qiu Chucheng snorted coldly. He had not attained his position as the prefect of Jingzhou without reason. He had already offended many influential families throughout the capital. However, he had the emperor's protection above him. He had consulted the emperor prior to this, so he was unafraid of offending another heir. The young masters of these noble households abused their status to commit wrongs, creating a corrupt atmosphere in the capital, which was truly detestable. Surprisingly, this heir's consort proved to be reasonable and discerning, unfortunate to be matched with such a man. Qiu Chucheng remained composed, addressing them, "Your Highness, the heir, and his consort, I have already investigated. There is indeed a young lady by the surname Liang within the prince's residence, currently a concubine to the heir. This lady has a betrothal, and whether it is true or not, I would appreciate it if the heir and the lady would accompany us for clarification." During a previous birthday celebration of the princess, rumors of the heir's illicit affair had circulated widely. It was no surprise that he knew the name of the concubine without much inquiry.
Ah,
This is how it should be. Who are we? We are the prefect of Jingzhou. We cannot be intimidated. The emperor's laws apply equally to all, noble and common alike. The princess consort felt dizzy, supported by a maid. How could this be? Liang Yin is actually betrothed. Suan feigned surprise but internally lamented for Song Qianfan. Alas, Song Qianfan is in serious trouble now. Forcibly taking a woman who is already betrothed is a violation of the court's laws. The entire capital knows of your affair during the birthday banquet. There are witnesses everywhere. This is a grave accusation. Song Qianfan's expression soured. He could not afford to be embroiled in such trouble. He maintained his composure and addressed Qiu Chucheng. "You are mistaken, Lord Qiu. Miss Liang is a distant relative of my mother and has no connection with me. The claim of her being a concubine is entirely unfounded and should not be taken seriously." At this moment, he could hardly consider the paternity of Liang Yin's child. He merely sought to dismiss Qiu Chucheng and then swiftly send Liang Yin away, thus resolving the matter entirely. The princess consort hastily added, "Indeed, Liang Yin is merely a distant relative, residing in our household temporarily, and is not my son's concubine. There must be some misunderstanding." Yet Qiu Chucheng was not easily swayed, especially with Su Juan nearby fanning the flames. Urging Qiu to charge in and convict Song Qianfan before presenting the case to the emperor, he replied coldly, "I am here to request the heir and Miss Liang to accompany me. If there is truly a misunderstanding, it will not tarnish the heir's name. The princess consort and the heir may rest assured." But there was no misunderstanding. Whether Liang Yin had a betrothal or not was unclear to them. Yet it was undeniable that she was Song Qianfan's concubine, and based on that alone, the accusation stood firm. Rest assured, rest assured. You are indeed a man of justice, Qiu." Song Qianfan, enraged and humiliated, retorted, "Qiu, you are merely the prefect of Jingzhou. I am the Prince Jing's heir, a member of the royal family. You, a mere prefect, should not overstep your bounds. Can you afford to offend the Prince Jing's household? Suan was taken aback. Is this true? Brother, are you so bold? He is Chiu Chuchong, capable of punishing nobility and executing the sons of marquises, supported by the emperor himself. Do you truly believe he has maintained his position as the prefect of Jingzhou for over a decade merely by luck? The emperor has immense trust in Chiu Chuchong. Song Qianfan, you are truly foolish. At such a critical juncture, you dare to offend him? If I were you, I would comply, adopt a humble demeanor, and later claim ignorance regarding Liang Yin's betrothal, asserting that I was deceived. That would only result in loss of face, perhaps a fine, and some time for contemplation. Wouldn't he that resolve the matter satisfactorily? Foolish, foolish. Song Qianfan's countenance darkened. He was so preoccupied with resolving issues concerning Liang Yin that he had overlooked this crucial point. Su Juan's words rang true. He could simply claim ignorance, and if the situation escalated, he could assert he was deceived. However, now that Su Juan had laid bare the situation, who would believe him if he claimed innocence? Chiu Chuchong smirked, gazing at Song Qianfan. Surely, you are not going to say you were completely unaware of Miss Liang's betrothal? Song Qianfan found himself at a loss for words. In the previous chapter, my sister discovered my remarks. Chapter 61. Ultimately, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are estranged. Suan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Instantly, several gazes turned towards her, some astonished, others puzzled, and some filled with anger.
Cough.
Cough, cough. Clearing her throat, Suan quickly composed herself. I was too hasty. I couldn't contain my amusement. The princess consort's expression darkened as she glared at her daughter-in-law. Is this the time for laughter? You are not displaying the demeanor of a proper wife. Please do not look at me that way. It feels quite awkward. Had it not been for the inopportune moment, Chiu Chuchong would have given Suan a thumbs up. Suan lamented. Now everyone thinks I eagerly anticipated my newlywed husband facing grave issues. The crowd murmured. Were you not wishing for that? I am a considerate wife. Noticing the fiery glare from Song Qianfan, Suan coughed lightly. I sense a misunderstanding regarding my intentions. At that moment, Song Qianheng, who had witnessed all, spoke up. Brother, why not take Miss Liang along with Lord Chiu? She is surely not the sort of person to engage in such matters. There must be some misunderstanding that can be clarified. However, Song Qianfan angrily shouted at him. What do you know? Did I ask for your opinion? Under normal circumstances, he would have masked his frustration, but now his true self emerged, startling even the princess consort, who stared at her eldest son in disbelief. Song Qianheng fell silent, refraining from further comment. Chiu Chuchong then cast a glance at the second son of the Prince Jing's household, who was rumored to have been exceptionally gifted in his youth, but had since fallen in with a group of debauched companions and become addicted to indulgence. The entire capital whispered that he had wasted his potential. Seeing Song Qianfan lash out, Suan silently rolled her eyes. You must bear the consequences of your own actions. It is not Song Qianheng's fault. Song Qianheng's gaze flickered slightly. He couldn't deny that he had played a part in this. You were clearly entranced by beauty, lost in a world of indulgence. Did someone hold a knife to your throat to force you? Onlookers nodded in agreement, finding merit in this reasoning. Indeed, the heir of Prince Jing had succumbed to temptation. Everyone remembered the events of the birthday banquet and the revelries that ensued in the royal courtyard. During moments of affection, various scenes unfold, from the backyard to the Buddhist hall. Yet now, faced with a predicament, one hastily seeks to sever ties, pulling up their trousers and disavowing acquaintances. How contemptible! Such men should never be wed, let alone associated with. Song Qianfan was nearly driven mad. She ought to have put an end to this woman during their wedding. This woman was born to bring him misfortune. Chiu Chuchong glanced at the sky, realizing they had lingered for nearly half an hour. His expression soured by the tenacity of the people from the Jingwang mansion. Princess, we kindly request the presence of Miss Liang, along with the heir, to accompany us for a routine matter. If it turns out to be a misunderstanding, we shall certainly not trouble the heir. At this moment, due to the heated dispute, a crowd had gathered around the gates of the Jingwang mansion, some having rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Su Juan silently commended Qiu Chucheng. Master Xie, you truly are remarkable to summon such a crowd. I suspect the news of the Jingwang heir's alleged abduction of a wife has spread far and wide. Qiu Chucheng exclaimed, who called for people to come. You young lady, how dare you spread such baseless accusations? The Jingwang princess, with a stern countenance, retorted, Qiu Chucheng, your actions are truly unscrupulous. Though my son may have erred, your conduct is exceedingly treacherous, placing the dignity of the entire royal household in jeopardy. Essentially opposing the Jingwang mansion. Qiu Chucheng felt unjustly burdened. This was an enormous calamity that had suddenly befallen him. Your Highness has misunderstood. I have come solely to request the heir and Miss Liang to return to the mansion for an investigation. He held no regard for such underhanded tactics. Yet no one believed him. Meanwhile, the instigator, Song Qianhang, feigned the demeanor of a despondent younger brother, recently scolded by his elder. Su Juan lamented. In less than an hour, the news of the Jingwang heir's forceful abduction of a wife will likely reach the capital, and no matter how it unfolds, the public will have firmly established this accusation. Song Qianhang exchanged a knowing glance with Su Juan, recognizing her insight. Having reached this point, if Song Qianfan refused to depart, it would only confirm Su Juan's assertion of guilt. With so many eyes upon him, he had no choice but to follow Qiu Chucheng. Song Qianfan's eyes darkened. He would remember Qiu Chucheng. When Liang Yin was brought forth, she was oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon hearing she was being accused, her face paled, realizing someone from her family had come. Seeing Song Qianfan, tears streamed down her face. Before she could utter a word of submission, she noticed the man who had whispered sweet nothings in her ear just days ago now looked at her as if she were something filthy, filled with disdain and resentment. Her heart sank. She had hoped this man would protect her. As she emerged, the onlookers gaped in astonishment. What a large belly! This Miss Liang only arrived in the capital a few months ago. How could she be so far along? My heavens! Could it be that the Jingwang heir is raising another's child? I never expected him to truly abduct someone else's wife. This is outrageous. If the Jingwang were to find out, wouldn't he be furious? Seeing her son taken away, the Jingwang princess was eager to follow, but then realized her immediate priority was to seek help from the palace, worrying about any grievances her elder son might face. Su Juan, wanting to witness the unfolding drama, volunteered, Your Highness, do not worry. I will follow the heir and ensure Master Xie does not lay a finger on him. The Jingwang princess was reluctant to let Su Juan go. She would be grateful if this daughter-in-law did not exacerbate the situation. No need. You should stay in the mansion. This is not a major issue. Then she turned to her younger son. Hanger, your elder brother was merely flustered. He has always cared for you.
Do not take it to heart.
Fearing a rift between the brothers, the Jingwang princess urged several times. Song Qianning nodded, assuring her not to worry. As he had not taken it to heart, his elder brother's situation was paramount. The Jingwang princess felt relieved, thankful that her younger son was sensible and obedient. I shall go to the palace now. You keep an eye on your elder brother and ensure that Qiu Chucheng and his men do not cause any trouble. She signaled, particularly emphasizing that Su Juan must not interfere. Song Qianheng acknowledged, understanding her intent, and proceeded. Only then did the Jingwang princess feel at ease, hurrying back to her chamber to change her attire and prepare a carriage. As the crowd dispersed, only Su Juan and Song Qianheng remained. Su Juan sighed. Ultimately, the bond between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has frayed. Song Qianheng regarded her, casting aside the advice his mother had given him. Sister-in-law, shall we go witness what unfolds? Su Juan's eyes brightened. You are indeed reliable. Let us go. I cannot miss the spectacle of Song Qianfan being humbled. Just as she finished changing, the Jingwang princess, assisted by her maidservant to mount the carriage, learned that Su Juan had accompanied Song Qianheng and nearly lost her balance in alarm. This is unacceptable. We must hurry to the palace. The carriage sped towards the Imperial palace, jostling her so much that she nearly became ill. The Jingwang learned of Qiu Chucheng's visit to the Jingwang mansion from the old emperor himself. The Jingwang was deeply embarrassed. This foolish son. I have failed in my duty as a father. Let the law take its course without a word of complaint. At that moment a messenger announced, The Jingwang princess requests an audience. She had come to seek aid, undoubtedly regarding Song Qianfan, and they both understood this implicitly. The old emperor permitted her entry, eager to ascertain the true sentiments of his brother, whether he truly bore no grievances. Upon entering, the Jingwang princess performed a deep bow before the old emperor, weeping. "Your Majesty, I acknowledge my failures as a mother. I will henceforth restrain my son's actions. I implore your Majesty to extend your mercy and save my son." The old emperor pursed his lips, glancing at the Jingwang. The Jingwang, too, could not bear to see his son suffer, yet a fault was a fault, and one must face the appropriate legal consequences. Gritting his teeth, he replied to his wife, "According to our laws, if Fanner is indeed guilty, he shall be punished accordingly. Your Majesty, please do not speak recklessly. Are you suggesting that Qiu Chuchong could execute our son?" The Jingwang princess, already lacking hope in her husband, understood his steadfast nature would not permit him to intervene. Yet hearing such words chilled her heart, tears streamed down her face. "My lord, he is your own flesh and blood. How can you bear to be so heartless?" The Jingwang replied coldly. The sovereign is no different from the common folk when it comes to the law. He regretted allowing her to wed his son, for this had led to such turmoil. Ultimately, his elder son had been spoiled by his wife. Why was Hang'e not similarly reckless? The path chosen by his elder son must be borne by him alone. The Jingwang princess, disheartened, ceased arguing with her husband and turned to the old emperor. "Your Majesty, my son was unaware that she was previously betrothed. He was deceived by her. His errors, born of ignorance, deserve only a light punishment. If he truly severed his left toe, how would he continue to navigate the world?" The old emperor was quite pleased with the attitude of Prince Jing. This younger brother was not entirely foolish. However, Song Qianfan had repeatedly committed egregious acts, and, if not punished, who could predict the chaos he might unleash in the future? As for the Princess of Jing, she was indeed rather muddle-headed. His gaze darkened, and he spoke in a low tone. "I have always trusted Qiu Chuchong in his duties. If there are any hidden truths, Qiu Qing would not wrong him. Should he indeed have taken another man's wife, we shall proceed according to the laws of our dynasty, and there is no need for the princess to speak further." The Princess of Jing immediately began to wail. "Your Majesty, the child is still so young." The emperor let out a cold laugh. "Still young?" The princess felt a chill run down her spine under the weight of his authority. The emperor's anger rose. "Do you know that your still young son privately nurtured assassins and plotted to murder his wife?" Prince Jing was taken aback. Nurtured assassins? Murdered his wife? The princess was also stunned, her mind blank. How could Fanner possibly nurture assassins? That is impossible, absolutely impossible. Your Majesty, there must be some misunderstanding. My child has always been good-natured. How could he nurture assassins to murder his wife? Surely, there is a misunderstanding. She abruptly turned to her husband. "My lord, you must say something. How could our Fanner kill his wife? Besides, Suan is living quite well." Prince Jing's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that his eldest son could be so reckless. While it was common for prominent families to have assassins, how could he dare to kill Suan? The old emperor held Suan in high regard. If he were not troubled by something, why would he resort to silencing her? Even if Suan were merely an ordinary person, the actions of his eldest son were tantamount to favoring a concubine over a wife. Listening to the Princess of Jing, the emperor's expression soured. If he were dissatisfied with this marriage, why would he have agreed to it in the first place? There were many suitors, and would he force his son? The matter of marrying Suan had several candidates, including the son of the Marquis of Xingping, the son of the King of Han, and the younger son of the Marquis of Xing'an, all of whom were of impeccable character. At the very least, Song Qianhang could have sufficed. No one ever coerced Song Qianfan. It was he who agreed to the marriage, yet now he sought to bring ruin upon her. Upon hearing this, the Princess of Jing was taken aback. She had always thought that this marriage was coerced, given how much he disliked Suan. Prince Jing remained silent, but his heart was filled with suspicion. Perhaps his son, with lofty ambitions, coveted some benefit from Suan, and after a series of mishaps, sought to silence her. How malicious. After they departed, the old emperor finally found a moment of peace. He massaged his aching temples and wondered where Suan was. a dark guard suddenly appeared, stating that Miss Su had accompanied the second son of Prince Jing to watch a commotion. The emperor was momentarily stunned. Watching a commotion? The guard replied. The commotion concerning the heir of Prince Jing. The emperor sighed in exasperation. He was troubled over her affairs while she seemed to be enjoying herself, eagerly joining in the spectacle surrounding her own husband. It seemed that this marriage had indeed gone awry, and the situation was now quite difficult. Suan had been contemplating divorce for some time. Yet, he was the one who arranged the union. If they were to part ways now, would it not render his decree a mere jest? At that moment, Suan was amidst the excitement with Song Qianhang. In the courtroom, the man accusing Song Qianfan had brought his steward and 2 servants, vehemently denouncing Liang Yin for her lack of propriety and angrily accusing Song Qianfan of being an adulterer. A boldness that left Suan astounded. How could someone like Song Qianfan, a dignified heir, have such audacity in this day and age? Song Qianfan scoffed. A mere merchant dares to slander this heir. The man's eyes flickered, and he straightened his posture. Despite his inner trepidation, the lives of his family were in that man's hands. If he did not establish Song Qianfan's guilt, what would become of them? Song Qianhang was also somewhat taken aback. He had merely facilitated the flow of information regarding Liang Yin's pregnancy and whereabouts, inadvertently leading them to the Jingzhou prefecture. At that moment, he was genuinely worried. After all, who among the common folk would dare accuse the heir of the realm? Little did he expect that this man would show such courage against the royal family. The man knelt and cried out, "My lord, I have been married to Liang Yin for a year. I thought my wife would return quickly after visiting family in the capital, but she never did. Upon searching for her, I discovered that this Song has taken my wife and seeks to usurp my child. This is truly abhorrent. I beseech you, my lord, to seek justice." Looking at the man, Song Qianfan felt a wave of rage. He had been supporting another man's wife and child for so long, which was infuriating. Liang Yin kept her head down, trembling, too fearful to speak. Su Juan clucked her tongue. It seems we have yet another fool kept in the dark. How could the child in Liang Yin's womb possibly belong to you? The onlookers, eager for gossip, were taken aback. Qiu Chuchong was also momentarily stunned. Song Qianhang was dumbfounded. Whose child was Liang Yin carrying? The revelation was shocking, echoing like thunder in the ears of the gathered crowd. This child was neither the heir of Prince Jing nor the merchant husband from Chuzhou. So, whose was it? The merchant husband had come to find his wife. Truly a case of being utterly deceived. Song Qianfan's pupils constricted as he turned sharply to Liang Yin. "Wench, whose child is in your womb?" Liang Yin collapsed to the ground, her face pale. "Your Grace, the child in my womb is yours." "You vile woman! What nonsense is this?" Song Qianfan was enraged, rising to strike Liang Yin, only to be pulled back just in time. He shouted at her, "I have no grievance with you. Yet I showed you pity for being alone in the capital, and you repay me with such madness.
Speak.
Whose bastard child is in your belly? Who instructed you to ensnare me?" Song Qianfan was beside himself with anger, convinced that everyone was out to harm him. It had to be that someone had directed Liang Yin to seduce him as part of a plot. Was it Prince Hung or Prince Han? Liang Yin felt utterly heartbroken. After all, they had once shared a bed, yet he was so heartless. At that moment, Qiu Chuchong felt overwhelmed. The case was becoming increasingly complicated. He had thought that the 2 men and 1 woman were already troublesome enough, but it turned out that the father of Liang Yin's child was yet another person. Su Juan, oh Su Juan, why do you always speak in such fragments? Can't you just say it all at once? Suan had no idea that everyone was so invested in her affairs. Her mind was preoccupied, drifting from thoughts of food to the matters of the morning court, and back again to the newly appointed Minister of Revenue, wondering what excuse she could conjure to leave. The crowd was growing impatient, their expressions sour and anxious. "Just say it already." Suan sighed. "It's all the old emperor's fault for making me attend court. And now I've got to deal with this Minister Mo, who seems to have it out for me. His own harem affairs are still in disarray, yet he comes to meddle in mine." The crowd reacted with disbelief. "Who wants to hear about your royal harem troubles?" Fortunately, Suwan's thoughts quickly returned to the present. In truth, Liang Yin is quite the experienced individual. Her husband married her, but refused to touch her. instead parading her before those powerful guests to entertain them and profit himself. How could one treat their wife in such a manner? This is no way to treat a person. The plight of Liang Yin is indeed pitiable. She believed she had wed a most favorable husband, only to discover that he merely sought to curry favor with influential figures in the business realm. During the day, he sweet-talked others, while at night, she found herself alone in an empty room, naturally developing feelings for an assassin who had inadvertently trespassed into her life. As fate would have it, their connection deepened. Song Qianhang exclaimed in surprise, "Is it truly so?" The crowd buzzed with excitement, astonished that she had become entangled with an assassin. It seemed that Miss Liang was a woman of genuine passion. Perhaps the assassin was handsome, for otherwise it would be difficult to capture the heart of such a beauty. Song Qianfan's expression darkened further. How could a mere assassin dare to entangle himself with the likes of him? Who could have anticipated that the man would flee, leaving her alone to secure a father for her unborn child? After much scheming, she managed to place the child on her husband's shoulders. The green hat he wore was indeed self-bestowed, and he could hardly blame others for it. The crowd's gaze toward the man grew complex. It was somewhat deserved after all. Yet, who could have guessed that this husband would shamelessly consider sending his pregnant wife to become a concubine for the governor of Chuzhou? The crowd was stunned. This man, while believing the child in his wife's womb to be his own, would still part with both wife and child. Truly, this was absurd beyond measure. Qiu Chuchong was equally shocked. The governor, being over 50, was surely not a man to toy with. In his younger days, he had suffered injuries and now lamented his lack of offspring. Liang Yin's husband, in sending her, was essentially delivering a treasure to the governor, who promptly dispatched someone to retrieve her that very night. Qiu Chuchong's pupils constricted. The governor of Chuzhou dared to accept her. The crowd marveled at how well-informed Suan was. Upon learning this, Liang Yin fled under cover of darkness, fearing the governor's influence, and sought refuge in the capital, daring to pose as a distant relative of the Princess Jing, thus securing a place in the Jing Wangfu for protection. Given the numerous distant relatives of the princess, who could possibly verify her claims, it became evident that Liang Yin had not only fabricated her identity, but had successfully manipulated the entire Jing Wangfu. Initially, she had aimed her sights on Song Qianhang, renowned for his indulgence in beauty, assuming he would be an easy target. Song Qianhang's eyes widened. Who could possibly have been so easily seduced? Despite Liang Yin's repeated attempts to engage him, he had never once reciprocated. The crowd nodded in agreement. It was indeed well known that Song Qianhang was a notorious admirer of beauty, often frequenting brothels. If he were to indulge in a romantic affair, it would hardly raise an eyebrow. "You speak nonsense," he retorted. Yet, who could have anticipated that Song Qianhang would shun her as if she were a viper, refusing to allow her near him? He scoffed, "I am a respectable man." The crowd gasped. Liang Yin was not lacking in beauty, rivaling the women of the brothels. And yet Song Qianhang could resist her advances? Fearing her growing belly might expose her true identity, Liang Yin took a desperate gamble, shifting her focus to Song Qianfan. The crowd murmured in understanding. The events that followed were so predictable that they hardly required Su Juan's insights to decipher. Yet Su Juan, with her keen intellect, couldn't help but speculate further, noting that before Liang Yin had even made her move, Song Qianfan had already been drawn to her, engaging in an indiscreet liaison in the courtyard. Such unrefined behavior was truly unbecoming. The disdain in her tone resonated with the onlookers. Liang Yin had smeared pig's blood on her skirt, and Song Qianfan had been foolish enough to be deceived. The crowd stifled their laughter. The esteemed son of a noble family had indeed been tricked by pig's blood. Even if the case eventually exonerated him, this scandal would haunt him for a lifetime. Song Qianfan's face darkened, teeth clenched. Su Juan's incessant jabs felt like salt in the wound. As the trial reached this juncture, the crowd speculated that Qiu Chuchong would know how to proceed, but mere speculation could not serve as evidence. Moreover, the plaintiff insisted that the child in Liang Yin's womb was his, seeking to accuse Song Qianfan, who had taken his wife as a concubine. This was an undeniable fact. Liang Yin's husband claimed to possess witnesses and evidence on the road from Chuzhou to the capital, evidently intent on implicating Song Qianfan. Citing insufficient evidence, Qiu Chuchong halted the proceedings, announcing a future retrial. Su Juan squinted, pondering. Does it not seem that Liang Yin's husband is determined to ruin Song Qianfan? As the crowd dispersed, Su Juan's words struck with clarity. Something was amiss. Song Qianfan's gaze darkened. He sensed that someone was plotting against him. Song Qianheng felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering if his sister-in-law had realized his role in stirring the pot. Chiu Chucheng, now at the door, narrowed his eyes. He too saw the peculiarities in this case and had opted for a delay. It appeared the noblewoman was astute enough to discern the underlying complexities. Liang Yin's husband seemed indifferent to both his wife and the child she bore. If his true intention was merely to curry favor with the governor of Chuzhou, why not seek to gain more by aligning with the Jingwangfu? After all, Liang Yin had wagered that this man would not dare to offend the Jingwangfu. The crowd fell into contemplative silence. Indeed, one could easily discern that a governor was of lesser consequence than a noble son, especially one of royal blood. Yet, he persistently pressed charges against Song Qianfan, armed with witnesses and evidence, seeking to have him convicted, which was decidedly suspicious. A man who regarded his wife as a mere possession would hardly risk offending royal kin for her sake. Such reasoning was utterly ludicrous. At this moment, Chiu Chucheng regarded Su Juan with a newfound respect. No wonder the emperor valued her so highly. She was truly astute. Realizing the oddities in the situation, Song Qianhong's brow furrowed. Was there another instigator fanning the flames behind the scenes? Song Qianfan cast a cold glance at Liang Yin's husband, his mind racing with calculations. This man had surely been manipulated to seek his demise. Who could be orchestrating such a malicious scheme against him? The man kept his head bowed, his gaze averted, unwilling to meet anyone's eyes. Liang Yin, now bereft of allies, found that her maid had abandoned her. Seeing her predicament, Chiu Chucheng took pity and temporarily confined her in the Jingzhou Fu, while dispatching someone to secretly monitor Liang Yin's husband and Song Qianfan. Regardless of the instigator, significant developments were imminent. Upon leaving the Jingzhou Fu, Song Qianfan summoned Li Ming and Li Yin to investigate the matter. Meanwhile, the Princess Jing awaited him with reddened eyes, fretting over his suffering. Su Juan, stretching languidly, realized she had purchased 2 hot buns at some point and was currently enjoying them, too apathetic to dwell on the earlier events. However, Song Qianheng remained preoccupied, pondering who had orchestrated Liang Yin's husband's actions. Had this individual laid a trap for Song Qianfan from the very start, or had they merely capitalized on the chaos that had unfolded? At that moment, Chiu Chucheng entered the palace to report the day's proceedings to the emperor. The old emperor's gaze darkened. It was evident that others were entangled in this affair, and he insisted on further investigation to ascertain who was inciting discord from the shadows. Chiu Chucheng nodded, fully aware that this matter likely involved factional strife, which the emperor could not afford to overlook.
Considering this,
He feared that he might not handle it well, potentially inciting the displeasure of the emperor. After all, who in the capital was unaware of His Majesty's favoritism towards Prince Jing? Although Prince Jing appeared indifferent, he was likely to be the future heir. Song Qianfan was indeed the son of Prince Jing. He immediately sought to convey, "Your Majesty, Prince Jing's heir." The old emperor felt a fresh wave of pain in his forehead and waved his hand dismissively. "You manage it as you see fit." Chiu Chucheng's anxious heart finally settled. Who said that dealing with such significant cases meant he was unafraid of offending the powerful? If Prince Jing ascended the throne in the future, he would be in dire straits. At this moment, he was truly acting rashly. The old emperor then inquired about another matter of concern. "I heard that Su Juan also went to visit. Nothing untoward occurred, I hope?" Upon hearing Su Juan's name, Chiu Chucheng smiled. "The young lady is quite astute. She has indeed assisted me greatly." The old emperor scoffed lightly. "What are you covering for her? I know her temperament well. She would not refrain from stirring chaos at the Jingzhou prefecture court." However, Chiu Chucheng discerned that although the emperor appeared to disdain her, his words were laced with favoritism towards the young lady. It seemed her character was indeed to the emperor's liking. A flicker of inspiration crossed his mind. If this person could foresee future events, why not make use of her abilities? "Your Majesty, I have a request and I hope you will grant it." The next day, during the morning court,
what?
"You want me to assist Chiu Chucheng in investigating a case?" Su Juan was utterly astounded. "Your Majesty, are you not in your right mind?" The case was complex, and the individuals involved were well known to her. It suits you perfectly, the old emperor lightly coughed. This Suan has no regard for propriety. Does she not consider my dignity in front of others? At this moment, he was unaware that being constantly criticized by Suan had gradually led him to tolerate her remarks about his sanity. As a mere sixth-rank official in the Ministry of Revenue, my greatest skill is merely counting coins and keeping accounts, Chiu Chuchong remarked. The young lady is being modest. Were it not for her position in the ministry, I would surely have called her to the Jingzhou prefecture to assist me. You want me to investigate a case? Are you jesting with me? The old emperor narrowed his eyes. At least you have some self-awareness. If Song Qianfan were to be punished, Prince Jing's residence would surely cast me out. This old emperor is truly merciless, leaving me no way to survive. Your Majesty, if I participate in this case, it may lead to bias, as the heir is, after all, my husband. I believe Lord Qiu would not be at ease with that. Suan explicitly stated that Chiu Chuchong should not involve her. Yet, Chiu Chuchong replied, "There is no need for you to worry, my lady. I trust you will handle the case impartially."
Oh,
Are you quite well, old man? What benefits has the old emperor bestowed upon you that you speak on his behalf? Suan felt a surge of indignation, struggling to breathe. If she returned home, the princess consort of Jing would surely tear her apart. Your Majesty, I fear I cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. What kind of reputable family would send a delicate woman to investigate? Especially concerning my husband, whom I have only been married to for a little over 6 months. Wouldn't he this sow discord between us? Cough, cough. The old emperor choked on his own saliva. Delicate woman? Weakling? Had it not been for the night when the dark guards reported, who would have imagined she possessed such agility? That night, he called back one of the 2 dark guards assigned to protect her. He had very few dark guards, and these 2 were the most capable. What a waste. Just her incessant chatter could spell doom for many, and yet she claimed to be a weak woman. I cannot think of anyone more suitable than you. Your marital bond is such that there is no chance of discord. The old emperor cast Su Juan a significant glance. Do well. And promotions and titles will not be mere dreams. This look in Su Juan's eyes conveyed a sense of foreboding. Good heavens, the old emperor is threatening me. Do what you can. If you cannot, remove your official cap and roll away. The old emperor felt the weight of his responsibilities bearing down heavily upon him. Chiu Chuchong marveled at how the young lady had survived to this point, entirely due to the emperor's magnanimity. In the following chapter, Su Juan felt disheartened. I have not worn this official cap for long, and yet the emperor is being so harsh, giving and then wanting to retract it. The old emperor replied, when one is displeased, must they resort to cursing and violence? Does being an emperor grant one the right to act with impunity? The burden on his head grew heavier, and the veins on the old emperor's forehead throbbed. I have spoiled you. Now you dare to entertain such absurd thoughts. I once believed you to be a wise sovereign. Yet here you are, threatening your own subjects. Truly, I have misplaced my trust. Chiu Chuchong lightly coughed. Your Majesty, this is indeed somewhat excessive. To have the young lady investigate her own husband's affairs, how can she maintain her standing at home? This is genuinely unfair, but it is best to address it reasonably. How can you threaten her? Historically, no one had ever threatened another with their official cap. The old emperor's face flushed with anger. When did I ever threaten her with an official cap? Do you believe her fabrications? Defamation. Pure defamation. The old emperor was so enraged that even after they parted, he drank several cups of calming tea, yet his mood did not improve. The attendant beside him dutifully served him. Puzzled, each time the emperor met with the official, he would lose his temper, yet the official had done nothing to provoke such ire, always showing respect in word and deed. The mind of an emperor was indeed difficult to comprehend. The old emperor glanced at a document on the table, one submitted by the Minister of State a few days prior, addressing the current agricultural and commercial tax issues of the Great Jin. The writing was incisive and revealing. It was evident that the author possessed passionate ambition and confidence, their spirit reminiscent of her father in his youth, who ultimately fell victim to treachery and nearly lost his life. At that time, a blood-soaked letter had reached him. Now, where was the current Minister of State? This woman could be of use, but her fervor needed tempering. The political arena was ever-changing. One could not rely solely on passion to thrive. The old emperor had already devised a plan in his mind. Suan required someone capable of keeping her in check. These two would be a fitting pair. During a meal, Suan confided in her good friend Lu Miaoqing, lamenting, "The emperor's actions are truly bewildering. How can he ask me to investigate Song Qianfan and Liang Yin? And Qiu Chucheng actually consented. Does he not fear I might develop partiality?" Suan shook her head in despair. This is a grave taboo. Lu Miaoqing poured her tea, smiling, and asked, "Would you have any partiality?" "Certainly not."
Su Juan replied without hesitation.
What nonsense is this? If I were truly to handle this case, I would surely take the opportunity to ruin him, or, at the very least, inflict some damage that would make him lose his claim to the throne. Partiality, indeed. Am I mad? Lu Miaoqing laughed. You are merely lazy, unwilling to get involved. I suggest you take this case seriously. Once it concludes, you could gain a favorable reputation, which would greatly benefit your future career. Her suggestion stemmed entirely from Su Juan's current position. Song Qianfan had already committed a grievous offense, regardless of how the investigation unfolded. Given Qiu Chucheng's style, he would undoubtedly be punished, but ultimately, the decision lay with the emperor. Su Juan had already distanced herself from the Wangfu. No matter how adept Prince Jing was at discerning right from wrong, the princess consort was inherently biased. When she favored Su Juan, she would undoubtedly shower her with affection. However, once her precious son was harmed, how could Su Juan escape the ensuing resentment? In such circumstances, with her relationship with Song Qianfan already strained, and her position in the Wangfu precarious, why not navigate the corridors of power adeptly, ensuring future opportunities to achieve merit and thus obtain the chance to request a divorce? Lu Miaoqing was always one to think long-term, believing that if one was determined, there would always be a way to accomplish their goals. Suan understood this principle as well, yet having been defeated by Song Qianfan twice, it was difficult not to feel disheartened. Observing Lu Miaoqing's confident demeanor, as if everything was under her meticulous control, she found herself pondering whether Lu Miaoqing, in her position, would handle the current predicament more effectively. If Miaoqing were in my shoes, knowing Song Qianfan was destined for either the throne or rebellion, leading to chaos, what would she do? Lu Miaoqing gazed intently at Suan, contemplating what she would do. Given her character, she would likely support another capable individual to challenge Song Qianfan, perhaps King Han? Holding her teacup, she sipped thoughtfully. Compared to Song Qianfan, King Han was indeed a viable candidate, as there were no more suitable options available. Suan had previously considered supporting King Han to counter Song Qianfan, but King Han was rather reckless, disregarding advice and acting solely on his whims. Disdaining strategists and preferring open confrontation, who would engage in straightforward battles in a political arena where cunning was paramount. Otherwise, he would not have fallen victim to Song Qianfan's schemes, resulting in his demotion and near annihilation. In truth, Suan had yet to comprehend why King Han vied for the throne. He did not strike her as someone who craved power and control. That evening, upon returning to the Wangfu, the princess consort's demeanor shifted dramatically. A bountiful spread adorned the table, and she eagerly beckoned Suan to sit. "Ah Wan, you must be exhausted after a long day of official duties. The Empress Dowager has specifically prepared several sumptuous dishes for you. Do indulge." Suan, perceiving her reaction, understood. It seems she is aware of the old emperor's directive for me to assist Qiu Chucheng with the investigation. The unspoken tension was palpable. Yet the princess consort remained unfazed, using her chopsticks to serve Suan. "Ah Wan, do eat." Suan complied, taking her chopsticks and indulging heartily. Song Qianning shot her a knowing glance. This feast is clearly intended to curry favor with you for assisting Song Qianfan and Liang Yin's case. And you can still eat so joyfully? Suan blinked. If I don't eat this meal, who knows when the next will come? I must make the most of it. The princess consort smiled. "Ah Wan, I heard His Majesty summoned you today to aid the Jingzhou prefecture with the investigation?" Suan replied, "Indeed." She spoke so directly. I expected some pleasantries first. How impatient. The princess consort sighed. Fan has been deceived by Liang Yin. Although he has not been particularly considerate since your marriage, he is a man after all. It is normal for him to be careless about certain matters. Tears welled in her eyes. You two are a united front. You must support him in this case. Suan blinked in surprise. Mother, what do you mean by that? The princess consort froze momentarily, while Song Qianheng regarded Su Juan with curiosity. Su Juan lowered her gaze, feigning sorrow. The heir is my husband. Naturally, I should support him. Do you think I harbor resentment against him, wishing to harm him? The princess consort grew anxious. You misunderstand. I did not mean that. Su Juan wiped her tears. I understand. Even though I have married into the Wangfu, I remain an outsider. She abruptly stood, pulling her chair back with a loud scrape that startled Song Qianheng, who had been observing the scene. After rising, Su Juan appeared wounded, looking at the princess consort and Song Qianheng with tears in her eyes. Mother, please enjoy your meal. I am weary today and wish to return to my quarters. With that, she fled, leaving behind a heartbroken silhouette, denying the princess consort a chance to speak further. Song Qianheng was astonished. Could it be she is truly changed? In the next moment, Su Juan's inner thoughts resonated from afar. Woe is me. I acted so convincingly that I almost moved myself. Song Qianheng stifled a laugh, glancing at his mother's expression, quickly stuffing food into his mouth to suppress his amusement. Who would side with that heartless Song Qianfan? He strayed just months into our marriage. My refraining from pouring salt into his wounds is solely out of respect for the authority I wear upon my head. Song Qianheng. Quite principled indeed. Do you expect me to sacrifice my career to assist Song Qianfan? Song Qianheng. That is utterly out of the question. I can't believe I'm daydreaming in the middle of the night. Who do I think I am, a mere outsider? Song Qianheng could no longer contain his laughter. The princess consort shot him a disapproving glare. That is your own brother. Instead of finding solutions, you waste your days drinking and reveling. What a spoiled child you are. Song Qianheng quickly conceded, Mother, you are right. I will rectify my mistakes. There is no cause for concern. I shall go and see my elder brother. With that, he hastily left the table. The princess consort felt exasperated. Her youngest son was unfit. Her eldest son had landed himself in trouble, and now there was a scheming daughter-in-law, making matters all the more difficult. It had been quite some time since Su Laoyi had sent someone to investigate the half-jade pendants pattern. Yet there had been no news. Unbeknownst to him, his envoy was already being monitored. When Ping Wagong received the news, his expression remained calm as he ordered his men to discreetly follow, to ascertain who was investigating the origins of the jade pendant. However, the other party was indeed cautious. After 2 days of surveillance, they had yet to contact anyone, compelling him to enter the palace alone to report the matter. Upon relaying the information to the old emperor, the emperor's countenance shifted dramatically, his pupils contracting in shock, a flicker of excitement in his demeanor. Is it truly someone investigating with a jade pendants pattern? Ping Guogong presented the rubbing to the old emperor, confirming its authenticity. The old minister had already dispatched people to follow the trail, and it seemed they would soon uncover who was secretly probing. Perhaps this time, there would indeed be news of the princess. He refrained from voicing the subsequent thought. After so many years, with the unpredictable nature of life, possessing news of the jade pendant did not necessarily equate to news of the princess. Yet, there was at least a glimmer of hope. The old emperor's fingers gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, his excitement shining through his eyes. For decades, he had awaited this moment. She was his daughter, the sole fruit of his union with the empress. After his excitement subsided, the old emperor quietly instructed Ping Guogong, "Thank you. Keep this matter under wraps. Do not inform the empress." After so many years, the empress had finally ceased her constant anguish. He feared that if the investigation led to nothing, it would raise her hopes only to dash them. Ping Guogong nodded. The old minister understands. The chancellor of the state had not anticipated that, after several decades, there would be news of the princess's whereabouts at this juncture. Observing the intricate design on the half of the jade pendant, he could not help but inquire, why is this pendant only a half? The Duke of Pingwa beside him elucidated, this pendant was intricately carved by my late father, a part of the dowry when Her Majesty the Empress was betrothed. The other half is likely in His Majesty's possession. The old emperor nodded, affirming, indeed, it is in my possession. The Chancellor suggested, Your Majesty, since there is someone investigating the matter of the pendant, it would be prudent to present the other half to lure them in. If there is genuine news regarding the princess, we would be able to verify it promptly. After decades of fruitless searching, The emergence of even a slight clue, regardless of its authenticity, should be investigated with utmost urgency. Otherwise, if this matter were to drag on and an unforeseen incident occurred, another 30 years might pass without resolution. The Duke of Pingwa concurred. Your Majesty, I support the Chancellor's proposal. The Chancellor added, I am willing to exert my modest efforts to locate the princess. The old emperor then commanded an attendant to retrieve the pendant. Upon receiving it, he personally handed it to the Duke of Pingwa, gripping their hands tightly, his eyes glistening with emotion. Thank you for your efforts. The Duke assured, Your Majesty can rest easy. We shall certainly devote ourselves to finding the princess. Exiting the palace, the Chancellor held the jade pendant, reflecting, It has not been easy. After all these years, I thought you had all but given up. The Duke of Pingwa clutched the paper with the pendant's design, his voice hoarse. How could we possibly give up? She is not only the current princess and the sole bloodline of His Majesty, but also the child of our Xie family, my sister's biological daughter, my niece. For decades, our family has never ceased searching for her. He continued, We must also trouble Lord Lu to assist us. The matter concerns the princess, and discretion is paramount. The Chancellor replied, I understand. Until we ascertain the intentions of those involved, it is unwise to reveal the identity of the princess, lest they harbor malicious intent against her. Therefore, the Xie family should not take the lead in this matter. Anyone with knowledge of the princess's disappearance could easily connect the dots back to the empress and the princess. Thus, it is most fitting for the Lu family to handle this. The following day, Suan stretched lazily as she made her way to court, spotting the Duke of Pingwa in the distance, and waved, Duke. Upon hearing her, he turned with a smile. Why do you arrive so early today, young lady? Suan sighed, glancing around and lowering her voice. It is not without reason. His Majesty has assigned me a challenging task. I have been unable to remain in the Wang residence these past days and had to come out early to avoid trouble. I fear being caught by the princess consort of Jing. Those nearby perked up, eager not to miss any gossip, given the recent uproar surrounding Song Qianfan. The Duke chuckled. It seems I have caused you some difficulty. If you face any challenges, feel free to confide in me. Suan squinted, sensing something amiss. Why does the Duke seem particularly cheerful today? Though he is usually amiable, he appears especially buoyant. Could there be good news? The Duke stroked his beard, his eyes crinkling with delight. After decades of searching, news of my missing niece has suddenly emerged. How could I not be joyous? My sister has devoted herself to piety for this matter, and upon finding her, she shall surely rejoice. Colleagues around them exchanged curious glances. Indeed, the Duke seems to be in high spirits today. Could there be a celebration in the air? Suan blinked in realization. I know now. The Duke felt a pang of anxiety, fearing she might discern the truth. News of the princess must remain concealed. Simultaneously, the Chancellor's heart raced. The Duke must be experiencing a romantic revival. The crowd gasped. Is it truly a second spring? The Duke replied. Love does rejuvenate the spirit. Look at how radiant he appears. What a delightful occurrence. The Chancellor patted the Duke's shoulder. Indeed, a splendid affair. The situation diverged vastly from Suan's assumptions, as those around the Duke showered him with congratulatory glances. The Chancellor leaned in, whispering, You are aware of how astute this girl is. Should she let slip any information, it would spell disaster. The Duke's desire to clarify his statement was swallowed back, leaving him uncomfortable. When the old emperor arrived, he overheard the commotion and perked up. What second spring? Who is experiencing a second spring? Upon learning it was the Duke, he relaxed. Oh, that is of no concern. Among the court, many aged officials might find themselves in such a situation, but this Xie Qing would certainly not. He lacks the temperament for such matters. It is clear that Suan is merely engaging in her usual nonsense. Soon, Suan retreated to her corner as the senior officials began deliberating over some thorny issues that required careful consideration. The atmosphere grew serious, and the discussions were fervent, leaving little room for others to interject. She listened intently, reflecting, Truly, the gravity of a first or second-rank official's words commands respect. The esteemed officials stood tall. Having toiled for many years in the court, one must be resolute. Yet, why must they all be elderly? Are there not any younger, more appealing officials? Her remarks sparked irritation among the older men, who grumbled, "This young lady has no decorum. How can you call us old? We are in the prime of our lives." They retorted, when will I ascend to a higher rank and stand among them?" The elder officials snorted, accustomed to disregarding the opinions of their superiors, often criticizing this or that, and had nearly offended every official in the Ministry of Revenue. How could they expect promotions? Only Minister Mo, who had endured countless criticisms, continued to support her. Standing in this corner day after day, I am truly lonely and isolated. For one of such a low rank to attend court is already a significant honor and privilege. What more could one desire? Before long, the atmosphere of the court shifted dramatically as the old emperor coughed, prompting the officials to regain their focus. They exchanged glances, nearly led astray by Su Juan's antics. The grand hall was vast, and Su Juan, seated at the back, felt free to share whispered comments without fear of being overheard. Scholar Yuan from the Hamlin Academy quietly inquired, "Young lady, I have heard that the heir has been entangled in legal troubles recently and did not attend court today. Is everything well?" He thought it only natural to express concern for a colleague, especially since the heir's absence raised questions, though rumors of illness were hardly credible. Su Juan waved dismissively, "I am fine." The scholar observed her closely and added, "You seem troubled. Is there something significant weighing on your mind?" Su Juan shook her head. What could possibly be significant? "I am fine. If only there were something significant. It is precisely the lack of major events that troubles my heart." The scholar thought, "I should not have pried." The officials around them murmured, hoping for significant events in their husband's life. "I am the first to wish for such." They collectively turned their gazes toward the Duke of Jing, who wore a grim expression, seemingly indifferent, eliciting sympathy. They shook their heads, lamenting, "What misfortune at home." The old emperor cleared his throat again, pulling the officials back to attention. "How many times must I cough during a court session?" "Is the old emperor afflicted with a cold upon entering court?" the old emperor replied. The old emperor's temples throbbed violently as he exclaimed, "You speak nonsense. I am perfectly well. It is you who are afflicted with a chill, and your entire family as well." The elderly officials exchanged glances, instinctively shifting their positions slightly, as if such a minor adjustment could distance them from the ill effects of the atmosphere. The emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do you think that by merely taking smaller steps, I would remain oblivious?" The old men cleared their throats. After all, they were no longer in their prime and could not afford to be weakened by the contagion of illness. Su Juan listened attentively as the matter at hand was endlessly reiterated. It involved the young son of Lord Li provoking the grandson of Marquis Wu, only to sustain an injury to his eye. Subsequently, while returning home, he was accidentally struck by a horse ridden by the young master of the Bien family. Overwhelmed by despair, Lord Li's son took his own life. In a fit of rage, Lord Li sought retribution against both the grandson of Marquis Wu and the young master of the Bien family, demanding their lives in compensation. However, the grandson of Marquis Wu was singular, and the young master of the Bien family was the younger brother of a favored concubine in the palace. Each side shifted blame. One accused the eye injury, while the other blamed the reckless horse riding. The case, initially handled by the local magistrate, eventually found its way to the Supreme Court for reevaluation, leading to a protracted month-long deliberation without resolution. She shook her head. "If nothing else, let us dismiss the court. It is absurd to deliberate on a single matter for an entire month." The older officials silently agreed. Indeed, was it necessary to waste so much time on such a trivial issue? Their advanced age made prolonged standing intolerable. It is precisely because of these inept individuals that we find ourselves mired in such prolonged discussions. Upon hearing this, the Minister of Justice was immediately incensed. "You are impressive.
You possess such skill. Come then."
Each day, I am at odds with one noble or another, all these royal relatives threatening my esteemed position as Minister of Justice. Is it so easy to be in my position?" He was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the prevailing atmosphere in the court, contemplating resigning to return to a simple life of farming. The emperor sensed the minister's mounting frustration. The case was indeed complex, originating from the disgraceful behavior of Lord Li's son, who relentlessly mocked the grandson of Marquis Wu for being lame, even insulting his deceased parents and elderly grandfather. In a fit of righteous indignation, The grandson retaliated, leading to the eye injury, which then resulted in the unfortunate encounter with the reckless young master of the Bien family. Marquis Wu had dedicated his life to warfare. His son and daughter-in-law had fallen in battle, and his only grandson bore the scars of war. Now, at 78, all he desired was for his grandson to live in peace, yet fate had conspired against him, demanding the life of his already beleaguered grandson. The young master of the Bien family felt wronged as well. Upon returning to the capital, he had been struck by Lord Li's son, resulting in significant injury, leaving him bedridden. The Bien family had sent apologies and even called for royal physicians, yet in the end, Lord Li's family demanded his life in compensation. Everyone was clamoring for justice. At that moment, Su Juan interjected, "In my opinion, all three families should be held accountable to ensure true justice." The assembly of officials gasped in astonishment. The emperors had throbbed. Did Su Juan not realize how complicated the matter was? To hold all three families accountable was an insurmountable undertaking. The civil officials expressed their sympathy for Lord Li, mourning the loss of his son, while the military officials lamented the fact that Marquis Wu's grandson was indeed irreplaceable. The royal relatives pointed out that the favored concubine's brother had already received his punishment, suffering 50 lashes, a fate that would have claimed the life of an ordinary man after merely 30. The Minister of Justice scoffed. The young lady's words were reckless and ill-considered. Su Juan continued her tirade in her mind, disregarding the lives at stake. Marquis Wu's grandson has endured prolonged ridicule. He has been mocked for being a cripple, an orphan child of war. If his grandfather had been more vigilant and protective, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Punishment is warranted. The crowd fell silent. Su Yuanwei had seemingly lost her senses. The elder members of the Bien family must also face severe penalties. They have allowed their son to recklessly ride through the streets, oblivious to the possibility of an accident. How could they entrust him with such a dangerous activity? The emperor was taken aback, realizing the gravity of her words. Lord Li's family deserves even harsher punishment. Is not their son still a son? While the grandson of Marquis Wu is not equally deserving of protection. They dared to mock and humiliate him, a boy who lost his parents in service to the nation. With his parents gone, he is left to navigate a world devoid of familial support. The military officials erupted in outrage, echoing the sentiment that such indignities could not go unpunished. The old emperor, overwhelmed by the fervor of the officials, realized the situation had escalated dangerously. Su Juan's passionate speech had stirred the hearts of the officials, uniting them in a chorus of outrage against the injustices they perceived. Those who had previously defended Lord Li fell silent, realizing the tides had turned against him. The discussions had transformed into a fierce conflict between the households of Marquis Wu and Lord Li, and the time for silence had come. As the assembly swelled with emotion, the officials found themselves moved by Su Juan's eloquence, her words resonating deeply within their hearts, evoking both indignation and empathy. At last, someone acknowledges the arduous plight of the valiant generals battling fiercely on the battlefield. One person sincerely remarked to Prince Jing, "Your Highness, you have indeed acquired a splendid daughter-in-law." Prince Jing wiped the sweat from his brow, responding, "Indeed, indeed. If she were my daughter, I would be overjoyed, but alas, she is the wife of my disappointing son. How can I possibly feel happy?" This is akin to the grand Buddha statue the old emperor placed in the Prince Jing's residence, untouchable, unoffendable, and requiring lavish offerings. At times, he even speculated that Su Juan might be the emperor's illegitimate daughter, cast into his household for nurturing. Otherwise, why would she cause such turmoil while the emperor remains so protective? Yet, upon further reflection, he found the notion absurd. If that were the case, his elder brother, who currently has no offspring, would surely have kept her in the palace, showering her with affection, rather than leaving her to endure hardships in Prince Jing's residence. At this moment, the crowd was incensed, fervently petitioning the old emperor that all three families be punished equally, insisting on fairness and justice. The old emperor, observing the unprecedented unanimous agreement among his ministers, felt a complex mix of emotions, both gratified and troubled. He harbored a personal bias towards Marquis Wu, yet he knew he must not show favoritism. The Minister of Justice was rather ineffectual, perpetually seeking a middle ground, which only served to vex him. Although Su Juan may have seemed a bit unhinged, every word she uttered struck a chord. Her remarks, though harsh, were grounded in truth. The Minister of Justice was momentarily stunned. Punishing all three families? Perhaps it was not such an impossible idea. Despite her rough speech, this little girl made a compelling argument. If all three were punished, and anyone remained dissatisfied, let the penalties continue until they were appeased. If necessary, they could start with the 50 lashes for your youngest son. The officials who spoke on behalf of the Li family found themselves at a loss for words. This young official was exceptionally articulate, and his relentless chatter left them speechless. The old emperor felt a sense of relief. Indeed, Su Juan was a treasure. A voice from afar remarked, "The old emperor plays the role of the villain while the Minister of Justice takes on the role of the hero. How immoral." Tears streamed down the minister's face. The old emperor remained silent, thinking, if that little girl does not scold me today, she will surely turn the house upside down. After the court session, a number of military generals who had previously ignored Su Juan approached her one by one, expressing their concern. "Official, we heard that the heir has encountered legal troubles. Are you all right?" Su Juan waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Nothing at all. How impressive is Song Qianfan, causing such a stir that so many come to inquire about him? Who is concerned for him?" "I am the one concerned for you, you little brat. Why can't you think before you speak?" Su Juan graciously thanked her colleagues for their concern, conveying, "On behalf of the heir, I appreciate your kindness. But it is not a significant matter, so there is no need to worry." With that, the generals took their leave. At that moment, a maidservant from the empress approached briskly, her face adorned with a smile and respect. "Lord Su, the empress has prepared a meal and invites you to join her." Ears perked up. It was well known that the empress had a fondness for this official, and to extend an invitation for a meal was unexpected. This official was indeed fortunate. Su Juan cleared her throat lightly, replying, "Unfortunately, I caught a chill yesterday, and I fear I cannot join the empress for dinner today. Please convey my sincere apologies to her." With that, she hurried away, anxious not to be stopped. The others thought, "Caught a chill? Her stride seems vigorous enough." No matter how great her fortune, this girl could easily squander it with her words. As Su Juan moved swiftly past Minister Mo and two colleagues discussing serious matters, she appeared like a gust of wind that soon vanished from sight. The three exchanged glances, pondering, how can this official move so swiftly? Is someone pursuing her? Perhaps she is in urgent need. Yet, at that moment, Su Juan had no pressing matters. Ever since she deduced the origins of her birth mother, she had been intentionally avoiding the empress, now for several days. The empress, being exceptionally clever and kind towards her, only heightened Su Juan's apprehension about their prolonged interactions, fearing that prolonged exposure would lead to revelations. In the absence of the emperor's heirs, her lineage was hardly advantageous. Previously, the fierce contention between Prince Heng and Prince Han had been intense, but now, with Prince Heng's downfall and subsequent confinement to his fiefdom, he would have no opportunity for resurgence. The impending struggle would be between Prince Han and Song Qianfan. One wielded power, while the other was ruthless. Neither was to be trifled with. Su Juan retracted her steps, returning to Chiu Chuchong, muttering under her breath, "They ostracized me earlier, and now they bully me." At this moment, seeing Chiu Chuchong conclude yet another case, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Chiu Ching Tian is truly remarkable. In just 2 days, he has resolved numerous cases, each handled flawlessly, as if he possesses the ability to see through the heavens." Su Juan shook her head repeatedly, deeming their relationship far from favorable. He endured silently, reminding himself that he had personally invited her. It would be unwise to dismiss her now, as that would be tantamount to slapping his own face. Chiu Chuchong thought, "If you do not trust me, why did you let me investigate this case in the first place? You have truly wounded the heart of an innocent and weak woman." At this moment, Chiu Chuchong, dismissing Su Juan, was not due to distrust, but rather concern for her intellect. He feared that upon returning to the Prince Jing's residence, she would expose everything. After all, Chiu Chuchong feared nothing in this world, except for the revelation of his own condition. Su Juan acknowledged, "I will attend to this matter at once." Chiu Chuchong felt his heart tighten. How did she know about his affliction, a secret even his closest attendants were unaware of? Su Juan squinted, wearing an expression of comprehension. "Is that why you dare not continue this investigation? fearing this matter might leak out. At that moment, Chiu Chuchong's face flushed crimson. Such a shameful secret had been so casually disclosed by this girl, causing him immense embarrassment. He thought to himself, let us keep her around for a few more days before returning her. He turned to Su Juan and cleared his throat. Little Su, I seem to have left an important document on my desk earlier. Could you fetch it for me? He donned a stern expression, halting her. Wait. I just remembered I won't be needing that document after all. Su Juan was particularly intrigued by Chiu Chuchong's condition. While he clenched the items in his hands as if they might crumble, it was better to return her. Such a monumental burden. Aside from the Prince Jing's residence and the Emperor, few could bear. Chiu Chuchong hastened away. Never before had he been so conscious of his own rear during an investigation. And he couldn't help but worry. Would Su Juan, with her unrestrained nature, one day expose his secret in court? The more he pondered, the heavier his heart felt. For the first time, he entertained thoughts of silencing someone. He yearned to keep Su Juan in the Jingzhou prefecture indefinitely. A talent like hers deserved to remain for the benefit of the people, rather than be ensnared in the copper-heavy atmosphere of the Ministry of Revenue. Such thoughts pierced Chiu Chuchong's heart like a blade, darkening his expression, though it was true that he hadn't been promoted in a decade. Who had truly suffered the wounds of the heart? He believed that walking ahead and exposing his rear was exceedingly perilous, with party rivalries so intense. Should his identity be revealed at this moment, as the sole bloodline of the old emperor, he would likely find it hard to sleep at night. One Song Qianfan was already enough trouble. He had to constantly guard against the blatant and covert threats from the king of Han. Chiu Chuchong's expression shifted. Having sent Xiao Wu to monitor Song Qianfan, he feared there had been new developments upon the latter's return. The innocent look on Su Juan's face made a surge of frustration rise in Chiu Chuchong's throat, and after a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, "You walk ahead. Such a promising talent must be nurtured with care. Surely someone is using his hemorrhoids to blackmail him." Chiu Chuchong narrowed his eyes, his gaze laden with meaning, thoroughly pleased with Su Juan. She was indeed a remarkable asset. Why not petition His Majesty to retain her at the Jingzhou prefecture to assist him in solving cases? At the moment he turned away. Is it really necessary to send me away just because there's news from the one watching Song Qianfan? Chiu Chuchong stroked his beard, clearly waiting for an opportune moment. I understand. Su Juan soon arrived at the Jingzhou prefecture. Ever since the old emperor tasked her with assisting in investigations, she had remained close to Chiu Chuchong, yet her duties extended far beyond just the case of Song Qianfan. She was involved in numerous matters both great and small. Lord. Chiu Chuchong abruptly halted, turning to call out to her, his anger palpable as he glared at her. Chiu Chuchong cleared his throat. It was as if he had unleashed Su Juan, his keen eye enabling him to uncover cases at an astonishing pace. Without her incessant chatter, he could never manage to solve so many cases in a mere 2 days. But why hasn't he interrogated Song Qianfan about his case yet? Forget it, ultimately. Chiu Chuchong was also wary of Song Qianfan's noble lineage. It was understandable that he hadn't been promoted in 10 years. Those conservative old ministers would probably pressure her to bear a son to inherit the throne. The mere thought was terrifying. Su Juan's gaze inadvertently fell upon Chiu Chuchong's rear, filled with sympathy. It's truly not easy being middle-aged with hemorrhoids. They say 9 out of 10 men suffer from them. His luck is rather unfortunate. I wonder how he has endured for so long. Unaware of the reason behind it, Su Juan obediently walked ahead, no longer contemplating Chiu Chuchong's affliction. Perceiving a murderous intent, Su Juan blinked, initially thinking it was a mere illusion. Following closely behind Chiu Chuchong, she scrutinized his backside. To be honest, Chiu Chuchong does have quite a shapely rear. It's a shame about the condition. Before long, someone rushed in. My lord. Xiao Wu has returned. How could one mistreat a borrowed aid? It's no wonder Chiu Chuchong has remained the Jingzhou prefecture's chief for 10 years without promotion, having offended many without support. At this moment, Chiu Chuchong, feeling a surge of pent-up frustration, ground his teeth in anger. Looking at Su Juan's perpetually innocent expression, he thought, "You're remarkable. You're clever. You've likely offended everyone in the court. It's no surprise you won't be promoted even in decades." Chiu Chuchong exclaimed, "Everyone, please cast your votes for me. I wish to seal Su Juan's lips with them." Chapter 70. Su Juan's feigned suffering. Su Juan and Chiu Chuchong locked eyes, an unmistakable tension filling the air. Xiao Wu quickly reported, "My lord, my subordinates have been closely monitoring the crown prince, and we discovered that his guards have recently been in contact with a group of individuals. They departed the capital that very night, and we followed them, only to find they were targeting the Liang family, intending to assassinate them as they entered the city. Just as Liang Yin's husband, Luo Ting, was arriving in the capital, Liang Yin's elder brother, accompanied by his wife, also made their way to the city. Presently, the Liang family had been settled in the capital, and those pursuing them had been apprehended and imprisoned. It was evident that Song Qianfan had dispatched people to eliminate the Liang family, clearly aiming to solidify Liang Yin's identity as the crown prince's cousin, thereby exonerating himself and extricating himself from the situation. Yet, he not only failed to free himself but also accrued an additional murder charge. Chiu Chuchong scoffed. Beneath the emperor's gaze, a prince truly had the audacity. He hastened away with Xiao Wu to investigate the individuals sent by Song Qianfan to commit murder. Left behind, Suan narrowed her eyes. Why does it seem like Song Qianfan is becoming increasingly foolish? Suan suddenly realized that this trajectory was markedly different from previous encounters. Clearly, Song Qianfan had not been this foolish before. Yet, now, despite the passage of time, his influence had not grown at all. Those courtiers he had once courted were either executed or stripped of their positions. Song Qianfan stumbled forward, neglecting to acknowledge Su Juan, utterly devoid of the energy to engage her, as he presently endured an agonizing pain that no man could withstand. Dong Dong cried, his eyes red with tears. Su Juan's emotions were complex. Previously diligent, Song Qianfan had relied on the crown prince's deep favor with the old emperor, gradually amassing power and climbing the ranks. Gritting his teeth, Song Qianfan thought, that wretched woman. She still wishes to harm me. Does she not realize her own frailty? They say wisdom lies in self-awareness. Yet she seems utterly oblivious. Now, after lying idle for over half a year, Song Qianfan faced setbacks at every turn. The old emperor was astute, clearly discerning loyalty from treachery. Even the dozen or so assassins he had raised to eliminate discontented officials had perished. Today, I shall spare you. But should you dare approach again, I will ensure your demise. I shan't bear your surname. Song Qianfan felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead, desperately suppressing the excruciating pain as he rose from the ground, glaring fiercely at Su Juan, speechless, yet the intensity of his glare conveyed the force of her kick. Su Juan's eyes brimmed with tears. Your Highness. Song Qianfan's eyes blazed red. Wretched woman. You bring me disaster, day in and day out. Today is your day of reckoning. As long as she remained, his grand ambitions would remain unfulfilled. With swift strides, Song Qianfan exited, his face a mask of cold fury, his eyes glinting with murderous intent until he burst into Su Juan's courtyard. Your Highness, I shall rid you of your lineage, you worthless scoundrel. Had it not been for Su Juan, he would not have lost his assassins. He could have easily dispatched dozens of Liang family members. This woman was a born calamity, destined to bring about his ruin. She squinted, feeling elated, humming a tune as she bounced away. Tears streaming down her face, she lamented. My lord, why is our fate so wretched, being bullied by the young master every day? Song Qianfan cried out in pain, releasing Su Juan, both hands clutching his lower half as he curled up on the ground. Should he return, they would all be doomed. She mused. It was indeed time to strike, while the iron was hot. This woman was truly malevolent. Su Juan's voice, tinged with sorrow, called out passionately, My lord, I truly did not mean it. Please forgive me. Don lowered his gaze, acknowledging his subordinate's failures, and invited the young master to deliver punishment. Su Juan gently caressed her neck, where a deep bruise must surely be evident. With tears glistening in her eyes, she gazed down at the cowering Song Qianfan, flustered and seemingly taken aback by her own actions. My lord, I did not intend to kick you. It was merely an unfortunate accident, she pleaded with earnest concern. Suan took a handkerchief to wipe away her tears, smiling softly. What is there to fear? Tomorrow, I shall present my grievances before His Majesty. The evidence of my distress is plain to see upon my neck. Would he dare expose himself in such a manner? Amidst their earnest efforts to save the situation, it had devolved into chaos. You did it on purpose. If you have the audacity, come again, and I shall ensure your downfall. What skills do you possess to threaten my life? You truly deserve to be dealt with. Song Qianfan felt a chill beneath him, intensifying his pain, and he hastily fled. Hearing a song wafting from outside, his countenance darkened. When would the adults finally manage to dismiss this troublesome specter? It was becoming unbearable. A scholar's inkstone struck dawn. Blood trickled down his forehead, yet he remained silent, seemingly impervious to the pain. As he passed a secluded loft, courtesy of Su Juan, several colleagues who had toiled for 2 days without proper rest were diligently organizing the various testimonies collected over the past days. In that moment, he suddenly tightened his grip, intent on choking Suan. The chaotic situation, seemingly hopeless, instead presented a promising future. Suan shook her head repeatedly. Realizing the truth behind the adage, with intent to nurture, one may inadvertently cultivate. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with understanding. Though they were married, the heir showed no regard for her feelings, leaving her to weep. That night, upon learning that those sent to assassinate the Liang family had been captured, Song Qianfan, furious, overturned a table, scattering its contents across the floor. His eyes were filled with terrifying bloodshot veins, a testament to his sleepless nights, as he bellowed, "Useless. All of you are utterly worthless." Clenching his fists tightly within his sleeves, veins bulged, all due to Suan. If it weren't for her, the matter concerning Liang Yin would not have come to light. Dong Dong, pale with fright, rushed forward, attempting to pull Song Qianfan away while calling for help. But he impatiently shoved her aside, casting a cold glance at her. "Once this young lord has dealt with your master, I shall attend to your insolence. This is a sign from the heavens. I am destined for a life of ruin." Suan suddenly felt invigorated. Dong Dong wept, wishing to apply medicine to Suan, but was refused. Suan anxiously called from behind, "My lord, shall I fetch an imperial physician for you? If this injury worsens, it could be a matter of lifelong consequence." He forcefully kicked open the door, startling Dong Dong, who was pouring tea inside. Before Suan could lift her gaze, Song Qianfan lunged forward, gripping her neck with ferocity. The murderous intent radiated from him, rendering her breathless as she struggled futilely against his hold. She pondered, bewildered. What is happening? Had it not been to emphasize the severity of my bruise, I would never have allowed him to choke me for so long. This ploy of self-sacrifice needed to be convincing to elicit sympathy. Narrowing her eyes, Suan began to anticipate the spectacle that awaited the following day. The next morning, during court assembly, many greeted Suan as she arrived. "Why has the esteemed official come so early today?" Minister Mo of the Ministry of Revenue inquired, astonished. After all, Suan was notoriously lazy. She had only pretended to rise early for the first 2 days of court, subsequently arriving just as the old emperor did. No one knew how she managed to time her arrivals so precisely. Thus, her early appearance today truly surprised everyone. Suan appeared haggard and feeble, a forced smile on her face, clearly having endured a restless night. "Since I began attending court, not a single night has been restful," she lamented. Scholar Yuan from the Hanlin Academy, with keen eyes, exclaimed, "Madam, what has happened to your neck?" All eyes turned to Suan, where a deep purple-black bruise marred her neck, a ghastly sight, as if someone had gripped her with deadly intent. What sort of person could be so cruel to a young woman? A military officer, allied with Duke Wu, patted his chest to assert his strength. Though the heir's consort may not be particularly endearing, they are still husband and wife. What matter could not be resolved through dialogue? Why resort to such savagery? Unlike others, who cannot even deduce the truth, how foolish.
Goodness.
From such a distance, you could still see it. Your sight is truly sharp. At that moment, Duke Pingua, following Suan's lead, helplessly asked, "Pray tell, is this bruise the doing of the heir?" After uttering this, he strode into the Golden Hall, clearly embarrassed in front of his colleagues. He shot a glare at his eldest son. "You wretched fool." The assembly grew somber, who had not realized the truth. Instead of contemplating how to amend the situation, he had the audacity to lay hands on his wife. The officials remained silent, pondering how the esteemed official could possibly reach such a tree. Su Juan wept sorrowfully, her cries echoing beyond the hall, piercing the hearts of those present, akin to an immense injustice that stirred sympathy until they heard her subsequent words. This son, even if I wish to protect him, is beyond saving. Setting aside the facts. Which family in the capital has trees that bear 5 fingers? Who would have thought that despite my usual silence, everyone would be concerned for a mere 6th-rank official?
Oh,
How touching. Minister Mo and several military officials chimed in. Indeed, we are colleagues. If anyone dares to bully you, speak boldly. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, Song Qianfan's expression turned ashen. Upon seeing Su Juan, the pain from his previous injury flared anew. Hearing that the heir's consort had been attacked during the previous festival, the long-absent heir, Song Qianfan, finally made his appearance beside Duke Jing. As he entered, the murmurs subsided. Observing the scene, the officials understood that the heir was in for trouble, each curious to see how events would unfold, reluctant to leave, using the pretext of accompanying Duke Qiu. Furrowing his brow, he surveyed the surroundings. Has someone wronged you? Several pairs of eyes turned towards Su Juan, who had come to take center stage. Yet, stepping into this spotlight meant opposing the Duke's household, a risk few would dare to take. Initially puzzled, Duke Jing realized the attention now focused on Su Juan. Upon noticing the bruise on her neck, comprehension dawned. Su Juan, feeling touched, shook her head. Thank you, esteemed officials, for your concern. I merely had an unfortunate encounter with a tree while walking at night. I shall recover in a few days, and it is nothing serious. Duke Ping was seethed with anger. This was a person under his protection. Who could be so vicious as to strangle a young lady? Scholar Yuan from the Hanlin Academy massaged his forehead. You, who prattle endlessly, should find it strange that others remain silent. Those who bore animosity towards Suan perked up, reveling in her misfortune. At last, heaven has intervened. This girl has received her comeuppance. Whispers floated through the air as people speculated about the strained relationship between the esteemed prince and his consort, who had taken a betrothed concubine and showered her with affection. Now he had resorted to violence against his wife. The old emperor, in a foul mood, caught sight of the injury on Su Juan's neck and furrowed his brow. Su Qing, what happened to your neck? Several voices chimed in with concern, but Su Juan felt a pang of frustration. Why do they only ask me? Why not try to guess for themselves? The marks on her neck were clearly the result of a fierce grip. The notion of a favored concubine overshadowing the wife, without fear of public scorn, was indeed disheartening. Some matters could be inferred but could not be openly discussed. Otherwise, it would seem like a melodramatic performance. The Duke of Ping was the first to approach quickly. His eyes fixated on the collar of Su Juan's attire. Her fair skin accentuated the bruises on her neck, making them all the more alarming. Isn't it obvious that it was Song Qianfan who did this? It's quite easy to deduce. Without anyone playing along, Suan felt a sense of despair, as if her tragic act was falling flat. Goodness, I overestimated these people. This is becoming complicated. It seems the Duke of Ping is quite astute, she mused to herself. Her desperate attempts to conceal her true feelings only fueled further suspicion. Fear not, confide in me, and I shall seek justice on your behalf. Su Juan's eyes brimmed with tears, and she let 2 streams of sorrow cascade down her cheeks. Quickly, she wiped them away and shook her head, adopting a pitiful demeanor, though her heart was ablaze with anger. It was him. He is the one who harmed me, and he wishes to bring me to ruin. Su Juan had come prepared, intending to feign innocence until someone directly inquired if Song Qianfan was responsible. She planned to put on a sorrowful act, suppressing her grievances. For this was a marriage bestowed by the old emperor, and she was confident he would intervene. The ministers remarked, "So, you are aware that such trees do not exist. We thought you were oblivious." When the old emperor questioned her, Su Juan's legs gave way, and she knelt, her knees striking the floor with a thud, releasing a torrent of tears. "Your Majesty, I beseech you to intercede on my behalf." Aware of the surrounding gazes, she feigned a sense of familial disgrace, hastily tugging at her collar and muttering that it was nothing. Once, she had only heard tales of the esteemed prince's reputation, but now it seemed he was a far cry from those lofty ideals. As the court session concluded, the old emperor retained a few individuals: the Duke of Ping, the Chancellor Su Juan, the Prince, and Song Qianfan, with Chiu Chucheng waiting outside the Golden Hall. The Duke of Ping, despite his age, found himself captivated by her performance. Had he not been privy to her true thoughts, he might have believed her pitiful portrayal. The ministers wondered, what are we to guess? Su Juan, with a deep-seated grievance, thought, it's evident to any discerning eye that my neck bears the marks of a grip. Even a blind man would struggle to find a tree with 5 fingers. Scholar Yuan from the Hanlin Academy nearly burst into laughter. Suan had intended to wait for more people to gather before subtly revealing the marks on her neck. Yet she was prematurely called out by Scholar Yuan. Why hasn't anyone asked yet? She lamented internally. Oh, how I wish to portray this convincingly. Why must the floor be so unforgiving? Will my knees survive this ordeal? The old emperor, unable to bear the sight, urged Su Qing. Speak of your grievances without bowing so low, rise. He feared that such a posture might shorten his lifespan. Su Juan, suppressing her pain, shook her head, tears splattering as she cried, Your Majesty, I am eternally grateful for the marriage you bestowed upon me 6 months ago when I entered the prince's residence. I have always honored my husband and served my in-laws, never daring to forget my duties, even copying the admonitions for women countless times. The old emperor remarked. Kneeling will not improve your situation. Song Qianfan, with tightly pressed lips, glared at Su Juan, still fuming over the previous night's events. He couldn't even walk swiftly, without trepidation, yet she had the audacity to come before the emperor to lament her plight. As for the admonitions for women, did she truly copy them? The prince, his expression clouded with darkness, regarded Su Juan, having anticipated this moment, albeit sooner than expected. Su Juan continued her weeping, Your Majesty. I have always held you in high esteem. However, I am now deeply concerned for my parents at home and can no longer bear this fortune. I humbly request your permission to part ways with the prince. With that, she suddenly prostrated herself before the emperor, startling everyone in attendance. The old emperor shot a glance at Song Qianfan and asked Su Juan, Why do you wish to part ways? Have you suffered some indignity in the prince's residence? He even covered his eyes, waiting in silence before finally releasing his hand, feigning calmness. Song Qianfan's anger surged, fearing that such matters were not to be aired publicly. Su Juan, emboldened, retorted, Without evidence, you ought not to hurl baseless accusations. The old emperor contemplated whether to voice a crude saying that lingered in his mind. The others, curious, observed Song Qianfan's discomfort, questioning what injury he bore. Her demeanor invited speculation that perhaps Song Qianfan was indeed abusive towards his wife. Fearing she had not performed convincingly enough, Su Juan mentally urged herself, how could he be so ferocious? He dares to strike in the emperor's presence, surely. He will seek vengeance upon me later. Why must I suffer such a fate, wed to a cruel and violent husband? He took a concubine shortly after our marriage, while my father-in-law sheltered him and my mother-in-law advised me to be at ease, never treating me as a member of the family. The old emperor won't allow me to part ways. My life is truly wretched. The Duke of Ping sighed in relief, thinking the girl had lost her senses. He and the Chancellor nearly burst into laughter. The old emperor squinted. It was indeed the prince's doing. Song Qianfan, who valued his honor above all else, found himself at a loss for words. This is not a matter to be discussed today. It will be the talk of the town tomorrow. Indeed. The others chimed in. If you are injured, reveal it for all to see. We are all rational beings. He had never been so frightened, fearing Su Juan might injure herself on the floor before him. The old emperor then spoke sternly, Lift your head and respond. He had opposed his son taking a concubine from the start. How'd she come to misunderstand him so? Song Qianfan, speechless, thought, what if he seeks to silence me further? At that moment, the old emperor, intrigued, gazed intently at Song Qianfan and inquired, Prince, where are you injured? Su Juan's internal cries echoed loudly enough for those outside the Golden Hall to hear. The remaining ministers could not help but feel sympathy for her. A virtuous young woman forced into an unworthy marriage. Song Qianfan opened his mouth, but could not find the words. His face flushed with anger, he was rendered speechless, as each retort from Su Juan lodged itself deep within him. If you have the courage, show everyone what you bear. The old emperor queried, if I do not inquire, how will you respond? I find myself a pitiable and wronged woman, threatened by my husband, while you, the emperor, the wise sovereign, must comprehend the grievances I cannot voice. Is it not evident that my neck bears the marks of Song Qianfan's grip? The sound of a slap rang out, sharp and clear. None could have anticipated that the Duke of Jing would strike so suddenly, his face flushed with rage. Song Qianfan abruptly looked up, claiming that it was her aggression that caused him to lose control. The thoughts swirling in Su Juan's mind were chaotic. Could she not express herself without resorting to kneeling and kowtowing in such a frightful manner? Her demeanor, fraught with fear, practically screamed her silent suffering and inability to speak out against her plight. The onlookers exchanged glances of disdain, shocked to discover that this esteemed Duke of Jing, known for his talents, exhibited such a despicable character in private. With tear-filled eyes, Su Juan lamented that the Duke had never intended to strike her. "You mean to kill me?" she cried, her voice trembling. "Oh, venerable Emperor, look upon the marriage you bestowed upon me. My husband seeks my life daily. No amount of fortune can sustain me against such threats." With a swift motion, the Duke stepped forward and struck Song Qianfan across the face, his voice laced with fury. "You wretched fool! Before His Majesty, do you still not recognize your folly?" The Duke appeared bewildered, questioning when he had ever provided cover for such actions.
Su Juan,
Peeking from behind the Duke of Ping, wept openly, "Sir, I shall no longer speak of parting. Please do not strike me. I am afraid." Rolling her eyes in exasperation, she retorted, "How could you twist the truth? Where have I harmed you?" Yet this time, she merely touched his shoulder lightly, fearful of causing him injury. As she lifted her head, 2 trails of tears glistened on her cheeks. The old emperor's voice resonated with an authority that could not be defied. "Duke, you possess a great deal of audacity." The emperor's ears were nearly worn out from the commotion, his narrowed gaze scrutinizing the Duke. "Are you covering for him? Is the Duchess advising you to remain calm?" "Your Majesty, you are indeed mistaken." The Minister of State could not help but feel relieved that his daughter had not wed Song Qianfan, though a twinge of guilt followed, for he too had played a role in this union. Enraged, Song Qianfan charged at Su Juan, demanding to know what nonsense she spoke. As he raised his hand, the Duke of Ping swiftly intervened, shielding the young lady. Su Juan bit her lip, casting a fearful glance towards Song Qianfan, her gaze quickly averted. "There is no grievance. The Duke has always treated me well. I am simply unworthy of him." The Emperor's wrath was formidable. How many could withstand it? Song Qianfan knelt, pleading, "Your Majesty, I have never intended to harm her. These are mere slanders." The Minister of State and the Duke of Ping exchanged wary looks. Indeed, Song Qianfan appeared unscathed. "If you have evidence, present it. If not, cease your baseless accusations." The old emperor's thin lips pressed together, visibly displeased. "Is the mark upon her neck not your doing?" Song Qianfan would never confess, yet Suan had already answered for him. "Of course, it is a grievous injury." Gasps filled the room. The ministers outside were equally astonished, muttering in disbelief. The old emperor nearly slipped from his throne in shock. All eyes turned towards Song Qianfan, their expressions a mixture of complexity and sympathy. For this predicament was indeed not easy to expose. No wonder the usually confident Duke of Jing walked with such hesitation today. He must have suffered a sensitive injury. Curiosity piqued. Some wondered how such a wound could have occurred. "I certainly kicked with great force," he asserted. The assembly tightened their legs in apprehension, pondering the severity of the blow that could cause the Duke to falter. The old emperor cleared his throat, his gaze settling on Song Qianfan, his tone softening. "Duke, do you require the Imperial physician's attention?" The Duke nodded vigorously, prepared to acquiesce, but Song Qianfan interjected, his face a tempest of red and white. "Your Majesty, I am unharmed. There is no need to trouble the physician." "Ah, truly resilient. Let us applaud him." The old emperor's attempt to defuse the situation was swiftly stifled. His heart lightened considerably. With the Duke's current demeanor, matters would be far easier to resolve. "Why do you remain silent?" "My knees are nearly buckling from kneeling." Which family engages in such quarrels to the point of nearly strangling one another? Do you think the old emperor is blind enough to believe your fabrications? Kneeling. Song Qianfan's tone had shifted to one of composure. Your Majesty, the dispute between myself and the Duchess is merely a trivial squabble. She is merely throwing a small tantrum, causing you to witness a farce. This girl fails to understand my predicament. The Duke's residence is well-furnished and comfortable. Why can she not endure a little longer? Su Juan wept bitterly. Your Majesty, I genuinely do not know how to proceed with my life. I beseech you to allow me to leave the Duke's residence and part ways with him. The Duke of Ping felt a chill of apprehension. Such a kick could be light or severe, and a harsh one could lead to dire consequences. If she were truly incapacitated, the Duke's household would seek accountability. And this young lady would no longer find humor in her situation. Clearly, Su Juan had grasped Song Qianfan's temperament well. He would never reveal his injuries, not even if it meant dying on the Golden Hall floor. In his mind, he aspired to ascend to the throne, prioritizing his dignity above all else. Confusion swept through the assembly. Had they truly reached this point? Su Juan replied, Your Majesty, we had indeed arrived at this matter. The old emperor furrowed his brow, questioning if they had truly arrived at such a conclusion. His cold gaze narrowed. Was it mere coincidence, or was the person she spoke of none other than Song Qianfan? Recalling recent events, it was evident that this nephew had changed considerably, cultivating assassins, privately contacting ministers, and plotting against his legitimate wife. Once celebrated, he now bore a tarnished reputation. Had he remained as he once was, he might have been considered for the position of heir among the younger generation. In that moment, the old emperor realized that Song Qianfan had previously lamented being wronged by Su Juan, claiming injury himself. Song Qianfan's clenched fists beneath his sleeves crackled ominously.
Su Juan.
The old emperor shot her a warning glance, deciding to treat this matter as concluded. Observing his kneeling nephew, the old emperor felt a profound sense of age. His vision had failed him over the years, as he had not discerned the ambition lurking beneath the facade of his seemingly good-natured nephew. Su Juan nearly placed her hands on her hips, challenging him. If you possess the courage, reveal your injuries before everyone. I shall accept it without protest. The mentioned Xiao Chuchong adjusted his official attire, ready to enter the Golden Hall. After all, the marriage had only been bestowed a short while ago. If this union were to dissolve, it would reflect poorly on the emperor, undermining his authority as mere jest. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Su Juan's voice preempted him. However, Song Qianfan refused to summon the physician. How could the situation proceed? Would they compel him to disrobe and prove his innocence? Song Qianfan gritted his teeth, a facade of amiability plastered on his face. Upon my return, I shall thoroughly explain matters to the Duchess. The old emperor coughed vehemently. Well then, since the heir apparent is uninjured, let us proceed. He gazed at Su Juan, sighing deeply, feeling pity for the girl. He decided to bestow some rewards to comfort her. As for the matter of separation, it was not impossible. It could wait for another 2 or 3 years. Everything could be discussed. Although Song Qianfan had erred, how could the wife of the heir be so brazen? The old emperor's expression darkened. What a thoughtless fool! The ministers lamented, realizing that every household has its own difficulties. He pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze sharp as it flickered with a cold light. Su Juan frequently used the term thoughtless fool when scolding someone, but it was always directed at the same individual, the future crown prince who would lead the great Jin to ruin, a tyrant in the eyes of the populace. The architect of chaos. Marrying a merchant's daughter and then seeking a divorce was utterly absurd. Now, she found herself echoing those sentiments. If Song Qianfan truly exposed himself, no matter how eloquent she was today, she would inevitably suffer. Without betraying a hint of emotion, she left the old emperor baffled. Let us hasten the proceedings. There are those waiting outside. Meanwhile, the court officials outside were all ears, their curiosity piqued, unwilling to miss such a grand spectacle. They would relish recounting the events to their families for days. Su Juan rolled her eyes. What a thoughtless fool! I should have kicked you out last night. With tears streaming down her face, she implored, Your Majesty, I have nothing further to say to the heir. Our marital ties have withered. Upon hearing this, the ministers tensed, feeling sympathy for Song Qianfan. A proper explanation? I see you wish to harm me again. Last time, You sent dozens of assassins after me. This time, you wish to strangle me. Next, perhaps you will resort to poison." He glanced behind him and waved his hand, signaling that they should leave swiftly, if they had no business. Song Qianfan's forced smile froze on his face, while Su Juan stood in shock. He spoke in a low voice, "Let us separate." Just moments ago, he had been furious, his eyes ablaze, but now he realized he had fallen into Su Juan's trap. If a divorce were to occur, he would become a laughingstock throughout the Great Jin. At that moment, everyone recalled how Su Juan's interruption had diverted their attention from Song Qianfan's injuries. The Duke Ping coughed lightly. "Your Majesty, we were discussing this matter." It was evident to the perceptive that the Duke was aiding Su Juan, yet no one dared to expose it. It was Su Juan who reminded, "Your Majesty, you mentioned allowing me to separate from the heir." He paused, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. "Where were we?" Su Juan thought, "What? How could this be allowed?" The old emperor replied, "Isn't this what you desired?" The ministers exchanged bewildered glances. Is the heir's wife truly unwell? The skies cleared. The rain ceased. And our Su Juan is to be divorced. Chapter 74. Su Juan's divorce. Su Juan stared blankly at the old emperor on the dais, the tears forgotten. She had anticipated that the old emperor, with his temperament, would never agree to a divorce. Thus, her intention was merely to escalate the situation, using the opportunity to target Song Qianfan. "I merely wish to stir the pot, perhaps even strip him of his title." The ministers gasped. Such animosity! Even if the heir had wronged her, surely it wouldn't warrant such a punishment. After all, the heir was the emperor's own nephew. How could the emperor impose such a severe penalty? Why has he agreed? This shouldn't be. The old emperor narrowed his eyes. "My word is love. Even if you no longer desire a divorce, it is beyond your control." Suan felt reassured. The imperial decree would soon be delivered to her, and she could await it in peace. He took a sip of tea offered by an attendant, his brow easing. This thoughtless fool was finally beginning to yield some clarity. The old emperor sighed, realizing that Suan was not undeserving of his affection. Suan was momentarily taken aback, her emotions growing complex. "Thank you, Your Highness." The critical question remained, did the Duke know of his nephew's intentions? The old emperor felt a surge of annoyance, seemingly grasping the situation. Yet his thoughts only grew more chaotic. He could hardly trust even his most reliable brother at this moment. Her head throbbed. This is too hasty. A mere heir, stripped of his office and military power, left with a title he had yet to inherit. He could easily be crushed with a flick of my finger. But I do not wish to divorce. Chiu Chuchong scoffed, his temper flaring. What rationale could justify this? Was he merely protecting his nephew? It seemed that the Wang family had no fortune to retain him. The Chancellor and Duke Ping hesitated before dragging Chiu Chuchong away. The court officials dispersed, pretending to be passing by. Noticing the crowd, Song Qianfan's expression hardened, and he glared at Su Juan, almost spitting the words out. "Su Juan, even if we divorce, I will not let you off easily." Such foolishness. Su Juan smiled. "Thank you, Duke." The crowd marveled at the grace of the Duke. As Su Juan had caused the heir such distress, yet he remained gracious. This Duke's household was indeed intriguing. I shall observe how many ambitions lie within. Su Juan felt remorseful, realizing her plans had backfired. No wonder Chiu Chuchong was so furious. It is surprising that the old emperor acted so disappointingly today. I expected him to punish Song Qianfan severely. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger," an attendant stammered, pale-faced. Chiu Chuchong was indeed excessively bold, not fearing for his own position. Su Juan lamented, "Alas, this truly is a catastrophe." Upon exiting the Golden Hall, Chiu Chuchong quickly entered, reporting the case in full detail, accompanied by numerous witnesses and evidence. Along with Liang Yin's testimony, he thought to himself that even if the Duke could not be imprisoned today, stripping him of his status would not be a problem. Outside, the ministers anxiously awaited news, eager to know what transpired, but without Su Juan's insight, they were left in the dark. Su Juan sprinted a few meters away, distancing herself from the now frantic Chiu Chuchong. What audacity! Thank goodness I ran fast. If the old emperor seeks accountability, it will not involve me. Today has truly been a wasted effort. My knees ache. Thankfully, I did not bow. Oh dear, what a loss. The old emperor scoffed. What is there to fear? Am I not here? Although others felt that the old emperor's actions today were indeed irrational, Duke Jing sighed, considering that a divorce might be a blessing in disguise. Once Song Qianfan had walked far enough away, he spoke. Alwan, when the imperial decree arrives, you need not rush your departure. If you wish to take your maidservant, simply retrieve her contract and take her with you. His tone bore genuine regret, not mere pretense. Su Juan suddenly understood. No wonder Song Qianfan was so arrogant when he left. The old emperor had hardly punished him. Xiao Chuchong snorted. I do not understand the emperor's thoughts. The evidence is indisputable, the testimonies clear. He could have summoned him for interrogation at any moment, yet he merely rebuked him a few times, dismissed him from his post, and confined him for half a month. The old emperor narrowed his eyes, interrupting her. Su Juan, a ruler does not speak lightly. He could not fathom that the usually fair-minded emperor would today so foolishly shield the heir apparent. Could it truly be solely because he was the son of the esteemed Prince Jing? The Chancellor and the Duke of Pinghua hurriedly intervened, whispering, Calm yourself. The emperor has his own reasons for his actions. The old emperor remained silent, shaking his head with a sigh, conceding, Very well, let them be. Once everyone had departed, the Duke of Pinghua smiled warmly, addressing Su Juan. Ah, young Su, I must congratulate you on your liberation from this torment. You must visit my duke's residence often. Consider it your own home. If I wish to arrange a marriage, I shall. If I desire a divorce, I shall. Can't you see I'm retreating to advance? What folly it is for the emperor to heed the whims of his subjects. After all, the charges of usurpation and murder alone would suffice to condemn him, yet he remains unscathed, suffering only the loss of a fourth-rank official title. A mere half-month of reflection, and he emerges unscathed. Prince Jing sighed, lamenting the loss of such a fine daughter-in-law. Su Juan's silence only served to further incite Xiao Chuchong, who, in a fit of anger, threatened to confront the old emperor. No, I must return and speak my mind. Su Juan, now resolute, had completely severed ties. I did not command you to kneel. Su Juan could only retreat from the Golden Hall. For some time she was at a loss, as the unfolding events had far exceeded her expectations. The old emperor seemed to have undergone a transformation, agreeing with an ease that suggested his previous decree regarding marriage was but a jest. When the individuals inside finally emerged, Xiao Chuchong's displeasure was palpable, his face darkened. At that moment, the Chancellor bellowed at Xiao Chuchong, Enough. Do not wear such a sour expression. Who are you trying to impress? The shout resonated loudly, startling the Chancellor into covering his mouth and surveying the surroundings. The old emperor gazed at her figure, feeling somewhat dazed. Having come to suspect that Song Qianfan was indeed the future harbinger of chaos, as Su Juan had foretold, he deemed it all the more imperative to remove her from the Prince Jing's residence. Once she is out of the prince's residence, Song Qianfan will undoubtedly spare no effort to eliminate me. The old emperor's countenance darkened, a blend of anger and irony. Just when he had finally gathered his resolve to address the pressing matters, he found himself compelled to hastily order her departure from the royal estate. Pondering how he might still engage with her in the future, or devise a plan against Song Qianfan. Your Majesty, actually the last disappointment. At this moment, the old emperor in the Golden Hall snorted in disdain, reflecting on Xiao Chuchong's audacity, emboldened by the emperor's favor, to dare speak out against him. Realizing the situation had reached an irreversible conclusion, Su Juan quickly donned a mask of heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, Your humble servant thanks your Majesty for your great kindness. No one understands the emperor's burdens. Being in a high position does not equate to having his wishes fulfilled at every turn. It is one thing for others to misunderstand him, but for this young girl to do so as well. Oh, the irony. Song Qianfan regarded Su Juan with cold, piercing eyes, as if he wished to cut away her very flesh. Under the watchful gaze of all, he sneered, Even should we part ways, I shall forever remember you. Until we meet again. Alas, had I known this would transpire, I would have preferred to remain passive. The uncertainty of it all is preferable. As the Chancellor and the Duke of Pinghua feigned ignorance beside her, Xiao Chuchong, having listened to her incessant tirades, felt his anger dissipate significantly. He instinctively quickened his pace, hastening to exit the palace, fearing to be ensnared by Su Juan's flight. If he were dragged back, he could expect at least 20 lashes. The countdown to divorce was underway, and the pathway to assistance remained open. That night, the emperor dined in the empress's chamber, his mouth never closing from the moment he sat down. He incessantly recounted the day's events. When he initially arranged her marriage, how had she secretly berated him? Wretched emperor. Old fool. She had scorned, even accusing him of blindness for the marriage he had granted her, which he had endured. And now, she herself sought a divorce. He had acquiesced to her wishes, yet she was still discontented. The empress, resting her forehead in her palm, was plagued by a headache from his incessant ramblings about a mere girl, struggling to comprehend what she had ever found appealing in him during her youth. The emperor remained oblivious to the empress's thoughts, believing she was attentively listening to his grievances, feeling somewhat gratified. Tell me, does this girl lack gratitude? Entirely unaware of my heartfelt intentions? How foolish of me to care for her so deeply. The empress, however, interrupted with genuine curiosity. How exactly do you care for Su Juan? She was truly intrigued, having never realized her husband possessed the capacity for tenderness. That is natural, the emperor stammered. Pausing before continuing, I have never held her in contempt for not respecting me as her emperor. I have taken her words to heart, never doubting her sincerity. The empress fell silent. Is there more? The emperor pondered, questioning whether his consent for her divorce was truly devoid of selfish motives. After all, it is for the sake of the country. As night deepened, should he not remain in the empress's palace? If that girl were to catch a chill, with her indolent nature, how could she possibly attend court? Even her favorite dishes would no longer draw her to him. Perhaps she had suffered some indignity at the emperor's hands, leading her to withdraw. Since he had spoken so, why should he offer to accompany her? It was merely a matter of 2 steps. Was it not permissible for an emperor to walk? The attendant sighed inwardly, lamenting the once beautiful affection that had now devolved into an inability to exchange a few words civilly. The inner court remained silent, clearly invested in the matter, yet unwilling to relent. The emperor truly was a man whose pride brought him torment. The last time the emperor had come, she had stood vigil outside, engaging in conversation until late into the night, believing they had finally reconciled. Yet that night, he had still departed, and their distance only grew thereafter. She ignores me, thus I shall ignore her. The empress remarked, I do not possess the myriad concerns your majesty harbors regarding state affairs. I simply believe that if one truly cares for another, one ought to align with her wishes. The empress lowered her gaze to sip her soup, seemingly indifferent, as he had previously declared there was no need for him to accompany her. Before he could finish his sentence, the empress interjected, Is not this 6th-rank official a gift from your majesty to keep her close to you? Ultimately, the loss of the young master had strained their bond. After decades, this matter remained an insurmountable obstacle. Observing the empress's seemingly indifferent demeanor, the old emperor felt a wave of frustration. Very well. I have some state affairs to attend to. Please continue your meal, without concern for me. Upon witnessing his reaction, the empress smiled. If your majesty believes you have shown her affection, then let it be so. This remark effectively silenced any remaining words the emperor had intended to express. Previously, he had granted Su Juan a token allowing her unrestricted access to the palace gates. She had visited a few times, but after the new year, she ceased to come. Shortly after their marriage, she had become intimately involved with a girl residing in the estate, creating quite the scandal. The empress found it amusing. When had her once gentle and considerate husband transformed into the emperor who had forgotten the principle of do not impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself? The old emperor snorted, waving his sleeve dismissively. No need. The attendant grew anxious, imploring, Your Majesty, must you not rise to see the empress off? This is quite against protocol. The inner court attendant, noticing the emperor looking back multiple times, cautiously suggested, Your Majesty, shall we return to the hall? The esteemed Princess Jing, fearing disgrace, took it upon herself to accept that young woman as a concubine. The heir apparent spent his nights in the concubine's quarters, and had it not been for the young woman's former lover making an appearance, she might have had to endure the situation even longer, especially if a legitimate son were to be born. The atmosphere in the palace grew decidedly awkward, as the two remained silent for a considerable time, quietly partaking of their meal. Only then could the empress enjoy her meal in peace, stealing glances at the emperor. Was it not apparent that my previous remark was made in anger? The emperor furrowed his brow, dismissing her concerns as mere feminine trivialities. As the sovereign of Diverging, it is only natural for me to consider the welfare of the common people. If she is indeed an official of the court, she too must be mindful of the populace. If she cannot withstand such minor grievances, how can she be expected to shoulder greater burdens in the future? Yet, he dared not voice this thought, fearing the repercussions. Was it not a tremendous honor for her, the daughter of a merchant, to receive my imperial favor? The empress replied sternly, "Yet your majesty has never inquired about her wishes. Outsiders speak of the heir apparent as gentle and unassuming, but is that truly the case? You have permitted her to seek a divorce, yet this union was originally imposed upon her by your majesty. Now that she finds her life unsatisfactory, she may seek separation. But what of her reputation? What man in this vast capital would dare to marry her after her association with the heir apparent?" The palace matron observed nervously, recalling how long it had been since the empress dined with the emperor in such a manner. What should have been a delightful occasion had devolved into conflict. The emperor, belatedly realizing the tension, scrutinized the empress for a long while. "I sense something is amiss with you today. Recently, I had summoned Su Juan to dine. Yet the girl repeatedly declined, citing a cold." The emperor straightened his posture. "Is that not so?" The empress, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded, "Your majesty, forgive my lapse in decorum. It shall not happen again." The emperor fell into silence, acknowledging that he had indeed placed her in an uncomfortable position. Initially unaware of Song Qianfan's true character, today, I have consented to her request. In a couple of days, I shall issue an edict allowing her to divorce. She has not even come out to bid me farewell, nor does she show concern for my burdensome duties. It seems the empress has grown increasingly indifferent towards me. The emperor furrowed his brow, realizing he had not considered those aspects. If she has someone she favors, I would naturally arrange a union for her. He raised his voice, fearing the empress might not hear. With that, he rose abruptly, causing the palace attendants to kneel in unison, and even as he exited, the empress did not rise. "You claim to care for that girl, Su Juan, yet is it not true that you arranged her marriage?" The empress inquired softly. The emperor was rendered speechless. The empress took the soup offered by a palace maid, sipping gracefully, her demeanor suggesting that it was she who had pressured the emperor into silence. The emperor's decree of marriage leaves no room for dissent. As the old emperor stepped outside, he cast a glance back, his face flushed with indignation. That night, the old emperor pored over the pile of unattended memorials, berating each one in turn. The eunuchs observed the nearly discarded imperial edict, blank and unheeded, clearly a manifestation of the emperor's frustration as he vented his ire upon Minister Xie. In the Wang residence, upon learning that Su Juan intended to seek a divorce and take her along, Dong Dong could hardly contain her excitement, her face radiant with joy for Su Juan. "At last, my lady, you can escape this sea of suffering." Su Juan smiled, noting that while others deemed her marriage to the Wang family a stroke of fortune, her circumstances felt more akin to a pit of fire. She recalled the rumors that had circulated upon her betrothal, with many noble young women claiming she, the merchantess' daughter, had stumbled into great luck. Dong Dong scoffed, asserting that others only saw the facade of wealth and privilege surrounding the Wang family, oblivious to the trials and tribulations faced by her mistress. While many perceived the marriage as beneficial, only she, as a servant, understood that since entering the Wang residence, the heir apparent had never treated Su Juan with even a glance of affection. On the few occasions he did visit, it was only to impose hardships upon her, berating her without cause. Initially, the princess had treated her kindly, but ever since the birthday banquet, she had morphed into someone unrecognizable, becoming increasingly distant and finding fault with Su Juan over trivial matters. The heir apparent was clearly at fault, yet it felt as though the blame lay solely with Su Juan. Some of the lower servants had also begun to mirror the heir apparent's sentiments, and during the winter festivities, when she sought coal for warmth, she was rebuffed, being told her allocation was limited. Had it not been for the second young master's intervention, they might have faced the bitter cold without any means of warmth. Song Qianheng's face flushed crimson. I worry you might face difficulties if you return home after the divorce, which is why I thought it best for you to stay for a while. It would make attending court easier for you. During your stay, I will certainly keep my distance, so do not misunderstand my intentions. Seeing Su Juan smile, Song Qianheng's gaze wandered. The Su family treats you fairly, yet if you divorce now, they may complicate matters for you. When he attempted to speak further, Su Juan interjected, though the Su family does not treat me poorly, even without this marriage, I now hold an official position, and they would not dare to make things difficult for me. I am not being polite. Where else could a divorced woman go but back to her family? Noticing his concern for her well-being, Su Juan suddenly asked Song Qianheng, do you perhaps harbor feelings for me? He was momentarily taken aback.
What?
Su Juan sighed, pointing to the 2 boxes on the ground, exasperated. I am not being polite. I have everything packed. It is merely these 2 boxes, and the carriage will follow along. I do not require your assistance. No need. Altogether, it amounted to barely 2 boxes, and they were the very boxes gifted by the empress. It was almost laughable that the status of a princess consort could be reduced to such meager belongings, yet perhaps it was fortunate she was divorcing. Dong Dong felt indignant on Su Juan's behalf, lamenting the scarcity of her possessions. Are you truly going to divorce the heir apparent? Hearing Su Juan say this, Song Qianheng refrained from suggesting again that she stay with him, as it would be against propriety and could tarnish her reputation. Tomorrow, I will help you move your belongings. Su Juan blinked at him. The pair had initially thought they would need to pack all night, but in the end, they realized there was little to take, only 2 or 3 garments, the gifts from the empress, and some trinkets and pouches from Lu Miaoqing and Lin Shiji. The prince was indeed kind, yet how could he possibly concern himself with matters of the inner quarters? He was likely unaware of the grievances faced by his consort. Su Juan scrutinized him. Then why would you ask me to stay at your residence? As she defended herself, Su Juan couldn't help but smile. Having fewer belongings meant that when it came time to leave, a single carriage would suffice. She touched her face, which resembled her youthful self. Throughout her life, she had received attention from many suitors, indicating that her looks were quite commendable. Was it not said that women possessed an abundance of possessions? Su Juan replied, His Majesty has already given his consent today. The decree will be issued shortly. It would be wise to live away from your elder brother. I know you have always respected him, but perhaps he is not as noble as you perceive? Song Qianheng, somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose. If you do not mind, you are welcome to stay at my residence. It is quite spacious, just a few streets away, and moving will not be a hassle. Song Qianheng was taken aback for a moment, scratching his head. In fact, I recently purchased a new residence outside, which I intended to move into myself. If you do not mind. Su Juan sighed, feeling troubled but knowing she had to return. After all, she couldn't possibly sleep on the streets. Could this foolish Song Qianheng be here to speak on behalf of his elder brother? Upon hearing this, a peculiar feeling stirred within Song Qianheng, as if he had come to know her, and it felt like a fortunate turn of events. The opportunity to leave now was indeed the best outcome. If there were more belongings, even without your offer of help, I would have insisted on dragging you along to bear the burden. Observing Song Qianheng's foolish demeanor, Su Juan patted his shoulder with a seemingly understanding expression. Despite the marriage not being as dreadful as it appeared, at least she had come to know him, which was not entirely unfortunate. As he spoke, his voice grew softer, fearing that Su Juan might find him too forward, especially since she had just divorced and was dealing with her own residence. Song Qianheng thought, after all, I am divorced, and yet he still allows me to reside in my own home. Could it be that he wishes to keep me as a concubine? Song Qianheng fell silent, reflecting on how he could possibly be here to advocate for his elder brother. Could Song Qianheng be harboring ulterior motives? His explanation felt somewhat like a clumsy attempt to conceal the truth. He had hurried over upon hearing that Su Juan and his elder brother were divorcing, only to find her already packing her belongings. Su Juan turned around, surprised to see Song Qianheng. What brings you here? Noticing his embarrassment, she refrained from teasing him further, saying, I appreciate your good intentions. She appeared dejected, as though troubled by her situation and unsure of how to proceed. But with just these 2 boxes, if Dong Dong and I each carry one, we can leave. Su Juan immediately laughed. I was merely joking. I didn't misunderstand you. She continued, Look, you're still being courteous. Leaving? You're departing tomorrow? Song Qianhang exclaimed in shock, standing at the doorway, without stepping inside. In this vast Wangfu, only the second sun provided a sense of warmth. It truly felt cold and unwelcoming. She thought to herself that Lady Su was not foolish enough. Hearing his question, Suan smiled. Of course. I am returning to the Su residence. Where else could I possibly go? Gazing at the 2 boxes on the ground, he had assumed she was merely beginning to pack, only to realize she had already completed her preparations. If they were to make things difficult for me, one could say they are narrow-minded and, on a harsher note, foolish. Song Qianhang felt a surge of complex emotions, taking a moment before speaking. Divorcing is for the best. It was never a good match. But you are leaving tomorrow. Where will you go? Song Qianhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course not. How could I be like that scoundrel Song Qianfan? Suan blinked. After all, the elder brother has kept a mistress, and now the younger brother. Song Qianhang replied, no need for formalities. Even if you have divorced my elder brother, we are still friends. Suan regarded Song Qianhang, ultimately unable to resist offering a few reminders. Their eyes met, and for a long while, Song Qianhang was speechless, not expecting Suan to suddenly remind him in such a manner. Alas, I knew this reminder would be futile. This fool is single-minded, forever honoring Song Qianfan, and he will surely regret it when the time comes. Suan had contemplated warning those around her about impending events to prevent undesirable occurrences. However, the considerations were numerous. Belief was one thing, but what she feared was that if her predictions came true, everyone would regard her as an omen of misfortune and burn her at the stake. Even if she were to shout in the streets that Song Qianfan would one day rebel, declaring him a tyrant who would harm the court and its people, few would believe her. It would only lead to her demise and waste precious time. Just like now, her reminders elicited a look of surprise from Song Qianhang, which spoke volumes. Forget it. Let them think I am merely expressing discontent towards your elder brother after the divorce. Yet, Song Qianhang said, I will remember what you said. Thank you. Suan was momentarily taken aback. Has he taken me seriously? Song Qianhang's gaze softened. He had always believed what she said. The expression on Princess Jing's face turned pale, yet her heart felt discomfort. Your Highness, Fanu's title cannot be bestowed upon Hangyu. Song Qianhang had indeed come to offer assistance. Even with just 2 boxes, it was still a heavy load for 2 young women to carry. Until they placed the boxes at the entrance of the Wangfu, Dong Dong, with money in hand, prepared to hire a carriage, but Song Qianhang promptly stopped him. No. Just then, Princess Jing emerged, leading a carriage from the estate. Although it was not as luxurious as Song Qianhang's, it was still quite decent. Princess Jing remarked, Isn't this a consequence of past events? Look at how it has harmed our Fana. Now he has lost his position and must reflect in solitude. Princess Jing furrowed her brow. What kind of question is that? Shouldn't you at least go to see them off? Princess Jing, exasperated, shouted at her husband, Song Min. Why do you always bend outward? Although she felt displeased, she heard her husband say, The nonsense he has done. Losing his position is too lenient. He is unlikely to learn from this. At last, they could send this nemesis away. As a result, Su Juan and Dong Dong, each more capable than the other, effortlessly carried the boxes outside without breaking a sweat, while Song Qianhang trailed behind, unable to lend a hand. She took Su Juan's hand affectionately, saying, After all, we have shared a bond like that of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. As long as the emperor's decree has not arrived, you remain one of us at the Wangfu. How could I allow you to return alone? Song Qianhang encouraged her further while signaling to a servant to bring her carriage over. Su Juan hesitated momentarily. Song Qianhang said, Is it so terrifying to be liked by me? Knowing that the emperor had approved of Su Juan's divorce from her son, Princess Jing had indulged in 2 extra bowls of rice that evening, feeling quite relieved. Regarding the treatment of her son today, she believed it was far too lenient. She wondered what the emperor was thinking, as there were bound to be discontented voices in the court.
Terrifying.
Truly terrifying. Your Highness, should I go to see Suan off tomorrow? It was time to settle what was owed, rather than sacrificing what rightfully belonged to Fanner. Hiring a carriage would waste money. Your monthly stipend is scarcely substantial, so it would be better to save it for yourself. Take my carriage back. I happen to be going to a banquet and can drop you off along the way. In truth, losing a position was not a significant matter. After all, Fanner was destined to inherit a title, and being a prince was far less burdensome than holding any official position, which would spare her the pain of watching him struggle. Song Qianheng was bewildered. They were about to divorce, so what familial ties remained? The more Su Juan thought about it, the more alarming it became. It is better to keep a distance from Song Qianheng in the future. Neither brother is someone to provoke. The next day, which happened to be a day of rest, Su Juan and Dong Dong moved the boxes to the courtyard, each carrying a sack, preparing to depart. She turned and closed the boxes. No matter how much was owed over the years, whatever he desired had been provided by the estate. Wealth was inexhaustible. Even when he acted recklessly and tarnished the reputation of the Wangfu, she merely admonished him lightly and never punished him. He released her hand, gazing at his wife's grim expression, sternly whispering, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The face of Prince Jing changed, covering his wife's mouth and looking toward the door. Seeing no one, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Am I truly believing the words of a madwoman who has divorced her own brother? He momentarily hesitated in his steps. If he had any feelings for her, would that not be a normal occurrence? Was it truly something to be feared? Setting aside my current identity, given our somewhat familial ties, if this were indeed the case, would not the Duke and Duchess of Jing be furious enough to vomit blood? Upon hearing her words, the Duke felt a surge of displeasure. Did I not mention that in the future I would seek His Majesty's permission for Hanger to inherit the title? His face suddenly drew closer, prompting Song Qianheng to instinctively take a step back, her ears burning as she recalled that snowy New Year's Eve. Why are you spouting nonsense again? As she lifted her foot, she heard a voice from behind. She had never imagined that her husband would still be preoccupied with such matters. If in the future, Song Qianheng were to achieve something, she would naturally have no worries about his future path. The Duchess of Jing, however, was incensed enough to interrupt her husband. Your Highness, while I have no objections to your fondness for Hanger, now that Fanner has lost his official position, aspiring for another will be more challenging than reaching the heavens. Thankfully, our Fanner still has a title to rely on. How can you bestow it upon Hanger? At that moment, Dong Dong brought tea, intending to pour a cup for Song Qianheng. But she was already on her way out. Dong Dong nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that the master's salary was indeed meager, and she could not take anything from the royal residence. What if she returned to the Su residence and faced grievances? Since the second young master was willing to offer assistance, why be polite? The funds should be conserved. Stepping into the courtyard, Song Qianheng felt utterly confused. What had she done to draw such disdain? Suan was lost in her own tumultuous thoughts. Suan, how dare you entertain such thoughts? It is truly terrifying. The Duke of Jing spoke solemnly. We shall discuss this matter later. After all, life stretches long ahead. The Emperor's intentions were becoming increasingly intricate. Even if he wished to comprehend them, he found himself confounded. The Duchess of Jing's expression soured. Did she truly expect the Emperor to impose severe punishment? The Duke's household was affluent, with each master possessing a dedicated carriage, yet Song Qianheng's was the most extravagant. I was terrified, believing that Song Qianheng harbored feelings for me. How utterly frightening. The Duke furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why it could not be granted. Seeing him retreat, Suan felt relieved and waved her hand dismissively. It was merely a jest. Why so serious? Suddenly leaning closer to Song Qianheng, she mused, You do not truly fancy me, do you? In her heart, she thought, as long as Suan did not return to the Duke's residence and cause turmoil, she would feel at ease. Observing Suan became more pleasant. Dong Dong was astonished. Could the Duchess truly change her demeanor so swiftly, with her attitude fluctuating from day to day? Witnessing the scene before her, Song Qianheng recalled Suan's words from last night. Would their father and mother truly be enraged to the point of vomiting blood? Perhaps not. Chapter 78. The relocation dispute. At this moment, the Duchess of Jing's demeanor softened, reverting to the gentle manner she had displayed when Suan first married into the Duke's residence. She even brought forth a wooden box, intending to offer it to Suan, resembling a good-natured mother-in-law. Song Qianheng observed, her heart filled with skepticism. The Duchess seemed not to dislike Suan after all. She understood that it was merely the role of the elder brother's wife that she found unappealing. Suan smiled, withdrawing her hand without accepting the wooden box, knowing it likely contained some silver notes. Thank you, Your Grace, but since I am to separate, it would be inappropriate to continue using the Duke's carriage or to take any belongings from the estate. Such rumors would not be well received. The Duchess was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for Su Juan's desire to entirely dissociate, even refusing the silver notes, which she had intended as a gesture of goodwill for Su Juan's sustenance. After all, she now held only a sixth-rank official position and was divorced. How far could a young lady go? But since Su Juan refused, pressing the matter further would only make her seem overly eager. She entrusted the wooden box to a nearby maid, addressing Su Juan. In that case, walk your own path well. Su Juan bowed slightly, expressing gratitude for the Duchess's care over the past 6 months, wishing her and her family good health. I shall take my leave now. Indeed, that is inappropriate. You should hurry back. The Duchess's feelings were complicated. She genuinely liked this daughter-in-law, despite her peculiarities, which had brought too much trouble to the Duke's residence. If only she could. Excluding Song Qianfan. Where could the rumors have leaked from? Indeed, let us hasten the move. We might still manage to catch dinner. The group exchanged glances, and Xie Sun waved his fan. I arose early today, bringing along 2 young servants, as you are ladies and elders. How could Miss Su allow you to assist? You should return home. However, Song Qianheng chose to ignore him, merely escorting her a bit. Just then, 2 carriages arrived in succession, halting at the entrance of the Duke's residence, one of which was remarkably similar to Song Qianheng's. At that moment, her carriage had been drawn up, resplendently ostentatious, rivaling that of Xie Sun, causing the Duchess's expression to darken. Su Juan felt a twitch at her temple. This fool. Does he not recognize the atmosphere or simply choose to ignore it? With a slight sigh, she urged them to return, stating, I have little to carry. I can hire a carriage myself. I appreciate your kindness. The others glanced at the carriages behind them and then at Song Qianheng, pondering whose carriage was not prepared. Su Juan, rubbing her temple, replied, It is unnecessary. Feeling that Su Juan was merely avoiding conflict, they conceded, Then we shall assist together. However, they insisted, That will not do. We must help. She was assisted down from her carriage, nodded at the Duchess, and took Su Juan's hand. I heard you are moving today. I am here to help. Before Su Juan could respond, 2 more carriages came to a halt at the entrance. Fortunately, the space in front of the Duke's residence was ample enough to accommodate so many carriages. Lu Miaoqing remarked, Young Master Xie is indeed an outsider and a man. Sharing a carriage may not be quite proper. Xie Sun jumped down from his carriage, clad in red, with several jingling ornaments at his waist. He smiled as he approached Su Juan, Su's sister. My father sent me to fetch you to our national lord's residence. I have brought 2 young servants. I hope it suffices. Observing the Duchess's shifting attitude, Su Juan found it unsurprising. The Duchess's expression could rival that of a pot at the kitchen's bottom. Song Qianheng thought, He truly does not miss an opportunity to distance himself from my elder brother. Minister Mo waved to Su Juan. Little Su, I heard you are moving today. I thought to lend a hand since I have no affairs today. Song Qianheng interjected, Mother, allow me to escort her. Su Juan remained silent, pondering. These individuals must have conspired to come together, arriving with such precise timing. One might think they had been waiting at the Duke's gate since dawn. Minister Mo and Count Shengping descended from their carriages, exchanged brief pleasantries, and approached. Your Grace, Xie Sun waved his fan, his smile narrow-eyed. Only 2 carriages? This is hardly significant. How is it so chaotic? The Duchess of Jing was momentarily stunned, failing to grasp the implication of his words. Once she comprehended, her expression darkened once more. Enough. This is inappropriate. Quickly leave. I shan't see you off. This great Buddha could not be accommodated within the Duke's residence. Their departure would restore tranquility. Behold, yet another carriage of the Duke of Ping, and another from the Chancellor's residence. The atmosphere is quite lively. Xie Sun chuckled. I have 2 carriages. Sheng Pingbo laughed, surveying the surroundings. I too shall lend a hand. I hadn't anticipated that the Wang residence would host so many guests today. Song Qianheng, however, grew anxious, for he was aware that the Countess of Shengping had previously set her sights on Su Juan. Could it be that upon learning of Su Juan's intent to part ways, she hurried to make an appearance? No need for you all. I have already arranged with Su Juan to escort her myself, and the carriages are prepared, he stated, his face darkening.
Who was truly intercepting whom?
At that moment, another carriage rolled slowly to a stop at the entrance of the Jingwang residence. Lu Miaoqing lifted the curtain and called out to Su Juan. Xie Sun narrowed his eyes, thinking that Miss Lu had misunderstood. I brought 2 carriages. Observing the scene of contention before her, she marveled at how she had garnered such goodwill, having only intended to move homes and yet found herself surrounded by so many willing helpers. Let us go. I shall take you back to the Su residence, she smiled. Sheng Pingbo interjected. Indeed, my wife insisted last night that I must come to assist today. You all may return. Indeed, this is not appropriate. You should return. Su Wan's temples throbbed. This fellow is being rather excessive. Yet Xie Sun waved his hand dismissively. That will not do. My esteemed elder has summoned me to fetch Miss Su. I cannot allow you to intercept. I believe it will suffice if everyone moves a little. This will expedite the process, he suggested. The Jing Wangfei remarked. What a jest. When Xie Sun undertakes a task, it is assuredly well managed. How could he overlook such details? However, Minister Mo interjected. You all are mere children, unafraid of causing concern to your elders. I, after all, am a colleague of little Su. The Jing Wangfei nodded slightly, pondering the arrival of these 2 individuals. Upon seeing Xie Sun, she was momentarily taken aback. When did this daughter-in-law become so closely acquainted with the Duke of Ping's household? Noticing Xie Sun's attentiveness, Song Qianheng felt a pang of discomfort. There's no need for your assistance. I shall see her home. Xie Sun squinted, eyeing Song Qianheng. He was, after all, a ready labor. I thought since you were here, I wouldn't bring along too many more. Song Qianheng, knowing there were only 2 small boxes, remarked. Suan, what dinner? It is only the 3rd hour. In modern terms, it is barely 8 in the morning. Chapter 79. Dozens of boxes cannot be moved in a single trip. As the group prepared to roll up their sleeves and enter the Jingwang residence, Su Juan helplessly protested, no need to move. I truly do not have much. I do not require so many people or carriages. At that moment, there were already 6 carriages stationed at the Wang residence, excluding that of the Jing Wangfei. Minister Mo laughed. Who has ever moved without a plethora of belongings? Sheng Pingbo concurred. Indeed, my daughter cannot even manage to move a mere courtyard without dozens of boxes. Lu Miaoqing patted Su Wan's hand. Wan. Do not be so polite. Life is about mutual assistance. Xie Sun added. Yes, where's your courtyard? Quickly lead us inside. The Jing Wangfei should not mind, should she? He smiled, his eyes narrowing slightly as he glanced at the Jing Wangfei. The Jing Wangfei felt a sudden jolt at her temple. A throng of people clamoring to enter her residence now remembered to seek her approval. She tugged at the corners of her mouth. I do not mind. Move along. Move along. It is best to leave early. His words were rather blunt, clearly chastising Song Qianfan, showing no regard for the presence of the Jing Wangfei. Could these be Su Wan's adversaries? Xie Sun waved his fan. Do not worry. It is a fortuitous occasion to visit your home. Let us dine and enjoy some wine. No need for modesty. To merely move these 2 boxes and have it spread around would be quite the embarrassment for me. Seeing the multitude and the numerous carriages, Madame Su was momentarily stunned and could not help but sigh to her daughter. Ling Ling, look at this. The Wang residence is indeed magnificent, bustling with visitors. Xie Sun, Madame Su and Su Lingling were still unaware of what transpired, casting glances at the crowd, only to see each one following suit. Su Wan's temples throbbed. Who are you all? I am seeking to part ways, not mourning a husband. Why are you all rushing here to offer condolences? Sheng Pingbo, Su Juan breathed a sigh of relief. Surely this group does not have the audacity to follow the Su family's carriage, do they? Nonetheless, this was not entirely unwelcome. He could not contain himself and let out a hearty laugh. Song Qianheng stifled his laughter, struggling to hold back mirth. Was this how Su Juan typically thought while at the Wang residence? The others fell silent upon hearing his words. Minister Mo cleared his throat. It is of no concern. Speaking of which, I have never been to your home. Today seems quite fitting. Minister Mo, Song Qianhang, still suppressing laughter, remarked, if it comes to it, we could simply open the boxes and each carry a few items. Since we are here, it would be rather awkward to leave empty-handed. Seeing Xie Sun, Su Lingling expressed her surprise, yet she merely followed her mother, remaining silent. Lu Miaoqing, it is fortunate that Suan is a reliable individual. Suan was genuinely astonished that the Su family had sent someone to fetch her. Dong Dong, understanding the situation, promptly picked up a box from the ground. Following closely behind Suan, Suan remained quiet. I only have these 2 boxes. Having lost a husband, what is wrong with hosting a gathering in advance? The others readily agreed, joining her. Even Song Qianhang, who echoed, since we are here, it would feel rather inappropriate to leave immediately. Madame Su led Su Lingling forward. Noticing the crowd, none of whom she recognized, turned to Su Juan with a smile. Awan, mother has come to take you home. After the Jing Wangfei departed, Minister Mo turned to Su Juan. Quickly lead us to move your belongings. The day is waning, and we must act swiftly, lest we delay. At that moment, another carriage approached slowly, coming to a halt at the Wang residence's entrance. The crowd turned their attention to the sound. Look, another has arrived. This time, she was more than willing to come. And there will be wine. Do I look as if I would mind? Xie Sun remarked, fanning himself. Sister Su, your former mother-in-law has already consented. Why not take us inside? Let us move swiftly, so we may avoid lingering here and incurring the ill fortune of certain young lords. As she spoke, she gestured to Dong Dong to begin moving the boxes. However, a group was halted by Su Juan, facing the puzzled expressions around her. Her temples throbbed. I truly only have these 2 boxes. There is nothing else. Su Juan's temples throbbed. Had you not come, I might have already reached home by now. What is appropriate? Who among the kind-hearted would visit a family seeking separation? Thankfully, Suan had reminded the family to cease interactions with the Su family. Her daughter's engagement with the second son of the Xian family, Xian Zhang, had been arranged, and they would soon be sending the engagement gifts. Xie Sun's smile faltered. Her fan no longer waving, Sister Su, do not jest. I truly brought 2 carriages and 2 attendants. Goodness, Xie Sun, you are bold indeed. I would not dare to speak so. In contrast, Xian Zhang had sent word that the engagement remained unchanged and was unaffected by recent events. The others turned their gazes back to Suan. Lu Miaoqing took Suan's hand, showing empathy. Awan, I know you must have much you wish to share. Let us sisters converse deeply over the next few nights. Minister Mo, there are no other belongings? As the carriage curtain was lifted, Madame Su descended with Su Lingling and happened to overhear a statement that made her heart skip a beat. Marquis Shengping exclaimed. What? He echoed. Indeed. I am aware that the possessions of young ladies are precious and cannot be mishandled. We shall certainly be gentle in our handling, so do not fear. Even if I were to tidy up, I wouldn't need so many of you. The others fell silent. It was no wonder there was a divorce. It was a miracle they had survived this far. The gazes of the crowd, following Su Juan's movements, fell upon the 2 boxes on the ground, which were indeed not very large. The Su family had come to propose a marriage several times, and yesterday they arrived as well. However, upon hearing that Prince Jing's heir intended to divorce Su Juan, their expressions soured instantly, and they departed in haste. There is nothing so precious to speak of. What a stroke of luck, as I was unsure to whom those 2 boxes should be sent. How embarrassing that would have been. All right, Xie Sun nodded, preparing to lead 2 young servants inside. She certainly wouldn't mind. Xie Sun waved his fan, thinking, I've come this far. If I leave now, the old man will surely scold me. You're not considering the late hour. I still have to rise early for court. Marquis Shengping chimed in. Indeed, while the opportunity presents itself today, let us go to your home and share a meal together. Young Su wouldn't mind, would she? Su Juan smiled warmly, feeling a sense of closeness to her family. Look, my family has come to fetch me. You should all head back. I feel quite embarrassed seeing you so worn out. Don't speak on my behalf without permission. Suan tugged at the corners of her mouth, chuckling softly. You all seem rather leisurely. The princess consort of Jing wore a grim expression, unable to articulate her displeasure, while she could disregard the Duke of Ping's face. She still had to consider the Empress's feelings. However, if she lingered any longer, she might truly succumb to her anger. What do you mean? Suan inquired. Just 2 boxes? Lu Miaoqing asked. Su Juan sighed, stepping aside to reveal the 2 boxes behind her. She rubbed her forehead and said, "Since you wish to assist, then please go ahead and move them." Lu Miaoqing responded, "I will handle these 2. You all go inside and manage the rest." The group exchanged glances, surprised by Suan's audacity. They had anticipated his flamboyance, but never thought he would openly insult someone in front of the princess consort. And 2 carriages as well. Su Juan felt a twitch at her temple. Last night, disregarding the old almanac was indeed reckless. Today is truly not a day for moving. What a calamity. Cough, cough. Whose kind-hearted soul moves with so little luggage and such a large entourage? In the Jing prince's residence, Song Qianfan did not lift his head, engrossed in a letter. "Have they departed?" he asked. Lian replied, "Indeed, they have moved." He discreetly observed his master, noticing a cold smile on Song Qianfan's face, which reminded him of the earlier scene outside. If the heir were to find out, he would surely be furious. Song Qianfan inquired softly, "Is there anyone in the residence to assist her?" Lian responded, "As per your instructions yesterday, anyone who assists the princess consort will be sold off.
Today,
no one has offered their help." Song Qianfan scoffed. They brought this upon themselves. He casually tossed the letter into a nearby incense burner. "What about the carriages?" After a moment of silence, Lian replied, "There was no arrangement made. The princess consort had someone lead a carriage away, but she did not take it." Song Qianfan's eyes darkened with displeasure. "Why is my mother assisting her in moving? Inform the household and all nearby drivers that anyone who dares to provide a carriage to her will be opposing the Jing prince's residence." Lian reported, "I have observed closely. The boxes contain merely a few pieces of jewelry bestowed by the empress and a fox fur. The princess consort took nothing else. When they married, the princess residence had indeed provided her with fine silks and satins, and later, the princess had gifted her various precious jewels and rare items. When the carriage arrived at the Su residence, a crowd gathered as many alighted, drawing curious glances from passers-by who peeked into the carriage to see what was happening. Song Qianfan was unconvinced. This woman had always been greedy. Song Qianheng observed, as Su Juan lamented, "Oh dear, what a predicament. It would have been better to leave quietly without anyone knowing. Now this commotion will surely lead to wild rumors across the capital." He chuckled coldly, thinking that Su Juan was foolish to believe she could escape his grasp simply by leaving the prince's residence. Lian replied, "Yes, I have already issued the orders." Sun fanned herself, sipped her tea, and smiled with narrowed eyes. What could they possibly say? Initially, with the divorce, any rumors would merely imply marital discord.
now.
With Sun's 2 conspicuous carriages, who in the capital Wudanti recognized them as belonging to the Xie family, the time is still early. Has she truly left? Lian sighed internally, knowing only the truth could suffice. Indeed, the princess consort has departed. Watching the paper in the incense burner burn away, Song Qianfan felt elated, anticipating that Yuting would return to the capital with orders. Little did anyone know that the 50,000 troops in Yuting's hands were his trump card. Sun remarked, "What can be done? The Xie family has plenty of wealth. I simply respond to the heir's inquiries. Is it not as simple as that? She took nothing with her? Packing all of that would surely fill several large boxes." Song Qianfan felt a surge of anger. "Get out." Lian felt inexplicably pleased. Song Qianfan scoffed, "Without a carriage, I shall see how she intends to move." He surmised that Su Juan was likely still in the process of transferring her belongings, as, given her physical condition, she would struggle to move the princess' possessions without assistance. Su Juan was overwhelmed, feeling the weight of her situation. Clutching the box, she hurried into the Su residence. Lian had hoped that Song Qianfan's mood would improve, and that the matter concerning the princess consort could be kept from him to ensure he could eat properly today. Starting today, he would show her that opposing Song Qianfan would not yield a favorable outcome. Song Qianfan furrowed his brow. "Did you not see correctly? Are there truly only 2 small boxes?" Li En and Li Ming promptly left the study, and soon the sounds of objects being smashed echoed from within. Li Ming remained silent, standing guard at the study door with a sword. These individuals were certainly not easy to approach. When had Suan developed such close ties with them? Lian's forehead twitched slightly, realizing that the heir had likely forgotten what the prince's residence had provided to the princess consort, those fine silks and the jewels gifted by the princess, which he had subsequently taken to present to the renowned Xianyun girl at Bailu. There was nothing left with the princess consort. Who would have thought that Song Qianfan would still inquire? Xie Sun paused her fan's motion, fell silent for a moment, and quietly sipped her tea. The Su family was bewildered. Upon returning home, why did the eldest daughter have nothing with her, yet there were so many people accompanying her? Lian began to feel indignant on Su Juan's behalf, wondering why, in the heir's eyes, the princess consort seemed to have gained such significant advantages. She could leave as she pleased, but the possessions of the prince's residence should remain untouched. Lian looked perplexed. Huh? What did you just say? Each one of them, dressed in finery, were they not here to collect debts? Li Ming shot him a cold glance. You've spoken too much today. In the tea room, under Madame Su's instructions, the servants presented pastries and fine tea, diligently attending to the distinguished guests whose identities remained a mystery. At this moment, it was likely that someone might speculate about a scandal involving Song Qianhang and Xie Sun. Song Qianhang cast a glance at the individual, pondering the potential damage to his reputation. After a brief pause, he could not resist adding, the second young master intended to escort the young lady of the heir. But soon after, young Master Xie of the Pingwu Duke's residence, Miss Liu from the Zhongshiling, and Minister Mo of the Ministry of Revenue all arrived. Yet the young lady departed in the Su family carriage. Upon hearing this, the table in the study was overturned, and the incense burner crashed to the floor, scattering ash everywhere. Song Qianfan's eyes were filled with crimson fury. How could this have happened? Xie Sun, a man who regarded everyone with disdain, was notoriously eccentric, avoiding any cordial relations, and despite the close ties between the Pingbo Marquis's wife and his mother, the Marquis himself had always kept his distance from the Jingwang residence, severing ties more thoroughly than anyone else. The scene resembled that of a grand wedding. It was indeed a mistake to let him accompany them. He suddenly inquired, "What has become of that woman?" Lian replied, "Yes, the young lady of the heir took only 2 small boxes and has already departed." At this revelation, Lian felt a twinge of pity for the heir. The young lady had left long ago, and even without a carriage, she could have departed effortlessly. Yet the heir remained here, seething with resentment. Meanwhile, on the main street outside the Jingwang residence, a procession of carriages made their way towards the Su residence, drawing a multitude of onlookers. Song Qianfan was momentarily taken aback. She had left? "I am on the verge of parting ways with your brother, and you?" As her younger brother, still dutifully follow her. If rumors about Xie Sun circulate, they might as well claim that the young lady of the heir has taken a liking to her brother-in-law. Suddenly, Song Qianhang choked on his tea, coughing violently. Such matters were certainly not to be discussed. Minister Mo widened his eyes in surprise. Is this little Su engaging in such thrilling escapades? Song Qianhang lamented. I to sacrifice my reputation for this? In Chapter 81, it was rumored that Suan was entangled with the second son of the Jingwang family. Su Juan, heartbroken, found her once beloved pastries tasteless, contemplating burying herself in despair. Lu Miaoqing pondered briefly, recognizing that Xie Sun and Song Qianhang were indeed ill-suited to appear in this context, negatively impacting Suan's reputation. And you, Miaoqing, are here to stir the pot. Suan sighed heavily. Lu Miaoqing retorted, what harm is there in a woman being present? Others regarded Suan with curiosity. After all, Lu Miaoqing was indeed a woman. Is it not common knowledge in the capital that Song Qianfan harbors feelings for you? Yet, you spend your days with me, and despite the rumors of our closeness, you come here with the intent of separation. Are those who pen the gossip not driven mad by this? Lu Miaoqing exclaimed, there are even novels about this? How was I unaware? The others gasped in astonishment. Such outlandish rumors circulated in the capital? Suan sighed. These naive souls are utterly oblivious to the perils of gossip.
Outside,
Su Lingling was taken aback by Suan's antics. She had not only attracted the attention of the capital's most handsome man, Xie Sun, but also failed to spare the heir's younger brother, disregarding gender altogether. No wonder she sought a divorce. Suan sighed again. Glancing at the Pingbo Marquis and then at Minister Mo, was it not said that Minister Mo seldom meddles in others' affairs? Minister Mo replied, that is a falsehood. Was it not stated that the Pingbo Marquis avoids associations with court figures, particularly those of royal blood, maintaining a clean break? The Marquis looked puzzled. Is that so? How was I not informed? I truly do not understand how these two came to join in the festivities. Suan smiled, addressing both men, curious as to why Minister Mo and the Marquis had chosen to appear today. Minister Mo stroked his beard and chuckled. The Marquis and I are here to support you. The Marquis added, hearing of your impending separation from the Jingwang heir is indeed a matter of significance. Without support, how could you maintain your standing in the capital? Their intentions were sincere, without a hint of seeking amusement. Your company is quite agreeable, Su Juan mused. This young lady truly lacked awareness, even expressing disdain. Others would envy such treatment, which was a rarity. The group fell silent, exchanging glances, the atmosphere so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. In truth, reputation is not of utmost importance, is it? Since Su Juan vacated the royal residence 2 days ago, she had indulged in food and rest, remaining confined to her quarters, sleeping soundly. The inhabitants of the Su residence speculated that she was mourning her separation. On the day of the court assembly, she arose earlier than usual, observing her colleagues appearing invigorated, and felt a pang of regret. Minister Mo smiled, little Su. Have you rested well these past 2 days? Suan's expression fell. Very well. Indeed. What does that mean?
Minister Montag inquired.
The others looked on in astonishment. Why has the assistant minister suddenly taken to cursing? Suan resides far too from the capital. Had I known, I would have taken up residence in the house purchased by Song Qianheng. I could have enjoyed an extra half-hour of sleep. The officials perked up in surprise. Good heavens. We thought the rumors circulating in the capital were mere fabrications. Yet it seems they hold truth. The assistant minister had indeed considered residing in the private abode of the second young master. The crowd murmured, their curiosity piqued. As Suan had often teased their shortcomings, now they had caught her in a predicament. What rumors? It appeared that the young lady of the heir was entangled with the second son of the Jingwang family, prompting her to seek a divorce from the emperor. Upon hearing this, it was said that the heir was so enraged he resorted to violence, and even the emperor intervened, authorizing the separation. Recently, Suan had been expelled, and the Jingwang lady had publicly shamed her, refusing to provide a carriage. Thus, it became clear that the young lady of the heir's association with Song Qianheng led the heir to take a concubine in his sorrow, resulting in such turmoil. Viewed in this light, the Jingwang heir appeared rather pitiable, as his chosen concubine was already a married woman, jeopardizing both his reputation and prospects. It was evident that the emperor had only lightly reprimanded him, stripping him of his official duties without further complicating matters. One might wonder how the Jingwang heir, once held in high esteem, could engage in such disgraceful behavior. It seems the answer lies in his marriage to the assistant minister. How unexpected, indeed, that Su Juan, who appeared so composed, would be involved with her brother-in-law. Such revelations were truly astonishing. Many shook their heads, affirming that a woman in the public eye was inevitably deemed improper. Thus, it is said that one should marry wisely. It has long been known that Song Qianheng was not of proper standing, often frequenting establishments of ill repute. Therefore, such behavior was not surprising. Su Juan sighed. Perhaps I shall stay at the Duke's residence for a night and borrow Xie Sun's carriage tomorrow. After all, he possesses numerous vehicles. It would be no trouble at all. The officials grew even more animated. It appeared that the rumors regarding her association with the Xie family were indeed true. The heir's reputation was undeniably tarnished. I too have heard of this. I once thought it mere hearsay. Otherwise, how could that warm clothing be possessed solely by the Duke, while even His Majesty lacks it? Indeed, this must be a case of loving the house and its crows. Yet, Xie Sun is rather bothersome. It seems that Song heir is more to the liking of this official. Perhaps I should move in with Miao Qing, where we can enjoy a drink together at night and share our thoughts in bed. I have long heard the rumors circulating in the capital about the scandalous tales of the daughter of the Secretary of State and the official. To be honest, I have a friend who has read them. How coincidental. I have a friend who has read them as well. Minister Wu of the Ministry of Rites thundered. What kind of propriety is this? His outburst startled Su Juan, leaving her bewildered. What has happened?
Not only Su Juan,
But everyone else was taken aback, whispering amongst themselves, fearful of being overheard by her. Who would have thought that Minister Wu would shout it out loud? They could hardly withstand Su Juan's relentless chatter. What has gotten into Minister Wu? No one dared to speak further, lest they draw the attention of this formidable lady. Who has angered him? That shout has made him appear 20 years younger. Indeed, it is quite reasonable. Minister Wu's roar hardly resembled that of a nearly 70-year-old man. With such vigor, why resign? He could serve for another 20 years. Well, perhaps it is best to leave it be, for Minister Wu is always meddling in this and that. They cannot afford to engage in his antics. It is crucial to provide more opportunities for the younger generation. Scholar Yuan from the Hamlin Academy, filled with curiosity, quietly asked Su Juan about the official. I have heard that your separation was due to the second young master of the Jingwang mansion? Su Juan was perplexed. What? I heard that you have an affair with the second young master Song Qianhang of the Jingwang mansion. Is that true? I have an affair with Song Qianhang? The officials were agitated. Indeed, it seems so. The elderly emperor, just entering the Golden Hall, nearly stumbled in shock.
What?
Su Juan is having an affair with the second young master of the Jing family? Su Juan exclaimed. Who understands my family? The gossip has reached my ears. The people of the Jingwang mansion were bewildered, questioning the veracity of it all. His heart raced, startled by Su Juan. He had never paid much attention to the inner residents, but could this be true? They were clearly unrelated. It seemed entirely inappropriate. The old emperor, supported by the eunuchs, took his seat on the dragon throne, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling crowd, landing precisely on Su Juan at the back. I have indeed grown old, unable to fathom the thoughts of today's youth. It is clear that Su Juan is to wed Song Qianfan. How could she possibly be involved with Song Qianhang? The old emperor shook his head repeatedly. After court adjourned, Lu Miaoqing made her appearance, and Su Juan learned that she would begin working at the Ministry of Revenue today, both of them holding the same rank of 6th grade. Su Juan was genuinely happy for Lu Miaoqing, as her previous 2 aspirations had gone unfulfilled. But now that her wishes had come true, it signified that things were steadily progressing in a positive direction. Lu Miaoqing, with a slight frown, handed a booklet to Su Juan. Juan, could you help me look at this? I am somewhat unclear on a few points. Su Juan leaned in closer, speaking softly to avoid disturbing others. However, those others had their eyes wide open and ears perked up, captivated by the scene unfolding. How thrilling! Being in the Ministry of Revenue allowed them direct access to information, bypassing hearsay. The rumors indeed held truth. They appeared quite well matched. Feeling as if someone was watching, Su Juan glanced back, and everyone quickly averted their gaze, returning to their own tasks. Su Juan turned back to continue conversing with Lu Miaoqing, but soon felt someone's gaze upon her again. This attention was impossible to ignore, reminiscent of being scrutinized like an actor on stage, sending shivers down her spine. This sensation persisted for several hours, and unable to concentrate, she excused herself and headed to the Secretary of State's mansion. Lu Miaoqing, engrossed in the newly purchased book, listened to Su Juan's complaints about recent events, chuckling intermittently. We are both of the 6th grade. Why are you not attending court? Su Juan's dissatisfaction bubbled forth. I told you the old emperor is deliberately targeting me. There isn't a decent song among them. Lu Miaoqing chuckled, fully aware that the emperor wished to keep a close watch on Su Juan to discern her thoughts. Your Majesty values you. If I were in your position, I would be so delighted I could hardly sleep at night. Su Juan pouted, reclining in her chair. You are enamored with the court, yearning for grand achievements. Naturally, you would be pleased. But if I can sit, I do not wish to stand. If I can recline, I do not wish to sit. If I were the emperor, I would gladly occupy that dragon throne every day. Lu Miaoqing, it is fortunate that no one else overheard this. Otherwise, dear Juan, your head might be in jeopardy. Even if it were just for a couple of hours, I would relish it for an entire day. Lu Miaoqing shifted her gaze from the book to Su Juan, skeptical of her words. If she truly sat upon that throne, she would likely be lamenting endlessly. That throne is crafted from precious wood. A nap upon it would have me waking up grinning for my dreams of gold. Lu Miaoqing, that is indeed a possibility. She regarded Su Juan, pondering. If only I were Su Juan. She too yearned to attend court. But a century-old rule stipulated that only those of 4th grade and above could enter the Golden Hall for discussions. Others, unless permitted by the emperor or summoned for matters of importance, could only wait outside for news. Yet, she firmly believed that one day she would find her place in the Golden Hall. As Lu Miaoqing mused, she caught a glimpse of Su Juan's inner thoughts. If only I were Miaoqing. Lu Miaoqing was baffled. What was so special about herself? She observed Su Juan gazing at her with envy, having loving parents, never worrying about food or clothing, living freely, marrying when desired, or remaining single for life without anyone daring to question you, thanks to the Secretary of State. Upon hearing this, Lu Miaoqing was momentarily taken aback, recalling the previous day's visit to the Su residence, where none of the young masters or misses had come to greet her, not even her father, who had appeared late and exchanged only a few words before departing. Madame Su seemed to care well for them, yet she was not their biological mother. It was apparent that her interest in Su Juan stemmed from her unique position. The Su household was no longer merely a wealthy merchant family, and all courtesies were motivated by self-interest. She had never considered that those things she took for granted were what others longed for, and she felt a pang of sympathy for Su Juan. Juan. The Su residence is far, and it must be inconvenient for you to attend court. If you do not mind, come stay with me. My courtyard is spacious, and I will have someone prepare a room for you. Su Juan shook her head repeatedly. No, no, that is unnecessary. Lu Miaoqing, however, set down her book and grasped her hand. Juan, you need not be so polite with me. I often spend my days alone, and your company would bring me joy. She had always felt a pang of guilt. Su Juan treated her with genuine sincerity. Yet she could not reciprocate that same heartfelt affection. If only she could assist Su Juan, it would ease the burden in her heart. Su Juan blinked. I never said you needed to be polite. Lu Miaoqing responded. I merely meant that there is no need to go through the trouble of tidying up the courtyard. We share the same courtyard. As long as there is a bed for me to sleep on, that suffices. Lu Miaoqing added. It seems I was overly courteous. If you prefer simplicity, I have another room in my courtyard. I can have it prepared, and you can move in by tomorrow. With tears glistening in her eyes, Su Juan grasped Lu Miaoqing's hand. Miaoqing, you are so kind to me. If I were the old emperor, I would surely ensure your career flourished and keep you by my side as my advisor. Lu Miaoqing chuckled. You exaggerate too much. If you were His Majesty, I would not want that position. Assisting you would be quite the challenge. Su Juan wiped her tears and caught a glimpse of the book Lu Miaoqing had just set down. A few words caught her eye. Oh my goodness. Why is Lu Miaoqing reading such material? Following Su Juan's gaze, Lu Miaoqing picked up the book again, saying, I find this story quite interesting. Would you like to take a look? Goodness. Su Juan's face flushed crimson. She let out a nervous laugh. No, no. I just remembered I have something to attend to. I should be going. Lu Miaoqing was taken aback. Weren't you planning to stay for dinner? Su Juan scrambled up from the chaise, grabbed her official hat, and exclaimed, No. No. I must leave right now. Save my life. Seeing Lu Miaoqing rise to see her off, she quickly interjected, No need to see me off. And with that, she bolted away. Lu Miaoqing glanced at the book in her hand, her expression puzzled. What just happened? That day, Su Juan did not return to the Su residence, but instead headed to the Pingwu Duke's estate. During dinner, Suan was laughing uncontrollably. Are you saying Lu Miaoqing is reading that kind of book, and it's about you too? The Pingwu Duke, bewildered, wondered what kind of book it was but hesitated to ask, fearing he would appear ignorant before his son and become the subject of mockery. Watching Suan laugh to the point of nearly dropping his chopsticks, Suan felt her temples throb. Your laughter is disturbing my vision. I shouldn't have mentioned it to Suan. That was careless. Eventually, Suan managed to contain his laughter. Whenever you bring that book, let me see it too. I'm quite curious. After all, Lu Miaoqing was the most talented woman in the capital, a dignified person who had recently entered the officialdom, yet here she was, reading such a book, with the protagonist being herself. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Suan simply could not fathom how Lu Miaoqing could read such material. The thought of those few lines she had glimpsed made her shudder. Isn't it said that ancient people were more reserved? Could those lines truly have been penned by ancients? The Penguin grew even more curious. What lines? Which ones? She even read for a long time while talking to me, her face unflushed and her heart steady. How could she manage that? She mentioned it was the most popular book in the capital lately. Suan held her forehead, her mind consumed by those few lines that vividly described a bathing scene, causing her ears to burn just thinking about it. Their banter piqued the Penguin Duke's curiosity, and that night he commanded someone to find the recently popular books in the capital and procure them for him. The guards acted swiftly, returning with 3 volumes. That evening, the Penguin Duke, filled with curiosity, began to read in his study. To his surprise, the more he read, the more engrossed he became, losing track of time and staying awake all night, yawning repeatedly on his way to court the next morning. The following day, as the Penguin Duke continued to reflect on the book, he marveled at the talent in the capital, capable of weaving such enchanting tales of 2 women. The more he imagined himself in the story, the more delightful it became. He wondered when the next volume would be released. Meanwhile, Suan was still preoccupied with the book, convinced that such literature should be strictly prohibited. At that moment, Minister Wu stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." His announcement caused tension among the court officials. Suan shook her head repeatedly. "I wonder who Minister Wu will accuse today." The officials sighed. "Indeed. Who will be the target today? Whoever it is will surely be in trouble." Even the old emperor wished to adjourn court, but was interrupted by Minister Wu's sudden appearance. With a deep sigh, he asked, "What matter do you bring forth, Minister Wu?" Minister Wu produced several books from his sleeve, kneeling before the throne. "Your Majesty, the recent atmosphere in the capital has been quite improper. I tasked people to investigate and discovered it relates to several widely circulated books, which I have purchased. The content is utterly scandalous." Upon hearing Minister Wu mention the books, the officials collectively sighed in relief, thankful that it did not concern them. Yet curiosity arose. They too had been reading books that were trending in the capital. The officials nearby peeked at the titles, realizing they were indeed the very books they had recently been enjoying. The old emperor squinted. "What books are these?" He was aware that many concubines in the palace enjoyed reading them, often sending people out to procure them. Were they truly that captivating? Minister Wu raised the book high for the eunuchs to take, declaring, "This one is titled The Fame of the Twin Beauties, a rather dubious work." The Fame of the Twin Beauties. The officials went into a frenzy. Minister Wu is truly out of line. If these are banned, what will we read? Before the emperor could take the book, he heard Minister Wu exclaim, "Your Majesty, such literature should be strictly prohibited." His voice resonated throughout the hall, belying his nearly 70 years, as if he were a young man. Just as Suan had said, he could easily serve another 20 years. Su Juan was exhilarated. Minister Wu is right. Such twisted literature that corrupts the capital's morals must be banned. The officials grew anxious, especially the Penguin Duke, who insisted, "Your Majesty, I believe Minister Wu is exaggerating." "Not at all. My Duke, what nonsense are you speaking? Such material should be eradicated entirely." Suan was clearly agitated. The old emperor, however, was intrigued. What could this book possibly contain to provoke such a strong reaction from her? Once the eunuchs procured the book, he flipped through it, glancing briefly at a story about a wealthy merchant's daughter marrying into a duke's family, who, after several encounters with her heart's desire, became confidants, filled with vivid descriptions of intimate scenes. Coughing slightly, the old emperor closed the book and set it aside. At that moment, Minister Mo joined the Penguin Duke in agreement. "Your Majesty, the popularity of these books has become a significant source of income for many citizens. If we prohibit them hastily, it could undermine the very foundation of our dynasty. It would be unwise." As the Minister of Revenue, Minister Mo's words carried weight. Other officials echoed, "Your Majesty, I concur." "Your Majesty, I second the motion." Su Juan, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "What nonsense! How can a few mere books threaten the foundation of the nation? I am also a part of the Ministry of Revenue. How can you shamelessly utter such lies?" The Duke Ping coughed lightly. "Your Majesty, I believe the Minister of Revenue speaks with reason. If we were to hastily impose a ban, it may harm the hearts of the common people." "You old fool. Since you weren't the one who wrote them, it's easy for you to stand there and spout nonsense." Someone could barely contain their laughter. almost bursting out at the exasperation of the official. The old emperor felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, who was not subjected to Su Juan's scolding? His heart brimmed with a sense of balance. Let them scold. The more they do, the more it pleases him. Minister Wu of the Ministry of Rites had not anticipated such opposition, realizing that this prevailing sentiment had even infiltrated the court. Fearing it might undermine the very foundation of the nation, this simply could not stand. Your Majesty, I believe that while monetary matters may seem trivial, if we do not impose strict prohibitions, the prevailing atmosphere in the capital will only worsen, potentially jeopardizing the nation's core. Su Juan nodded vigorously. Minister Wu speaks with utmost clarity. Your Majesty, you must consider how splendid a minister we have. The courtiers were enraged. What nonsense. You must heed my words. Quickly ban these books and burn them all. The Duke Ping was anxious. Leave this matter to me. I shall handle it with utmost care. The old emperor squinted, thinking, it's merely a few books. Look how agitated this girl is. She simply wants a book ban. Well, I shall not grant her wish. Chapter 84. Is the author of these books unwell? The old emperor cast a glance at the few books, observing the ministers below. They had not shown such fervor during serious discussions, yet now they were all worked up over these mere volumes. Minister Wu of the Ministry of Rites continued to voice his concerns, suggesting that these books were corrupting the atmosphere in the capital and must be strictly prohibited. For each statement he made, Su Juan was sure to echo her agreement. Wu, having never anticipated that in his 70s, he would still be held in disdain by his colleagues, found himself unexpectedly flattered. The praise was so excessive that it brought a blush to his cheeks, allowing him a taste of the Duke Ping's usual treatment. However, the old emperor countered, there is no rush. Let us deliberate further on this matter and discuss it again in a few days. Su Juan nearly leapt from her seat. Why the sudden lack of urgency? I have refrained from criticizing your unreliability in daily matters, but how can we allow such issues to linger? The courtiers breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Wu wished to voice more, but the emperor appeared weary, signaling the end of the court session. Su Juan was left seething. As she left the court, she overheard many colleagues discussing the Minister of Rites' comments on those few books, their words filled with admiration. Just how widespread had the influence of these books become? The elder Su had sent someone to investigate the jade pendant, initially believing they had made progress, only to realize it was a misunderstanding. Unbeknownst to him, while he found nothing, the truth had already been laid bare to others. The Chancellor and Duke Ping had successfully uncovered the person behind the jade pendant investigation, only to discover it was Su Juan's father, Lord Su. Upon learning this, the old emperor furrowed his brow, questioning how such a connection could exist. Let us investigate this Su family further. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we have people looking into it. Although they had yet to uncover the whereabouts of the princess, they had made some leads. He believed that if they continued to follow them, they would eventually yield results. However, he was uncertain of the Su family's connection to this matter. After the Duke Ping departed, the old emperor remained in the Imperial study, neglecting to deal with the memorials. Instead picking up the previously pilfered books and reading them, he muttered to himself, what is so captivating about these books? Yet once he began reading, he could not stop. Finishing all 3 volumes and still feeling unsatisfied, wondering when the next installment would be released. The protagonist, Wana, had yet to undergo her divorce, which was quite vexing. He immediately summoned the shadow guard who had been called back from Su Juan's side, handing him the books. The inner attendant realized that this was the emperor's most skilled shadow guard, leading him to believe that the emperor intended to take action against these subpar works. Yet, it was unfortunate that many noble individuals in the palace enjoyed reading them. The emperor solemnly commanded, go out of the palace and see if there is a new volume. Purchase one and bring it back. The inner attendant was bewildered. Huh? The shadow guard was equally perplexed. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Juan encountered Su Lingling and several other young ladies in the courtyard. They were laughing and enjoying tea while reading, but their laughter ceased abruptly upon seeing Su Juan. Elder sister, you are back. Su Juan nodded slightly in response, glancing at the book in Su Lingling's hand. The title-famed duo glaringly caught her eye. Goodness! How many people has this book ensnared? The young ladies exchanged glances. Su Lingling felt a wave of guilt and feigned calmness. Yet, Su Juan declared, May I borrow this book for a couple of days? The others were taken aback. Suan wishes to read this book. That very night, Suan skipped dinner and read by candlelight, her frown deepening with each page. The content was utterly chaotic. She had no feelings for Song Qianfan, yet the narrative depicted her as infatuated with him. She had always interacted normally with Lu Miaoqing, yet the story twisted their relationship into one of romantic entanglement, even suggesting she supported Lu's connection with her husband, only for it to lead to a series of intimate encounters. This was simply absurd. Since the old emperor was not taking action, she would have to intervene herself. She was determined to unearth the author of this narrative and ensure they never dared to fabricate such tales again. The following day after court, Suan heard that a new volume of famed duo had been released, and everyone was rushing to the bookshop to purchase it. Without delay, she hurried to the largest bookstore in the capital, only to find that by the time she arrived, all copies had been sold out. Shopkeeper, do you have the new volume of famed duo? Of course. The shopkeeper smiled, quickly retrieving several copies from beneath the counter and displaying them before Suan. This is the latest volume. It is guaranteed to be thrilling. Thrilling? Suan scoffed, eager to see just how far the absurdity could go. After paying for the book, she settled into a corner of the bookstore to read. The protagonist, Wanner, realizing that forced affection is unpalatable, found herself heartbroken and sought solace in a tavern, where she encountered the most notorious scion of the capital. Enchanted by his striking appearance, they shared drinks and exchanged secrets. The scion fell deeply in love with Wanner, having never encountered such a unique woman, only to learn through inquiries that she was already married, leading to his own heartbreak. Su Juan. A Su girl? Suddenly, someone called out to Suan. Turning around, she found it was Lu Xian. She immediately rose. Young Master Lu, what brings you here? Lu Xian raised his hand, displaying several books. I came to buy a few books. Suan looked closely and saw they were not the scandalous volumes, letting out a breath of relief. Finally, a rational individual. As Lu Xian's gaze fell upon the book in Suan's hands, she was slightly taken aback upon glimpsing the title. Does Miss Su also enjoy reading such tales? A twitch of her brow betrayed her true feelings. Who would appreciate this nonsense? Yet, as she remained in the study, it would be unbecoming to voice such sentiments. She forced a chuckle. Indeed, this work by Ru Shi is remarkably well written. I find myself utterly absorbed. I wonder who the author might be. I truly wish to make their acquaintance. Lu Xian wore a light smile, acknowledging the brilliance of the author, lamenting only that he was unable to enter officialdom due to his background, and thus could only express his talents through these narratives. Suan curled her lips in disdain. Such talent, fabricated as it was hardly worth having. However, upon hearing Lu Xian's words, her expression turned curious. Could it be that you know this Ru Shi? Lu Gongzi? Lu Xian nodded slightly. He is an old friend of mine. Suan laughed. I wonder if you could introduce me. I am quite eager to meet this gentleman, whose talents I greatly admire. Lu Xian, having never read his friend's works, was oblivious to their content. Assuming Suan genuinely wished to know the author, he divulged Ru Shi's true name and residence. A warm smile graced Suan's face, her thoughts swirling. You're finished now, Shenru Hui. Unbeknownst to her, over 80 chapters had already been penned. Time truly flies, evoking a sense of melancholy. Having inquired of many, Suan finally located Shenru Hui's residence, situated on the outskirts of the city in a rather secluded courtyard. The yard was overgrown with weeds, suggesting neglect by its inhabitants. She knocked on the door, which was soon opened by a figure clad in a loose gray robe, stained with varying shades of ink. His hair was disheveled, and his unkempt beard carried the scent of alcohol, though his eyes retained a semblance of clarity, likely having just awoken from a drunken stupor.
Who are you?
Shenru Hui's voice was somewhat hoarse. Suan extended the book in her hand. I am here to visit Ru Shi, as Lu Xian mentioned you resided here. At this, Shenru Hui raised an eyebrow, sizing her up. What is your connection to Lu Xian? He is not one to divulge his address lightly. Suan hesitated. A friend. She followed Shenru Hui through the courtyard and into his abode, where the air was thick with the smell of alcohol and crumpled papers littered the floor. After rummaging for a moment, Shenru Hui managed to produce a somewhat clean bowl, only to find no water available. Ultimately, He poured her a cup of wine instead. Do you enjoy reading my tales? Su Juan, maintaining her composure, replied, Indeed, your talent is exceptional. Your writing is quite remarkable. Shun Ruhui casually handed her a stack of manuscripts, and Su Juan looked on in bewilderment. You came here to see the latest volume, did you not?
Su Juan gasped.
But the previous volume was just released. How could you have written this so quickly? The stack before her appeared to contain at least 2 volumes worth of content. She marveled at his industriousness. Shin Ruhui smirked. As a man of leisure, my only occupation is writing. If I do not hasten my work, how shall I earn my keep? Su Juan paused, recalling Lu Xian's words about Shin Ruhui's circumstances. Though unable to enter officialdom due to his origins, she hadn't imagined he relied on writing tales for his livelihood. As she leafed through the manuscripts, she noted that while his calligraphy was exquisite, the content left much to be desired. The previous volume had depicted the protagonist, Wanner, meeting the city's most notorious dandy, who fell for her at first sight. While the latest installment described her plight in the Wang household, where she faced neglect and ridicule from her husband, only to find solace in the attention of his brother,
Gongzi Hang.
Their flirtations were soon discovered, leading to her husband's fury and a potential divorce, prompting a return to her parental home, where she shunned all visitors. Upon learning of Wanner's predicament, both the dandy and her confidant, Qing'er, made their way to her home, and Gongzi Hang, upon discovering this, hurried to her side. Thus, a storm was brewing among the four. Su Juan inwardly chastised the author, lamenting Wanner's indecisiveness. One moment she was cozying up to Qing'er, the next she was drinking with the dandy, and now she was exchanging glances with Gongzi Hang, all while pining for her unworthy ex-husband. This Shin Ruhui must be deranged. Shun Gongzi, forgive my candor, but you have rendered Wanner excessively sentimental. Shun Ruhui, now indulging in wine again, glanced at Su Juan. Is that so? I believe it is rather well done. Su Juan's expression darkened. Is it not? And the names, Wanner, Qing'er, with the dandy and Gongzi Hang popping up, might as well read her identity card. Shun Ruhui, intrigued, inquired, then who should Wanner prefer among these men, if not for her sentimentality? Lu Xian, that fool, never reads his works, making it difficult for him to find someone to converse with. Suppressing her urge to tear the manuscript apart, Su Juan smiled and replied, I believe Wanner is inherently indifferent. She favors no one, especially not that scoundrel ex-husband of hers. It would be a blessing if she never had to see him again. She endeavored to make Shin Ruhui realize the absurdity of his portrayal. Moments later, Su Juan found herself unceremoniously ejected from the Shun residence, the door slamming shut mere inches from her face. That temper is rather volatile. After writing Wanner so capriciously, I hadn't even settled the score with you yet. And you dare to slam the door. How could Lu Xian befriend someone with such a volatile disposition? Having been incensed by Shin Ruhui, Su Juan stormed off. Yet, scarcely had she departed when another knock echoed at the Shin door. A man entered, placing a wooden box on the table, filled with silver coins, alongside an envelope. Continue writing as per this letter, and all this silver shall be yours. Shun Ruhui scoffed, pouring himself another drink. What a curious day it is. With visitors coming one after another to instruct me on writing tales. How ridiculous. A sword was drawn, glinting ominously at Shin Ruhui's throat, rendering him pale. The man regarded him coldly. Shin Gongzi, choose, your life or the silver. It had been a full 10 days since Su Juan had left the Wang residence. Yet the emperor's decree remained elusive, and Song Qianfan had yet to deliver the divorce papers. If a separation was to occur, it should be swift and decisive. Xie Sun fanned himself and remarked to Su Juan, perhaps His Majesty has forgotten. Why not remind him? Su Juan, exasperated, laid her head on the table. How could I remind him? The only chance to see the old emperor is during court sessions, where matters of state are discussed. Bringing up my divorce then would be utterly inappropriate. Song Qianhang furrowed his brow. What if I remind my elder brother to prepare the divorce papers for you? Su Juan shook her head. It's not worth it. With Song Qianfan, there is only mourning for a wife, not a divorce. Do you expect him to draft those papers? He probably hasn't even decided how to take his revenge on me yet. Who knows? I might leave this place today only to find myself lifeless on the street by morning. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by cheers calling for Miss Xianyun. Lu Miaoqing rose and approached the window, where she beheld a graceful woman playing the guqin, her face adorned with a smile that captivated the eager crowd below. This Miss Xianyun was indeed strikingly beautiful. Suan also stood up to take a look, recalling that Miss Xianyun had seemed troubled by some previous incident, but today she appeared in high spirits, suggesting that her worries had been resolved. Xie fanned himself, a knowing smile gracing his lips, as he mused that the only matters capable of troubling the women in this building were those of the heart. Though his words were merely idle chatter, the others were not particularly curious about Miss Xianyun's past. However, Suan suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, now I remember. No wonder I felt I had seen her before." The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. "Isn't this Xianyun the former lover of that scoundrel Song Qianfan? All of my exquisite jewelry has been given to him to curry favor with her." The group gasped in astonishment. It was no wonder that Suan's possessions were so modestly contained.
They looked at Su Juan, astonished.
How many lovers could Song Qianfan possibly have? Observing Miss Xianyun, who was skillfully playing the pipa, Suan reflected, what a lovely girl, yet regrettably lacking in discernment to have chosen Song Qianfan. Upon hearing Lu Miaoqing and Suan praise her beauty, Xie finally rose to take a glance, finding Miss Xianyun rather ordinary, though her pipa playing was quite impressive. He could hardly fathom why Song Qianfan would be attracted to such a woman. His comment drew the attention of the others. Suan turned to Xie, noting his discerning taste. Miss Xianyun's beauty is certainly renowned in the capital, yet Xie finds her merely average. Xie waved his fan dismissively. My standards are high. But if we are to speak of beauty, Miss Lu is rather more enchanting. Lu Miaoqing, suddenly called upon, fell silent, while Suan spoke on her behalf. What a silver-tongued flatterer. Xie felt unjustly accused and turned to the taciturn Song Qinghang, urging, Song Qinghang, speak up. Is Miss Xianyun not as lovely as Miss Lu? Suan and Lu Miaoqing immediately turned their attention to Song Qinghang. Song Qinghang isn't one to engage in flattery. At that moment, Song Qinghang set down his cup and, under their watchful gazes, replied simply, she is indeed rather ordinary. However, he did not acknowledge Xie's remarks but instead directed his gaze towards Suan. Not thinking much of it, Suan turned her attention back to the stage where Miss Xianyun performed. Lu Miaoqing, seeking to divert the conversation, casually remarked, I wonder who Miss Xianyun's heart belongs to, as she seems so deeply infatuated. Probably someone unworthy, Suan mused, contemplating Miss Xianyun. Song Qianfan must possess some charm if he has captured her thoughts. Perhaps her earlier sadness stemmed from his marriage and taking of concubines. I wonder how he managed to placate her. I would say Miss Xianyun is rather foolish, having garnered such a reputation over the years. Surely, there must be many seeking to redeem her, and with her savings, she could easily secure her freedom. Yet, she chooses to remain in the brothel, mingling among the wealthy. Gathering information for Song Qianfan, the trio paused, realizing the depth of her commitment. In a bustling establishment like the brothel, one could encounter individuals of various standings. And if Miss Xianyun truly sought to aid Song Qianfan, she would indeed be a significant asset to him. Toiling for Song Qianfan, believing he would one day redeem her for a legitimate marriage? In the end, she would merely be passed along as a gift to please others. Suan felt a pang of sympathy, yet she could not pity Miss Xianyun. Compared to the other women in the brothel, she had ample opportunities to choose a genuinely devoted partner or to redeem herself, yet her aspirations were lofty, fixating on something beyond her grasp. She recalled the night of Miss Xianyun's tragic demise, which had occurred on New Year's Eve when she leapt from a high building, inadvertently affecting many below. The incident had stirred considerable attention for days, and Suan remembered hearing of a talented pipa player from the brothel. Lu Miaoqing had not anticipated that the girl playing the pipa now would meet such a fate in the future. Song Qinghang poured himself another drink, his mind beginning to formulate a plan. Since Miss Xianyun was acting as an informant for Song Qianfan, why not leverage her to convey some favorable news? He traced his finger along the rim of his cup, his thoughts growing increasingly profound. Meanwhile, in the royal residence, Song Qianfan had discovered that Liang Yin's husband had complained to the Jingzhou prefecture at the behest of another, a vice-commander under King Han. King Han, Yu Ting, recently returned to the capital, was taken aback. Why would King Han target you? Song Qianfan's eyes darkened with contemplation. Perhaps it was because the crown prince's position was no longer attainable for Hung Wang. Now, in King Han's eyes, the only rival left was the emperor himself, whom he could not confront directly, thus resorting to targeting me. He turned to Yu Ting. The emperor has no heirs and is aging. If he wishes to name a successor, my father is the most suitable choice, given that he is the emperor's full-blooded brother. Cousin, you must assist us at the Jingwangfu. Yu Ting, ever loyal, patted his chest. How could I endorse King Han's despicable actions? We are family. Do not worry, cousin. I will certainly support you. A smile crossed Song Qianfan's face. Thank you, cousin. Yu Ting chuckled. It's no trouble at all. However, my ability to help is limited, so I hope you do not underestimate my contributions. After all, King Han commanded a formidable army, with the Ministry of War filled with his loyalists, while he himself had only brought 5,000 troops, which were negligible in comparison. However, Song Qianfan continued, your return to the capital today coincided with the emperor granting you a day of rest before you report back tomorrow, which shows his regard for you. Given your recent achievements, I believe the emperor will undoubtedly reward you in front of the civil and military officials, likely keeping you in the capital. Do not belittle your worth. Yu Ting laughed heartily, slapping Song Qianfan on the shoulder. Then I shall take your good fortune to heart. The two conversed for a while longer until Yu Ting looked around and asked, by the way, I have yet to meet my sister-in-law. You must introduce us. Song Qianfan's expression dimmed instantly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. She has already departed. Even if I wish to introduce her, there is no opportunity now. Yu Ting, taken aback, inquired, what do you mean she has left? What happened? He had only recently heard that Song Qianfan had married, a union bestowed by the emperor, and presumed the lady to be of fine character. Otherwise, the emperor would not have arranged the match. Yet, how could it be that she was gone so soon? Song Qianfan shook his head with a sigh. I did her wrong first. Now, her heart is elsewhere, and I cannot compel her to stay. Seeing his cousin's sorrowful demeanor, Yu Ting furrowed his brow, pressing, what truly transpired? You must tell me. Thus, Song Qianfan recounted the recent events. Yu Ting was immediately incensed. That shameless woman. How could there exist such a disgraceful creature? Even if you took a concubine first, it was under deception. Besides, it is normal for men to have multiple wives. Yet, she is so envious and brazen. He continued, the Xie family is equally shameless, consorting with all manner of unscrupulous women, and yet they do not spare even married ones. He gently patted Song Qianfan's shoulder and consoled him. Fortunately, His Majesty's heart is with you. Such a fickle woman is better off separated. Cousin, you are a dragon among men, and a brighter future surely awaits you. Song Qianfan lowered his gaze, shook his head, and sighed. I only feel a sense of injustice. I have never treated her harshly, yet she has repaid me with such disdain. As he sighed and shook his head, his peripheral vision caught sight of Yu Ting. He knew this cousin all too well, a straightforward, blunt man, lacking in wisdom, who valued family above all else. If he did not show weakness, how could he expect his full support? As expected, Yu Ting was already contemplating avenging his injured cousin and was eager to confront Su Juan, to witness the true nature of such a capricious woman. At that moment, Su Juan was entirely unaware that, thanks to Song Qianfan, she had already earned someone's resentment. The next day at court, the officials were abuzz with discussion, for General Yu Ting had returned to the capital, a figure of great renown. Su Juan, intrigued by their chatter, leaned in to listen. Some lamented, this General Yu is remarkable, only 29 years old, yet he has achieved great military feats. What? Already 29? In the mouth of the assistant minister, even the most flattering remarks seemed diminished. A colleague besides Su Juan remarked, I heard General Yu is still unmarried,
with only 2 concubines.
It seems he has returned to the capital to settle down. The matchmakers must be tripping over each other at the Yu household. After all, he is young and accomplished. What? No legitimate wife, yet 2 concubines? The colleague scoffed, not a good character. Another chimed in, what do you know, you divorced woman? What man doesn't have a few wives or concubines? The junior minister of the Ministry of Justice chuckled, I have a niece who is yet to be married. Perhaps I'll inquire about a match with the Yu family. The The surrounding ministers exchanged glances, but remained silent. Suan glanced over and noticed it was the junior minister speaking. Scoffing softly, "You must be joking." The ministers in the Golden Hall perked up, as if they had been waiting for the assistant minister to speak. "You? With your son Lien Cheng's disastrous engagement, just a year has passed, and General Yu is back in the capital, not a fool. What decent family would entertain a match with you?" Although the officials maintained their composure, they internally agreed. Recalling the scandals surrounding the Lien family and the lengths the old man had gone to for his son, who had no interest in women. Half a year had passed. And while they chose not to mention it, did he think they had forgotten? The junior minister's expression darkened. Could someone not silence Suan's sharp tongue? He forced a smile, attempting to explain, "My niece is in her prime, exceptionally talented. The Lu girl from the Chancellor's family often speaks highly of her. It seems a match with General Yu would be fitting. Goodness, how desperate is your niece to marry, trying to latch onto my daughter for a good reputation?" The junior minister's face grew even darker, wishing he could sew Su Juan's mouth shut. The other observing ministers were suddenly excited. "My daughter, Miaoqing?" They did not wish to be stirred, but Su Juan had just mentioned his daughter. The Chancellor glanced around, sensing something amiss in the court's atmosphere, noting how often his daughter was mentioned in conversations. Especially Su Juan. Whenever she brought up his daughter, the colleagues would whisper among themselves, clearly distracted from the business of court. Meanwhile, the old emperor summoned Yu Ting to the palace, finally diverting attention from Su Juan to the young man striding confidently into the Golden Hall. The man was imposing, with a bronze complexion and a muscular build, exuding strength. As he entered, his gaze swept across the officials, seemingly searching for someone. Upon reaching the front, he knelt and greeted, "Your humble servant greets your majesty." The old emperor beamed. "Yu Qing, please rise." Truly, the youth is fearless. The emperor praised him repeatedly, clearly impressed with this young talent, and immediately conferred upon him the title of Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guards. With the former deputy commander incapacitated and resigning, it was a swift appointment for the recently returned Yu Ting to assist Commander Yen, overseeing 50,000 Imperial Guards, a position second only to Commander Yen Zheng. This honor inspired envy among many military officials. Prince Jing was also pleased, as this was a family relative gaining the emperor's trust and promotion. Avoiding the harsh conditions of the southern territories, a most fortunate turn of events. After court, many gathered around Yu Ting to offer their congratulations, with the junior minister of the Ministry of Justice being particularly enthusiastic, even omitting the title of deputy in his praise. Commander Yu is remarkably accomplished at such a young age. Commander Yen was already in his 50s. If anything were to happen to him, Yu Ting would be next in line, a promising future indeed. Yu Ting smiled, graciously accepting the compliments. "I hear you are still unmarried. Do you have someone in mind?" "Unmarried indeed. I have returned to settle my marriage." Yu Ting smiled. The junior minister's excitement was palpable as he promptly introduced his 17-year-old niece, who was also unmarried. The others, seeing the junior minister's eagerness, could hardly interject, realizing he was determined to present his niece. Yu Ting smiled politely, his gaze falling upon Su Juan, who had emerged with the Duke of Pinghua and others. Although he had yet to meet Su Juan among the crowd, she was the only woman, unmistakably her. "You must be the esteemed Lord Su of the Ministry of Revenue," he presumed. To his surprise, Su Juan halted, meeting his gaze. "Indeed, that is I." Yu Ting smiled, though it did not reach his eyes. "I had heard of you from my cousin. I was eager to meet you upon my return to the capital. Unfortunately, I missed you yesterday at Prince Jing's residence. Such a pity." The surrounding officials paused, turning their attention to this exchange. Fully aware that Yu Ting was a relative of the prince's wife and the cousin of Song Qianfan, it was evident he had come to confront the assistant minister. Detecting the underlying tension in Yu Ting's words, Su Juan maintained her composure. "Might I inquire what guidance you seek, Deputy Commander?" She emphasized the deputy with a hint of sarcasm. "I never imagined that at 29, General Yu remains unmarried, not due to military obligations, but merely a lack of acquaintance with women? Seeking trouble. It seems those associated with Song Qianfan are not of the best character," Yu Ting retorted with a cold smile, noting her sharp tongue. Su Juan blinked, after all. She could not be like Deputy Commander Yu, who could not even speak proper human language. At 29, still unable to engage in meaningful conversation. No wonder he remained merely a deputy commander, while Commander Yen was robust and could serve without issue until death. Yu Ting's expression darkened. Indeed, this Su Juan was eloquent and rather difficult to contend with. Chapter 88. Never marrying in this lifetime, Yu Ting had originally come to defend his cousin, but now Su Juan had turned the tables on him. He scrutinized her, utterly perplexed as to why His Majesty would bestow such a marriage and tolerate a woman of such dubious character in the court. He stepped closer, coldly mocking. A woman like you, who constantly mingles with men, such a flirtatious nature. Once divorced, no one will dare to marry you again. Su Juan blinked innocently.
So,
In Deputy Commander Yu's eyes, a woman participating in court affairs was nothing more than consorting with men. In truth, she had little desire to expose herself. After all, this position was forcibly bestowed upon her by His Majesty. Yu Ting glared at her, warning her not to involve the Emperor in their matters. With a smile, Su Juan replied, "If Deputy Commander Yu feels so strongly, perhaps you could speak to His Majesty on my behalf, stating that I, Su Juan, will no longer serve in this position. That way, I won't have to endure the scorn of being labeled a flirtatious woman on the streets." Her demeanor remained serene, her smile unwavering, as if no words could provoke her. Some court officials, witnessing this exchange, shook their heads. It seemed Yu Ting was still too young. He had just been promoted and had chosen to provoke a precious gem under the Emperor's protection. His prospects appeared bleak. Yu Ting, infuriated, found it laughable that she would attempt to use the Emperor against him. "You, a woman who is clearly jealous and flirtatious, why did you seek a divorce?" Su Juan's expression turned bewildered. What was Deputy Commander Yu talking about? Why could she not comprehend him? "Rescue me, lady. The divorce was due to your cousin's misconduct. Yet you not only fail to articulate this, but also lack common sense." Yu Ting thought, "Why must I engage with such a fool? I must leave quickly, lest I be contaminated by her stupidity." Yu Ting's anger flared. Her arrogance was undeniable. "You clearly have a husband, yet you spend your days with other men, sharing the same quarters. Stop pretending to be ignorant." Su Juan, appearing innocent, turned to Duke Pingua. "Your Grace, do you understand what Deputy Commander Yu is saying?" Duke Pingua, puzzled, replied, "What did he say?" Faced with Yu Ting's furious gaze, he sighed. "Perhaps the words of such a young and accomplished officer are too profound for an old man like me to grasp." Su Juan narrowed her eyes. "It seems the Duke's sentiments align with mine." The old Emperor, resting behind the golden hall, overheard this and furrowed his brows. "Now the Duke is in your good graces? Just days ago, were you not chastising that old fool?" This Su Juan was rather quick to shift her allegiances. Duke Pingua, addressing the surrounding officials, inquired loudly, "Has anyone understood what Deputy Commander Yu said? Can anyone explain it to me?" All the officials shook their heads, indicating they too were bewildered. "Did you understand?"
no. Did you?
I did not comprehend either. It was clear to all. One was Duke Pingua, favored by the Emperor, while the other was a newly promoted deputy commander. It was obvious who would be supported. Yu Ting looked incredulously at those around him, who had recently praised him but now sided with Su Juan. Even the young magistrate of the Dali Temple, who had been eager to form a connection, had distanced himself. In mere moments, public sentiment had shifted dramatically. Su Juan shook her head. At 29, merely achieving the status of a new court figure. How unfortunate. It appears the old emperor is indeed blind, amidst so many capable generals. He chose such a fool. I wonder what he sees in her? The old emperor remained silent, thinking, "You did not mention this earlier. Had you done so sooner, I would not have so readily promoted someone." His temples throbbed. This Su Juan had an uncanny knack for stating the obvious after the fact. That day, Lu Miaoqing had just exited the Ministry of Revenue when she encountered Yu Ting. Upon seeing her, a smile instantly graced Yu Ting's face. "I inquired about you and learned you were here, so I came." Lu Miaoqing nodded slightly. "I hear you have been appointed Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guards. Congratulations." Yu Ting waved his hand. "It's nothing significant. I hear you are now serving in the Ministry of Revenue. That is truly commendable. I should be the one congratulating you." As he gazed at Lu Miaoqing, he stepped closer, having returned earlier than planned, eager to propose marriage to her before her birthday. However, Lu Miaoqing was unaware of Yu Ting's intentions. To her, He was merely someone she had crossed paths with a few times in her youth, an acquaintance, but not someone she was particularly familiar with. Until today, she might have considered him a friend, but news of his confrontation with Su Juan had spread widely, and she had heard of it. Lu Miaoqing smiled. It's merely a minor matter. If Deputy Commander Yu has nothing further, I shall take my leave. I had arranged to dine with Su Juan and the others, and time is drawing near. I cannot keep them waiting. Yet Yu Ting blocked her path, his expression growing somewhat awkward. Miaoqing, I have something to discuss with you. Lu Miaoqing raised an eyebrow. What is it? I saw something beautiful earlier and decided to purchase it. He then produced a jade bracelet from his robe. Seeing Lu Miaoqing hesitate to accept it, he felt a flush of embarrassment. Miaoqing, I rushed back to the capital, fearing I might miss your birthday. This is a gift for you. Lu Miaoqing remained silent for a moment and finally replied, Deputy Commander Yu, your kindness is appreciated, but my birthday has not yet arrived. You should take it back, as this is inappropriate. However, Yu Ting insisted, Miaoqing, there's no need for formality. Commander is merely a title. You may call me A Ting. Again, Lu Miaoqing rejected him, finding it inappropriate. Yu Ting grew anxious. Miaoqing, do you truly not understand my feelings? His words left Lu Miaoqing confused. What do you mean? Yu Ting spoke solemnly. I returned to the capital earlier than expected expressly to propose to your family before your birthday. Lu Miaoqing furrowed her brow. Deputy Commander Yu wishes to propose to my family? When she finally reacted, Yu Ting smiled and nodded. I decided long ago that I wanted to marry you. They say one should marry a virtuous wife, and you have always been the most virtuous woman in my heart. You will make the best wife and mother. His gaze was filled with dreams of their future together. Lu Miaoqing could hardly fathom being unexpectedly stopped by a man who called her virtuous and uttered a plethora of words she had no desire to hear. With a distant smile, she responded, Deputy Commander Yu, you must have misunderstood. Lu Miaoqing shall never marry anyone in this lifetime. Curious to know if anyone adores the charming Lu Miaoqing. Chapter 89. Likely seeking revenge, it was hard for Yu Ting to imagine such words coming from Lu Miaoqing. Do you even realize what nonsense you are uttering? Perhaps the vice commander should seek another. Miaoqing is not worthy of someone like him, a rising star. Lu Miaoqing thought that by saying this, she had elegantly declined Yu Ting's advances. However, upon uttering those words, Yu Ting perceived her as delusional, furrowing his brow. Every woman is destined to marry eventually. Your current thoughts stem merely from your youth. Although you hold a position in the Ministry of Revenue, you are still merely a low-ranking official. Long-term exposure in the public will not benefit your future marriage prospects. Why not marry me? As I rise in status, you will also enjoy a respectable position. Lu Miaoqing was almost amused by his audacity. It seemed the vice commander genuinely wished to marry her. Yu Ting nodded affirmatively, of course. Lu Miaoqing replied gently, while I have no intention of marrying, if the vice commander is willing, the Lu family could consider accepting a son-in-law. I wonder what the vice commander thinks of that. As soon as she spoke, Yu Ting's expression soured. In the Dajin dynasty, a son-in-law is the most despised position. Only those of humble origins who wish to rise through the fortunes of a woman would accept such a role. Lu Miaoqing's words were akin to an insult. I extend my sincere offer to marry you, and yet you choose to humiliate me. Is this the upbringing of the Lu family? Yu Ting suppressed his anger. Feeling he had misjudged her character, believing she to be a virtuous woman, only to find her lacking in decorum. His deep affections had been wasted. Lu Miaoqing remained silent. What makes you think marrying you would confer respectability? There are many in the court who are younger and more accomplished than you. General Yan was already a commander at the age of 29, and yet did not look down upon women. Yu Ting's expression darkened. When have I ever looked down upon women? Lu Miaoqing's red lips moved slightly. Was it not you who proclaimed outside the Golden Hall that women who expose themselves to the world are nothing but fickle? Her words left Yu Ting momentarily speechless. Stammering as he attempted to clarify, that was not directed at you. What difference does it make to whom it was directed? Lu Miaoqing interrupted coldly. The vice commander has been away from the capital for too long. Henceforth, it would be wise to think more before speaking. As for proposing, there is no need. On my birthday, it would be best if the vice commander refrained from attending, as my humble residence cannot accommodate such a grand figure as yourself. Lu Miaoqing's remarks were akin to a slap in Yu Ting's face. He never expected to be rendered speechless by two women in one day. Having been away from the capital for merely a few years, how had the women here become like this? When Lu Miaoqing encountered Su Juan, they had already ordered a lavish spread. Su Juan was recounting her encounter with Yu Ting. That vice commander repeatedly referred to women as fickle, which proved that Song Qianfan had spoken ill of her before him. The Duke Pinghua even defended me. You should have seen how displeased he looked at that moment. Su Juan rambled on, speaking quickly, her heart seemingly unperturbed, indicating that Yu Ting had truly irked her. Xie Sun and Song Qianhang listened quietly, occasionally chuckling, clearly not human. Lu Miaoqing chose not to share Yu Ting's proposal with them, not wishing to offend their sensibilities. At that moment, Lu Xian arrived. Hurriedly, as if he had gathered information along his way. Xie Sun joked, "Surely you are not following my scent like a hound?" Suan shot him a glance. "What a strong scent you must have for him to track you down." Xie Sun. "This meal is still on my tab," utterly heartless. However, Lu Xian clarified, "You have misunderstood. I have come to seek out Miss Su for a matter." Xie Sun. Suan bit into a meatball, blinking in confusion. "What does Lu Xian want with me?" The others were equally puzzled. Why would Lu Xian seek out Suan? Were they familiar with one another? Lu Xian set down two books he was holding and asked Suan, "Do you still remember Shinru Hui, the person you inquired about that day?" Suan nodded, recalling. "Of course, how could I forget? It is impossible to forget. Not only is he connected with Miaoqing, but he also harbors a lingering affection for that scoundrel Song Qianfan. It is utterly insulting." Lu Miaoqing stroked her chin. In truth, the author's work was quite good, and she had heard that the latest 2 volumes had been released. But she had yet to find time to purchase them. Going out to get drunk, yet still falling in love at first sight with Xie Sun.
Cough, cough, cough.
Xie Sun nearly choked on his drink. What nonsense! Love at first sight. Who taught this person to write like that? Song Qianhang frowned. It is common for authors to indulge in imagination, but this is too far-fetched. To think that he was caught having an affair with Song Qianhang and was compelled to divorce his wife. This is simply outrageous. Song Qianhang. It is indeed not unusual for an author to have a vivid imagination. I have never encountered someone so skilled in fabricating tales. Several pairs of eyes fixed intently on Su Juan. Lu Xian inquired, "Did you visit the Shun residence that day?" Su Juan nodded, "I did." Lu Xian pressed, "When you met him, did you notice anything unusual?" Su Juan pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Nothing particularly strange. He was merely drinking and showed me his manuscript, asking about his writing. I left shortly after. Lu Xian's brow furrowed deeply, as if he sensed a troubling issue. His expression revealing concern. Recalling that day, Su Juan muttered, "I merely told him a few truths, advising him not to write Wanner as overly sentimental. I am inherently devoid of emotion, yet he insists on portraying me as flirtatious." Xie Sun glanced at Su Juan. Devoid of emotion? Perhaps she is not fully aware of herself. It seems that Shinru Hui's work is commendable, otherwise, Su Juan would not be so riled up. He nearly slammed the door in my face. Lu Miaoqing, a devoted reader of his works, inquired about the young Shin Lu Xian mentioned. Has something transpired? I should have tied him up and tossed him into the moat to wake him up. What on earth is he concocting in that head of his? Lu Xian spoke solemnly. He has not returned home in several days. I inquired at the tavern he frequents, and the tavern keeper said he has not been by for a while. Shin would only venture out if he needed to buy wine. So his absence for so many days is concerning. Xie Sun chimed in nonchalantly. It seems he is likely in trouble. To offend someone over a mere story. He is probably seeking revenge. Xie Sun's words caused Lu Xian to frown, but I have never heard Shen has made any enemies. The group turned their gazes towards Su Juan, for they had heard the rumors. Su Juan, why are you all looking at me? The 5 of them pondered. Whom do you favor the most?